A prominent figure of society returns to the year 2010. Will he retrace his steps and continue to navigate the underworld? Or will he abandon his subordinates and pursue a righteous path? No, I refuse to choose. In this life, I, Qin Jiang, shall lead my brothers down the path of righteousness. But you claim he is a legitimate businessman. Which businessman has hundreds of brothers under him? Even if a coin falls from the sky in Songjiang, it must bear the surname Qin. What background does Qin Jiang actually possess? Qin Jiang. I am merely a legitimate businessman who has never broken a law. Why do you all call me Big Brother? Chapter 1. Reborn in Vocational College. To create splendor again? In Songjiang's North District, in front of Vocational College, a young man with yellow hair sits on a stone, his gaze vacant. Students passing by instinctively veer away, too afraid to approach him. Unperturbed, the young man focuses intently on the black screen of his phone, which reflects the image. Greenhorn, yellow-haired, one-eyed. No, the left eye is obscured by his bangs. It dawns on him. He has been reborn. After a long moment, Qin Jiang finally confirms his rebirth, returning directly to the year 2010. He then raises his head to gaze at the school sign. Songjiang Vocational and Technical University. Though it is called a university, it is in truth merely an ordinary vocational college. How absurd. Who would attend a vocational college after being reborn? It appears this period corresponds to the aftermath of a failed college entrance examination, moving from the county to Song City to study at a vocational college, thus embarking on a tumultuous and arduous life. In his previous life, he rose to prominence, becoming a renowned figure, with a splendid conclusion. Tears behind iron bars. Upon his release, brothers either perished or were rendered useless, and in despair, regret, and melancholy, Qin Jiang donated all his wealth to an orphanage before meeting a tragic end. No, Qin Jiang resolutely shakes his head. I must not tread the old path of my past life. The underworld offers no future. Even if I had amassed considerable power and wealth in my previous life, the outcome was a tragic and inescapable punishment. This life shall not repeat the mistakes of the past. Just as Qin Jiang reflects, a cacophony arises. A throng of 30 or 40 individuals swarms toward him, their hair dyed in vibrant hues, unmistakably a band of ruffians. The two leaders stand out distinctly. To the left is a towering figure, surpassing 6 feet tall, with a robust physique and a buzz cut, exuding an immense sense of intimidation. To the right is a delicate-looking man, his long hair tied into braids, fanning himself with an ornate folding fan. Upon seeing this entourage, bystanders hurriedly make way, fearing them as one would a tiger. Some audacious individuals step forward to greet the two leaders. Brother Jiao, Brother Zhang. Soon enough, the group stands before Qin Jiang. The muscular man claps his hands, silencing the throng of dozens, while the braided youth snaps his fan shut. Address him, Big Brother, Brother Qin, Brother Jiang. In an instant, various titles echo. The braided youth chastises, did I not instruct you all to be orderly? From now on, address him as Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang, resound from dozens of voices. This time, their response is notably more synchronized. The braided youth turns to Qin Jiang and states, Brother Jiang, these individuals have been carefully selected. Each one is daring and tenacious, promising candidates for cultivation. They also command a considerable number of underlings, easily gathering a couple of hundred with a mere shout. Once we consolidate these on College Road, we will firmly establish our presence, expand outward, and delve into ventures such as internet cafes and KTVs, to grow stronger and achieve greatness together. Listening to the braided youth's fervent monologue, Qin Jiang feels his head spinning. What a predicament! To grow stronger and achieve greatness, while my brothers perish. Zhang. His real name is Zhu Zhang. He was the first to join him in his previous life, serving as a strategist within the team, a free-spirited individual nicknamed Zhuge Zhang, whose intelligence significantly contributed to Qin Jiang's rapid rise. Unfortunately, he met a tragic end during a conflict. Brother Jiang, Zhu Zhang inquires, looking at Qin Jiang with a hint of concern. What has transpired? Qin Jiang does not respond, instead directing his gaze to the towering figure on his left. Jiao. His real name is Wei Biao, Qin Jiang's childhood friend, a top-tier enforcer and his bodyguard in the past. His imposing stature and strength earned him the nickname Jiao due to his size 49 shoes. Tragically, he too became a vegetable in the previous life. He shifts his attention to the others. Tao, Wang Tao. After his release, he could only make a living selling pancakes. Feng Er, perished. Zhao Lao San, incapacitated. One by one, his former brothers, who had once followed him into the fray, willing to risk their lives without hesitation, now appear before him, stirring a mix of emotions within Qin Jiang. Zhu Zhang observes Qin Jiang's troubled expression, but in his current state of exhilaration, he pays no mind, continuing. Brother Jiang, Wahoo village called, requesting 50 of our men to stand guard. They are quite urgent and are offering 200 per person, which is a substantial opportunity. However, they specifically requested Songjiang to be present, and a vehicle will pick us up tonight, returning tomorrow morning with meals provided. Should I arrange that immediately? We shall not go. Qin Jiang interrupts Zhu Zheng before he can finish, decisively rejecting the proposal. Zhu Zheng appears perplexed. Songjiang and the others are equally baffled by Qin Jiang's refusal, as this area is a newly developed section near College Road, surrounded by numerous villages. These villages are also primed for development, and due to competitive interests, conflicts often arise, leading them to recruit students from College Road to bolster their numbers. The standard fee is 100 per person, and a higher rate is only 150. Wahoo Village is offering 200 with meals, which is undoubtedly a premium rate. Besides, most conflicts do not escalate into violence. They typically involve shouting, threats, and seeking mediators for the distribution of interests. Brother Jiang, Zhu Zheng argues, that's nearly 10,000 yuan. Such lucrative work is rare. Qin Jiang's expression remains resolute. Wahoo Village, fighting between villages, 200 per person. His memories have fully resurfaced. In his previous life, he personally led a group to such confrontations, and although there were no casualties, the scale attracted law enforcement, resulting in a 15-day detention. This incident sealed his fate on a path of no return, and in this life he is determined not to repeat the same mistakes. He would rely on fighting to earn a living after being reborn. I will not participate in this conflict. Zheng, you should call Wahoo Village back and refuse, even if they increase their offer. That will not be acceptable. Understood. Even though Zhu Zheng does not fully grasp Qin Jiang's reasoning, he trusts him unconditionally as the leader, knowing that conflicts will arise again in the future. At this moment, as Qin Jiang gazes upon the eager faces of dozens of brothers, their unwavering loyalty ignites a fire within him, leading him to overturn all his previous plans. What of returning to study at university? What of living an honest life? What of being law-abiding and avoiding trouble? All of that can go to hell. He, Qin Jiang, could simply walk away, but what of the brothers who risked their lives for him in the previous life? Watching them continue to languish in the underworld, singing sorrowful tunes behind bars, what meaning does his rebirth hold? Clenching his fists tightly, Qin Jiang declares, if I am to live again, then I shall lead my brothers in overturning our destinies. Entering the halls of power. Chapter 2. A back adorned with a green dragon? The celestial eye? What a farce. Let us return. Qin Jiang resolved to go back and reconfigure his future plans. After all, attending a vocational college was still a necessity. Who would still attend a vocational college after being reborn? Qin Jiang. Suddenly, a boy with a face full of acne stumbled past, causing the fruit bag he was carrying to rupture, sending 3 apples and 2 pears tumbling onto the ground, one of which rolled directly to Qin Jiang's feet. Instinctively, Qin Jiang glanced at him. Thud! The acne-ridden boy's body quivered, his face paling as he stammered Qin, I didn't mean it truly. Soda. Would you like some fruit? He hurriedly reached down to pick up the fallen fruit, intending to present it to Qin Jiang. Observing this, Atao stepped forward. Stop. Qin Jiang waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Atao retorted, get lost. Next time, watch where you're going, or you'll regret it. The acne-ridden boy trembled again, too frightened to retrieve the fruit, and turned to flee. The other students nearby, witnessing the scene, dared not approach Qin Jiang and his entourage, clutching their belongings tightly as they hurriedly exited the campus. Enough. Qin Jiang frowned. If you have the guts, act tough outside. There's no need to show off within the school. In the distance, in front of the teaching building, a girl with books in hand walked gracefully. She was tall and possessed stunning beauty, her brows like paintings and her delicate nose adorned with rimless glasses. Clad in a light yellow long dress, she exuded an air of elegance, appearing to be in her early 20s. Upon hearing the commotion ahead, she turned to see Qin Jiang and his group entering the campus and witnessed the preceding scene, bullying fellow students in broad daylight. How could they behave this way? With their hair dyed in gaudy colors? As she prepared to intervene, a female teacher beside her grasped her arm. Lu Yao, you're new here and unaware of the situation. This isn't a university. It's merely a vocational college. These are students with little future, just passing time here. That boy is the notorious troublemaker of our school, Qin Jiang, commanding a gang of dozens of underlings, all small-time delinquents who fear nothing. There's no need for you to stir up trouble. Why should fine china clash with earthenware? The teacher added. Just get through a few months here without causing a fuss. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Lu Yao calmed down. She was no naive girl. She had heard of the chaos at the vocational college. Her instinct to intervene as a newly appointed teacher had surfaced, but recognizing the environment, she let it go. Her gaze following Qin Jiang and his group with a complex expression. Vocational college. It seemed far more chaotic than she had imagined. Nightfall. Dormitory 401. 6 individuals congregated within. with Qin Jiang at the center, flanked by the strategist Zhu Zheng, Sijio, Atao, and two other key figures of the group. Zhu Zheng spoke first. Brother Jiang, we've already declined the offer from Wahoo Village. Their attitude was rather unwelcoming, so it might be difficult next time. There are plenty of villages around. Do we really need to care about one? Hanging a few gourds in the house 1T make them any more important. Qin Jiang remained unfazed. No matter how he planned his future, he could no longer serve as a mere henchman. He waved his hand, dismissing the matter. Zhu Zheng continued. The tattoo artist is already booked. The full-back dragon tattoo is quite impressive. The artist is in the southern district, and Brother Jiang can go tomorrow. At this, Qin Jiang paused momentarily, realizing that in his previous life, he had likely gotten his tattoo around this time. Full-back dragon. Subsequently, he had tattooed Neza on his left arm and Guan Yu on his right, feeling quite imposing until he was imprisoned and earned the nickname Parrot. Finally awakening to the truth that true power is not manifested through tattoos. Atao chimed in. I've heard that the celestial eye is in vogue lately. It's quite impressive. Why don't we all get one? It would definitely look spirited. The suggestion caused Qin Jiang's lips to twitch involuntarily, conjuring images of countless youths adorned with celestial eye tattoos. Indeed, quite the spirited lads. The six of them couldn't even scrape together enough for a meal of spicy hot pot. He promptly interrupted. Let us postpone the tattoos for now and discuss other matters. He had organized this gathering to reminisce about certain events and see if he could recall crucial junctures. After all, no one could remember every detail from decades ago. At most, one could recall the significant events. Truly, I am in awe of those who have been reborn and can recall everything so clearly. Zhu Zheng continued. Since we're all here today, Brother Jiang, should we establish a name for ourselves? Create a gang name. Sijio, Atao, and the others brightened at the prospect. Forming a gang. For them, it was undoubtedly exhilarating, representing a genuine step onto the right path. In the future, they could proudly say they belonged to a gang. How impressive would that be? Akin to something out of gangster film. Atao was the first to voice an idea. How about calling ourselves the Celestial Eye Gang? The others quickly chimed in. The Killing God Gang sounds good. The Mighty Gang works too. The Great Blade Gang. Dozens of names that sounded somewhat juvenile were suggested. Meanwhile, Zhu Zheng took out a notebook to jot down all these names, treating the matter with great seriousness, continuously stating, once we finalize the gang name, we can establish our rules like the 3 blades and 6 caves, etc. Then, we'll start claiming territory, beginning with internet cafes, and, as we accumulate resources, we will move on to KTVs, bars, and other large venues. As he spoke, he glanced at the notes in his hand. Snatch! Qin Jiang snatched the notebook away. He noticed it was densely filled with various plans, many of which felt eerily familiar, not just from his previous life, but also resembling numerous plots from gangster films. You wrote this? Qin Jiang asked, casting a questioning glance at Zhu Zheng. In his previous life, he had never encountered this notebook, likely because he hadn't cared at the time. Zhu Zheng's expression became slightly awkward. Well, a lot of it is borrowed from movies. I thought it was quite practical. If we follow this trajectory, we can make a name for ourselves on College Road in less than 3 years. Qin Jiang fixed him with a penetrating gaze and asked, and then? Then we expand outward, establishing ourselves in the northern district. And then? Then we aim for the entire Songjiang. And then? Zhu Zheng faltered, realizing his plan only extended to the northern district. He hadn't considered much beyond Songjiang. Bang! Qin Jiang tossed the notebook back, exclaiming, let me tell you, the next step is getting arrested, being sentenced, and ending up with a broken family. What? Sijio and the others were taken aback, never expecting their leader to utter such words. Zhu Zheng was the most astonished, staring at his plan for a moment before saying, Brother Jiang, is there something wrong with my plan? It can't be, I've cross-checked everything. There is nothing wrong. Qin Jiang affirmed, knowing full well that these plans had aided him in his previous life to rise through the ranks. Yet the outcome was holding a simple bun with no oil in the stew. What does that mean? Zhu Zheng asked, confused. The regions are different. Qin Jiang stated firmly. This is the mainland, not Hong Kong. The systems are naturally distinct. Given the future trajectory of societal development, cracking down on delinquents is an inevitable trend. To engage in such a life here is a guaranteed path to demise. There is no way out. Chapter 3. A simp? That's out of the question. Rebirth, no love. There is no future in the underworld. Brother Jiang. Zhu Zheng trembled slightly, struggling to ask, are you planning to withdraw? At this, Wang Tao and the others also shivered. To them, Qin Jiang was the backbone. Their current strength stemmed entirely from him. Moreover, Sijio, their most formidable fighter, was Qin Jiang's most loyal follower. Without Qin Jiang, and without Sijio, what would they be? They feared an instant collapse. The underworld, Not everyone can survive in it. In an instant, emotions surged. How had the meeting transitioned from strengthening their resolve to the brink of disintegration? Overthinking it, Qin Jiang asserted, "You are my brothers, yesterday, today, and in the future. As long as you do not choose to leave, you can remain by my side forever. Brother Jiang, we will always follow you." Wang Tao and his companions exhaled in relief, hastily pledging their loyalty. Qin Jiang nodded in satisfaction. In his previous life, these brothers had remained steadfastly loyal to him, which was why he had been reborn and was unwilling to abandon them. If he were to leave, it was almost certain that these brothers would repeat the same mistakes, perhaps even suffering worse fates than in his past life. Thus, he could only keep them close. Who said that having many brothers meant merely wandering the streets? In the imminent era of economic prosperity, countless industries emerged that were 100 times more lucrative than mere street hustling. In such a grand environment, having numerous brothers was indeed an advantage. Was it truly difficult to support dozens of brothers? Dongge had managed to support hundreds of thousands, albeit they may not all be considered brothers. Ahem. Qin Jiang instructed Zhu Zheng and the others to return and supervise their subordinates, and to briefly outline future plans. At that moment, a phone on the table vibrated and rang. Wang Tao, who was closest, immediately stood up and handed the phone to Qin Jiang, saying, "Brother Jiang, it's sister-in-law." He then answered the call. Qin Jiang took the phone, frowning slightly as he noticed the caller ID displayed the words, "Goddess." Immediately, a voice came through the line. "Qin Jiang, why can't I withdraw money from my card? Didn't I ask you to transfer 6,000 this morning? I'm at the phone store now. Aren't you making me look foolish? You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What else can you do? You're nothing but a waste. Qin Jiang, I need you to transfer the money right now." Listening to the haughty tone from the other end made Qin Jiang's expression darken. He already guessed who it was. Lu Ruyan, the goddess of high school. Qin Jiang's white moonlight in his previous life had made him fall head over heels for her the first time they met. He had pursued her fervently for 2 years, even getting into fights for her, which delayed his studies and forced him to attend a vocational college. Yet in his past life, he had foolishly believed that attending a vocational college made him unworthy of a girl like Lu Ruyan. Thus he had exerted all efforts to curry favor with her. Money? Give it. Whatever she asked for, he obliged. He had allowed the ordinarily privileged Lu Ruyan to live like a young lady, exposing her to higher echelons of society. After graduating from university, she had the audacity to say, "I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend now. He is a prominent lawyer. Thank you for your care over the years. But please don't contact me again. I'm afraid he might misunderstand." He had truly let her go without further disturbance, believing himself to be pure-hearted, convinced that she remained his white moonlight, until years of confinement made him realize, what white moonlight? What a favored child of heaven. Without his support, what grounds did she have for such a life? What made her worthy of marrying into a wealthy family? Just her beauty? Alas, it was all too late. Fortunately, he had the chance to start anew. Now he wanted to see what this so-called white moonlight was worth without his support. "Hello, did you hear what I said? I said, right now, immediately, transfer the money to me, or else." Lu Ruyan's words were abruptly cut off by Qin Jiang's interruption. "To hell with you. Lu Ruyan, from now on, we have no ties whatsoever. Don't even think about getting any money from me again. Additionally, all the money I previously sent you is considered a loan. You have 1 month to repay it, or you'll be receiving summons." After finishing, he hung up without waiting for Lu Ruyan to respond. Zhu Zheng, Sijio, and Wang Tao stared at Qin Jiang in disbelief, as if questioning their own sanity. What was happening? Their brother Jiang had once treated Lu Ruyan as if she were his lifeblood, showering her with care, giving her everything she wanted. What had changed today to make him so resolute? Qin Jiang placed the phone down dismissively, saying, "Just a woman with a false facade. She thinks she is something special. Zhu Zheng, get my transaction record sorted out, and find a lawyer. If she doesn't repay within a month, send her a legal notice." "Understood," Zhu Zheng replied. Still in shock, the phone rang again. Bang! Qin Jiang chose to hang up, blocking the number entirely and setting the ringtone to his own. What love? What affection? Now that he had been reborn, who still cared for love? His sole focus was on one thing: making money. Inside a phone store, Lu Ruyan seethed with rage as she listened to the dial tone. "Qin Jiang, how dare you insult me and hang up on me? Fine, you hung up on me. Lu Ruyan, swear from this day forward, I will never call you again." She felt utterly humiliated. Behind the sales counter, the attendant smiled and reiterated, "Miss, your iPhone 4 is ready for you, and we're giving away a free power bank. The total comes to $5,999. We be paying by card or cash." Hearing the attendant's cheerful words only deepened Lu Ruyan's embarrassment. Card? How could she possibly have any money left? Hadn't she just tried to use her card and found it empty? On either side, several girls who accompanied Lu Ruyan chimed in. Ruyan, did you perhaps grab the wrong card? Ruyan, didn't your manuscript payment come through? Ruyan, each inquiry intensified Lu Ruyan's humiliation. She had maintained the image of a goddess at school, claiming her luxurious lifestyle was funded by her writing, and had boasted in the dorm about her manuscript payment allowing her to buy the latest iPhone 4. Little did she expect Qin Jiang would send her the money, leaving her in this embarrassing predicament. Qin Jiang, she cursed silently for a long moment before finally admitting, I must have grabbed the wrong card. I'll go back and get it. She turned to leave, but the attendant blocked her way, stating, Miss, since you've opened the box and tested the phone, you can't leave without payment. If you truly have the wrong card, your classmates can help you retrieve it. Lu Ruyan clenched her phone tightly, her fingers turning pale. Go back for the card? She had no card to retrieve, and didn't want to confront this situation and lose face. Besides, she was in the wrong and could only walk aside to make a call. She refused to believe it. With so many admirers, how could she not gather enough money? It was indeed difficult to raise funds. A freshman in college had no money at all, with each person barely able to contribute $300 to $500. If she needed to gather more than 10 people, how could Lu Ruyan maintain her image? Her anger swelled. Qin Jiang, just you wait. Yet her hand obediently dialed Qin Jiang's number again. Beep beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Chapter 4. Campus Battle? Qin Jiang arrives. Everyone shrinks back. 401. It was an 8-person dormitory, consisting of 4 bunk beds. Qin Jiang lay on the lower bunk by the window, contemplating the future. It was no simple task to transition dozens of brothers into new careers. The foremost task was making money. After all, very few were born with the intention of wandering the underworld. The vast majority had no choice. Those who came to vocational schools were typically lacking in academic prowess, and upon graduation could only find menial jobs. Hence, those who were unwilling to accept their fate would seek alternative paths, and the bolder ones would inevitably tread down irreversible roads. This wasn't entirely a bad thing. Qin Jiang murmured to himself. Now, with dozens of brothers under my command, all daring and willing to take risks, as long as the path is correct, it can form a solid foundation, offering me greater choices. The next decade would be an era of economic boom. The internet, finance, real estate, short videos. What industry wouldn't he reach its zenith? Unfortunately, venturing into these fields required substantial capital. He needed to plan carefully for his initial fortunes. Wait. Qin Jiang's gaze instinctively darted in a certain direction. If he remembered correctly, that area was about to undergo demolition. Excited for a moment, Qin Jiang soon calmed down. Demolition could indeed lead to wealth, but the prerequisite was that one needed to acquire the property slated for demolition first. This, too, required a significant sum of money. It seemed that to seize this opportunity for wealth, he must first earn his initial pot of gold. Snap! At precisely 10 o'clock, the dormitory lights extinguished. Qin Jiang contemplated the means to earn his first fortune before succumbing to a deep slumber, having expended considerable mental energy on the day of his rebirth. The following morning, with a creak, the door to room 401 swung open, and a young man stealthily entered, his face etched with profound fatigue. Who goes there? Qin Jiang sprang upright, his body taut and his gaze icy as he scrutinized the intruder, instinctively reaching to the side. The commotion roused Sijio, Zhu Wang Tao, and others from their slumber. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a Tao scolded, Monkey, what in the world are you doing so early? Have you been out all night again? Can you be a little quieter when you come back? The youth, dubbed Monkey, looked utterly aggrieved. He had made only a slight noise, and, under normal circumstances, it shouldn't have disturbed anyone. Yet, seeing his elder brother Qin Jiang awakened by his presence, he dared not retort, and hastily changed the subject. Brother Jiang, I just returned from the south side where I saw a brawl. It seems the engineering school and the biology school are at it, and there were over 100 people involved. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zheng and the others maintained a calm demeanor. Such scuffles were not uncommon along College Road, where the institutions were still relatively new and predominantly composed of vocational and technical schools. The influx of students resulted in a mix of backgrounds, leading to frequent altercations not only among students, but even between schools themselves. Fights broke out every 3 days or so, with larger confrontations occurring every 5 days. In the past, they had often participated, but as their status rose and their reputations flourished, they had grown disinterested in such trivialities. Just as Zhu Zheng and the others were about to recline once more, Qin Jiang stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination as he donned his clothing. Zheng, CGO, I'm heading out. On the eastern side of College Road, a group of dozens of disgruntled individuals marched, faces twisted with anger. Damn it, Yin Lair. You worthless fool. Didn't you claim to be a tough fighter? Now look, you've been smashed in the head, right? And you're rocking that bald head. Did you think you could outfight anyone with that look? You lot sure or something, getting beaten like that. This was the defeated faction from the engineering school. A few local delinquents venting their frustrations. Upon reaching a cyber cafe on the eastern side of College Road, they spotted a small girl with green hair, casually licking a lollipop as she emerged from the cafe, her sleepy eyes half open. Hey, ISNT that from your school? You not exclaimed. Recognizing the familiar school uniform worn by the purple-haired girl. She asked from biology. The girl replied, rubbing her eyes instinctively. Damn it, Yin Lair cursed, rolling up his sleeves. Surround her. Immediately, the others, hearing the identification of the girl's school, wore unfriendly expressions and rushed forward, readying themselves for confrontation. We want, the girl asked nervously, sensing the escalating tension. At that moment, a voice interjected from behind. What do you think you're doing? With a crepe in hand. Lu Yao happened to pass by and saw the encircled girl, stepping forward to intervene. I'm a teacher from Songjiang Vocational University. Are you all planning to start a brawl? Teacher. The students froze at her words. Yin Lair retorted, she is not even our teacher. What is it to you? Move her aside. We're dealing with the biology school. Damn it, I'll take on anyone from biology. Hearing this, the group's anger reignited. They had just been beaten back by the biology school and now sought retribution. A few students advanced to pull Lu Yao aside, while others prepared to strike. And the purple-haired girl was ready to defend herself. At that moment, both the girl and Lu Yao were bewildered. Lu Yao, merely a senior student on her teaching internship, had never encountered such a scene before. Just then, a calm, yet firm voice echoed from behind. Who dares to disregard a teacher from the vocational university? Who? Yin Lair and his companions instinctively turned to see three figures emerging from around the corner. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Wei Biao. War God Sijio, someone shouted. Recognizing Wei Biao's distinctive height, while others easily identified Sijio due to his towering stature, renowned for his legendary prowess in battles. Having once single-handedly taken on over 20 opponents, Zhu Zheng, with his braided hair, was also quickly recognized, making Qin Jiang's identity unmistakable. Yin Lair and his companions were already acquainted with Qin Jiang. Brother Jiang. Yin Lair quickly nodded, smiling in greeting. Others chimed in, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Although they weren't from the same school and didn't associate closely with Qin Jiang, his reputation loomed large along College Road. They could only boast about their own schools, but Qin Jiang was a figure of prominence. Who spoke just now? Qin Jiang inquired, ignoring the pleasantries. Gulp. Yin Lair's expression shifted dramatically. All eyes turned to him in unison, and he felt a surge of indignation. Damn it, is this how you treat your brothers? What is the meaning of this? I've looked out for you, and you throw me under the bus. Under Qin Jiang's cold gaze, Yin Lair could only awkwardly grin. Brother Jiang, it's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Apologize. Qin Jiang stated flatly. Sorta. Yin Lair immediately forced a smile, turning to Qin Jiang. Then, Qin Jiang pointed at Lu Yao, and Yin Lair hesitated for a moment before urgently addressing her. Teacher, I'm sorry. And what about the rest of you? Qin Jiang continued, maintaining his calm demeanor. Sorta. A chorus of apologies erupted from the group directed at Lu Yao. They feared Qin Jiang, and apologizing to a teacher was hardly shameful. Get lost, Qin Jiang commanded. There was no need to show leniency to these delinquents, as their future dealings with him were of no consequence. His return was not to become an overly kind-hearted individual. He had come back to safeguard his brothers. Once Yin Lair and the others departed, Lu Yao and the purple-haired girl slowly regained their composure from the earlier panic. Chapter 5. The Plan to Make Money, Card Reader. To Hangzhou. At this moment, Qin Jiang's gaze turned towards the two, particularly the purple-haired girl, dressed in standard doll shoes and tight pants, with an exquisitely dyed hairstyle. She was undoubtedly a product of the times, a spirited young girl. Even with such attire, one could discern her remarkable beauty, albeit concealed beneath layers of makeup. He had come specifically for her, as an incident of great significance was set to unfold today, an online cafe incident where a girl had been beaten to death by students, causing a significant uproar. Many were apprehended, and he had later learned that the girl had connections. Her older brother was the captain of the local security investigation team. Little did he expect that the involved party would be a mere girl. This exemplifies the terrifying power of societal trends. His intention to connect with her was clear. After all, as the saying goes, no prophet, no early riser. Even if he had no plans to delve into the underworld, knowing influential figures in this era could only serve him well. As for Lu Yao, he paid her little mind. She was merely an attractive teacher, and her presence provided him with a convenient pretext. Let us go. Qin Jiang did not engage in conversation with either of them. One was a naive girl, and the other a novice teacher, both too inexperienced to warrant his words. As Liu Yao contemplated what to say, uncertainty gripped her. Furthermore, seeing the time was slipping away, she realized it was her first day at work, and she couldn't afford to be late, so she excused herself to head towards the vocational school. The purple-haired girl, meanwhile, gazed at Qin Jiang's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So cool, so impressive, so domineering. The three rushed into the cyber cafe. Inside, Qin Jiang approached the attendant. "Give me a card reader. 5 yuan. The attendant promptly tossed him a black card reader. Holding the reader in his hand, Qin Jiang allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. In the dimly lit internet cafe, Songjiang inquired, "Boss, do you need anything downloaded? I happen to have a 64 gigabytes memory card." "No downloads," Qin Jiang replied with a calm shake of his head. "Then what shall we do?" "Make money." Songjiang and Zhu Zhang exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about how to monetize their time. Just then, a spirited young girl burst into the cafe and approached Qin Jiang, excitement radiating from her. "Are you from the streets? Can I hang out with you? Take me as your little brother. I can pay the gang fee," she proclaimed, pulling out several hundred yuan bills from her pocket, indicating a comfortable financial background. Ignoring her, Qin Jiang walked out with Zhu Zhang and Songjiang, who hailed a taxi and swiftly departed to Songjiang Mall in Jiangnan. An hour later, inside the mall, Qin Jiang entered a barbershop and instinctively tossed his hair. Otherwise, my left I would never see the light of day. To the astonished barber, he instructed, "Dye it back to black, trim it short, leave 1 centimeter on the sides and the top." Half an hour later, Zhu Zhang and Songjiang gaped at Qin Jiang's new hairstyle, which exuded a certain vigor, albeit lacking contemporary flair. "Brother Jiang, what have you done?" Songjiang gestured at Qin Jiang's hair, his words trailing off. Qin Jiang offered no explanation. How could he articulate that his previous style was utterly foolish? After all, he had never been one to criticize himself. "Are you getting a haircut or not?" Qin Jiang asked Zhu Zhang. Taking a reflexive step back, Zhu Zhang touched his small braid. "I think my braid looks pretty good." Qin Jiang chose not to comment further, acknowledging that even in 10 years, the braid would still stand out. As for Songjiang, well, he had no hair at all. "Let's go buy some clothes." Without waiting for further inquiries, Qin Jiang headed straight to the second floor, to a mid-range clothing section. There were no snobbish salespeople or pretentious encounters. Spending 5,000 yuan, Qin Jiang outfitted himself and purchased a set for Zhu Zhang and Songjiang as well. Gazing at their transformed reflections in the mirror, Qin Jiang finally nodded in satisfaction. Now we at least resemble decent individuals. Just moments ago, the trio had looked like mere delinquents. Now, they could pass for semi-elite professionals. Upon exiting the mall, Songjiang occasionally tugged at his clothes, clearly feeling a bit out of place, while Zhu Zhang appeared more at ease. "Songjiang, you don't understand. When you mix with the big leagues, this is how everyone dresses." "How would you know?" "Hong Kong movies." Qin Jiang, witnessing Zhu Zhang's dedication to street life, chose not to elaborate. Some lessons must be absorbed through subtle influence. "Ajing, how much money do we have on hand?" "Altogether around 50,000. Zhu Zhang replied thoughtfully, explaining that this sum had accumulated over 6 months, primarily from selling snacks in their school dormitory, where makeshift convenience stores were established on every floor. 50,000 is insufficient. Qin Jiang frowned. "Withdraw the reserve funds from each convenience store. We need to gather at least 80,000, preferably 100,000. If it falls short, let the brothers chip in and have it ready by noon today." "Understood." Zhu Zhang nodded earnestly. Despite not fully grasping Qin Jiang's intentions, he maintained unwavering trust in him. "Songjiang, go book 3 tickets for today's trip to Hangzhou Yiwu." "Sure." Songjiang nodded and went off to purchase the tickets. In 2010, online ticket purchasing was not yet widespread, but many places had ticketing agencies. By 3 p.m., at Songjiang railway station, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Songjiang boarded the train bound for Yiwu, despite the fact that classes were in session. Skipping classes at vocational school is quite normal, right? In the sleeper compartment, the trio engaged in a card game to pass the time, while a 20-something female university student on the upper bunk occasionally glanced at them, particularly fixated on Songjiang, biting her lip in curiosity. "Knock, knock." A train attendant entered. "Please show your identification." Songjiang promptly handed over 3 ID cards. The attendant scrutinized Songjiang's ID for a moment longer before returning it, casually warning, "Welcome aboard. We will patrol 24 hours a day. In case of any disturbances, we will respond immediately and send troublemakers to the detention center. Your safety is guaranteed." After the attendant departed, the 3 maintained their composure, well accustomed to the implications behind the attendant's words to avoid causing trouble. After all, with Songjiang's towering height, robust physique, and intimidating demeanor honed from years of fighting, no one would mistake them for innocence. As the evening set in, the girl on the upper bunk remained awake, clutching her luggage, even requesting to change rooms from the attendant, only to find no vacancies. Thus, she spent the night wide-eyed and sleepless. During this time, two shifty-eyed youths passed by, spotting Songjiang and quickly turning away without a moment's hesitation. Damn, I came here to steal something, not to pick a fight. Chapter 6. Procuring Card Readers, Fourfold Profit. In Yiwu's electronic street, the trio entered a shop and scanned the surroundings. Songjiang picked up a card reader from the left wall and asked how much. The shopkeeper glanced up at the three, 2 yuan 50 each. Discounts available for bulk purchases, over 1,000. I can sell them for 2 yuan? Zhu Zheng thought to himself. I recall these are sold for 5 yuan in internet cafes, with a cost of at least 3. The profit is considerable. Qin Jiang, however, pressed. Do you have any cheaper options? The shopkeeper, puzzled, replied, cheaper? How cheap do you want it? 5 jiao. 5 jiao. Are you joking? The elderly man resumed, fiddling with his phone, dismissing them. Unfazed, Qin Jiang exited to a neighboring shop, offering a cigarette to the owner basking in the sun. Hey, do you know where I can find Sanzio's shop? The one that sells small electronic devices? The shopkeeper, a warm-hearted man, accepted the cigarette and pondered. You must be referring to San Electronics. Just keep walking straight. It's the second shop at the next intersection. Thanks. Qin Jiang expressed his gratitude and left with his companions. In front of San Electronics, the store owner was lounging in a recliner, humming a tune, when he suddenly opened his eyes to find a fierce face before him. Damn! The owner nearly toppled from his chair. Songjiang, Qin Jiang called out. Songjiang stepped back a few paces, and the young man finally relaxed. Glancing at Qin Jiang and his companions, especially noticing Songjiang, he nervously asked, Are you here to collect protection fees? I'll have you know my aunt's husband is the police chief. Do you believe I'll report you? Qin Jiang interrupted. We're here for business. The owner retorted. I only engage in legitimate business. Zhu Zheng chimed in. What are you talking about? Who's not doing legitimate business? Songjiang. Qin Jiang stopped Zhu Zheng and turned to the increasingly frightened young man. I heard you have a batch of card readers. The owner stared at Qin Jiang, momentarily dazed. Card readers? You mean? Qin Jiang got straight to the point. The cheap ones, you know what I mean? The owner scrutinized Qin Jiang for a long moment before glancing at Songjiang, confirming that the three were not there for amusement. He said, I do have a batch of inexpensive ones, but it's a small quantity, not for sale. Qin Jiang held up 2 fingers. 20,000. How much? 20,000. The owner's expression shifted from confusion to a beaming smile. I see we had a misunderstanding. Come in, have some tea. Dear wife, please bring forth the finest tea leaves. Dragonwell, it must be Dragonwell. Qin Jiang interjected. Let us cut to the chase. Where's the card reader? This place is suffocating, and I wish to linger no longer. The proprietor observed, with a hint of curiosity, the 4 bodyguards, Songjiang, Zhu Zheng, and the elegantly dressed Qin Jiang, who, though not extravagantly attired, exuded a certain refinement. It was apparent to him that they were likely the offspring of a business magnate seeking practical experience. Such scenarios were not uncommon, as many affluent heirs often venture into entrepreneurship during their youth. The first step, essentially engaging in arbitrage to accumulate capital. Without delay, he led Qin Jiang and his companions to the storeroom in the back, raising the roll-up door to reveal a neatly arranged array of wooden boxes. With a swift motion, the proprietor tore open one of the boxes, revealing a plethora of card readers, and retrieved a laptop and memory cards from within. You can inspect them on the spot. Qin Jiang waved his hand, prompting Zhu Zheng and Songjiang to begin their examination. The card readers were quite straightforward, merely a matter of inserting a card to check if it could download data and convert memory cards. Zhu Zheng promptly selected several boxes, extracting card readers for verification. Observing this, the proprietor, now more attentive, remarked, I see you require 200,000 units. I can offer you a fair price, 80 cents each, totaling 160,000. However, I must clarify up front that these card readers come with a 1-month warranty. I will not be responsible for any issues thereafter. Zhu Zheng retorted, a mere 1-month warranty? That's subpar merchandise. The proprietor countered, if they weren't of inferior quality. Why be selling them at this price? Ask around. No one else offers them for less than $2. Qin Jiang interjected, 40 cents. The proprietor exclaimed, what? Qin Jiang repeated, 40 cents. You cover the shipping. This is just our first collaboration. To be forthright, I have distribution channels in the Northwest. If this partnership goes well, I can return within a month for more stock. The proprietor's eyes brightened, yet he lamented, brother, I truly cannot afford to lose money. 80 cents is already a loss. Considering your sincerity, let us settle at 60 cents. I'll cover the shipping. 40 cents, insisted Qin Jiang. Brother, don't be stubborn on the price. I really can't sell at that rate. I'm already at a significant loss. It's 40 cents. Qin Jiang persisted. Why are you being so obstinate? CGO interjected. It was merely a jest. No need to take offense. After 10 minutes of negotiation, the proprietor conceded, realizing that despite Qin Jiang's youthful appearance, he spoke with the wisdom of an experienced trader. The final agreed price, 40 cents, shipping not included. Qin Jiang, with no further ado, extracted 80,000 from his bag, signed a simple agreement with the proprietor, and promptly called the transportation company to ship the 200,000 card readers to Songjiang. As they departed, the proprietor thoughtfully handed over his business card. Watching the trio leave, the proprietress remarked, "Is what he said true? Does he have distribution channels in the Northwest? This young man seems promising. He might become a significant client in the future." The proprietor shook his head. "Of course not. Did you not notice he listed the shipping address as Songjiang? That S in the Northeast, not the Northwest. Whether or not he becomes a major client is inconsequential. I sense these card readers will soon become obsolete. Moreover, our quality is average. We must sell off our stock quickly to avoid being stuck with it." On the train back to Songjiang, before Zhu Zheng could speak, CGO could no longer contain himself. "Boss, are you planning to sell the card readers?" Qin Jiang nodded. "You've seen the situation. The retail price in Songjiang is 5 yuan, while their purchase price is 3 yuan, and even in the surrounding counties, it's 3.5 yuan. Our cost for this batch is only 40 cents, excluding shipping." Zhu Zheng calculated on the spot, so after shipping back, we could sell them for 25 yuan. Even if we settle for 2 yuan less, there are many counties nearby, and we could even reach other cities. Just in our province, the numerous internet cafes could absorb this stock. We could easily exceed 400,000 in sales, quadrupling our investment and establishing a channel. As he spoke, he glanced at the business card on the table. However, Qin Jiang casually tossed it aside and remarked, "This is a one-time deal. The market around Songjiang can consume this amount of stock quickly, but it will require time to digest. Besides, given the modest scale of this business, the profit margins, while significant, are not enough to warrant long-term commitment. There are other players in the market besides us, and Yiwu is hardly enigmatic. Furthermore, I have little interest in such a small venture. I am merely preparing for a transition." Chapter 7. The Charisma of Qin Jiang and Media Intervention. Zhu Zheng understood, realizing that while this business was not substantial, others would undoubtedly engage in it. Even if their purchase price was slightly higher, it would not be by much. And attempting to sustain a long-term business would likely lead to price wars, drastically reducing profits and making it unviable. Qin Jiang concluded, therefore, this transaction must be executed with stealth. Once we return, gather the team. As soon as the stock arrives, I want the brothers dispatched to the major counties to ensure all goods are sold within 2 days. Swift and decisive. Understood. Zhu Zheng nodded. CGO, meanwhile, exchanged bewildered glances with the attendant, who had been unable to comprehend their conversation and eventually departed, discreetly reporting over the intercom, "No abnormalities detected. There are no alcoholic beverages in sight, and everything appears safe for the moment." The intercom crackled in response. "Remain vigilant." A day and night later, Qin Jiang and his companions returned to Songjiang and found a hotel to rest. Having spent more than 2 days without adequate sleep, they slumbered until noon the following day before returning to campus. At the vocational college cafeteria, Qin Jiang was greeted by a cacophony of noise. A sea of students, each carrying trays, bustled about. The college boasted a considerable student body, numbering in the thousands, particularly during mealtimes. Many students paused, momentarily taken aback by Qin Jiang's new hairstyle. Had it not been for the ever-present CGO at his side, some might have hesitated to recognize him. After a long moment, they exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang." However, the majority opted to avoid eye contact, pretending not to see him as they focused on their meals. Having just finished his meal, Wang Tao spotted Qin Jiang and was momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly greeted, "Brother Jiang, you're back." Being a core member of their team, he was aware of the trio's trip to Hangzhou but was unclear about its purpose. "Let's grab 2 meals." Qin Jiang replied without formality, choosing a vacant table. As he settled down, the students beside him hastily finished their meals and vacated, leaving an unusually large space around him in the crowded cafeteria. Qin Jiang remained unfazed. What could he do? It was the burden of his title as the campus big brother, which, though it may seem trivial 10 years hence, held significant weight now, instilling a sense of intimidation among his peers. Soon, Wang Tao returned with 2 generous trays, handing the slightly smaller one to Qin Jiang, while the other, piled high like a small mountain, was given to CGO. "Here you go. I specially prepared a wooden fungus and persimmon soup for you." CGO? "Excellent." CGO responded eagerly as he accepted the tray. From a distance, many students, particularly girls, cast glances toward Qin Jiang's table, murmuring among themselves, "The campus big brother. The blonde hair is gone. He has a bit of money." The various accolades surrounding Qin Jiang made him a magnet for admirers, After all, who would he want to be with the big brother? Unfortunately, in his past life, Qin Jiang had devoted himself solely to Lu Ruyan, neglecting others, and over time, this had led most girls to give up their pursuits, yet he remained the focal point of attention at the school. The trends of the era were unavoidable. Oh, Qin Jiang has changed his hairstyle. Although it's not blonde anymore and looks a bit odd, I think I'm starting to appreciate his looks. Oh no, my heart, once dead, is reignited. Who has his number? I must send him a picture. No way, I need to break up with my boyfriend. Aside from being academically gifted and getting into a prestigious university, he has no other merits. At this moment, within the vocational college, even a wealthy bachelor paled in comparison to Qin Jiang's allure. In a decade's time, 3 individuals could scarcely muster 10 yuan among themselves. Yet a single phone call could summon a dozen young ladies. Such is the allure of the era. Moreover, Qin Jiang monopolizes the dormitory business at school, thereby establishing himself as a figure of considerable wealth within the institution, having rectified his only shortcoming. At this moment, Lu Yao, dining nearby with her internship companion, witnesses this spectacle. Lu Lily scoffs, just a small-time thug, strutting around the school as if he were a king. Once he graduates and faces the real world, he will amount to nothing. The best he can hope for is to toil away in a factory. Sooner or later, he'll find himself behind bars, and who knows, he may even end up as target practice. It's no wonder only these naive girls are interested in him. As she speaks, she casts a disdainful glance toward the cluster of girls nearby. Having graduated from a prestigious university and now interning, she's accustomed to elite individuals and regards Qin Jiang as nothing more than a clown, utterly unworthy of any serious consideration. By the way, Lu Yao, I've heard a rich second-generation heir is pursuing you, driving a BMW. Where are you up to? Before she can finish her sentence, Lu Yao, with her tray in hand, strides directly toward Qin Jiang and takes a seat opposite him. This scene captures the attention of many in the cafeteria. Teacher, student, to be precise, intern teacher versus campus king. What a striking tableau. Lu Yao gazes at Qin Jiang and introduces herself. Hello, Qin Jiang, I am Lu Yao, an intern teacher from the class of 2010. Thank you for your assistance last time. Qin Jiang raises his gaze and appraises Lu Yao. Taken aback by his unabashed scrutiny, Lu Yao, once among the top 10 beauties of the school, is no stranger to male attention. She is accustomed to being surrounded by courteous and composed young men. Despite any ulterior motives, maintain an air of decorum. However, there is nothing refined about Qin Jiang's brazen demeanor. After a few moments of eye contact, Lu Yao, feeling defeated, picks up her chopsticks and pretends to eat while swiftly opening her phone to play a news video. The city of Namo has just dismantled a criminal gang led by officials, apprehending 35 suspects. A brawl occurred in the suburbs of our city, and all suspects have been arrested, awaiting legal repercussions. As Qin Jiang listens to the news, his brow furrows. What the hell? Are you serious? What do you mean by that? He asks directly. Lu Yao shuts her phone and replies, Qin Jiang, you might be unaware of the harsh realities of society. Her comment only deepens Qin Jiang's frown and diminishes his regard for her. Damn it, I saved your life, and you dare to call me immature? Who do you think you're talking to? Noticing Qin Jiang's unfriendly expression, Lu Yao hastily inquires, what are your plans for the future? You could pursue a degree, or at the very least, learn a trade while at school, which would benefit you greatly in the future. Although she doesn't finish her thought, her intention is clear. She is advising Qin Jiang to abandon his reckless lifestyle. Internally, Qin Jiang scoffs. It seems her attempt to advise him stems either from her gratitude for his previous help or from her position as a teacher. He observes Lu Yao once more and cannot deny her beauty. She exudes an air of scholarly elegance. Nonetheless, he has no time to waste on her. His priority is to quickly amass his first fortune to facilitate his development. This kind of person, Qin Jiang mutters to himself, while well-meaning, can ultimately become a nuisance. I can't afford to engage in lengthy exchanges with her. I need a decisive solution. Suddenly, a sly smile crosses his face. Noticing this, his companion, Cuckoo, pauses mid-bite, understanding that when Qin Jiang smiles, someone is about to face misfortune. Tell me, what authority do you possess to plan my future? You don't have designs on me, do you? Fine, I'll grant you an opportunity. There's a 7-day convenience hotel outside the school. With a clatter, Lu Yao's chopsticks fall onto her tray as she rises, her face flushed with anger. You, she stammers before storming away, her friend hastily following her. Lu Yao, what happened? Did he bully you? I told you he's not a good person. There's no need to engage with such scum. Nearby, several students whisper to one another, goodness, he truly is the king of the campus, even managing to drive a teacher away. Keep it down. If he hears you, we might end up in trouble. At that moment, Qin Jiang pays little attention to Lu Yao's departure. After all, his previous connection with the spirited Bai Lu was of greater significance to him. He inquires, "What is the latest with Bai Lu?" Bai Lu, "Oh, Brother Jiang. Which little girl are you referring to?" Wang Tao, slow on the uptake, finally responds, "She has been coming to school almost every day looking for you. I've instructed them not to chase her away or interfere." Qin Jiang nods in acknowledgement. Good. There is no need for excessive caution. Though it may seem casual, he knows that any assistance he provides must yield returns. One cannot simply offer help without expectation. After all, he is no saint. At that moment, Zhu Zhengjin approaches Qin Jiang and whispers, "The good from the south have arrived. The people you send have verified everything is in order." Qin Jiang replies, "Ah, that sounds familiar. But truly, this is merely a legitimate business transaction. Why do you make it sound like something illicit? Gather the brothers. Those capable should go alone to a county, while those less capable should pair up. Inform them to ship the goods by tomorrow afternoon. Time is of the essence." Understood. Zhu Zheng nods and departs to make arrangements. In truth, these plans had long been laid out. He merely needed to report back. He understands the dynamics of hierarchy. In his view, for a group to thrive, their leader must hold an unparalleled status. Those who overstep must be cast aside. Subsequently, Qin Jiang gives a few more instructions to a Tao before turning to leave. He reflects, "Thank goodness I didn't choose to leave back then. Otherwise, pursuing a university education and starting a business wouldn't have been easy. It's far more efficient to make decisions and delegate tasks than to struggle alone. After all, who wants to go solo when they've been reborn?" In Yin County, within a small internet cafe, the space is confined yet houses 20 to 30 computers, each occupied by students engaged in their digital battles. Voices occasionally rise. "Hey, manager, bring me a bowl of instant noodles with sausage and an egg. Manager, I need a big bottle of Coke and a pack of Hometown Mountain." The manager weaves through the cafe with freshly prepared noodles. Suddenly, the door swings open, and two scruffy youths, clearly not model students, enter carrying a large package. The manager remains unfazed. Few good students frequent internet cafes, and those who do are usually troublemakers. No computers available. Tonight's lodging is limited. You might have to wait an hour for an opening. If you can't wait, you might as well go elsewhere, the manager quickly informs them. One of the youths leans in and asks, "Where's your boss? Who do you think runs this place?" The manager replies impatiently as he prepares noodles. Realizing the manager is indeed the owner, the young man approaches, draping an arm over the manager's shoulder and whispering, "Boss, I want to discuss a business proposition with you." "Do you need a card reader?" "A card reader?" The manager frowns. "I have my own supply chain. I'm not in need of that. Go check elsewhere." As he attempts to shrug off the young man's arm, he finds it clamped tighter. "Boss, in this day and age, who would turn away a golden opportunity? I must confess, we hail from a factory in the south, where the owner has absconded with my sister-in-law, leaving us without wages. Consequently, we laborers have resorted to taking goods from the factory to settle our debts. Genuine card readers, priced at merely 2 yuan and 50 cents each. How many would you like?" "The south. The owner ran off with my sister-in-law." "Why does that sound so familiar?" "Wait a moment, 2 yuan and 50 cents each." The network administrator immediately grasped the crux of the matter, turning to the yellow-haired man for confirmation. "Are these authentic goods? Can they be inspected?" "Absolutely." The yellow-haired man promptly retrieved 3 or 4 card readers from his package and handed them over to the administrator. "Feel free to inspect. These few are a gift for the boss, whether you buy or not. Let us consider it a friendly gesture." The administrator, without further ado, tested the card readers on his computer, confirming their functionality. His mind began to race. He knew he procured his card readers at 3 yuan and 50 cents each, thus gaining a cost advantage of 1 yuan. Card readers are a hard currency, and his internet cafe sells an average of more than 10 daily, translating to a profit margin of over 10 yuan. In a month, that amounts to an additional 300 yuan. Is that insignificant? Well, it's not particularly large. But isn't it true that every little bit adds up? In small businesses, who would disdain small profits? With this thought, he smiled and asked, "Would you two brothers care for some instant noodles? I'll throw in some sausage for you." The yellow-haired man, no. But how about a word? The administrator, "If you want them, that's the price." Yellow-haired man, "If you order 1,000 or more, I'll give you a discount of 20 cents. For over 2,000, a discount of 40 cents. The administrator, "I can't take that much." A few minutes later, the administrator purchased 1,500 card readers at the price of 2 yuan and 20 cents each, completing the transaction on the spot with cash and goods exchanged. Let us go. After counting the cash, yellow-haired man A, along with yellow-haired man B, departed with their package, heading straight to the next internet cafe. Bang! The administrator tossed the package of card readers onto the counter and returned to his instant noodles, humming a tune. "I send you away, 1,000 miles apart." Night fell. At midnight, the two yellow-haired men squatted in front of the Yun County bus station, smoking Chinese cigarettes, their inner excitement barely contained. Yellow-haired man, it took a deep drag. Good cigarettes are indeed different. They don't scratch the throat. Have you stashed the money securely? Yellow-haired man B exhaled a smoke ring. Don't worry, I stuffed it in my underwear. It's absolutely safe and one T go missing. Yellow-haired man A damn. You don't mind the smell? Yellow-haired man B. I'm not worried about mishaps. That is 30,000 yuan. How could I be careless? Indeed. The two had traversed every internet cafe in the county today, selling out their stock of card readers, earning over 30,000 yuan. In 2010, that was no small sum, especially for these ruffian students. They usually smoke the cheapest cigarettes, only occasionally indulging in a decent meal when hanging out with Qin Jiang. Yellow-haired man A. What do you think makes Jiang Gu so impressive? He has only been at school for a little over half a year and has already established a reputation on campus, allowing us to enjoy the benefits. Now he is casually launching a card reader business, generating 30,000 in just one county, not to mention others. Yellow-haired man B asserted. At least 400,000. 400,000. Both yellow-haired men fell silent, recalling what Zhu Zheng had mentioned about the low cost of this batch of goods, implying over 50% profit. In just one night, they stood to gain over 200,000 in pure profit. Silence. The two yellow-haired men remained quiet. After a long moment, bang. Yellow-haired man A flicked the nearly burnt-out cigarette from his fingers onto the ground. Damn it, from now on, I'm sticking with Jianggu. Yellow-haired man B. Yes. I feel that following Jianggu will definitely lead us to success. We will grow strong and create brilliance anew. Chapter 9. Let be named Black Dragon. Principal, by what right? Dormitory, room 401. Any student passing by the dormitory door dared not make a sound, for Qin Jiang was sleeping inside. He was enjoying a deep slumber, dreaming of leading his brothers onto the right path and reaching the pinnacle of success. Just at that critical moment, Jianggu, Zhu Zheng, Cgio, and a Tao rushed in from outside, with Cgio carrying a large package. Bang! A Tao closed the dormitory door and used a bedsheet to cover the glass, preventing anyone from seeing the scene inside. Qin Jiang awoke to the noise, opening his eyes to see the three of them, and upon noticing the package in Cgio's hands, he instinctively grasped the situation. Indeed, Cgio tossed the package onto a nearby table, and Zhu Zheng unzipped it. With a rustle, several stacks of 100 yuan bills cascaded out, revealing dozens more bundles stacked tightly within. Phew, phew. Zhu Zheng and a Tao gasped for breath, fixated on the money. 450,000. After a moment, Zhu Zheng steadied himself and said, Jianggu, most of the brothers we sent out this morning have returned, bringing back 45,000 alone, plus a few who haven't returned yet, with scattered reports totaling 4,000 or 5,000 more. This time, card readers sold for nearly 500,000. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao, who had just regained his composure, again found himself breathless. It was a joke. He had been a left-behind child, having seen only a handful of 100 yuan bills throughout his life. Now, suddenly, tens of thousands of cash appeared before him. The impact was unimaginable. Only two remained calm. The first was Cgio, whose mind couldn't process too much thought and had no concept of money. The second was, naturally, Qin Jiang, who had seen much more in his previous life. A mere 400,000 was nothing, though that was a matter for many years later. In his student days, he had never been so affluent, but having lived two lives made him remarkably composed. Seeing Qin Jiang's calm demeanor, Wang Tao felt an overwhelming admiration, convinced that his choice to follow Qin Jiang was undeniably correct. Zhu Zheng, too, was exhilarated. In his view, this is how a big brother should be, unflinching even when faced with a mountain collapsing before him. After all, in the world of hoodlums, big brothers are all like this. Enough. Qin Jiang waved his hand and said, let us take 5,000 from this money to reward the brothers who went out on this run. The rest should be distributed among the other brothers, telling them that following me, Qin Jiang, will not leave them disadvantaged. Understood. Zhu Zheng nodded. Seeing this, Qin Jiang furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that the previous scene still resembled a life of crime. Damn it. One step at a time. Habits change slowly. As long as the process is correct, the rest doesn't matter. Zhu Zheng, take my information and run an errand to register a company. Register a company. Yes. Qin Jiang replied calmly. Also, gather the brothers' ID cards. The company will be structured as a shareholding system. I will hold 70% and have decision-making power, while you and Cgio will each hold 5%, with the remaining shares distributed among the others based on a mixed system for profit distribution. Zhu Zheng listened with a puzzled expression, quickly jotting it down, as he was unfamiliar with this. Jianggu, after Zhu Zheng noted everything, asked, registering the company is fine, but why give us shares? It could all be under your name, Jianggu. Qin Jiang shook his head. Just do as I say. I have my reasons. Hearing Qin Jiang's irrefutable tone, Zhu Zheng no longer resisted and asked, "What shall we name the company?" "Black Dragon." "Black Dragon? Excellent." The three of them couldn't help but applaud, believing the name to be powerful, instantly resonating with their expectations, even surpassing what they had hoped for. Yet Qin Jiang remained composed. In his previous life, he had deliberately named it White Dragon, attempting to make an impression, but it served no purpose. In the end, he still fell into the abyss. He realized that whether a group thrives or not is not determined by its name, but by its actions. So, what does it matter if it is called Black Dragon? Snap! Qin Jiang casually tossed the wallet package beneath the bed. This scene, the revelation left Atao utterly astounded. To regard several 100,000 in cash as mere refuse was indicative of an extraordinary life alongside Brother Jiang. Just as he was about to step outside, Zhu Zheng's resolve strengthened. Only those unshackled by trivial wealth could aspire to greater futures. It was only by aligning with such individuals and their teams that one could hope for substantial growth, reminiscent of the cinematic grandeur of The Godfather. Meanwhile, Songjiang maintained a serene countenance, unaffected by these matters. His sole concern was to remain steadfastly by Qin Jiang's side. Qin Jiang inquired, "How goes the investigation I requested?" Wang Tao stepped forward, replying, "It's nearly complete. That location is currently abandoned." The following day, in the vice principal's office, the vice principal slammed his hand on the table, incredulously exclaiming, "What did you just say? You wish to establish a company and seek the school's support?" Across from him sat Qin Jiang, calmly pouring himself a cup of tea and nodding with unfazed composure. "How do you propose to support me? With money?" The vice principal, amused yet scornful, regarded Qin Jiang with disdain, a mere student of questionable character. Were it not for the institution's current growth phase, rapidly expanding its student body, he would have expelled such a student long ago. The audacity to request assistance in his presence was nothing short of brashness. He was eager to see what Qin Jiang would articulate next. Should he dare to act presumptuously, he would not hesitate to summon security for eviction. Qin Jiang gazed at the vice principal, his demeanor calm as he remarked, "I have heard that many universities are fostering student entrepreneurship initiatives. Some institutions have already implemented such programs. Why should our vocational college lag behind?" Upon hearing this, the vice principal's expression shifted. He had just received news that numerous universities in major cities were supporting student startups, achieving significant acclaim and even establishing companies with considerable influence, prompting schools everywhere, including Shun City, to take note. Even the principal of the vocational college had mentioned plans for similar endeavors yesterday. Of course, for the vocational college, it was merely a formality. After all, if others were doing it, they couldn't be seen as an outlier. Yet, given the school's financial struggles during this developmental period, genuine monetary support for student ventures was out of the question. They could only put on a facade. Contemplating this, the vice principal regarded Qin Jiang with renewed skepticism. "I do not know where you obtained this information, but I can assure you that our institution is not prepared to provide support. What if I require no financial contribution from the school?" Before he could finish, Qin Jiang interjected, "No money required." The vice principal's gaze shifted, his understanding of Qin Jiang wavering. Indeed, Qin Jiang stated forthrightly, "I simply need the school to provide the vacant rooms on the west side as office space. Once the company flourishes, I promise to donate a substantial sum to the school, perhaps even establish a library or a teaching building. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement." Upon hearing this, the vice principal pondered for a moment, feeling slightly swayed, yet instinctively retorted, "On what grounds?" Chapter 10. Negotiation Success. Establishing rules on what grounds? Qin Jiang replied calmly, "I am in the process of founding a company that will employ our school's underperforming students. I can assure you they will not continue their idleness or engage in any misconduct. Moreover, I can guarantee that incidents of fighting within the school will cease, and all students will adhere to the law." At this declaration, Principal Wu Yu contemplated interjecting with skepticism, yet recognizing the merit behind Qin Jiang's words. He found himself compelled to believe in the capital he possessed to make such a claim. "Can you guarantee this?" Wu Yu probed. "Certainly," Qin Jiang affirmed. "Very well." Wu Yu conceded. "I will provide you with office space, but I hope you can deliver on your promise. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. The school may show tolerance towards students, but it will not condone misbehavior." Your threats were unmistakable. Initially, he had intended to take action against those students, but since they exhibited a desire for reform, he would allow them a chance. After all, minimizing expulsions was in the institution's best interest, and expelling too many students at once would not bode well for the vocational college. Qin Jiang nodded. He was acutely aware of the repercussions. This man was known for his decisiveness, and in his previous life, he had swiftly initiated a crackdown on the school, leading to the collective expulsion of Qin Jiang and his peers, sealing their fates. Today, His request for office space was secondary. His primary concern was ensuring that his brothers could attain diplomas. Diplomas. In the 21st century, they held significant value. Moreover, as he aimed to walk the straight and narrow path in this life, he naturally wished for his comrades to bear no stains on their records. Soon, Qin Jiang concluded his brief discussion with Wu Yu regarding the office arrangements and departed the office. Inside, the vice principal murmured as he watched Qin Jiang leave. "I hope you are not merely here to jest. Life on the streets holds no promise, and I do not wish to see my students fall into oblivion." In the back playground, Zhu Zheng and others had been waiting, their eyes all fixed on Qin Jiang as he approached, and in perfect unison, they exclaimed, "Brother Jiang." This scene, combined with the aura cultivated by Qin Jiang in his previous life, exuded an overwhelming presence, reminiscent of a societal leader, evoking a sense of reverie among the onlookers. Qin Jiang regarded the throng of exuberant brothers before him, refraining from dispelling their enthusiasm, understanding that some transformations require time. Moreover, the current circumstances could serve as a catalyst for development. As long as everything progressed positively, the remaining challenges could be tackled progressively. Of course, to prevent his brothers from retracing their steps, the most critical aspect was the establishment of rules. Rules. They were the foundation upon which a commercial entity could thrive and prosper. As the saying goes, without order, there can be no harmony. Suddenly, Qin Jiang noticed a familiar figure at the back of the crowd. Platform shoes, tight-fitting pants. I was Bai Lu. She stood at the rear, equally excited. But when she caught Qin Jiang's gaze, she hesitated and stepped aside. Zhu Zheng whispered, "Brother Jiang, she has been pursuing us quite closely. I inadvertently agreed to let her join us. If you disapprove, I can have her dismissed." Qin Jiang shot Zhu Zheng an amused glance. Given his meticulous nature, it was unlikely he would make such an oversight without reason. He surmised Zhu Zheng must have noticed his interest in Bai Lu, prompting his concern. Reflecting on it, he chose not to comment. After all, her voluntary inclusion posed no detriment to him, even if her brother was the head of the investigative team. Turning to the others, he declared, "From this day forward, you are employees of Black Dragon Company. The company's rules and regulations will be disseminated shortly, and I expect each of you to adhere to them. Any violation of company policy will result in expulsion, and the consequences shall be yours to bear." Chapter 11. The rules are criminal law, licenses in hand. Yes, the group responded with fervor. They harbored no grievances. After all, no organization exists without rules. And even in the world of gangs, principles such as loyalty and honor are paramount. Upon learning of Qin Jiang's intention to establish Black Dragon Company and the prospect of receiving shares and dividends, these individuals found themselves utterly devoted to him. While they may not have been wholly committed, their allegiance was certainly strong. "Excellent." Qin Jiang nodded and turned to leave. Behind him, dozens followed closely, exuding an air of dominance. At least, this was how they appeared to their fellow students, many of whom felt weak in the knees and exhilarated at the sight. Their thoughts consumed with a singular desire. "I want to be the big sister-in-law." "Brother Jiang," Zhu Zheng inquired quietly, "how will we establish the rules? Do you have any guidelines prepared?" "Rules." Qin Jiang responded decisively. "First, procure some legal texts. Every member joining Black Dragon Company will receive a copy. Inform them that this is a rule of the Black Dragon Company, which they must memorize and comprehend thoroughly." "What? Criminal law?" Zhu Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized, indeed, as long as they master the criminal law, their team's development would undoubtedly soar. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Remarkable. Zhu Zheng couldn't help but give Qin Jiang a thumbs up. Truly impressive. Brother Jiang's foresight commands my admiration. Unbeknownst to Qin Jiang, who was basking in the flattery, Zhu Zheng had once again misconstrued his meaning. Of course, even if he understood, there was no way to correct it. Some matters must be approached step by step. In the northern district, at a certain mahjong parlor, the air was thick with smoke, obscuring the figures within, yet the sounds of shuffling tiles and raucous cheers indicated a sizable gathering. Suddenly, a skinny young man with dyed yellow hair rushed in, heading straight for a private room at the back. Inside, 5 or 6 individuals were engaged in a game of cards. Among them sat a bald man in the main position, his face marred by excess flesh and a menacing scar that traversed his bald head, ending in a tattoo of a scorpion. He was a notorious thug of this generation, earning the nickname Scar due to the scar he acquired in a fight during his youth. At that moment, he glared at the panting young man who had burst in, cursing, "Damn it, you little brat. Have you lost your parents? Who the hell let you in here? No wonder my luck is so bad today. It's all because of you. It seems I haven't taught you the rules in a long time." The continuous barrage of insults left the young man trembling with fear. After all, he was merely a subordinate to Scar's underlings and had every reason to be apprehensive. The young man, glancing nervously at Scar's hostile expression, quickly said, "Brother Scar, we've been robbed of our business." "What?" "Bang." Scar slammed his hand on the table, rising furiously. "What did you say? Our business has been stolen? Which business? Is there trouble at the bar or the arcade?" "No, no." The young man hastily shook his head. "It's the card readers." "Card readers?" Scar paused for a moment before comprehending. "You mean those little gadgets that download stuff from computers?" Seeing the young man nod, Scar muttered a curse under his breath, then resumed his seat, glancing at his hand of cards as he said, "Continue." The young man explained, "Our people went to sell card readers as per usual, only to discover that most internet cafes refused to buy them. Initially, we thought they were having poor sales, but later we found out they had recently stocked up on a large batch, cheaper than ours, enough for those cafes to last half a year." Upon hearing this, Scar slammed his cards down in frustration and cursed, "Find out which little punk did this." The young man shook his head. "Those people said they were unfamiliar faces, and we don't know where they came from, but it's rumored they have a northeastern accent. Beyond that, we know nothing." "Useless." Scar pointed a finger at the young man, scolding, "If you can't figure out who did it, can't you trace the source? Tell Shuesi, if we don't find out who did this within 3 days, he will bear the consequences. Get lost." The young man dared not say more and turned to flee. Shuesi was his direct superior, responsible for the card reader business. Scar snorted coldly, looking at his cards and declaring, "I'm not playing anymore. I'm not in the mood today. Everyone leave." His fellow players dared not protest and quickly departed. Although the card reader business was modest, it could still yield hundreds of thousands in profit annually. Furthermore, if his business were to be stolen without him reclaiming his territory, it would diminish his reputation. The thought of this only fueled his anger further, and he shouted outside, "Nana, get over here." Soon, a sultry woman entered the private room. Scar's low voice soon echoed, "I'm in a foul mood today, Neil." Meanwhile, in the Northern District Security Investigation Team, Captain Bai Meng had just returned from a report when a young man approached him, whispering in his ear, "We've clarified the situation. Not long ago, Bai Lu was intercepted by a group of student delinquents, but was rescued by someone, a vocational college student named Qin Jiang. He is the biggest thug at the vocational college, with dozens of underlings, earning money by standing guard for others. Recently, Bai Lu has been cutting classes to spend time at the vocational college, allegedly getting quite close to him. As he spoke, he pulled out a photograph, revealing a group shot of over 10 individuals, with Qin Jiang prominently featured, showcasing his yellow-haired days. Seeing this, Bai Meng's expression darkened, his face contorting with rage. After all, who wouldn't be furious upon discovering their younger sister was involved with a yellow-haired thug? He couldn't help but picture the scenario. His sister bringing yellow-haired Qin Jiang home, saying, "Old Deng, is my motorcycle parked outside, all right? Old Deng, you're about to become a grandfather. Old Deng." In that instant, the thought sent a shiver down Bai Meng's spine. He could hardly bear to imagine how his father would react, possibly dismembering Qin Jiang and saying, "This guy arrived in pieces." Without hesitation, he picked up the phone, dialing furiously, "Bai Lu, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, come home immediately. Brother, if you don't come back, I'll transfer you to another school tomorrow." With a click, he hung up and declared, "Call him, tell him I want to see him." "Calm down, Brother Meng," the young man urged. "He's just a little thug. There's no need to stoop to his level. After all, that group of students committed crimes afterward, so he technically saved Bai Lu. A little intimidation should suffice." He continually persuaded Bai Meng, not because he genuinely cared for Qin Jiang, but out of fear that Bai Meng might act impulsively. "Oomph." Bai Meng scoffed. "I hope he understands the situation. Otherwise, he shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. Anyone who dares to harm my sister will face my wrath. Additionally, I must see him and personally warn him." At that moment, Qin Jiang was leisurely enjoying his time at school, entirely unaware that 2 factions had set their sights on him. He was filled with excitement because Zhu Zheng had successfully secured the company license. Chapter 12. The Black Dragon Stronghold, Qianhe visits. Black Dragon Company, Limited. Legal Representative, Qin Jiang. Registered Capital, 100,000. Registered Address, 65, Academy Road, Songjiang North District. Business Scope, Investment Construction. Holding the business license in his hands, Qin Jiang felt a sense of satisfaction. Achieving this in 2010 was undoubtedly a swift accomplishment. "Brother Jiang, why the rush?" Zhu Zheng inquired. "Following normal procedures. It would only take about a month. You spent quite a bit of unnecessary money to expedite the process. It will prove beneficial," Qin Jiang replied, rising and heading outside. "Come with me to the nursing college." Meanwhile, Si Jiu, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and promptly got up, following Qin Jiang with remarkable agility, akin to a shadow. The nursing college, abbreviated as Hu Yuan, was located adjacent to the vocational school. Behind the college stood a factory, or more accurately, an abandoned factory. Originally a chemical plant, it had been vacated due to the relocation of Academy Road and after the establishment of the nursing college. It had remained idle as the college had not developed it. At that moment, outside the factory, Qin Jiang stood silently. Zhu Zheng was utterly perplexed about the purpose of visiting an abandoned factory. Open it, Qin Jiang commanded. Bang! Sijio stepped forward, wielding a rock and striking the factory's rusty padlock multiple times. Bang! Bang! Snap! The already rusted lock shattered, and Sijio pushed open the door. With Qin Jiang striding confidently inside, the factory stood desolate, with even the scraps of iron having been carted away for sale, leaving only some inconsequential debris scattered across a modest area of a few thousand square meters. There were merely 2 factory buildings. Shortly after completing a circuit, Qin Jiang remarked, "Go find Izay and tell him I wish to see him. Arrange a meeting tonight at the company." "Yesha," Zhu Zheng inquired. "Is he the captain of the school security team?" "Yes, that's the one." Qin Jiang nodded. "Inform him that there is a business matter to discuss." As night descended, the 3 rooms in front of the vocational school were brightly lit, and a massive sign loomed above them, inscribed with the words, "Black Dragon." Students passing by couldn't help but pause and glance, whispering among themselves, "These ruffians have really established a gang, the Black Dragon Gang." It sounds quite imposing. The city is different from the countryside. In our corner, we keep things under wraps, but here they dare to put up a sign. Do you think the school is just going to ignore them? Are the teachers afraid of them too? Equally astonished were the faculty and security personnel, who gaze at the brightly lit establishment. Black Dragon. What is that? Are you saying that Thug has claimed these rooms as his territory? Who gave him the authority? And who permitted this? It was one thing to flaunt power on campus, but now they dare to act with such impunity over us. This is outrageous. A young security guard, brandishing a baton, was about to charge into the Black Dragon Company, but was restrained by several older guards. "Why are you stopping me? Have you accepted a bribe from him?" The young guard was furious, believing it his duty to confront such blatant misconduct, especially when the school's office building was being used as a base for thuggery. "What are you talking about?" Old Guard Wang replied. "You weren't here before, so you don't understand. We also wanted to stop him when he put up that sign, but the security director personally called us and told us to leave it alone, saying it was approved by the school. He also mentioned that it is not a gang, but rather Black Dragon Limited Company, a legitimate business with a business license." "A legitimate business?" The young guard scoffed, especially after catching a glimpse through the window of the scene inside. Within, Qin Jiang was seated comfortably in an armchair, flanked by Zhu Zheng and Si Jio on the sofas, while dozens of students with dyed hair and cigarettes either stood or lounged around, chatting amiably. "You call this a legitimate business?" The young guard questioned. "Just a bunch of ruffians. Look at it. It's evening study time. Are they attending class?" Upon hearing this, the older guards looked rather embarrassed. "Evening study? Huh. Don't mention these delinquents. Even some of the well-behaved students hardly attend. Otherwise, how could there be so many students on the playground? The school doesn't enforce strict oversight on this matter. Our responsibility is merely to prevent any major incidents on campus." Eventually, after much persuasion from the older guards, the young security guard was reluctantly led back to the security room, still threatening. "You may not dare, but I will. From now on, if Qin Jiang violates any school regulations, I will definitely apprehend him." The older guards remained unfazed. They were seasoned veterans. They had seen many like Qin Jiang before. And once they graduated, they amounted to nothing. There was no need to take such petty delinquents seriously. Otherwise, these youngsters would become insufferable. However, ever since they learned that Qin Jiang had established a company with the school's approval, and that the higher-ups had instructed them not to interfere, the older guards' attitudes towards Qin Jiang began to shift. The security captain picked up a large tea mug and muttered, "No wonder he is so rampant at school. He has so many followers. It seems he relies not just on his strength, but also on his connections. I suppose it is time to change our approach and ensure we do not offend him." At that moment, a voice called out from the entrance. "Who is it? From the architectural school? What business do you have? Looking for Qin Jiang? Come back after the holidays. You can't enter now." Su Dong arrived at the school gate and noticed several individuals standing outside, among them a muscular youth with tattooed arms, flanked by 4 or 5 unruly companions. Recognizing him, Su Dong identified. That is Qian He, the notorious troublemaker from Shuyuan Road. He trained for 2 years at Shaolin Temple and is quite formidable, earning the nickname Lone Wolf. His only defeat was at the hands of Sijio, which cemented Sijio's reputation as a warrior in the school. At that moment, upon hearing the security guard's remarks, Qian He contemplated leaving with his companions, as he naturally held a degree of respect for the school's security, and his followers remained silent. Su Dong suddenly called out to him, "Wait." Qian He turned to Su Dong. "What is it?" Su Dong asked. "What do you want with Qin Jiang?" Qian He replied, "I have some matters to discuss." Su Dong pressed. Do you have an appointment? Appointment? What appointment? He looked puzzled, unable to comprehend Su Dong's implication that Qin Jiang required an appointment. Seeing this, Su Dong pondered for a moment and called over a compliant guard. Old Wang, go to Black Dragon Company and tell them Qian he wishes to see Qin Jiang and ask if he is available. Old Wang nodded and departed. Black Dragon Company was right next to the school, and he returned shortly. Qin Jiang said he is willing to meet. Su Dong signaled to Old Wang to open the door and said to Qian he, come in. He then instructed Old Wang, lead the way so he doesn't get lost. Thus, in a state of bewilderment, Qian he followed Old Wang into the campus with his companions, murmuring, what is going on? Why were we just denied entry? Now we are allowed to enter just because we want to see Qin Jiang? Chapter 13. Qian He's Astonishment. This is the underworld boss. Finally, standing before the brightly lit entrance of Black Dragon Company, gazing at the sign overhead inscribed with the words Black Dragon, Qian he regained his composure. Old Wang remarked, Qin Jiang is inside. Go on in. He said this without waiting for further questions from Qian he, eager to avoid getting embroiled in any complications as he was soon to retire. With a bang, Qian he pushed open the door and entered with his companions. Both Qian he and his followers froze in astonishment as they beheld the interior, filled with swirling smoke, where dozens of unruly students were smoking and laughing. As they entered, all eyes turned towards them, and expressions grew increasingly frosty. Some descended from the balcony, others stretched their necks, and some retrieved baseball bats from the corners. The center of attention, of course, was the trio seated prominently. On the left sofa, Zhu Zheng waved a folding fan, while Sijio on the right toyed with two spherical objects. At the center, Qin Jiang lounged in an armchair, his legs crossed, gently swirling a glass of wine as he regarded the newcomers. Stunned, completely stunned, gulp. Qian he and his companions could not suppress their nervous gulps. After all, they were merely students who had never encountered such a scene. Moreover, the ambience before them bore an uncanny resemblance to the grandiose depictions of underworld figures from movies and their own imaginations. In that moment, they perceived Qin Jiang as a veritable underworld boss, while they saw themselves as mere challengers. Crack, crack. Atao, clenching his fists, stepped forward and glared at Qian he. What is the deal? Here, to stir up trouble? You must be tired of living. As he moved closer, others began to encircle Qian he and his companions, who trembled in fear, speechless. Though Qian he felt an overwhelming sense of shock, he maintained an outward calm as he addressed Qin Jiang. I'm not here to cause trouble. If I were, I wouldn't have brought just these few people. I wish to discuss business with you. Hearing this, Qin Jiang remained unperturbed, continuing to swirl his glass of wine until the atmosphere reached a boiling point, at which he finally waved his hand. With that gesture, everyone on either side halted and slowly stepped back, though they continued to fix their gazes on Qian he and his companions. Seat? Qin Jiang indicated the chair before him. Qian he exhibited no signs of fear as he confidently strode toward Qin Jiang and took a seat, while the few subordinates behind him, though trembling with trepidation, gritted their teeth and followed suit. Observing this, Qin Jiang couldn't help but nod in approval. Qian he was not an insignificant figure in his previous life. Not only did he make quite a stir on Academy Road, but he also gained notoriety in the Northern District. Unfortunately, his ambitions were thwarted before he could establish a foothold, as his faction was swiftly dismantled. In fact, Qin Jiang's rapid rise in that lifetime was partially attributable to his absorption of Qian he's remnants. Their relationship was indeed complicated. In a sense, they were akin to kindred spirits, each wishing for the other's demise. Qin Jiang maintained an impassive demeanor, his cold smile instilling a sense of dread in those present. Within the Black Dragon Company, only 2.5 individuals dared to meet his gaze and speak normally: Zhu Zheng, Sijio, and Atao. The others regarded him with a mixture of awe and respect. Nevertheless, Qian he remained composed, albeit astonished by Qin Jiang's swift ascent, which allowed him to boldly erect a sign for his faction, naming it the Black Dragon with an air of dominance. He spoke calmly. We had an agreement. As long as you, Qin Jiang, are in the Northern District, I shall refrain from contesting the battles among the various villages. I recently learned of your rejection of the Tiger Village's overtures. They contacted me, but I declined. I have come to inquire about your stance. If you choose not to engage with Tiger Village in the future, then, his words trailed off, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. It was evident he felt a bit hypocritical. After losing a duel to Sijio, he had made a pact, and now, confronting Qin Jiang directly about it made him uncomfortable. Qin Jiang, somewhat taken aback, recognized Qian he's character from their past encounters. He was proud, loyal, and his word was his bond. It seemed there were many underlying reasons for Qian he's visit. Though Qin Jiang had no intention of involving himself in the matters of battle, he was not one to simply grant favors without thought. He rhythmically tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair, creating a peculiar, oppressive atmosphere in the room. Ah Tao and the others regarded Qian He with cold, predatory gazes, akin to wolves preparing to pounce on their prey. With a decisive gulp, Qin Jiang drained his cup and smiled at Qian He, not only Tiger Village, but I will also transfer any other competitive ventures to you. From this moment forward, I, Qin Jiang, shall not partake in such affairs. What do you require of me? Qian He inquired directly, understanding well that nothing comes without a price. Assist me with a task. What task? I have yet to determine that. Very well. The conversation was crisp and efficient. Following Qin Jiang's affirmative response, Qian He rose and departed with his subordinates. As they reached the door, Qin Jiang's voice suddenly echoed. There is no future in wandering the underworld. Qian He paused, glancing back at Qin Jiang with a profound gaze before exiting. Outside the campus, after walking a considerable distance, one of his subordinates exclaimed, "Damn it, those guys were so full of themselves, ready to throw down. If they weren't so numerous, I would have," another interjected. But it must be said, Qin Jiang has developed remarkably fast since arriving at Academy Road. He even has an established base with a sign, the Black Dragon. It's truly enviable. Upon hearing this, the others shared expressions of envy. After all, their group was considered one of the better factions on Academy Road. But their base was merely a dormitory or an abandoned room in a nearby village. In comparison, Qin Jiang's establishment was like the heavens compared to the earth. One suggested, "Hey Qinga, why don't we set up our own base and give it a formidable name? That would surely excite the brothers and make it easier to recruit more members." Others chimed in, "Yeah, I think it's a great idea. We could call our gang the Wild Gang. Rampage sound good too." Enough. Qian He interrupted. "While I'm not sure how Qin Jiang managed to acquire those rooms and hang up that sign, I can assure you that our school would never allow it. Just the security alone would be enough to give us a headache, and they have the police backing them. As for renting a place outside, we simply lack the funds. Let us set aside these lofty dreams for now. Our immediate priority is to make money. Without it, all this talk is meaningless." With that, he issued a command. "Shunzi, contact the villagers nearby and inform them that I will take on all such jobs from now on. If they need work within the next week, I can offer them discounts." At the school gate, Su Dong and several security guards were engaged in casual conversation when Ah Tao approached, hands in his pockets. Carrying 2 boxes, he tossed one to Su Dong, saying, "Give this to Hua Zi. Brother Jiang appreciates today's assistance. Let him know to reach out if he needs anything in the future. Also, someone is coming to see Brother Jiang. Let them in directly." Without waiting for Su Dong's reaction, he ambled back. Chapter 14. Contracting the chemical plant, the heir of the guardian. The security guards watched Ah Tao leave, their expressions shifting continuously. Only Su Dong was deep in thought, mentally calculating various possibilities. After a while, he picked up one of the boxes, pointing to the remaining ones. "You all can split these. Just remember to let the person in when they arrive." Saying this, he left without waiting for further questions. The others, no longer pondering, cheerfully divided the boxes. Such high-end cigarettes were a luxury they rarely indulged in, as the school security was not a lucrative position. Moreover, their lack of formal status made them hesitant to meddle in affairs. If someone wanted to enter, they could simply jump over the wall. Otherwise, how would the students returning from their online accommodations manage? Half an hour later, Yize was somewhat surprised to see a security guard open the door without inquiry, guiding him to the front of the Black Dragon Company. He too was struck by the imposing Black Dragon sign. Bang! Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a scene identical to that of Qian He, leaving him astonished and furrowing his brow. He waved his hands to disperse the smoke and coughed a couple times. Cough, cough. "Qin Jiang, what business are you discussing with so many people? Did I offend you in some way?" As he spoke, his eyes rapidly scanned the expressions of those present, primarily focusing on Qin Jiang. Given how close their schools were, as prominent figures in their respective institutions, he was well aware of who held the reins. Unfortunately, he discerned nothing from Qin Jiang's expression. But his initial panic quickly dissipated as he rationalized that he had no grievances against Qin Jiang. Even if he had inadvertently upset him, there was no way Qin Jiang would lure him here to assault him. Such behavior was entirely out of character for Qin Jiang, who would never risk his reputation. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Jiang raised his glass, addressing Zhu Zhang, "Everyone please exit." In an instant, dozens of subordinates exited in unison, each wearing a proud and cold expression, devoid of idle chatter. Once they had dispersed outside, the remaining individuals couldn't help but whisper excitedly, "What a thrill. Did you see how scared Yize was when he walked in? He is nothing but a puppet. It's only because there aren't many men in the security team that he considered the boss. He merely makes some money through business." Today, We could easily intimidate him with Brother Jiang alone. Now that's a display of true power. This is the society I envisioned. At that moment, they struggled to contain their exhilaration. They had never imagined such a scene. Previously, they would merely walk together in a group, thinking it was quite formidable. But it paled in comparison to the spectacle before them today. Listen up, Wang Tao addressed the group. The power we wield now is a gift from Brother Jiang. Anyone who dares to disregard his word or betray him shall not blame me for being ruthless. Tao Ge, you speak the truth. In this lifetime, brotherhood with Brother Jiang is paramount. Even in death, I shall never betray Brother Jiang. They did not speak falsely. Indeed, Qin Jiang possesses immense authority. And with his recent maneuvers, profiting handsomely from selling card readers, establishing a company with shares, and even securing the school's endorsement for his enterprise. While the security guards show him respect, he has become irrefutably suitable as a leader. Moreover, in the underworld, loyalty is paramount. Betrayal, such an act would irrevocably tarnish one's reputation, and no one would dare to commit it. However, some whispered under their breath, it's just that the criminal law is too difficult to memorize. In the room, as the younger brothers departed, the smoke gradually dissipated. Yizhe inhaled deeply and faced Qin Jiang directly, stating, "You wish to discuss business with me?" Qin Jiang regarded Yizhe, who had now calmed completely, and nodded in acknowledgement. This individual had emerged as a formidable figure in the school and was doing quite well for himself. His rise stemmed from the realm of commerce. In his previous life, his business empire had expanded significantly, leading to numerous conflicts of interest with Qin Jiang's own dealings. After Qin Jiang's downfall, he had absorbed those enterprises, and upon Qin Jiang's return, the rival had become a renowned commercial magnate. Of course, all of this was supported by his background, but it must also be acknowledged that he possessed considerable capability. One could easily discern that his demeanor surpassed that of an average young adult. Contract? Yizhe was taken aback. Qin Jiang gestured, and Zhu Zheng retrieved a stack of papers from the drawer below, glancing at them before handing one to Yizhe and casually tossing the rest beside him. With a rustle, Yizhe examined the document in his hand. Contract for undertaking. The content was not overly complex. It was merely a contract for the operation of a factory. Party A, Heilong Company Limited. Location of undertaking, Wuxia Chemical Plant. Duration of undertaking, 10 years. You intend to undertake the Wuxia Chemical Plant? Yizhe stared at Qin Jiang in astonishment. That abandoned factory behind the protective wall? Indeed. Qin Jiang affirmed with a nod. What purpose do you have in undertaking a chemical plant? Yizhe was perplexed, unable to grasp Qin Jiang's rationale for this venture. For my own use, Qin Jiang replied calmly while tapping his fingers on the table. Yizhe sensed something was amiss, but Qin Jiang's composed expression revealed nothing. And even the imposing figure of Sijio offered no clarity. He instinctively glanced at Zhu Zheng, who smiled enigmatically while fanning himself, a true smile of a cunning tiger. Ultimately, his gaze landed on several papers beside Zhu Zheng's chair. Comprehensive Guide to Training Gang Disciples. Methods for Gang Expansion. How to Establish Covert Bases for Gangs. Upon seeing the titles on the papers, Yizhe was momentarily stunned, genuinely astonished. What was he witnessing? Was it possible that Qin Jiang intended to use the chemical plant as a stronghold to train his subordinates in combat before venturing out to seize territory? Was he out his mind? What era was this? Hadn't the reform and opening up lasted for years? Were they to recreate the chaos of the Republic? Such folly. What good would it do to train subordinates in combat? Could they possibly compete against the security forces? With a mere 3 strikes, they would disperse all your bravado, leaving you to understand what it truly means to have 12 pages of confessions, each bearing your name. For a moment, Yizhe's mind was filled with disdain, and he even contemplated leaving, dismissing the fool. But recalling the Heilong Company sign and the circumstances within, he vaguely speculated that Qin Jiang might be on the verge of a financial windfall. Therefore, for someone in dire need of funds like himself, how could he afford to pass this opportunity? He looked at Qin Jiang and straightforwardly asked, "What are you planning to offer for the undertaking fee?" Qin Jiang replied, 200,000 per year, but you must sign a 10-year contract. 200,000. Yizhe scrutinized Qin Jiang, realizing his initial assumptions were correct. If Qin Jiang had offered a mere few thousand, he would have walked away immediately, but 200,000 was no small sum in this day and age. Yizhe addressed the matter directly. I am unclear as to why you wish to undertake this factory, but it falls under the jurisdiction of the protective wall. To be precise, it is merely leased to the protective wall, so if you want to undertake it, you must negotiate with the school. Why come to me? I have no authority. Haha. Qin Jiang suddenly burst into laughter, leaning slightly forward to gaze at Yizhe, his smile dangerous. What do you think? The eldest son of the Protective Vocational College. Chapter 15. Preparing to earn the second bucket of gold. the Yi family nephew decides. You. Yi stared at Qin Jiang, momentarily stunned. Qin Jiang remained exceedingly calm as he continued. It's not difficult to deduce, is it? You have monopolized so many businesses at the protective wall, and it is not by means of coercion. Moreover, the principal of the protective wall also bears the surname Yi, so you must have a connection with him. However, the principal is only in his 30s. He cannot possibly be your father. Hence, it is highly likely that you are his nephew. Yi's lips twitched as he gazed at Qin Jiang, his expression growing more complex. He realized he had somewhat underestimated this individual. Of course, he was unaware that Qin Jiang had deduced all of this based on his past life. Otherwise, such connections would have been difficult to imagine. Qin Jiang, I can rent the chemical plant to you, Yi stated directly, but 200,000 is too low. I need to discuss the specifics with my uncle. Qin Jiang sipped his drink nonchalantly. Take your time. All right. Yi nodded, taking the contract and preparing to leave. Just as he approached the door, Zhu Zheng's phone rang. After answering and exchanging a few words, he turned to Qin Jiang and said, Brother Jiang, the construction school has sent a letter expressing interest in collaboration. They want us to inspect the premises tomorrow. Yi did not catch the rest of the conversation, as he had already exited Heilong Company, clutching the contract and heading straight for the protective wall. He occasionally glanced back at the direction of Heilong Company. Qin Jiang. What an impressive Qin Jiang. I had truly underestimated you in the past. How you managed to quietly establish Heilong Company and quickly amass hundreds of thousands is remarkable. It seems you have found a lucrative pathway. I just wonder what it entails, extortion, coercion. Moreover, your ability to discern my identity indicates that you are not a fool. But unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong path. What era is this? We are no longer in the world of underworld dealings. Nowadays, society is driven by economics. Having wealth is paramount, and bravado can only lead to imprisonment, rendering one unable to stand in the limelight. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. What Qin Jiang's future held was of no concern to him. All he desired was to quickly secure the undertaking fee for himself. Inside Heilong Company, Qin Jiang watched Yi depart with a cold smirk. In his previous life, due to certain unusual circumstances, the government had suddenly decided to elevate the protective wall from a junior college to a 3-year institution, necessitating the expansion of the campus, which included the chemical plant. As a result, Yi and his uncle had forged a fake contract, allowing Yi to profit immensely. This time, he would not simply watch as this succulent piece of meat fell into their mouths. Seizing it would be an affront to the heavens. Zhu Zhengli alaita, setting fire to several gang development plans, which transformed into ashes amidst curling smoke. Meanwhile, Yi returned to the school and headed straight to the principal's office without bothering to knock. Bang! Clang! Crash! A cacophony of sounds erupted as the principal of the protective wall, visibly enraged, spotted Yi and sighed, "Take the documents and step outside." Understood. The tall woman snatched the document from the table and hurriedly exited. Bang! Yi kindly approached Yevika unde, you. He had come to handle the documents. Yevika retorted stubbornly. He found himself at a loss when it came to Yi. After all, he was his own nephew, the eldest grandson of the Yi family. Furthermore, Yi's father was his brother, the pillar of the family, and his position as principal relied on his brother's support. Thus, he could only treat Yi with care. Fine. Yi did not continue to tease. After all, he had to show respect to his own uncle. He then directly handed the contract to Yi Jikai. With a rustle, Yi Jikai picked up the contract and began to peruse its contents. Opposite him, Yi explained, Heilong Company intends to undertake the chemical plant behind our school. By the way, Heilong Company is run by that notorious figure, Qin Jiang, from a nearby vocational school. Qin Jiang. Yi Jikai's face was a canvas of confusion. It was evident that he was unfamiliar with who Qin Jiang was, as the latter's reputation, although resounding along Shun Road, was largely confined to the student populace. Not only the upper echelons of the school, but even ordinary individuals would not recognize him. However, Yi Jikai did not dwell on this and directly inquired about the contract. Are you planning to subcontract the chemical plant? Indeed. Yesha nodded affirmatively. It is essential to subcontract. This way, the school will have some extra funds to support my entrepreneurial endeavors. Uncle, you have no idea how badly I need capital for my startup. If I can secure 200,000 to 300,000, I am confident that I can scale the company to over $1 million within a year. Yi Jikai listened to Yi's words with a calm demeanor. For a dignified principal like him, $1 million was a substantial sum, yet it was not extraordinary. The school did not lack the tens of thousands of benefits that could be gained from the chemical plant contract, but the current circumstances were unique. He had received news that there would be a provincial conference next year to honor entrepreneurial figures within educational institutions. Naturally, he desired for his nephew to participate. Thus, The startup funds needed to be sourced legitimately. Private contributions would not suffice. A few days prior, he had discussed in the upper school meeting the possibility of allocating $300,000 to support Yi Zhe's company, but unfortunately, it had been met with resistance. The school officials and shareholders were opposed, ultimately agreeing to consider additional funds only if there were new profits. After all, the school was not a dictatorship under his sole authority. Knock, knock. Yi Jikai tapped his fingers on the table, stating, "Subcontracting the chemical plant to him is not out of the question, but 20,000 is too little. It should be at least 500,000 a year. The chemical plant is quite expansive." "Not happening." Yi Zhe interrupted Yi Jikai, fully aware that his uncle would attempt to negotiate for maximum benefit. However, he had overheard that Qin Jiang was also in talks with other parties. Therefore, if he set the price too high, he risked scaring the other party away. While a few $100,000 was negligible for the school, it was immensely crucial for him at the moment. He subsequently shared his thoughts with Yi Jikai and speculated on Qin Jiang's intentions. Upon hearing this, Yi Jikai stood in stunned silence. Forming a gang, claiming territory. Has the world turned upside down? Is this the Republic of China? After a prolonged pause, he stated, "You go and negotiate with him. Set the price as you see fit. Once the contract is finalized, the school will transfer the funds under the guise of support, and no one will dare to withhold that money." "Thank you, uncle." Yi Zhe nodded eagerly, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he left with a sense of fulfillment. Yi Jikai chuckled to himself in the room. Qin Jiang, truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth, this little rascal, renting to him, and in less than 2 years, he will likely end up behind bars. At that point, the chemical plant can be reclaimed. Shaking his head, he dismissed these concerns. Such matters were trivial to him. While Yi Zhe and his uncle were engaged in their discussion about Qin Jiang, the Scar team had already located him. Chapter 16, Scar's Revenge, the outcry before the school. Inside the mahjong parlor, bang. Scar tossed a photograph onto the table, which depicted Qin Jiang and his associates. "Is this him?" "Indeed." Scar nodded affirmatively. "I personally made a trip to Hangsheng and had a lengthy discussion with the owner to obtain the surveillance footage. I returned with screenshots and inquired around, ultimately discovering that this individual is none other than the notorious Qin Jiang from Shuyuan Road." "Notorious?" Scar's brow furrowed. "How formidable could he be? I have never heard of him." Shuyuan Road. Shuesi explained, "He is a student, known for his strong presence in school, with a few subordinates under him. He earns money by providing muscle for nearby villages. It is said he is not to be underestimated, as few dare to confront him on Shuyuan Road." "Damn it." Scar scoffed disdainfully. "Isn't he just a student? If it weren't for the recent establishment of Shuyuan Road and the influx of security personnel preventing outsiders from entering, these students would be nothing. Have they ever seen blood? Have they ever harmed someone? How dare they challenge me for business? They must have a death wish." It was clear he regarded Qin Jiang with utter contempt. Shuesi. "Yes, boss. Take a dozen or so brothers tonight and pay him a visit. Make him cough up every penny he owes and teach him a lesson." "Understood." Shuesi nodded. Initially, he had some concerns, as Qin Jiang's reputation at Shuyuan Road was indeed significant. However, after his brother's explanation, he realized it was merely a group of students playing at being tough. As long as he went there and made his presence known, a few threats would surely compel them to hand over the money. He began making phone calls, preparing to reclaim the funds that night. Otherwise, being berated daily by Scar had already cost him considerable face. It was time to reclaim his honor. Bai Meng looked at the young man with a gloomy expression and said, "He still refuses to meet me. How outrageous. He even managed to win over my sister and yet won't see me." The young man replied, "Mengge, don't be anxious. Although your sister is with them, she doesn't seem to be suffering. For the past few days, that group of ruffians hasn't fought, but has instead established a company. Your sister has been busy helping set up the company." "Established a company? What kind of company?" Bai Meng inquired. "It seems to be called Heilong," the young man responded, astonished yet uncertain. It is rumored that the entire Shuyuan Road now refers to Qin Jiang by the nickname Heilong. "Heilong? Whose company bears that name? Isn't that a gang's name?" Bai Meng seethed with anger. "Who does he think he is? What right does he have to carry such a name? What kind of child has he become, mingling in society like this? Continue to make contact and subtly reveal some of my identity. I want to see whether he will meet or not." The young man nodded and departed. "Qin Jiang, Heilong." Bai Meng muttered these two phrases repeatedly, determined to extricate his sister no matter what. The last time he had forcefully brought his sister back, he never expected her to return to that group so quickly. Moreover, she showed no fear of his threats. When he called her, she either told him to mind his own business or hung up on him. Involuntarily, he picked up the phone again to call. After a few rings, it was once more disconnected. Damn it! Bai Meng felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Could it be that this girl has fallen for that yellow-haired Qin Jiang? At that moment, a voice called out ahead by, "The director is calling for you." Coming. Bai Meng ceased his thoughts and left. At the vocational school, Qin Jiang and his associates remained gathered at Heilong Company. We can't go to class. It's pointless. We'd just end up sleeping. Qin Jiang did not attempt to disperse them, as attending classes held no significance for them. He surveyed the room, filled with dozens of loyal individuals who had undergone rigorous trials, forming the most steadfast core. They had all faced the challenges of their previous lives. And in that environment, none chose to betray him. However, there were a few, but those were marginalized by him under various pretenses in the past few days. Qin Jiang swirled his glass. Silence. Zhu Zheng commanded loudly. In an instant, the room fell silent, many extinguishing their cigarettes and directing their gaze towards Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang calmly stated, "Today, we establish a rule. From now on, all core personnel of Heilong Company must register and sign labor contracts. No tattoos are permitted for core personnel. Any pre-existing tattoos are exempt, but those wishing to exit must apply 1 month in advance according to the labor contract." What? The crowd's expressions shifted between surprise and confusion. They were thrilled that their leader had recognized them as core personnel. In recent days, concerns have begun to weigh on their minds, as it has become evident that Qin Jiang has been steadily distancing himself from certain individuals, suggesting that the time has come to conclude matters. Those who remain are evidently the ones who have proven themselves worthy to join the ranks of the Black Dragon. As for the company and the contracts, the notion of resigning a month in advance has been met with indifference. What puzzles them, however, is the prohibition against tattoos. Yet, this query is swiftly cast aside under the immense influence of Qin Jiang and the barrage of prior information, leading them to readily acquiesce. Indeed, Qin Jiang nods in satisfaction. Transforming the group must be approached incrementally. Tattoos do not inherently signify malevolence. It is customary for the virtuous to remain unmarked. Suddenly, the phone of Zhu Zheng rings, and after a brief conversation, he hangs up and informs Qin Jiang that Bai Meng has called again, clearly indicating a desire to meet. And it seems he is not merely an ordinary officer. He likely possesses something significant. As he speaks, he gestures with a finger, mimicking a gun. The conversation hinted that the other party has alluded to the presence of a superior from the security team wishing to see Qin Jiang, accompanied by the faint sound of gunfire. In this era of peace, gunshots in the city likely originate only from the shooting range within the security team, and those authorized to carry firearms are not ordinary individuals. With a calm demeanor, Qin Jiang taps his fingers on the table. He is well aware that Bai Meng is the head of the investigative team, ranking far above a typical precinct chief, and he can easily surmise the reason for the meeting. It is not solely to express gratitude for rescuing Bai Lu. Rather, it is to retrieve her, likely out of concern that he may have taken her away. A mentally fragile girl, with a brother like that, who wouldn't be apprehensive? Qin Jiang understands this well. Children from such families would never allow their kin to associate with delinquents. Nevertheless, he simply waves his hand and states, "Continue to delay. It is not yet time to involve him. My sister's rescue cannot be in vain." Zhu Zheng is momentarily taken aback, increasingly perplexed by Qin Jiang, even questioning whether the last rescue of Bai Lu was premeditated. It seems implausible. That particular incident was merely a side effect of a business transaction concerning card readers. Perhaps, after saving Bai Lu, the other party realized that her brother had some influence, prompting subsequent actions. This perspective makes sense. The ability of Qin Jiang to leverage every opportunity around him is indeed impressive, and it would be an honor to create brilliance alongside him. The Black Dragon shall surely soar to great heights. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupts from outside. Security guard Old Wang enters, addressing Qin Jiang. "Qin Jiang, there's a crowd outside clamoring for you." Simultaneously, a loud voice bellows from beyond the door. "Who the hell is Qin Jiang? Get out here, Fourth Master." Chapter 17, The Battle Before the School, the surveillance system shut down. Upon hearing this, the initially excitable Ah Tao and his entourage of dozens turn icy, fuming that anyone would dare to provoke Brother Jiang. Absurd. Without waiting for Qin Jiang's command, the group rushes to arm themselves, ready to charge outside. Someone shouts, "Who is looking for me?" Qin Jiang furrows his brow, quickly deducing the situation, murmuring to himself, "It seems that the matter has been exposed." In truth, it is not difficult to guess. With his current reputation, no one on Academy Road would dare to cross him, and he has made no enemies outside of it. Therefore, it must be a matter of interests. Moreover, he is aware that the card reader business is lucrative because he has learned from past experiences that someone monopolized it. That individual later approached him, eager to ingratiate himself, boasting of his rise, which included the card reader trade. What was his name again? Scarface, he vaguely recalls. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he instructs, "Exercise caution." He does not rise from his seat. How ridiculous that a mere handful of individuals would dare to wreak havoc on his territory. His choice not to engage in the underworld does not mean he is to be bullied. Seeing Qin Jiang's order, Ah Tao leads his crew out. At the school gate, Shuesi and his minions continue to shout, but faced with a few security guards, they refrain from barging in. Even if they are unruly, they understand the limits of their audacity. A school, even a vocational one, is not a place for such ruffians to stir trouble, as the higher-ups may be acquainted with many influential figures. After a prolonged outcry, Shuesi pauses, not from fatigue, but because he hears something. He looks up toward the campus, where, under the cover of darkness, a multitude of figures emerges, each seemingly wielding something. As they draw nearer, Shuesi realizes that they are brandishing baseball bats, prompting a cold smile. Huh, a bunch of punks, fresh out of their shells, dares to brandish sticks. He glances back at his own crew, armed with large knives, and bellows, "Who is Qin Jiang? Step forward. How dare you?" With the audacity of a bear. Attempt to compete with Brother Dao for business? If you do not obediently return the money and kneel to apologize, you'll regret it. Ah Dao, Futhit, takes 2 steps forward, vaulting over the gate, swinging his baseball bat. Simultaneously, dozens of his subordinates leap over the gate, unhesitatingly launching into action. The battle erupts. In the surveillance room, Su Dong, who had come to inspect the situation, observes the commotion outside involving Shuesi and his crew, silently lamenting. Qin Jiang truly knows how to attract trouble. It has been long since things quieted down, and now he has drawn so many outside thugs to our doorstep. With his keen eye, he can discern that Shuesi and his associates are not students, a realization that is obvious given their age. He barks, "Use the intercom to relay my orders to drive them away. If they refuse to leave, notify the security team." Regardless of any mysterious background Qin Jiang may possess, the presence of these outsiders flaunting their bravado on school grounds is something he cannot tolerate. Understood. The security guard nods in agreement. But just as he prepares to pick up the intercom, a voice calls out from behind, "Wait." Zhu Zheng approaches, fanning himself leisurely. Seeing this, Su Dong is left speechless, taken aback by the contrast of a student behaving like an adult, exuding an air of authority. "What brings you here? Do you require something?" Su Dong in Gui. While the security guard, poised to relay the command, recognizes the situation and refrains from doing so. Zhu Zheng replies, "Why create a fuss over such a trivial matter? We can handle it ourselves. It's merely the surveillance." He gestures toward the camera directed at the school entrance. Upon hearing this, Su Dong remains silent, processing Zhu Zheng's words. Zhu Zheng continues, "Rest assured, we will exercise great discretion. There shall be no unforeseen incidents. Moreover, allowing these outsiders to leave unscathed after seeking trouble at our school would be quite shameful." As he speaks, he glances outside, prompting Su Dong to instinctively follow his gaze. Through the window, he observes 2 individuals engaged in an animated conversation, with one even draping an arm over the other's shoulder. Suddenly, his eyes narrow as he recognizes them. Qin Jiang and the principal. This revelation dawns on him. He had speculated that Qin Jiang might persuade the school to accommodate him by establishing a Black Dragon company, but never anticipated that his backing would be the principal. Although merely the vice principal, the head principal has long been detached from affairs, and this vice principal is rumored to possess significant influence. Thus, the implications of Qin Jiang's connections begin to unfold in his mind. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, he declares the surveillance at the school gate is malfunctioning. Upon hearing this, the security guard is momentarily stunned, but quickly comprehends the directive and proceeds to disable the camera facing the school entrance. "Thank you." Zhu Zheng gazed at Su Dong with gratitude. Simultaneously, he discreetly retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from behind and handed them over. Su Dong, without any unnecessary words, accepted them. In this era, such conduct was entirely commonplace. After all, the martial world is not merely about violence, but also about human relationships and social intricacies. "Captain Su, shall we step outside for a moment?" "A thrilling spectacle awaits," Zhu Zheng proposed. "Let's take a look," Su Dong replied, not declining the invitation. He feared that Qin Jiang's subordinates might act recklessly, and in the event of an unexpected incident, he would be unable to manage the situation. Upon arriving at the school gate, a fierce battle had already commenced. "You little brats, do you dare to meddle in the world? Attack them. Strike them down." Shuesi bellowed, raising his machete to parry a baseball bat swung at him. The sound of wood colliding with metal echoed violently. The tremendous force causing Shuesi to stagger back several steps. He then charged directly at Wang Tao. In the next moment, his entourage of over 10 followers, undeterred, confronted the advancing throng of students wielding their weapons. Initially, their ferocity and the sharpness of their weapons granted them the upper hand, inflicting injuries on a few. However, the situation unfolded contrary to their expectations. Upon witnessing blood, the students did not succumb to fear, but rather became engulfed in rage. Take this. Beat these trash. Who do they think they are, parading on our territory? They unleashed a barrage of unorthodox attacks, kicks to the groin, sneaky maneuvers, and unexpected strikes, resulting in several individuals tumbling to the ground, howling in distress. Wang Tao and his comrades, fiercely courageous and perfectly coordinated, were bolstered by the fact that the ruffians hesitated to fight to the death. Thus, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Only the leader, Xue Si, possessed sufficient combat experience, relying on the intimidation of his machete to maintain his ground. Upon hearing the cacophony of anguished cries, he instinctively glanced back and was taken aback to find that nearly all his associates lay scattered on the ground, wailing in agony. This was unbelievable. These students fought with such audacity and fearlessness, even in the face of bloodshed. In an instant, he resolved to flee. Yet, as he turned, he was met with darkness. Chapter 18. The security team's arrest. Qin Jiang appears. Behind him stood a towering figure, a giant who loomed over him. Instinctively, Xue Si swung his machete. But before he could complete the motion, his wrist was seized with unimaginable strength, forcing him to relinquish his grip. The machete clattered to the ground. Suddenly, Xue Si felt weightless as the giant effortlessly lifted him by the waistband of his pants, swinging him around in midair. This scene left Su Dong, who had just arrived, utterly astonished. This was the legendary War God Wei. Upon first hearing this moniker, he had dismissed it as mere grandiosity. Now, however, he found himself begrudgingly acknowledging the title. Lifting a person with one hand? Was this a jest? Even if Xue Si weighed just over 100 pounds, he was still a man. The ability to lift him single-handedly indicated that this individual possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Such a person in ancient times would undoubtedly have been a general charging into battle. Su Dong then shifted his gaze to the others, observing the moaning ruffians on the ground and the disdainful expressions on the faces of the Black Dragon members. He could not help but marvel at the combat prowess exhibited by these students. Their fighting techniques clearly indicated a level of training. They understood teamwork, targeting vulnerabilities that incapacitate an opponent without causing fatal harm, and they fought with cunning. Even in one-on-one confrontations, they would likely not falter against this gang of armed thugs, let alone when the numbers were so unevenly matched. At that moment, his respect for Qin Jiang deepened. Without a doubt, the combat capabilities displayed by these students today were far superior to those of ruffians from other schools. With a resounding crash, the war god Wei hurled Xue Si violently to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and eliciting agonized cries. "Oh, my leg, my back, my head, it hurts." Xue Si curled up on the ground, wailing incessantly, and even if he had the strength to flee, he lacked the courage to do so. "Kneel, all of you kneel," Wang Tao commanded, brandishing his baseball bat. Despite their discomfort, the ruffians, trembling in fear, complied and knelt, showing no signs of defiance. With their lives no longer in jeopardy, their pride mattered little. They were more concerned about maintaining some semblance of dignity. One by one, the ruffians knelt. Some even pleaded, "Stop hitting us. We were wrong. We'll do whatever you say. Just please don't strike us again. Yes, if this continues, we'll truly be finished. There's no deep-seated hatred here. We're all just trying to survive." In that moment, these seasoned ruffians, well-versed in the ways of the world, understood the importance of self-preservation. Given the dire circumstances, they recognized that submission was the wisest course of action. Even Xue Si, their leader, after wailing for some time, chose to remain silent, embodying the expression of someone forced to bow under the eaves. "What do you think?" Zhu Zheng inquired, looking at Su Dong. Su Zhong noted in satisfaction, acknowledging that the Black Dragon had performed even better than he had anticipated, exercising restraint while effectively suppressing the situation. This way, they avoided escalating matters and allowed those who dared to provoke the authority of the vocational school to save face. More importantly, they had forged a connection with Qin Jiang. "Very impressive," Su Dong remarked thoughtfully. "No wonder your organization has developed so swiftly. With such comprehensive strength, it's only natural." Regrettably, he refrained from elaborating further, wishing to convey that mingling in the underworld was not a noble path and that debts would eventually need to be repaid. At that moment, a series of police sirens blared. A security team vehicle sped to the vocational school, and several officers disembarked, momentarily stunned by the scene before them. They had just received word of a brawl occurring at the vocational school on Academy Road. Yet what lay before them was a spectacle of over a dozen adult ruffians kneeling on the ground, while dozens of students, armed with baseball bats, observed coldly. The officers felt a surge of tension. One officer drew his firearm, pointing it at Wang Tao and the others. Don't move. We are executing our duties. To their surprise, Wang Tao and his companions remained unfazed, even in the face of the security team. The officer, sensing provocation, barked, "Get down. Hands on your heads, quickly." His commands were echoed by the other officers. Regardless of right or wrong, both parties appeared far from innocent, and the officers opted to subdue everyone first. Unfortunately, as they faced the dark muzzles of the guns, Wang Tao and the others continued to engage in casual banter, disregarding the officers entirely. While Shuesi and his gang pleaded for assistance, calling out for the officers to rescue them. Shuesi even exclaimed directly, "Officers, look, these students don't take you seriously at all. They are nothing but rascals and thugs, always looking to harm others. You must intervene." With this declaration, his subordinates joined in, beseeching the officers to take charge of the situation. The deputy director of the team emerged from the vehicle, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene before him. Engaging in a brawl is utterly incomprehensible. Show me what transpired here. Where are the individuals involved? Those who dare to cause a disturbance on College Road, regardless of their identity, shall face the full weight of the law. Upon hearing these words, Shui and his companions fell silent. It was no joke. If one were to scrutinize the situation, they were indeed the troublemakers. Shuesi and the others vehemently defended themselves, claiming they were merely strolling by when they were unjustly assaulted. They even retaliated by accusing Qin Jiang of being a social delinquent, demanding that the security personnel severely punish and apprehend him. In response, Wang Tao and the others erupted in anger, hurling curses back at them, with some even contemplating further violence on the spot. As Lu Yong observed the actions of Wang Tao and his group, he felt his authority being incessantly provoked. Enraged, he declared, "Take everyone back for thorough questioning. Whoever it is shall be subjected to strict judicial scrutiny. This is College Road, not a playground for your reckless antics." With that, several security personnel advanced to employ handcuffs, expertly binding Shuesi and his companions before preparing to confront Wang Tao and the others, remaining vigilant against the formidable presence of the infamous Sijue. Although unfamiliar with the name, their imposing physique suggested they were no ordinary adversaries. Any resistance would be challenging to counter. Consequently, the deputy director discreetly signaled to the security team, evidently instructing them to first restrain Sijio to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Just as the security personnel readied to fasten handcuffs on Sijio, a calm voice interjected. "May I inquire what law my employee from Heilung Company has allegedly violated to warrant arrest?" "Who is that?" Lu Yong's expression darkened as he turned towards the source of the voice, drawing the attention of the others as well. A young man with a steely demeanor, dressed in formal attire and sporting an inscrutable smile, approached with measured steps, a spherical object in hand. Upon recognizing him, Wang Tao and the others simultaneously bowed their heads in respect, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang." Chapter 19. The surveillance malfunction troubled students? No, merely model students. Qin Jiang. Lu Yong was taken aback. To one side, a security officer whispered, "He's a notorious troublemaker from College Road. These students are likely affiliated with him." Lu Yong glared at Qin Jiang. "With no evidence, you dare to quibble about a public brawl where you were apprehended on the scene? We will uncover who orchestrated this behind the scenes, and you will not escape justice." His frustration was palpable. When College Road was first established, directives had been issued to exercise leniency towards students. Consequently, in recent years, instances of fighting among students had primarily been addressed through educational measures. After all, one cannot jeopardize a student's future. This was also an inevitable aspect of societal progress. However, today, witnessing students engage in violent confrontations with external delinquents, he feared that if left unchecked, the situation could escalate dramatically. This he could not condone. Observing Lu Yong's shifting expressions, Qin Jiang did not play coy or feign superiority. He stated directly, "Every incident has its cause. External delinquents invaded our school, assaulting students, and the security personnel attempted to intervene, even preparing to force their way onto campus. Thus, as vocational students, we were granted permission by the campus security to expel these ruffians. Therefore, they are all model students, acting heroically to defend our campus." Heroically defending our campus? Model students? Lu Yong pointed at the dozens of students wielding baseball bats, incredulous. "You claim they are model students? What kind of exemplary student brandishes a baseball bat? Explain that to me." In response, Qin Jiang tossed the spherical object in his hand, revealing a baseball. "Our school has recently established a baseball club. These individuals are members. It is entirely reasonable for them to possess baseball bats, should the authorities require it. I can provide the club's formation report and member information." He was not lying. With his previous experiences, he understood how to mitigate risks. Even if he did not plan to continue his life on the streets, certain measures were necessary, especially during the initial stages of his entrepreneurial journey. When establishing Heilong Company, he had requested Zhu Zheng to apply for the baseball club, ensuring that all procedures were legal. Liu Yong regarded Qin Jiang with newfound respect, realizing that what he initially perceived as a mere delinquent had demonstrated remarkable cunning, preemptively eliminating potential weapons from the equation. In a situation where blades were involved, he could even pivot to become the victim, provided the external delinquents were indeed as Qin Jiang described. He turned to the security personnel. Please retrieve the surveillance footage. We will clarify the matter. As long as your actions are fair and reasonable, we will administer just resolution. At that moment, Su Dong stepped forward, extending his hand with a smile. Director Liu, it's been quite a while. Captain Su. Liu Yong reciprocated the handshake. Though Su Dong was merely the captain of the campus security, he was a public servant, and both had previously undergone training in law enforcement. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Dong remarked, Director Liu, the surveillance footage you requested may not be available. The cameras at the entrance malfunctioned recently. The cameras are down? Liu Zong gedet intentiat Su Zong. Su Dong continued. Moreover, I was present at the scene. It was indeed, as Qin Jiang described, external delinquents attempted to force their way onto campus. As you know, our security personnel are insufficient, and we had no choice but to allow students to step in. Otherwise, allowing those ruffians to invade the campus would have posed significant trouble, especially with so many female students present. While the response was forceful, it can be deemed as self-defense. One cannot simply endure blows without retaliating. Upon hearing this, Shuesi and the others wore expressions of despair, feeling as though the sky had fallen. It was over. That damn Qin Jiang had a backing, leading the school as security captain to blatantly lie. With the surveillance footage unavailable and the school seemingly siding with Qin Jiang, coupled with their precarious identities, the outcome was all too predictable. Indeed, Liu Yong, upon hearing Su Dong's account, ceased his pursuit against Qin Jiang. Meanwhile, a security officer approached, whispering, Director Liu, we've just discovered that these delinquents all have criminal records. Criminal records, and still daring to invade the campus and assault students? Take them away, Liu Yong exclaimed, shedding all restraint. Yes. Several security personnel responded affirmatively, handcuffing Shuesi and his companions before escorting them back to the police station. On campus, Liu Yao, who was out for a night jog, witnessed the unfolding scene. Though she was at a distance and could not see clearly, she vaguely observed Qin Jiang confronting the security personnel. Lu Lily, noticing this, scoffed, I told you he would eventually get himself into trouble. How long has it been? He dares to confront the security personnel. Just wait and see. He will definitely be apprehended. He'll be sentenced for several years at least. By the time he gets out, who knows what the outside world will be like. His incarceration will surely purify the school's atmosphere. However, Liu Yao did not heed Lu Lily's words. Watching the scene before her, she felt a mix of premonition and unexpected emotions, accompanied by an unshakable anxiety. Despite Lu Lily calling out to her several times, she remained oblivious. Just as she was about to respond, her expression suddenly froze in disbelief. Why did all the security personnel leave? Why did they not arrest him? What's going on? Liu Yao exhaled deeply, continuing her job while murmuring to herself, as long as he is fine, as long as he is fine. But chaos is bound to ensue eventually. Liu Yao, what is wrong with you? He merely saved you once. You have already given him a warning. At worst, you can look out for him when he enters your circle in the future. Lu Lily observed Liu Yao's retreating figure, her gaze shifting to Qin Jiang, and an inkling of suspicion stirred within her heart. Her expression hardened with resolve. No, it is imperative that I prevent Qin Jiang from establishing any form of contact with Yao Yao. Otherwise, my brother's prospects will be utterly dashed. I am counting on Liu Yao's connections to elevate my own status, and cannot allow this rogue Qin Jiang to usurp that opportunity. Damn it! How could Yao Yao possibly be interested in him? Is this truly the allure of the yellow-haired boy? Yet, Qin Jiang has already shaved off that yellow hair. At the school gate, Qin Jiang watched as the crowd dispersed, turning to Su Dong and expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Su Dong waved dismissively. It's nothing. Regardless of what they do outside, causing trouble at school is simply unacceptable. With that, he refrained from further pleasantries, knowing that certain matters are best left unspoken. The numerous members of the Black Dragon Gang regarded Qin Jiang with immense admiration. They had assumed that bringing the security team would inevitably lead to their arrest, and even Tao had planned to take the fall by claiming that Qin Jiang was merely following his orders. However, to their astonishment, Brother Jiang managed to redefine the situation, portraying them as upstanding students defending the campus. At that moment, under the dim light, Qin Jiang's shadow grew ever longer, and in the minds of Tao and the others, he appeared increasingly larger than life. Suddenly, someone shouted, Brother Jiang is mighty. This was quickly followed by a chorus of voices. Brother Jiang is mighty. Brother Jiang is mighty. Chapter 20. The Scarred One's Invitation. Contract finalized. The second bucket of gold begins. In a security office, the young guard observed the situation outside. This time, however, he opted not to confront Qin Jiang, recognizing that while these students were not exemplary, the ones they had fought were even worse. He muttered to himself, "Today I'll pretend I didn't see anything. But from now on, if I catch you bullying others or collecting protection money at school, no one will be able to help you. You'll be going straight to the detention center." That night, the Scarred One learned of his underling's arrest and, filled with rage, immediately dispatched someone to investigate the circumstances. The following day, after finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, Qin Jiang was approached by Lu Yao, who stood before him with a tray in hand. "You haven't attended class in quite some time. You should consider not only yourself, but also the group under your wing. Even if they may not get into college, they still need to learn skills to support themselves in the future. If this continues, their survival after leaving school will become a serious issue. Life in society can be quite harsh." She earnestly encouraged him. Lu Lily, seeing this, rushed forward to intervene. She did not want Qin Jiang to engage with Lu Yao any further. However, before she could reach them, she witnessed Qin Jiang gazing at Lu Yao as if she were a simpleton. "Do you know where Chuanfu is?" Lu Yao, puzzled by Qin Jiang's abrupt change of topic, instinctively replied yes. Qin Jiang continued, "You should buy a ticket and take a train to Chuanfu Les Han. There's a giant Buddha there. You can ask him to rise and take a seat. Their studies have nothing to do with you. You live by the seaside and are meddling far too much." Nearby, Wang Tao and the others could not contain their laughter at this worn-out joke from the future, which had not yet made its appearance. Qin Jiang's delivery made it all the more amusing. Realizing the jest, Lu Yao grew furious, stomping her foot twice before storming off with her tray. Lu Lily, feeling elated, thought to herself, "This Qin Jiang is utterly foolish. He cannot see that Lu Yao has developed feelings for him. If he only seized the opportunity, it could change his life. Unfortunately, he does not know how to cherish it. I cannot be blamed for this." With that in mind, as she passed by Qin Jiang, she raised her hand to scold him, hoping to gain Lu Yao's gratitude. But just as her finger was lifted, whack, Qin Jiang struck her half-raised finger with his chopsticks. "Ouch!" Lu Lily cried out in pain, noticing that her finger had swollen at once. Qin Jiang casually tossed the chopsticks into the trash, looking at Lu Lily and warning, "If you dare to point at me again, I'll break your finger." "You!" Lu Lily's eyes blazed with fury. "If you look at me with that expression again, beware of the dark paths ahead." Qin Jiang's second retort made her gulp nervously, and as she noticed Wang Tao and the others glaring at her coldly, she dared not utter another word and slinked away to pursue Lu Yao. Qin Jiang, uninterested in further confrontation, thought little of Lu Lily. He had no intention of coddling someone like her, especially when Lu Yao was a kind-hearted individual. Moreover, his brothers were not entirely neglectful of their studies. They simply skipped classes that were deemed unhelpful or difficult to comprehend. After all, they were all in college, who still attended evening classes. At that moment, Zhu Zheng approached Qin Jiang, speaking in a low tone. "Brother Jiang, we've confirmed things with Yize. It's 35,000 a year, with a maximum contract of 10 years. If it's agreeable, we can sign tonight." Qin Jiang nodded. 35,000 is acceptable. Have him come to the Black Dragon Company tonight. You go to Yanhua Law Firm to pick up the contract and deliver it for the legal representative's signature and seal. Then bring it back. Understood. Zhu Zheng turned to leave. Although he was unsure why Qin Jiang would spend such a significant sum to rent a dilapidated chemical factory, he was already impressed by Qin Jiang's series of maneuvers and had no intention of questioning it. In fact, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Even if it turned out to be a loss, he could always make a comeback. As long as he had a goal in brothers, that was enough. In the distance, Lu Lily caught up with Lu Yao, incessantly disparaging Qin Jiang. Lu Yao responded absent-mindedly until Lu Lily remarked, "Lu Yao, that Qin Jiang is a scoundrel. You need not waste your efforts on him. By the way, after the break, my brother is treating us. You should come with me. My brother is quite handsome." Lu Yao frowned but held her tongue for the sake of her friend, Lu Lily. At the mahjong parlor, the Scarred One sat with a cold and furious demeanor. Below him, one of his underlings spoke with his head bowed. "Brother Scar?" Weivee found out that Shuesi and a dozen of his brothers were beaten by Qin Jiang's men at the vocational school gate. It seems they were quite brutal. Later, the security team arrived and arrested Shuesi and the others for provoking trouble and engaging in a brawl. I've learned that Qin Jiang is quite formidable on Shuyuan Road. Even though he's just a student, one word from him can summon hundreds of people. There are dozens of skilled fighters among them. Also, he has a guy named Sijio, who is nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear. A few men wouldn't be able to get past him. Shuesi was too careless, bringing a dozen people with him. Bang! The scarred one slammed his hand on the table. Shut up. The underling was so frightened that he dared not utter another word, well aware that Shuesi had brought a dozen men on the scarred one's orders. Get your weapons ready. Before the scarred one could finish his thought, a small leader swiftly intervened, quietly advising, Brother Scar, we mustn't act impulsively. Shuan Road is unique. It's full of students. And Qin Jiang is a big shot with many students under him. If we truly engage him, we'll need at least 100 people. Not to mention, even if we can manage to get into the security team's line of sight, do you really think we can storm the campus and take out Qin Jiang's crew? If we do that, we'll be finished. Upon hearing this, the scarred one calmed down. Indeed, charging into a school with 100 thugs to brawl was something even the most powerful bosses would not dare to do. After a moment of contemplation, he said, You go and contact Qin Jiang, tell him I want to discuss something. Let South meet outside, Shu Yuan Road. If he comes out, then we can talk. If he doesn't let him know he'll never be able to leave Shu Yuan Road. Yes. The younger brother nodded and went out to deliver the message. Bang! Scarface, seated, pointed at several younger brothers and commanded, You all go out as well. Let that person in. I need to vent my anger. Understood. The younger brothers, sensing Scarface's fury, dared not utter another word and hastily fled the scene. At the vocational school, within the Black Dragon Company, Qin Jiang affixed his signature and seal to the contract, producing 2 copies and handing one to Yize. Yize stowed the contract away and promptly lifted his backpack, which contained 350,000 yuan in cash. Pleasant cooperation. I'm off, he declared, departing without a backward glance. He had no intention of engaging with someone as delusional as Qin Jiang. He was certain that he would eventually end up behind bars. In fact, he contemplated secretly reporting Qin Jiang when the time was right. Qin Jiang's expression turned icy as he watched Yize leave. Bang! He handed the contract to Zhu Zhang. Lock this in the safe. Our subsequent funding relies entirely on this. Chapter 21. The Investigation Team versus the Thugs. Qin Jiang attends the meeting. Zhu Zhang solemnly accepted the contract and secured it. At that moment, outside, cries and pleas for mercy echoed. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to deliver a message. Ouch, it hurts. I was wrong. 4-9 entered, dragging a man as if he were a mere chick, regardless of the man's desperate struggles to break free. Brother Jiang, we caught another troublemaker, he announced, tossing the man onto the ground. Bang! The man collided with the floor, a wave of pain making him feel as if his body were disassembling, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Yet the next moment, he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast. He lifted his gaze to meet Qin Jiang's stare, profound, indifferent, and calm, a gaze that belied his age, rendering the man frozen in fear. 4-9 added, this guy was outside clamoring to see Brother Jiang, claiming something about Shuesi, so I brought him in. A direct confrontation? Qin Jiang scrutinized the thug on the ground. Come and challenge me, Black Dragon? No. The youth hastily shook his head. I came to deliver a message from my boss, Scarface. He wants to meet Shuesi's big brother. Scarface will be dining at the Yunlai Hotel on Qilin Street tomorrow at noon. If you don't go, there will be consequences outside the Academy Road. The youth trembled as he spoke, overwhelmed by Qin Jiang's imposing presence and 4-9's earlier intimidation. He regretted not opting to communicate via phone instead. Scarface, Yunlai Hotel. Zhu Zhang whispered, I've heard of that place. It's south outside the Academy Road. It's likely. Qin Jiang nodded silently. He understood Scarface's intentions. Clearly, Scarface did not dare to cause a scene on Academy Road, but was unwilling to lose face, thus seeking to lure Qin Jiang outside where he could exert power over him, should Qin Jiang choose not to attend. Scarface could indeed claim he had kept his word about not letting him out of the Academy Road, all while maintaining his own dignity. Knock. Qin Jiang tapped his fingers, murmuring, interesting. Scarface. Bang. He set down his glass, looking at the youth. Go back and tell Scarface that I will attend the banquet tomorrow. Okay. The youth was taken aback. He had expected Qin Jiang to refuse, never anticipating such a swift agreement. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave, eager to relay the news before Qin Jiang changed his mind. Brother Jiang, this may be a trap. Zhu Zhang inquired. Do you have any plans? Indeed. Qin Jiang smiled at Zhu Zhang. I'll take care of it. Zhu Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had sensed something was amiss when Qin Jiang agreed to the banquet, and, upon receiving confirmation, he felt nothing but admiration. He even suspected that Qin Jiang had avoided meeting by Meng previously for this very purpose. If that were true, it would be utterly terrifying. Qin Jiang watched Zhu Zhang depart, satisfied. Having a clever companion was advantageous. He need not articulate his intentions, as Zhu Zhang comprehended the underlying motives effortlessly. In his previous life, his despondence and change in mindset were closely tied to Zhu Zheng and 4-9 circumstances. One is ultimately solitary. A man requires many brothers to achieve greatness. The following day, at Yunlai Hotel on the second floor, within a private room, Bai Ming and the young members of the investigation team, dressed in plain clothes, sat impatiently. Bai Ming, slightly vexed, whispered, "Are you certain that the kids scheduled our meeting at this establishment?" The young investigator nodded. Yes, Zhu Zheng made the call personally. He is the second in command of Qin Jiang's team. Moreover, he has no reason to deceive us. I've already hinted at certain information, and he is certainly not the type to undermine others. Bai Ming exhaled heavily. He wasn't lacking in composure. It was merely the matter concerning his younger sister that flustered him. Just as his patience began to wane, bang, the door to the private room swung open, and 3 figures strode in: Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and 4-9. Bai Ming instinctively glanced at 4-9, unable to help himself. 4-9's imposing physique was undeniably alluring, especially to the already trained members of the investigation team. The young investigator even swallowed nervously. Bai Ming, observing 4-9, blurted out, "Have you ever considered becoming an investigator? You should know there are special recruitment slots available, and with your physique and strength, as well as agility, you could be recruited despite the norms." 4-9 didn't even glance at him. It was then that Bai Ming realized his gaffe. He shifted his attention back to Qin Jiang, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had previously seen Qin Jiang's photograph, rebellious with dyed yellow hair, exuding a delinquent aura. But now, Qin Jiang appeared commanding and composed, his attire sharp and clean. Particularly striking were his deep-set eyes, impossible to forget, conveying an extraordinary presence. "Qin Jiang." Bai Ming rose to address him. "Seat?" Qin Jiang calmly gestured for Bai Ming to take a seat. Bai Ming nodded instinctively, but soon realized the absurdity of the situation. "Wait, I'm the captain of the investigation team, and you're just a student. Why should you be giving me orders? Why am I actually listening to you?" Bai Ming sensed something was off. He had felt a commanding aura emanating from Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang, unfazed, settled himself confidently in front of Bai Ming, with 4-9 and Zhu Zheng taking their seats beside him. Thus, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room until the waiter entered, bringing the dishes. "Come, try this." Qin Jiang pointed to the delicacies on the table. "These are the restaurant's specialties. The Sichuan-style shrimp balls are particularly delightful." He began to eat heartily, and Zhu Zheng and 4-9 quickly followed suit, especially 4-9, who devoured his food with remarkable speed. Bai Ming was utterly bewildered. This meeting was wholly unlike what he had envisioned. He had anticipated a scene where the yellow-haired thug would be cowed by his aura or audaciously confront him, in which case he would have been confident in suppressing him. But what was happening now? The young investigator also licked his lips, partly due to the appealing dishes before them, and partly because of 4-9's enthusiastic appetite. His stomach audibly rumbled. "Eat," Qin Jiang stated calmly. "Let us finish our meal before discussing anything significant. Nothing is more important than eating on time." The young investigator glanced at Bai Ming. "Eat." Bai Ming nodded, no longer entangled in his thoughts. What did it matter? Let us eat first. He could hardly believe that Qin Jiang could turn the tides. As a scout, he possessed a certain decisiveness. At that moment, below the Yunlai Hotel, an old model Mercedes-Benz came to a halt. A subordinate eagerly opened the car door, and Scarface slowly emerged from within. He cast a cold, merciless glance at the hotel and commanded, "Block the entrance. That brat Qin Jiang must not escape today." Chapter 22. Qin Jiang remained calm, steadfast amidst the chaos. As Scarface and his men entered the restaurant, Wang Tao, seated in a corner, picked up his phone and made a call. "Hello, I want to report something at the Yunlai Hotel." With a decisive click, he hung up the phone, removed the SIM card, and tossed it into the sewer. A throng of people gathered around him, one inquiring, "Brother Tao, what should we do next?" Wang Tao pointed toward the hotel. "Keep an eye on it. The moment those guards attempt to storm in, we follow suit. We need not concern ourselves with anything else. As Zhang Ge would say, we are merely the backup plan, just in case. No need to huddle together, scatter a bit, or the security team might spot us first." Inside the private room, Qin Jiang was enjoying his meal when suddenly the door was forcefully kicked open. The sudden loud noise caused Bai Ming to instinctively jump up, while a nearby young team member, realizing he had come unarmed, remembered he had left his gun behind for this outing with the captain. Over a dozen individuals surged in, led by Scarface, who, without entering fully, bellowed, "Who is Qin Jiang? Get the hell out here. I want to see who dares to snatch my business and oppose me. If I don't break your legs today, I, Scarface, will have lived in vain." As he stepped into the room and surveyed the surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback. 2 individuals stood leaning against each other, their expressions vigilant, fists raised in a defensive stance. Meanwhile, 3 others sat calmly at the table. enjoying their meal as if the commotion had not affected them at all. This scene left Bai Meng momentarily stunned. He looked at the composed Qin Jiang and then back at the furious Scarface, feeling an absurdity wash over him. Who was truly the scout here? Who had weathered more storms? His gaze flickered towards Scarface. Was he here to cause trouble for Qin Jiang? It was evident that there was a rivalry. But what was the cause? Territory disputes? No, Scarface had just mentioned that Qin Jiang had taken his business. The enmity seemed far deeper. Bai Meng took a few moments to observe the more than 10 ruffians who had entered, realizing they bore no lethal weapons, and gradually calmed himself. So, you are the brat Qin Jiang, Scarface sneered after a brief pause, glaring at Qin Jiang, who was seated in the middle. However, before he could finish his sentence, a plate was hurled at him by Songjiang. The plate whistled through the air. Fortunately, Scarface reacted quickly, instinctively tilting his head to the side, as the plate smashed against the wall behind him, shattering into pieces. Though it did not hit Scarface, the broth splattered all over him, releasing an odd scent that assaulted his nostrils. Damn it, my clothes. This is a brand, Vanillou. Scarface pointed angrily at Qin Jiang. You've truly overstepped. I had intended to make you kneel and sing my praises while breaking one of your legs, but now I've decided to break all 5. Get him. Beat him up. As more than 10 of his subordinates began to draw their weapons, the blaring of police sirens suddenly pierced the air. You reported to the security team. Scarface's expression changed as he glanced at Qin Jiang. Do you not understand the rules of the underworld? Qin Jiang, having finished his meal, took a sip of tea and smiled at the furious Scarface. Firstly, I'm not part of the underworld. Secondly, I did not report to the security team. Scarface, dubious, scrutinized Qin Jiang. He did not believe that Qin Jiang had called the authorities, but this could only lead to an irrevocable rift between them, resulting in mutual destruction, a situation far less favorable than settling matters elsewhere. Go, Scarface signaled to his subordinates. They promptly gathered their belongings and prepared to exit. Scarface composed himself. Today, there had been no casualties and no weapons. Even if anyone inquired, he would merely claim to have come for a meal. Moments later, Liu Yong led several security personnel into the restaurant, and, upon spotting Scarface's frosty demeanor, remarked, Scarface, are you causing trouble again? Haven't you had enough of prison food? Scarface forced a smile. Director Liu, you jest. How could I cause trouble on your turf? I merely brought a few brothers here to dine. Liu Yong replied. Someone reported it. He deliberately cast a glance at Qin Jiang. Oomph. Liu Yong snorted, clearly skeptical of Scarface's claim that he had brought so many men just to eat, especially given that he had just received a precise report of a potential brawl. He waved his hand. Everyone step aside. You few. Check if anyone is injured and identify who they are. Move aside. Scarface, naturally, did not dare to obstruct him and gestured for his subordinates to clear the way. Soon after, several security team members rushed into the private room. Liu Yong followed the path cleared and was relieved to find that the scene was not as chaotic as he had anticipated. Aside from a few broken pieces of porcelain on the floor, everything appeared quite normal. Liu Yong exhaled. No incidents is best. Things have been quite eventful lately. However, the next moment his eyes widened in shock as he recognized a familiar figure sitting at the center of the dining table. Qin Jiang. Alongside him were 2 of his subordinates. It was not just Qin Jiang. Even Zhu Zheng and Wei Biao had left a lasting impression on him, their presence unmistakably unique. Liu Yong quickly scanned both Qin Jiang and Scarface, piecing together the situation in his mind. There was a vendetta between Qin Jiang and Scarface. Scarface had sent Xue Si for revenge. Unfortunately, he had been beaten and imprisoned. Today, he had come for retribution. Liu Yong, realizing he was one of the key players in this incident, noted that Xue Si was someone he had apprehended. Scarface would undoubtedly not dare to confront him directly, but would seek out the true instigator, Qin Jiang. Liu Yong glared icily at Scarface. This is a society governed by law. I advise you to be mindful of your actions. You know the consequences of crossing the line. Don't think that knowing a few people will spare you from legal repercussions. Scarface inwardly scoffed, but outwardly he wore a cheerful smile. Director Liu, you truly have a sense of humor. What contraband could we possibly bring to a meal? No one resist. Let the brothers from the security team search us. Before the security personnel could conduct their inspection, a mocking voice rang out from within the private room. Even if you sound the police sirens, any weapons would have been moved long ago. Liu Yong turned toward the source of the voice, his initial annoyance morphing into bewilderment as he exclaimed, by team, what are you doing here? At this, the room fell silent. The security team members turned to look inside the private room and realized that, aside from Qin Jiang and his 2 companions, there were indeed 2 others present. Earlier, due to Qin Jiang's trio being so striking, sitting there in hearty enjoyment, their imposing presence had drawn everyone's attention, causing them to overlook the 2 individuals beside them, mistakenly believing them to be mere subordinates. Now, as their focus shifted to these two, it became evident that they were no ordinary figures, especially the stout man whose resolute countenance and piercing gaze exuded an aura of familiarity. With Lu Yong's utterance of "by team," it became clear this man was one of their own, and his status was undeniably significant. Scarface's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "By team? Wait a moment, chapter 23, I demand fairness." Scarface was shaken. Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Yong stepped forward and addressed the burly youth. "Hello, Bai. I am Lu Yong." Bai Meng did not continue his harsh remarks. He was aware that activating the police siren instilled a sense of fear, deterring further violence. Observing that Bai Meng did not pursue the matter further, Lu Yong let out a sigh of relief. Despite their differing police departments, he recognized that neither his rank nor background could compare to that of his counterpart. Thus, while flattery was unwarranted, fostering a good relationship was indeed essential. Bai Meng then pointed at the scarred man, stating, "This individual just threatened to sever Qin Jiang's Achilles heel with a weapon." It was only upon hearing the siren that he promptly concealed his weapon. "I can attest to this." A young officer nodded in agreement, confirming, "As a member of the North District Investigation Team, I can vouch for this." How many investigators are not driven by a profound disdain for evil? Lu Yong responded with a firm nod. "Rest assured, I will personally oversee this matter and will make every effort to handle it within legal bounds." Bai Meng nodded, comprehending the underlying implications of his words, setting aside the question of whether there was evidence to compel the scarred man to confess. After all, even if he did confess, there were no casualties today. He could merely be detained. These ruffians understood the law. Once apprehended, they would soon have legal representation. "Take them all back," Lu Yong commanded. The scarred man, realizing the gravity of the situation, dared not resist and allowed his subordinates to follow suit, as the matter was not of great magnitude. At that moment, seated at the head of the table, Qin Jiang regarded the attempt to apprehend the scarred man with a calm demeanor, stating, "Heilong, Qin Jiang, the river of the fierce dragon." The scarred man paused momentarily before laughing heartily. "Ha, Scar, woohoo!" After Lu Yong and the others departed with the scarred man, the private room was left with only Qin Jiang, Bai Meng, and the others. Bam! Bam! Bai Meng leaned on the table before Qin Jiang, gazing intently into his eyes, and spoke with a harsh tone, "You summoned me here today for this, to shield you from a knife, to confront that scarred man." Qin Jiang remained unfazed, replying, "Sometimes, not owing a favor is a good thing. Wouldn't you agree?" Bai Meng was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Qin Jiang once more. "What do you need from me?" Bai Meng exhaled roughly. "I want my sister to leave your team and return to school to focus on her studies." Qin Jiang retorted, "You think as her elder brother you can make demands of me? Besides, we have no ties. What gives you the right?" A young officer interjected. "Who gave you the audacity? Do you know who Bai is?" "Captain of the investigation team," the young officer asserted. "Knowing that, you still dare?" Qin Jiang shot back. "Have I broken the law? If I haven't, then why should I fear?" The young officer admonished, "Young man, since there's nothing to discuss, let us not waste time," Qin Jiang declared. Upon hearing this, the hefty figure, Si Jiao, abruptly rose, prepared to overturn the table. The once heavy table creaked under his strength, the plates clattering ominously. On one side, Zhu Zheng smiled while fanning himself. "This is how it is when you're in the mix. Crows never dine." Appending the table shows true spirit. Qin Jiang's eyelid twitched. Suspecting that Si Jiao had likely watched too many gangster films with Zhu Zheng, Bai Meng immediately restrained the table, asking, "Qin Jiang, what do you want? What are your demands?" Qin Jiang replied, "I can facilitate your sister's return to school. However, for her to leave Heilong Company, she must submit her own application. My company does not have a habit of releasing people. Furthermore, your sister is performing quite well. What is wrong with working at a legitimate company? Wouldn't you agree? Is that even a company?" The young officer retorted angrily. Bai Meng interjected, "What must I do?" Qin Jiang stated, "I want you to stand up for me when I face injustice. I seek fairness." Internally astonished, Bai Meng had anticipated that Qin Jiang would make unreasonable demands or even expect him to act as his protector. However, the modesty of Qin Jiang's request surpassed his expectations. "Fairness?" Bai Meng responded, "I can do that. It is my duty to uphold justice." "Pleasant collaboration," Qin Jiang said, choosing not to prolong the conversation as he departed with Si Jiao and Zhu Zheng. In the private room, the young officer looked at the departing trio and remarked, "Are we just going to let ourselves be used as pawns today?" Bai Meng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. While it appeared that Qin Jiang had utilized his influence to subdue the scarred man, in reality, he had effortlessly relieved Bai Meng of a favor owed. Historically, debts of gratitude are the hardest to settle. With such a favor lingering, if in the future Qin Jiang were to demand something contrary to principles, would Bai Meng comply? Some may not care, but Bai Meng had always adhered to the principle of repaying kindness. When that time came, it would undoubtedly be quite distressing. Therefore, he was immensely satisfied with Qin Jiang's actions today, even indulging in a fleeting thought. Perhaps this version of Qin Jiang could indeed achieve great things. And having Xiao Lu follow him might not be a bad path after all. He quickly interrupted these musings. Outside the hotel, Qin Jiang gazed at the sun, a smile gracing his face. Everything was progressing steadily according to his plan. Yet, he felt a sense of helplessness. Compared to those who had been reborn and could easily amass millions, striking down Hua Tin and kicking Ma Yun, his situation paled in comparison. Damn it, even with rebirth, why was earning money still so arduous? Zhu Zheng inquired, Brother Jiang, what are you pondering? Qin Jiang waved his hand dismissively next. We're going to undertake some audacious and challenging endeavors. Zhu Zheng asked, what kind of endeavors? Qin Jiang replied, nail households. In the patrol car, the scarred man looked ahead at Lu Yong, asking Lu who was that by just now. Lu Yong did not conceal the truth, as it was not a secret. The district's investigation team leader. As expected, the scarred man nodded to himself, muttering, I never expected that a mere student from Xun Road could possess such formidable connections, even knowing someone from the investigation team. Most importantly, he recalled that upon entering the private room, Qin Jiang had occupied the main seat while Bai Meng and the young officer were seated to one side. The status between them was quite delicate. Moreover, Qin Jiang had exhibited a calm demeanor throughout, making it difficult for him not to speculate on various possibilities. Such poise, coupled with an extensive network of connections, suggested that there was likely a significant background behind him. Therefore, Qin Jiang was not someone who could be trifled with. The scar man murmured, let us just let this grudge go. Clearly, he intends to bury the hatchet with a smile. It was evident that the depth of his connections was beyond his reach. Even a single Bai was not someone he could provoke. The trivial benefit of a card reader was hardly worth it. He was even contemplating whether to establish a good rapport with Qin Jiang, potentially leveraging Bai's connection. On Shuiyuan Road, tranquility reigned. However, as time passed, the name of Heilong Company spread ever wider, becoming synonymous with Qin Jiang. Yet, there were others who were facing misfortune. Chapter 24. Enhancing Security, Preparing for Demolition. Yize arrives to discuss repurchase. Within Yes Trading Company, Yize sat confidently in the boss's chair, having received over 300,000 in funding from Qin Jiang to swiftly establish the company. In a short span, he had expanded the business significantly. Given the current scale of his enterprise, earning tens of thousands would be effortless. Yize mused. Moreover, I can't continue to expand, adding new industries to create an industrial chain that would mutually reinforce each other, potentially leading to a monopoly situation. Thus, my entrepreneurial venture would stand out not only on Shuyuan Road, but also in Song City. The esteemed title of a young entrepreneur is likely to become a tangible asset, propelling him to greater heights. At this moment, he finds himself lost in visions of the future, simultaneously filled with profound gratitude towards Qin Jiang, who provided the much-needed startup capital. Without his timely financial support, seizing opportunities would have been a challenge, and he remains oblivious to the follies of the individual who mishandled the chemical factory. Just as he reaches the zenith of his excitement, a ringing sound interrupts his reverie. Yize answers the call, and his expression shifts from elation to astonishment, ultimately transforming into disbelief. What? Uncle, what did you say? The voice on the other end reveals that the authorities have approved the elevation of the nursing school to a tertiary institution and have instructed immediate expansion of the campus to facilitate rapid enrollment. This news, freshly received, indicates a pressing need for nurses across various hospitals, and a joint application has been submitted. Furthermore, Yize's entrepreneurial venture has been reported to the higher-ups, who are now considering the nursing school among several options. The excitement in the caller's tone is palpable. Indeed, the transition from vocational college to a tertiary institution is a monumental boon, one that would elevate his status as principal. Being a private institution, such an upgrade would significantly enhance his administrative rank. It is not an exaggeration to say that he could soar to new heights. While this is certainly good news, upgrading to a tertiary institution necessitates campus expansion and recruitment of new faculty, which requires a substantial sum of money. The caller, Yiji Kai, responds with a buoyant tone. Not to worry. Several shareholders are eager to contribute, as they recognize the potential for elevation to a tertiary institution. They are willing to deplete their reserves for this cause, and there will be government subsidies available. Additionally, we can apply for a loan. You should promptly expand your business scope, as this scale will undoubtedly yield dividends for your startup, especially given the current emphasis on entrepreneurial projects for university students. Yesha, too, is invigorated by the possibilities. He envisions the substantial benefits he could reap, far exceeding mere hundreds of thousands. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. The hardware chemical factory. Oh my, uncle. If we are to expand the campus, we must consider the chemical factory, but we have already leased it out. Upon hearing this, Yi Kai calmly replies, that is precisely why I called you. That location is crucial for the expansion. Speak with Qin Jiang and inform him that the school has new plans for that land. Return the funds to him. Then, draft a new contract to lease the chemical factory back to you. This way, all the profits will be yours. Splendid. Yi enthusiastically nods in agreement. He does not perceive this task as particularly daunting. He believes that as long as he reimburses Qin Jiang, perhaps with a modest compensation, he can reclaim the land and make a handsome profit. With this thought, he exchanges a few brief words with Yi Kai before hanging up and dialing Zhuzheng. The vocational college, Black Dragon Company, remains brightly illuminated, bustling with activity. Dozens of subordinates occupy various positions, engaged in lively conversation while occasionally casting glances toward the center of the room. There sits a young man in a suit, coolly perched on a bench. Yi. To his side, Wang Tao reclines casually on a sofa arm, silently peeling an apple with a fruit knife. The atmosphere is stifling, laden with tension. In the corner stands a woman with green hair and a pair of loafers, Bai Lu, her curiosity piqued as she observes her surroundings. This is her inaugural visit to the interior of Black Dragon Company. Although she has joined previously, she had never entered. Now, as she truly steps inside, her heart races with excitement, feeling as though she has breached the core circle of Black Dragon. It is essential to note that Black Dragon currently encompasses hundreds of peripheral members, and only about 30 to 40 individuals are permitted in this room. Each person here could easily be regarded as a brother in the outside world, and she is nearing the point of being called sister. Bai Lu muses. Lu Jie sounds so powerful. It won't be long now. Just as she indulges in her daydreams, the door of the company swings open with a thud, revealing a young man with braids, gracefully wielding a folding fan. Seng Yi. Seng Yi. The chorus of dozens of brothers resounds. Zhuzheng simply nods with a smile and strides to take his place in the left seat of the trio of chairs. Yi is about to speak when Qin Jiang enters with Sijio. The subordinates once again greet him in unison. Jiangge, Yang Yi. This time, their voices resonate with vigor, and no one addresses Sijio as Go, adhering to the unspoken rules of Qin Jiang's team. Wherever Qin Jiang goes, he is to be addressed solely. This is a protocol established by Zhuzheng to signify Qin Jiang's preeminent status. Thus, Qin Jiang and Sijio take their seats at the center, with Sijio on the right. In the corner, Bai Lu feels her breath quicken as Zhuzheng appears, and upon seeing Qin Jiang and Sijio, she experiences a surge of excitement within her. This is the scene she has long witnessed on television. Yet now she stands as a participant, feeling the allure of the moment. She can hardly contain herself, adrenaline coursing through her veins, fortunately unnoticed by the others, who are captivated by the trio at the center. Meanwhile, Yi observes the three seated figures and nods. He possesses some knowledge of Qin Jiang's team, the mastermind known as Black Dragon, his right-hand man Zhuzheng, and the formidable warrior dubbed War God Sijio. These three are the leaders of the Black Dragon team. Below them are reportedly dozens of core figures, along with a multitude of peripheral students. He cannot help but be astonished by the sheer scale of Qin Jiang's team. He shakes his head inwardly. What a pity to have been born in the wrong era. Had he lived in ancient times, such leadership at a young age could have led to great achievements. In the present, however, such aspirations would likely result in a swift downfall, perhaps culminating in a life of communal toil. With these thoughts, he decides to cease his musings and turns to Qin Jiang, stating plainly, I am here to discuss a business matter. Chapter 25, Double Breach of Contract Penalty. 700,000? Too insignificant. Business? What kind of business? Qin Jiang replies nonchalantly. It pertains to your lease of the chemical factory. Honestly, it's nothing more than a dilapidated site. Yi articulates, however, some shareholders are dissatisfied with the outflow of school assets and intend to reclaim the land for the chemical factory. Those antiquated relics are quite unreasonable. I didn't see one to come, but they insisted. I'm merely here to relay their message. The contract is cancelled, and I will strive to secure some compensation for you from the shareholders, at least a few tens of thousands. He presents himself with an air of superiority, as though he is delivering a great favor. Yet Qin Jiang's expression remains cold, a smirk forming on his lips. A few tens of thousands? You think that's sufficient to appease me? Although Yi is momentarily taken aback, he does not appear overly surprised. Given Qin Jiang's capacity to allocate hundreds of thousands for the factory lease, it is hardly unexpected that he would dismiss such a paltry sum. With a smile, Yi responds, how much do you propose then? I can discuss it with the shareholders. Perhaps if they hear that the penalty for breach of contract is substantial, they might relent, making things easier for both of us. His last statement is clearly a calculated attempt to warn Qin Jiang against making exorbitant demands, as he has no desire to incur significant costs. Qin Jiang calmly sips his tea, asserting Black Dragon Company is a legitimate enterprise. Naturally, we will adhere to the terms of the contract. Allow him to peruse the contract. With a deliberate gesture, Zhu Zheng produced the document and handed it to Yi Zhe. The breach of contract clauses were articulated with utmost clarity at the time of signing. Yi Zhe lifted the contract for scrutiny, realizing that he had scarcely glanced at its contents during the signing process, as he had held Qin Jiang and his associates in negligible regard, more so underestimating the value of the chemical plant land. Who could have anticipated the school's sudden escalation? Upon meticulous examination, he discovered the contract was exceedingly detailed, particularly the breach of contract clause on the final page. In the event of a breach, the penalty shall be double the amount stipulated in the contract. Double. Yi Zhe's voice escalated several decibels. Are you jesting? A double penalty? Are you aiming for the heavens? After all, double would amount to several 100,000. This was entirely outside his calculations. He had anticipated managing Qin Jiang with a mere 80 to 100,000. Impossible, Yi Zhe declared emphatically. My investors would never acquiesce to such exorbitant penalties. Qin Jiang, disinterested in further discourse, waved a dismissive hand. Zhu Zheng barked, show him out. Instantly, Wang Tao and his subordinates converged on Yi Zhe, as if prepared to forcibly eject him should he refuse to leave. Yi Zhe's expression darkened with fury. You are indeed audacious in your demands. Have you lost your senses? Qin Jiang remained silent, observing the spectacle with an air of indifference. Was this truly an audacious demand? It was apparent that Yi Zhe had not encountered the harsh realities of business before. Thud! Wang Tao's hand landed firmly on Yi Zhe's shoulder. Release me. I can leave on my own. Yet Wang Tao paid him no heed, firmly gripping his shoulder and dragging him toward the exit. With a swift motion, Yi Zhe stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He contemplated cursing, but swallowed his words upon noticing the myriad of subordinates glaring at him, instinctively recognizing that further provocation could lead to violence. As the saying goes, under a roof, one must bow their head. Yi Zhe had no choice but to retreat to the school to consult his uncle. Meanwhile, Qin Jiang and his companions remained composed in their seats, as if the recent confrontation was nothing more than a trivial matter. The dozens of subordinates buzzed with excitement, having witnessed the events unfold. Suppressing Yi Zhe was merely a minor feat. What truly excited them was the mention of the penalty, double. This indicated that should Yi Zhe decide to breach the contract, the Heilong Company would secure a penalty of 700,000. Moreover, the contract for the chemical plant amounted to 1 million. 1 million. Even in 2010, such a sum was substantial, especially for students. The pace of their progress had been astonishing. Only a month had passed since Qin Jiang had ventured into the card reader business. As they caught their breath, many subordinates could hardly contain their exhilaration. Money, the cornerstone of all endeavors. The necessity of financial resources for a Group S development was irrefutable. And now they stood on the brink of wealth. Qin Jiang was acutely aware of his team's thoughts and recognized their loyalty and courage, yet they lacked worldly experience. This was something that could be cultivated. I understand your thoughts, he articulated, but allow me to assure you, a mere 1 million is insignificant. Not only for the future of Heilong, but even for its present standing, it is inadequate. I can confidently state that within a month, Heilong will undergo a profound transformation, and you will ascend to a new echelon, one of immense potential. Gulp, gulp. The subordinates could not suppress their anticipation as they swallowed hard. Although they struggled to grasp the full implications of Qin Jiang's words, the allure of the unknown invigorated them. Qin Jiang chose not to elaborate further. Time would reveal all. Some mysteries were best left to enhance the thrill. This would leave a lasting impression on his subordinates, thereby reinforcing their unwavering trust in him. During this period, all registered employees of Heilong Company were instructed to remain at the school, ready for any unforeseen developments. A significant operation was imminent. Qin Jiang issued the command without room for dissent, and his subordinates were filled with eager anticipation, knowing that if their leader spoke of a major operation, it would indeed be monumental. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jiang instructed, everyone may leave, except for Bai Lu. The remaining subordinates exchanged puzzled glances at Bai Lu before departing, leaving her bewildered in the room. She gazed at the trio, particularly at Qin Jiang. Her decision to join Heilong stemmed from two primary reasons. First, Qin Jiang had saved her, instilling a sense of special connection. And second, she harbored a deep yearning for the world of camaraderie and society. However, since joining Heilong, she had been hesitant to engage too closely with Qin Jiang, fearing expulsion. Now, being left alone with him filled her with trepidation. Surely, he wouldn't cast her out? If so, her dreams would shatter. No, she could not allow that to happen. She would cling on tenaciously, refusing to be cast aside. Resolute, she approached Qin Jiang and declared, "I will not leave. I wish to stick with you." Tears of frustration welled in her eyes as she spoke. "You intend to navigate this society?" Qin Jiang teased lightly before adding, "Rest assured, no one will expel you. Once you join a company, it is akin to a deep ocean. Since you have entered Heilong, there is no turning back." "You're not letting me go?" Bai Lu asked, astonished. "Then why keep me here? Once you join Heilong, you must understand the rules," Qin Jiang replied. "What rules?" she inquired. "Each individual must contribute to the team." "What can you offer?" I can contribute financially, if that suffices." Chapter 26, Persuading Bai Lu, Breach Penalty, 7 million. "Money?" Qin Jiang shook his head. "Do you believe Heilong isn't one of funds? Besides, can mere monetary contributions secure a place among the company's core members? What is Heilong after all?" Bai Lu's complexion paled. She was utterly at a loss regarding how she could contribute to Heilong. Fighting? She was incapable, and her presence would only complicate matters. Strategizing? She was even less adept, lacking the cleverness to devise plans. Throughout her life, she had merely scraped by in her studies, without any notable skills to showcase. Wait, she excelled at playing the rogue in video games. Just as she was about to voice this talent, she fell silent, acutely aware that it was better left unmentioned. In that moment, despair washed over her. She struggled to find a reason to remain, feeling a sense of helplessness. Just as she teetered on the brink of utter hopelessness, Qin Jiang asked, "What was your major in university?" "Accounting," Bai Lu replied. "How did you fare?" "Decently." Qin Jiang drummed his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before stating, "I sense a certain affinity with you, and it is clear that you are earnest in your desire to make a mark. Therefore, I have a task for you. If you can fulfill it well, there may very well be a chair for you in this room in the future." "What?" Bai Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. The temptation Qin Jiang offered was immense. What did having a chair in the room signify? As of now, only 3 individuals in the entire team possessed chairs, and even someone as esteemed as Wang Tao could only occasionally lean back against one. A chair. That meant she would be part of the true upper echelons of the team. Bai Lu. To think that hundreds would address her as Sister Lu sent a wave of yearning through her. She turned to Qin Jiang with determination. "Whatever the task, just say the word, and I will face any challenge head on." Qin Jiang calmly issued the task. "Return to school and focus on your studies. Obtain your accountant certification as soon as possible." "What?" Bai Lu even doubted her own hearing. "Study." The task was to focus on her studies. Yes, it was all about learning. Qin Jiang stated directly. For a team to thrive completely, merely having numerous brothers is utterly insufficient. Wealth is the true path. Without money, everything is mere chatter. Money and brotherhood are the lifeblood of the Black Dragon, while the loyal brothers of the Black Dragon are plentiful. Those who understand finance and are wholeheartedly devoted to the Black Dragon are exceedingly rare. I am now resolute in entrusting you with the second lifeline of the Black Dragon. Once you have mastered your studies, you will wield the financial authority of the Black Dragon. At that time, the seat of the Black Dragon will undoubtedly be yours. And I hope you do not let me down." Bai Lu stood there, momentarily stunned. Although she sensed something was amiss, her mind was entirely captivated by the grand vision painted by Qin Jiang. To control the finances of the Black Dragon, to take a seat at the helm. She, Sister Lu, would become an indispensable presence within the Black Dragon. Bai Lu felt as though the dreams she had harbored for years were on the verge of realization. How could she not be exhilarated? "Sister, I too shall become a sister." Bai Lu nodded. "I will return to school and study diligently, quickly obtaining my accounting qualification. I will certainly manage the finances of the Black Dragon well. Brother Jiang, I am immensely grateful for the opportunity you have bestowed upon me. From this day forward, I am your loyal little brother. Whatever tasks you assign me, I shall face them with unwavering resolve." "Yes, I have faith in you." Qin Jiang nodded in encouragement. Bai Lu departed. She left with a sense of purpose, her heart set on returning to school swiftly, completing her studies, and coming back to assume the role of sister. Before leaving, she inquired if she could return during her studies, to which Qin Jiang assured her that she could come back at any time. She would forever remain a member of the Black Dragon Company. Moreover, during her academic period, the Black Dragon Company would provide her with a salary, signifying that she was learning on behalf of the company. Hearing this, Bai Lu left without a worry in the world. Outside, as Bai Lu emerged, a few peripheral members of the Black Dragon passed by and called out to her, "Sister Lu, Sister Lu," though their voices were sparse. They filled Bai Lu with an overwhelming joy, and she happily rushed back to school, removing her colorful wig midway. "Brother Jiang, are you merely feeding her illusions?" Zhu Zhen questioned, watching Bai Lu depart. "Let her be. if she truly manages to learn something and possesses a knack for finance. It would not be unreasonable to entrust the Black Dragon's finances to her, Qin Jiang replied calmly. If she fails to meet expectations, it will merely be a transaction with her brother. Zhu Zheng nodded, then shifted the topic. Brother Jiang, are you certain that the academy is about to upgrade to a third-tier institution and expand its campus? Indeed, Qin Jiang confirmed. Zhu Zheng was taken aback. No wonder his elder brother insisted on contracting the chemical factory. He must have received insider information ahead of the academy's announcement. He refrained from prying further into the source of the information, for a wise person knows what to ask and what to leave unasked. Instead, he remarked, as long as the academy expands, it will inevitably involve the chemical factory. It's no wonder Yi Zhe came to visit today. You must have received the news. Brother Jiang, what are your intentions regarding this matter? Qin Jiang replied calmly. The Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Understood. Zhu Zheng nodded, comprehending that Qin Jiang's intention was to conduct everything according to regulations and contracts, which would entail the academy paying double the penalty for breach of contract. Of course, this did not refer to double the annual contract fee, but rather double the total fee for a decade. After all, the contract was signed for 10 years. Thus, the penalty amounted to a staggering 7 million. Even with Zhu Zheng's mature mindset, it was challenging to remain composed. 7 million. What a colossal figure. Especially considering that the initial investment in the chemical factory was only 350,000. In just half a month, a 20-fold profit. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Qin Jiang, however, remained unfazed. It's merely 7 million. Moreover, such exorbitant profits are a one-time affair. There's no need to dwell on it, but with this capital, we can initiate other plans. Zhu Zheng pondered. The academy will certainly not let this go without a fight. A few million in profit is enough to stir up some trouble. We must prepare in advance. I will arrange for personnel to guard the chemical factory in shifts to prevent the academy from resorting to desperate measures. Qin Jiang nodded in agreement. A little insight goes a long way. Zhu Zheng possessed the acumen to succeed in any industry. Unfortunately, he was inherently drawn to the underworld and the life of a rogue. Qin Jiang did not reveal to him the future business model he intended to establish, as some things must be subtly transformed. Meanwhile, Wei Biao remained composed, seated and rotating 2 iron balls in his hands, emitting occasional creaking sounds. Qin Jiang couldn't help but smile. Although Si Jiao appeared formidable, exuding an intimidating aura, akin to a fearsome enforcer, he still possessed a childlike heart and kindness. As a child, he was often bullied and labeled a big fool, and had it not been for Qin Jiang's protection, it was uncertain what might have happened to him. The demeanor he exhibited now was intentionally cultivated by Qin Jiang. Seeing Qin Jiang glance his way, the stoic Si Jiao revealed a naive expression and said, Brother Jiang, I'll go to a cat cafe and pet cats. Indeed, Si Jiao had a fondness for cats, a deep affection for them. Let us go. We'll head there now. Chapter 27. The lawyer's letter arrives. Lu Ruyin is bewildered. At the academy, Yi Jikai sipped tea and murmured, I never expected that kid to have such lofty ambitions. Did you let anything slip? Yi Zhe shook his head. No. I mentioned that the shareholders of the school disagreed and intended to reclaim the chemical factory, offering a compensation of several tens of thousands. Who would have thought he would demand double the penalty for breach of contract? That amounts to several 100,000. He must be out of his mind to think money comes so easily. Yi Jikai fell into deep thought once more. A moment later, he said, continue negotiations with him. Try to persuade him to lower the penalty so we can retrieve the contract quickly. If absolutely necessary, we can compensate him with a double penalty. But there's no but about it. Yi Jikai interrupted Yi Zhe. The documents for the academy's upgrade to a third-tier institution will be issued soon. If that kid gets wind of it, double the penalty will not suffice to resolve the matter. It could escalate into a significant issue. Saying this, he retrieved a contract from the drawer below. This is a newly drafted contract, transferring the chemical factory to you, dated back 2 weeks. Yi Jikai continued this way. I can secure you the maximum benefit, and the shareholders will not refuse. The school's upgrade represents a substantial advantage for them, and they won't nitpick over these details. How much can we earn? Yi Zhe asked greedily, eyeing the contract. 2 to 3 million should be no problem. 2 to 3 million. Yi Zhe's breath became heavy. Although he came from a wealthy family and lacked for nothing, the prospect of earning 2 to 3 million during his entrepreneurial venture was exhilarating, and with such funds, his business endeavors would expand exponentially. Consequently, his status within the family would rise. Perhaps, it might even earn him his father's respect. With this thought, he left without hesitation. Qin Jiang, consider this a little something extra for you to savor. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Jiang sought not merely a taste but the entire feast, leaving nothing untouched. At the Polytechnic University, in the girls' dormitory, Lu Rian sat by the window, meticulously applying her eyebrow makeup, while several female classmates nearby chattered excitedly. Rian, I heard a wealthy second-generation student from outside has asked you out and drives a luxury car. Is that true? No need to ask, it must be true. Can't you see Ruyin is putting on makeup? Maybe she's already swooning. Alas, our campus belle has been whisked away, and the thought of her fellow male students discovering this news would surely leave them weeping incessantly. In a moment, a few female classmates grew increasingly animated in their chatter. Up ahead, Lu Ruyin, listening to their inquiries, offered no response, instead concentrating intently on applying a light touch of makeup. After a few minutes, she finally composed herself and calmly stated, "Do not spread baseless rumors. That boy and I are merely friends who have dined together a few times." Her eyes flickered with indignation. Indeed, it was indignation. Ever since Qin Jiang had refused to wire her money the last time, she had been forced to resort to continually borrowing from her sycophants. This had tarnished her reputation, leading some astute young men to awaken to their folly and cease their servile adoration. Such a reality was unbearable for her, accustomed as she was to adulation. Moreover, losing her financial benefactor in Qin Jiang left her struggling with funds, having grown accustomed to a lavish lifestyle. To maintain her aloof and prestigious image at school, she had no choice but to seek new targets outside. The individual she was to meet shortly was indeed a new prospect. Yet, she found this target unsatisfactory. He was rather troublesome and somewhat miserly, only revealing his true intentions after several dates and demanding a sacrifice of her charms, which utterly disgusted her. This made her long for the obedient Qin Jiang, who needed no more than a smile to be content. In her mind, she cursed, "Qin Jiang, you truly are something? It's been nearly a month since you last acknowledged me. Fine, let us see how long you can keep this up, if you have the audacity. Then continue to ignore me. I'll consider you bold." Just as she was lost in her thoughts, her roommate's voice called out, "Ruyin, I have a package for you." At the sound, both Lu Ruyin and her roommates turned to look. It had been quite some time since she had received a package. Back in 2010, deliveries were not as prevalent. Most items were delivered by hand, and courier services were nearly non-existent, with packages typically left at the school as security office. Lu Ruyin often received packages, and everyone knew the sender well, her most devoted admirer, Qin Jiang. However, since a month ago, the deliveries had ceased, leading to speculation among her dorm mates about who could have sent something. Lu Ruyin, maintaining an air of calm, inquired, "Who is it from?" "Qin Jiang." The moment the name was uttered, the girls exchanged knowing glances. Lu Ruyin's expression brightened momentarily before she quickly masked it, turning back to continue shaping her eyebrows, saying, "Open it." Internally, she scoffed. Qin Jiang still thinks he has some sort of power over me. In reality, he is only continuing to send me gifts. But does he think that a month of silence and a few gifts will win my forgiveness? Not a chance. He'd better brace himself for a reckoning. Simultaneously, she was calculating how to spend the funds from her sycophant. A handbag, a necklace, a bracelet, luxury cosmetics. Furthermore, she intentionally requested the package to be opened in front of everyone, as her reputation in the dorm had begun to falter and she sought to restore her former status. Just as she was lost in her daydreams, a sudden shriek startled her, causing her to flinch. She turned to glare at her reflection in the mirror, her brows askew, and snapped, "What is all the fuss about? Haven't you seen a good gift before?" Yet, she soon sensed something was amiss. Her roommates surrounding the package wore peculiar expressions, astonishment mixed with something more complex. Intuition told her something was wrong. Lu Ruyin rose and approached, demanding, "What on earth is going on? What's in the package?" None of her roommates responded, but one holding the package silently showed it to her. Upon seeing the thin envelope, Lu Ruyin's countenance fell. The package was far too thin, merely like a sheet of paper. What sort of gift could possibly be contained within? Perhaps cash, but that wouldn't amount to much. With a heart filled with confusion, Lu Ruyin took the package and opened it, only to find a single sheet of paper inside. The three bold characters at the top left her rooted to the spot. Lawyer's letter. To Ms. Lu Ruyin. The Songjiang Jinhua law firm, on behalf of Qin Jiang, issues this letter concerning your overdue repayment of debts, according to the statements and materials provided by the client. The following contents she could no longer read further, feeling as if struck by a hammer, nearly collapsing to the ground. She had never anticipated that instead of a gift or an apology, Qin Jiang would send her a lawyer's letter demanding repayment. A staggering sum of 50,000. With a clatter, her eyebrow pencil fell to the floor, but she paid it no heed, repeatedly murmuring, "How could this happen? What on earth does Qin Jiang intend to do?" Chapter 28. Lu Ruyin was barred from entering the vocational school. Immediately, her dorm mates regarded her with peculiar gazes. As they shared the same living space, they were privy to certain details and understood that Lu Ruyan's extravagant spending was not a result of her writing income. After all, she had never penned a single word while in the dorm, so where would her royalties come from? Therefore, the source of her financial means was quite clear: Qin Jiang. They were also aware that during her last phone purchase, she had seemingly quarreled with Qin Jiang, and since then, her spending had noticeably diminished. She had begun to conserve on cosmetics, and had even accepted invitations from some boys to dine out and watch movies. Witnessing the lawyer's letter from Qin Jiang, there was no need for further explanation. However, the students of this era were somewhat naive, often believing that Qin Jiang and Lu Ruyan were merely experiencing a romantic dispute. Thus, they couldn't help but advise, Ruyan, don't be too heartbroken. Qin Jiang is just trying to scare you. How could someone who likes you so much truly demand money from you? Don't worry. The money you spent was given by Qin Jiang, not from your writing income. We will keep this under wraps. But Ruyan, you have indeed spent an excessive amount, 50,000. In their eyes, that was an astronomical sum. Many of their parents worked an entire year and might not even earn that much. Yet here was Lu Ruyan, having spent such a fortune. And the lawyer's letter only accounted for the money transferred, not even including the various gifts Qin Jiang had sent her. This revelation left them feeling somewhat uneasy towards Lu Ruyan. Upon hearing their attempts at consolation, Lu Ruyan reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail. Snapping back, shut up. Wang Yun, you wouldn't dare say a word if a third party interfered with your relationship. What gives you the right to speak here? And you, Hanlo, I know you have a crush on the gym teacher. Don't think I'm unaware. And you, Sunju, you're as hefty as a pig, struggling to climb a flight of stairs, yet you daydream about romance. Her barrage of words left her roommates pale, with some already sniffling and crying. Soon after, the group turned and exited the dormitory. Inside, only Lu Ruyan remained with Wang Qi, the roommate who had brought back the package, someone with whom Lu Ruyan shared a relatively amicable relationship. Lu Ruyan looked at her, opening her mouth but saying nothing, her grip on the lawyer's letter tightening. Wang Qi remarked, they were only concerned for you, and none of them are gossip mongers. Today's events will remain confidential. Lu Ruyan remained silent. Her pride forbade her from allowing herself to appear so humiliated or allowing others to witness her disgrace, which was why she had snapped at her roommates earlier. This was her protective mechanism. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qi suggested, have you been too cold towards Qin Jiang lately? Or is it possible that Qin Jiang has found someone in the North District? Songjiang is the provincial capital, after all, and there are many beautiful women. Though Qin Jiang's academic performance leaves much to be desired, his appearance is rather commendable. In the past, he garnered the affection of several female classmates at our school. Moreover, your absence from her line of sight inevitably leads to complications over time. Listening to Wang Qi's words, Lu Ruyan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had intuited something. Since Qin Jiang enrolled in a vocational college, they had only met once during the summer break when he insisted on seeing her, and thereafter, their communication had been solely through messages. Initially, she believed it was inconsequential, accustomed as she was to Qin Jiang's unwavering adoration. However, Wang Qi's remarks prompted her to realize that they were no longer classmates, and thus could not see each other daily. Naturally, this prolonged separation could lead to issues, and it was likely that Qin Jiang had fallen prey to some flirtatious individual. No, Lu Ruyan shook her head resolutely. Qin Jiang is her devoted admirer. How could she allow anyone else to encroach upon that? She even surmised that the lawyer's letter was a deliberate ploy by Qin Jiang, intended to provoke her for not maintaining contact. It appeared that he had learned the art of teasing and withholding affection during his time away. Although Lu Ruyan felt a tinge of disdain, she understood that failing to offer Qin Jiang some sweetness might truly result in his loss. Losing Qin Jiang itself was not terrifying. What was frightening was the prospect of no one else unconditionally adoring her. Moreover, with her proud disposition, she had long considered Qin Jiang as her trophy, and she could not tolerate anyone snatching him away. With this thought, she picked up her eyebrow pencil and returned to the windowsill to rectify the eyebrow that she had just misdrawn. Rising, she declared, I'm going to find him. She resolved to head to Songjiang immediately to reclaim her devoted admirer, leaving the stingy second-generation heir for later. Wang Qi was first astonished, then understanding. Lu Ruyan, please help me request leave from the teacher and tell them my pet dog has died, and I must return for the funeral. Wang Qi, wow, what a brilliant excuse. Vocational college. Lu Ruyan stepped out of the taxi, casting a disdainful look at the modest institution before her. Her academic performance was commendable. She attended a 211 university. Such a vocational college, a mere fallback for those who faltered in the college entrance examination, was hardly worthy of her consideration. Naturally, Qin Jiang, who was also studying at this vocational college, was even less deserving of her attention. Had it not been for his comfortable adoration and generous spending, she would have severed all ties with him long ago. He furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to locate Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang had blocked his number. When he attempted to call Wei Biao, he found himself similarly blocked. Ultimately, he had no choice but to approach the school entrance and inquire. "Excuse me, where's the classroom?" Security guard Old Wong asked. "Are you the new intern teacher?" It was understandable for Old Wong to inquire this way, for Lu Ruyin was dressed in a manner that hardly resembled a student, adorned with makeup and carrying a handbag. Lu Ruyin's presence caught the attention of male students at the vocational college, their gazes aflame with interest. With her exquisite features, enhanced by makeup, and her long dress and high heels, she resembled a sophisticated urban beauty, a deadly temptation for the impetuous students. Even several young security guards could not help but steal glances at Lu Ruyin, blushing slightly when she turned to look at them. Lu Ruyin was accustomed to such attention. She relished being the center of attraction. She tossed her hair and said, "I am here to find someone." Security guard Old Wong. "Who are you looking for? A teacher from that class?" Lu Ruyin, a student. Security guard Old Wong. "Call him and have him come over. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the school freely." Lu Ruyin's expression froze. Again with the phone calls. She needed to be able to get through. As she pondered her next move, she noticed a young man in formal attire, clutching a briefcase, walking towards her, prompting her to take a second glance. Although he was not particularly handsome, his elite demeanor intrigued her. The newcomer was Yizhe. He also spotted Lu Ruyin and, captivated by her beauty, couldn't help but glance at her, a smile unwittingly appearing on his face. However, he suppressed the impulse to greet her, for his priority was to finalize the contract. In comparison to several million, a woman was inconsequential. Security guard Old Wong did not impede Yizhe's entry. Lu Ruyin pointed towards him and asked, "Is he from your school?" Security guard Old Wong. "No, he is from the school next door." Lu Ruyin. "Then why is he allowed in?" Security guard Old Wong. "Because he is here to find Qin Jiang." Lu Ruyin what? Chapter 29. Lu Ruyin was astonished and began to stir trouble. Lu Ruyin what? He is here looking for Qin Jiang? He could just waltz in like that. For a moment, Lu Ruyin was deeply perplexed, her instincts telling her that many things were amiss. But she brushed aside her concerns and declared, "I am also here to find Qin Jiang." Security guard Old Wong. "And you are?" Lu Ruyin. "Guess who I am?" Security guard Old Wong. "I'm not guessing anything." Though he acknowledged Lu Ruyin's beauty at nearly 60, he had long lost the impulse and thus was indifferent to her allure. Hesitating, he waved his hand. "You can go in." Lu Ruyin dashed into the campus, pursuing Yizhe's retreating figure as he entered a room on the left side of the school. She raised her gaze to the sign above, Black Dragon. Below, there was a vertical sign affixed to the wall, Black Dragon Liability Company, Limited Black Dragon Company. How could there be a company within the school? Lu Ruyin murmured. Moreover, that person said he was here for Qin Jiang, yet he is at the Black Dragon Company. Could it be that Qin Jiang is working there? As she continued to speculate, she observed Yizhe being forcibly shoved out, indignantly protesting. "I am here to negotiate a business deal." "What are you doing?" The audacity. Did they think that 50,000 in compensation was insufficient? Did they not fear that greed would lead to their downfall? "Get lost." Zhu Zheng, fanning himself with a folding fan, replied impatiently. "A mere 50,000? Do you think we a Black Dragon are beggars? Everything follows the contract. This time, Brother Jiang is being merciful and letting you leave with some dignity. If you don't leave, don't blame us for throwing you out." Several of his subordinates rolled up their sleeves, ready to step forward. Seeing them gather, Yizhe's expression turned grim. Though he held the position of captain of the campus security team, he commanded only a few dozen students. The vast majority of the security team consisted of female students, and their role was merely to patrol the campus and ensure student safety. While it appeared that he had a sizable force, should it come to a confrontation with someone as notorious as Qin Jiang, they would not dare take action. Thus, he truly had no recourse. If he were thrown out, it would be a significant loss of face. "Humph." Yizhe snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. As he passed by Lu Ruyin, he did not spare her a glance, his mind consumed with anger and thoughts of what to do next. Likewise, Lu Ruyin did not look at him. Her mind was racing, processing various pieces of information. Business negotiations? 50,000? A pittance? With her sharp intellect, she had already deduced from the scant words exchanged that the Black Dragon Company was no ordinary entity. They dismissed tens of thousands with disdain. At this moment, the Black Dragon Company stirred significant waves within her mind, prompting her to ponder what role Qin Jiang played there. The earlier Yizhe had clearly come looking for Qin Jiang. Why was he at this company? Qin Jiang, Black Dragon. Could there be a connection? Was Qin Jiang working for the Black Dragon Company? As her thoughts spiraled, her steps did not falter, and she made her way towards the Black Dragon Company. Drawing many curious gazes, Wang Tao, who was smoking at the entrance, looked at Lu Ruyin with a startled expression, feeling an uncanny familiarity as if he had seen her before, until Lu Ruyin stepped forward and inquired, "Hello? I ask if Qin Jiang is here? I am his high school classmate seeking him." High school classmate. Wait a moment. Wang Tao instantly recalled who this person was. Lu Ruyin, his former sister-in-law. He had seen her photograph before, as Qin Jiang often sent him out to purchase gifts to be mailed to her. Just a month ago, he had ceased those purchases. Upon hearing Lu Ruyin was looking for Qin Jiang, the minions who had been fixated on her immediately averted their gazes, forcibly redirecting their attention. Looking for Brother Jiang. Wang Tao announced, "Brother Jiang is not here. Why don't you wait in the office for a moment?" Allicht. Lu Ruyin nodded hesitantly. Wang Tao led Lu Ruyin into the office, where 2 or 3 dozen young men were gathered. Upon seeing Wang Tao enter with a beautiful woman, their gazes shifted toward her. Wang Tao waved his hand. "What are you staring at? Get out." The young men, unwilling to defy him, turned and exited. This scene left Lu Ruyin even more perplexed. Judging by Wang Tao's earlier demeanor, it was evident he held a significant position. Yet he referred to Qin Jiang as Brother Jiang. Could he possibly be one of Qin Jiang's underlings? And what of the dozens of others? How did he manage to gather so many followers in a vocational school? What role did he play within the Highline Company? Perhaps he was merely overseeing the place? Yes, that must be it. She quickly speculated. Wang Tao, oblivious to her thoughts, pointed to a seat opposite the central sofa. "Please take a seat. Brother Jiang should be back soon." Lu Ruyin sat down, her mind beginning to race. She did not care whether Qin Jiang was involved in the underworld or acting as a bodyguard. All she cared about was that he appeared to be doing quite well. This meant he was not lacking in finances, and if she could win back this devoted admirer, she could once again lead a good life. Time passed slowly. Just as Lu Ruyin grew impatient with the wait, a sudden commotion erupted outside. She sprang to her feet and peered through the window, stunned. 3 figures were approaching slowly. On the left was a tall, intimidating bald man over 6 feet tall. Wei Biao. Lu Ruyin immediately recognized him. He had been inseparable from Qin Jiang during high school, and when Qin Jiang was forced to leave after a fight, he had followed suit. On the right was a lively young woman in a white shirt and jeans, exuding youthful vitality. It was Bai Lu. She had returned to school and, under Qin Jiang's guidance, had shed the attire of a delinquent girl, a change she had accepted without much objection, as long as someone called her sister. She was indifferent to her clothing. Finally, Lu Ruyin's gaze settled on the man in the center, clad in a sharp suit, with a chiseled face and neatly trimmed hair. His deep-set eyes emanated an indescribable aura of authority. Those around him lowered their heads, murmuring, "Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang." This was Qin Jiang. Lu Ruyin could hardly believe it. She could not reconcile this man with the once scruffy, single-eyed Qin Jiang she had known. They were utterly transformed. Yet, the unchanged Wei Biao and the way everyone addressed him confirmed the reality. After a moment, she blurted out, "Has time truly changed a person so much?" Her gaze then fixed upon Bai Lu. "It seems this woman has charmed Qin Jiang away and has grown so close to him. Surely, they could not have. Absolutely not." She quickly dismissed the thought. Even with her pride, she had to admit that Bai Lu was indeed quite attractive and exuded youthful energy. So she found it hard to believe that Bai Lu could genuinely be interested in Qin Jiang, likely viewing him merely as a source of financial support. A source of support? How could they share such a relationship? In a flash, she grabbed her bag and confronted Qin Jiang. Disappointment visible on her face as she addressed him and Bai Lu, "Qin Jiang. How could you disappoint me so thoroughly after I made a special trip to this vocational university to see you and offer you an opportunity?" At that moment, Lu Ruyin's expression resembled that of someone who had just encountered a faithless lover. Anger, injustice, sadness, frustration. After stating her piece, Lu Ruyin clutched her small bag and ran off, as if determined to leave. Yet, no one noticed that as she turned, a smile crept on her lips. "You won't regret this." Given her previous understanding of Qin Jiang, she knew that if she acted a little petulant, he would invariably come apologizing. Now, she had indicated that she had come specifically to find him and offer him a chance, only to find him with another woman, leading her to feel utterly disheartened. Following the usual pattern, Qin Jiang would chase after her, trying to explain that his relationship with that girl was insignificant, pleading for her to give him another chance. Thus, she could take the opportunity to play a little hard to get, eventually pulling back her devoted admirer, all while ensuring that he would plead for her forgiveness. As for Bai Lu, she was hardly a concern. She appeared to be nothing more than a naive girl, unworthy of comparison. However, After a few steps, she suddenly froze. For no cries or pleas followed her as she had expected. Silence. An eerie silence. She turned around to see Qin Jiang watching her with an amused expression. What was happening? Why hadn't he pursued her, instead looking at her with that expression? Did he not understand the meaning behind her words? What to do? She realized that continuing to run was not an option, yet stopping felt equally daunting. Ultimately, the importance of her devoted admirer prompted her to relent once more. Turning back to face Qin Jiang, pointing at Bai Lu and demanding, "Who is she?" Qin Jiang's expression turned icy. "What does it have to do with you?" Lu Rian gasped, "What is happening? When did he have the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Is he still the Qin Jiang who once feared to raise his voice in my presence?" Qin Jiang, with a laugh, declared, "Ha, double happiness. I hope you mean what you say. By the way, why are you here? To pay back the money? Just give it to her." He gestured toward Bai Lu. Lu Ruyan was stunned. She even doubted her hearing. Despite having uttered such harsh words, Qin Jiang seemed entirely unfazed, as if she were merely playing a tune for an indifferent audience. Moreover, the look he cast toward Bai Lu, demanding that she give her money to her, felt like the ultimate humiliation. She truly wanted to turn away and leave. But her instincts warned her that to do so would likely mean losing Qin Jiang for good and never reaping any benefits again. Lu Rian murmured to herself, "Could it be that I have neglected Qin Jiang for too long, allowing him to harbor resentment, and thus used Bai Lu to provoke me? Or perhaps he feels unappreciated and has grown impatient, lured by another woman?" She recalled her roommate's words before leaving. Qin Jiang is a man. As a man, he possesses dignity and desires, especially since he is no longer in the county. Out there, he can easily obtain what he cannot find here, which would certainly lead to a rebellious mindset. In such circumstances, one must learn to soften their stance. Softening. This option had never crossed Lu Rian's mind until now. But seeing Qin Jiang's cold demeanor, completely ignoring her, she gritted her teeth and resolved that she could not allow her devoted admirer to slip away. Hence, her expression shifted from anger to grievance. "Qin Jiang, I know that my lack of attention towards you during this time has been my fault, but I was busy preparing for a major competition. As soon as I have a moment, I come to see you. I've heard that a new film has recently been released. Shall we go watch it together? Together? Watch a movie?" Qin Jiang gazed at Lu Ruyan, her body slightly leaning forward. "What is our relationship? You want to invite me to see a movie? What relationship?" Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, "Friends." "Ha!" Qin Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. He laughed at how foolish he had once been, easily deceived by a girl like Lu Ruyan. Just how much did she look down on him, only to refer to him today as friends? She truly wouldn't he offer him even a hint of sweetness. It could be said that among Lu Ruyan's many admirers, Qin Jiang had invested the most, yet he reaped the least. The disparity was clear. Lu Ruyan had truly played him for a fool. Shaking his head, Qin Jiang ceased to regard Lu Ruyan, no longer willing to engage with her, even to utter a single word. His return to life was not about salvaging romance or indulging in sentimental ties. It was about leading his brothers to prosperity, making money. With a swift motion, he turned and coldly declared, "Let her go. Remember, she must repay every penny she owes, and if she refuses, we shall act accordingly." After saying this, he paid no heed to Lu Ruyan's astonished gaze and turned to leave. Lu Ruyan, regaining her senses, hurriedly tried to stop him. "Qin Jiang." "What do you mean?" "Qin Jiang." But her path was blocked by Wang Tao, who stood before her, his expression no longer bearing the previous smile. Naturally, he had initially thought Lu Ruyan might still have some connection with his brother, perhaps even becoming his sister-in-law again. Thus, he had spoken kindly. However, now that it was clear Lu Ruyan would no longer become his sister-in-law, and given Qin Jiang's evident disdain for her, he had no reason to maintain a friendly demeanor. "Lu Ruyan, why are you blocking me?" "Wang Tao, you owe brother Jiang 50,000 yuan. When will you repay it? Today, you must provide an explanation." Lu Ruyan. "Explanation? What explanation? That money was willingly given to me by Qin Jiang." "Repay?" she shouted. "Qin Jiang, do you even consider yourself a man, bullying a woman like me? You want me to repay you? Don't you have any shame? Qin Jiang, come out. Little Qin, you." In her fury, she erupted with curses. Lu Ruyan not only did not cease her outcry, but raised her voice even higher, her words becoming increasingly outrageous, as if Qin Jiang were an ungrateful, despicable character. Shortly thereafter, a cold voice echoed from within. "Slap her." Crack, crack. The sound of two sharp slaps resonated in everyone's ears. "Ouch!" Lu Ruyan cried out in shock, stumbling back and nearly falling, covering her face in disbelief as she looked at Bai Lu. Indeed, it had been Bai Lu who had struck, causing Wang Tao, who had already raised his hand, to slowly retract it. "You dare to hit me?" My mother has never hit me. Lu Ruyin was nearly driven to madness. Having been adored and pursued by countless individuals since childhood, she had never been struck publicly. It was you. Bai Lu said disdainfully. You think you're worthy to call Brother Jiang Little Qin? You got a lot of nerve. Lu Ruyin, in a fit of rage, attempted to charge at Bai Lu. Wang Tao gestured for a few of his underlings to restrain Lu Ruyin, disregarding her struggles as they tossed her outside the school. Bang! Lu Ruyin fell to the ground, covered in dirt and dust. Meanwhile, Wang Tao's voice rang out. You have 3 days. If you don't settle your debts by then, you will face the consequences. Chapter 31 Qin Jiang. Take the contract. It's all yours. Lu Ruyin looked at Wang Tao. I want to see Qin Jiang. Let me see him. I have something to say. At this juncture, Lu Ruyin realized that her previous conversation with Qin Jiang had gone awry. Not only had she failed to rekindle their relationship, but she had also ignited his rebellious spirit. Thus, she intended to meet Qin Jiang and utter some words of submission. Wang Tao, uninterested, turned to leave, casually instructing the security, don't let her back in. Don't go. I want to see Qin Jiang. Lu Ruyin rose, intent on rushing back into the campus. This time she was intercepted by the security. This is a restricted area. You cannot enter freely. Please leave. No matter how Lu Ruyin argued, the security merely shook his head, refusing her entry. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruyin forced herself to calm down, her expression becoming composed as she said, Qin Jiang, you are ruthless. If you want tea, let me have it easy. Don't expect to have it easy either. Do you think you're impressive by putting on a show for others? She turned to the security. May I inquire who owns that Black Dragon company? Is it the school-less leadership? I want to report that Qin Jiang has always loved to fight and frequently engages in petty theft. I want to report him to the authorities so they can investigate. Perhaps he has already embezzled company funds. She recalled how Qin Jiang wore obviously expensive clothing, suggesting he wasn't short on money. In her understanding, those who manage such enterprises cannot earn so much in a short time. Therefore, it was likely that he was embezzling company assets. She aimed to report him, and even if she couldn't ruin him, she would ensure he faced significant repercussions. The security guard, Old Wang, looked at Lu Ruyin with a bemused expression, pointing at the Black Dragon Company. The Black Dragon Company is owned by Qin Jiang. You want to report him? Haha, little girl, you'd best leave. In this day and age, why do anything foolish? You're so beautiful. Why waste your prime years? Clearly, he had taken note of everything that had transpired in front of the Black Dragon Company and recognized that Lu Ruyin likely shared a past with Qin Jiang. Yet, with her mere declaration of friendship, even Old Wang was left speechless. A friendship where one demands apologies and reparations, yet the other acts so arrogantly. What was she thinking? Just because you're beautiful, does that mean others should accommodate you? Leave, hurry up and go. The security guard, Old Wang, impatiently urged her on. Lu Ruyin, driven away, wore a dazed expression, shocked as she departed. Qin Jiang, the very owner of the Black Dragon Company, who disregarded business worth hundreds of thousands. What a joke. How could he have risen to such prominence in such a short time? In that instant, a wave of regret washed over her. An instinct told her that she had lost something important, especially as she recalled Qin Jiang's indifferent gaze, leading her to surmise that he likely would no longer play the role of a devoted admirer. Moreover, he would truly demand repayment. Regret, resentment, sadness, anger. A myriad of emotions surged within her. Ultimately, her pride prevented her from turning back, and even if she did, it would yield no benefits. Qin Jiang, don't think that losing you will cause me any loss. I will make you regret it sooner or later. Swiftly, she picked up her phone and dialed. I want to watch a movie. Wonderful. An exuberant voice responded on the other end. Where are you? I'll come and pick you up right away. Wait for me. Click. Hanging up the phone. The affluent young man, in the midst of a lively outing, tossed some money to the woman in his car, shooed her away with a wet wipe, and drove off. The prey is hooked. Inside the Black Dragon Company, Qin Jiang sat calmly in the main seat, his expression tranquil. Initially, he had anticipated that encountering his former cherished one would stir some emotional turmoil within him. Yet he discovered that, upon seeing her, all he felt was disdain and aversion. Furthermore, he had dismissed the earlier incident entirely. After all, the two would no longer intersect. As for her seeking a new admirer, it was of no concern to him. He was not like the protagonists in certain novels who, upon rebirth, continuously sought to confront their former loves, only to be entangled with them repeatedly, ultimately leading to the former love's transformation into a devoted admirer. Such absurd plots had always repulsed him when he read novels. In the present moment, one finds themselves so immersed in a situation that thoughts are rendered obsolete. The once cherished white moonlight now appears as worthless as a pile of excrement. Those willing to settle for such detritus are truly desperate, their standards lowered to an abhorrent degree. The opportunity for rebirth has been squandered. Wang Tao remarked, just now. Yi Zhe came by again, offering a bid of 500,000, which I promptly dismissed. Indeed, Qin Jiang nodded calmly. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. He was deliberately stalling for time. While he could afford to delay the nursing college, he could not afford to delay the inevitable. Surely, that individual would return tonight. As expected, later that evening, Yi Zhe reappeared at the Black Dragon Company. With a thud, he tossed a package before Qin Jiang, declaring, "Inside is 1,050,000. Verify it. The contract is officially terminated. Hand it over." However, Qin Jiang did not even glance at the package. Instead, he lit a cigarette, the smoke clouding his face. "You think 1,050,000 is sufficient to annul the contract? What a jest. Am I jesting?" Yi Zhe stared at Qin Jiang, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Show me." Qin Jiang waved his hand dismissively. "Look." Zhu Zhang produced the contract and handed it to Yi Zhe. "Examine the breach of contract clause closely." Yi Zhe furrowed his brow and read aloud. "The breaching party must compensate double the total contract fee for the duration of the contract." Precisely. The double contract fee amounts to 700,000. Adding the return of the contract fee totals 1,050,000. Wait a moment. His eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as he fixated on the clause, murmuring, double the total contract fee. The contract duration is 10 years, which means the total fee is 3,500,000, leading to a breach penalty of 7 million. He looked up at Qin Jiang, incredulous. "A penalty of 7 million? You expect 7 million? Qin Jiang slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. "It is not my desire for 7 million, but rather all proceedings must adhere to the contract. The Black Dragon is a legitimate company. You cannot be serious." Yi Zhe's anger reached a boiling point. Even he had not intended to extract such a sum. So how could Qin Jiang demand such a fortune? This is absurd. In an instant, he grasped the contract tightly, his eyes glimmering with determination. Without hesitation, he tore it apart with force. Ryup, ryup, swiftly shredding the document to smithereens. He crammed the signed and stamped portions into his mouth, indifferent to the risk of choking, compared to 7 million. Swallowing a bit of paper was trivial. Even feces were consideration. Gagging, he struggled to swallow the remnants. Yet, before he could revel in his cleverness, he noticed Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang observing him with calm expressions, as if they were watching a fool. "How does it taste?" Zhu Zhang inquired, bemused. "I never imagined you had a penchant for consuming photocopies. If you wish to eat, I have several more contracts right here." Qin Jiang exhaled a smoke ring. "Go ahead. Feast to your heart's content." Chapter 32. Forced Eviction, Nail Households, the bloody prelude to a commercial empire. What? Yi Zhe stared at the 7 or 8 contracts before him, his stomach churning dangerously, nearly causing him to vomit. "Qin Jiang, you actually have backups. Do you possess no integrity?" "Ha ha ha." Qin Jiang chuckled, gesturing to Zhu Zhang, who turned to Yi Zhe. Then, in a chilling tone, he ordered, "Take him away." "Understood." Wang Tao, accompanied by several others, advanced without hesitation, delivering a swift blow to Yi Zhe's abdomen. Ouch! Yi Zhe reacted quickly, realizing the gravity of the situation as he turned to flee, moving with remarkable speed, while Wang Tao and his minions pursued him. "Don't chase me," he yelled, darting around the playground, ultimately unleashing his full potential to leap over the wall. Even so, he received several hits, the pain coursing through his body causing him to grimace. "Damn it! This Qin Jiang not only dares to toy with me in the contract, but also has the audacity to have me beaten. How outrageous! Just wait. Y will not rest until this vengeance is exacted." Enduring the pain, he hurried towards the dormitory, fearful that Wang Tao and his crew would catch up. However, he was unaware that Wang Tao would not pursue him outside. The Black Dragon Company had its own rules. Within the school, they could easily manipulate surveillance and have the security turn a blind eye. But outside, the multitude of cameras made it impossible to engage in unlawful actions without consequence. In the company, Qin Jiang was unconcerned about whether Yi Zhe would harbor resentment towards him. After all, their enmity had reached an irreconcilable point. There is no such thing as a business where one can profit without offending anyone. The notion of mutual benefit is sheer folly. The commercial world is a facade of smiles, concealing a tumultuous undercurrent. Thus, how could he permit Yi Zhe to maintain his pretense in front of him? Eating contracts? Who gave him the audacity? Zhu Zhang remarked. He is quite decisive, consuming A4 paper without fear of damaging his throat. Thankfully, we were prepared for him. Qin Jiang nodded. His uncle and nephew are not to be underestimated. They will not willingly pay a penalty of 7 million. Reinforce the chemical factory with additional personnel, ensuring 24-hour shifts, and prevent any outsiders from entering. Have the brothers within the school remain vigilant, and remember my previous instructions. Understood. I will ensure everything is arranged properly. Zhu Zheng affirmed. Rising to depart. In the dormitory, Principal Yi Jikai, upon hearing Yizhe's account, wore an equally troubled expression. 180,000 was inconsequential to him. However, 7 million was not a trifling sum, especially considering it would benefit an outsider, a notion he simply could not accept. Yi Jikai shook his head. This figure, let alone you and me, would not be approved by the other shareholders at the school. He is delusional, expecting to rake in such a windfall while failing to recognize who he is dealing with. Yizhe replied, his attitude is resolute. I sense something is amiss. Could it be that he... Yi Jikai waved his hand dismissively. That is unlikely. This news is not yet spread. Even within the city, only a few are privy to it. I have a long-standing connection that allowed me to learn of it early. But how could he possibly know? Yizhe countered yet. If he is unaware, why is he so steadfast in his words? Yi Jikai fronit. Regardless of his awareness, 7 million cannot be given to him. He cannot be allowed to treat the school as a mere plaything. You take a team tonight to seal off the chemical factory. Lock all the buildings and station personnel to guard them. I will contact the demolition team. We shall have it torn down tonight. Whatever he demands afterward, we will deal with it legally. A mere student punk thinks he can challenge me? Very well. Yizhe agreed without hesitation. After the humiliation he suffered at Qin Jiang's hands, he was eager for revenge. He could already envision the scene of Qin Jiang gazing upon the chemical factory in ruins tomorrow, a sight that would surely leave him in despair. At that point, 7 million would be but a distant memory. Even 70,000 would be unattainable. That arrogant fool should prepare himself. He immediately summoned the security team, the unique product of the nursing school. Given that the institution comprised solely females, and with the impulsive age of the students, it was common for boys from nearby schools to sneak in. Thus, these schools formed security teams from among the male students to prevent unwanted intrusions. In the vocational school, room 401, Qin Jiang fell asleep promptly. That night, he slept soundly and peacefully, while outside, chaos reigned at the chemical factory, with shouts, curses, and the roar of machinery echoing through the night, disturbing the security personnel of nearby schools until the dawn light began to quell the turmoil. In the morning, Qin Jiang awoke and glanced at the younger version of himself. Youth is indeed a treasure. Such fervor. Brother Jiang, you're awake. Wang Tao remarked as he stepped into the dormitory upon seeing Qin Jiang roused from slumber. Qin Jiang nodded, rising without an ounce of embarrassment. What was there to be embarrassed about? His very essence would only render others awkward. He possessed that much confidence. Wang Tao continued straightforwardly. Yesterday, Yizhe from the guard team attempted to seize the chemical plant with dozens of men, but was thwarted by our people outside. Following your instructions, we refrained from engaging them as long as they did not step foot inside the plant, leading to a prolonged stalemate. Later that night, another wave of demolition teams arrived, with Zheng Gu and the brothers stationed in front of the vehicles, maintaining the standoff. Subsequently, our people discreetly sabotaged their vehicles, rendering them inoperable. He recounted the events of the previous night at the chemical plant. Qin Jiang exhibited no surprise regarding these developments. 7 million. The guard team would never willingly part with such a sum. He held the moral high ground with a legitimate contract, navigating the situation according to its terms. Yet, that was merely an ideal scenario. His true trump card was the territory of the chemical plant, which granted him the leverage to contend with the guard team. This was precisely why the guard team was so eager to expedite the demolition. Once the plant was dismantled, any semblance of initiative would be forfeited. Who would pay heed to him then? A stubborn household. You must truly be obstinate to be deemed so. He ordered a change of personnel to oversee the chemical plant, allowing those from the previous night to rest while ensuring a 24-hour vigilance. As he washed his face, he calmly issued commands. Tonight is merely the first act. Subsequent encounters await, the second and third to follow. Inform the brothers that at the very least, in a matter of days, or at most half a month, we shall secure 7 million in profits. All who partake in the defense during this period shall receive triple wages, and those who perform commendably shall receive additional bonuses and opportunities for promotion. He understood that the guard team, having failed in their previous endeavor, would not relent. Instead, they would intensify their efforts. Thus, the method of leadership could not rely solely on grand promises. Tangible benefits were imperative. Moreover, for a group to thrive, a clear hierarchy must exist to invigorate the enthusiasm of its members. Rest assured, Brother Jiang, Wang Tao declared with fervor, as long as the brothers stand united, no one can dismantle the chemical plant. He left with palpable excitement. Qin Jiang finished washing his face and gazed out at the sky, murmuring, The path of primitive accumulation invariably accompanies torrents of blood and violence. Chapter 33. The guard team strikes back, preparing for forced demolition. In the following days, tumult surrounded the chemical plant as Yizhe attempted various strategies, ambushes, forceful tactics, and diversionary maneuvers, yet all proved futile, leaving him utterly humiliated. Simultaneously, news of the impending demolition could no longer be concealed. The imminent escalation of the guard team's actions spread rapidly. Bang! Yi Jikai slammed his hand on the table. His first outburst directed at Yizhe. What on earth are you doing? You can't even manage such a trivial matter. And you aspire to be a star entrepreneur? A youthful leader? What a farce. You can't even handle a mere chemical plant. Local ruffians have outmaneuvered you. His tirade was rife with vitriol. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with discussions regarding the school's expansion and recruitment with shareholders, leaving little time to deal with a minor chemical plant. He had assumed that by now, Yizhe would have it under control, only to discover that not only was it not resolved, but he had also made a fool of himself. In fact, during the recent shareholders' meeting, several had openly ridiculed him. Yi Jikai see that if this gets out, other schools will ridicule us mercilessly, and my authority in front of the shareholders will suffer a significant blow. Yizhe, at a loss for words, simply lowered his head. After a long silence, he spoke as Yi Jikai finally sat down. Uncle, you don't understand how difficult these people are to deal with. They are nothing but thugs. Whenever the demolition team approaches the chemical plant, they lie beneath the vehicles. Their numbers are overwhelming. I have attempted to confront them, but before I could even breach the plant, I was shoved back. I have employed every tactic from feints to diversions, yet they remain indifferent. I dare not provoke a true conflict. As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly pitiful, evidently worn down from the pressure. Until now, he had navigated business with ease, resolving difficulties through connections. Yet this time, he encountered Qin Jiang and a cadre of unruly students who disregarded threats and his background. They would genuinely fight if he dared to enter the chemical plant. Enough! Yi Jikai interjected, observing Yizhe's disheartened expression and waving his hand dismissively. You are still too inexperienced. You haven't dealt with these unreasonable thugs before. The demolition team likely perceives your youth and thus exerts minimal effort. After all, they're paid by the day. You need to hone your skills and understand that the business world is akin to a battlefield. The notion of mutual benefit is merely superficial. Beneath the surface lies only filth and darkness. As he spoke, he picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, Lao-sun, what kind of demolition team have you dispatched? There has been no progress for days. Are you trying to fool me? Bullying my nephew because he is young? Well, you're quite something. After speaking, he hung up without waiting for a reply. With a decisive demeanor, he exuded unparalleled authority. Soon, his phone rang repeatedly, indicating that the other party was calling back. Yet, Yi Jikai remained calm, lighting a cigarette as he took his time to respond. Yizhe sat silently beside him, understanding that Yi Jikai was imparting wisdom through this encounter. Thus, after several rings, Yi Jikai leisurely answered. Who asked this? Lao-sun, is there something you need? No, you're not wrong. I'll arrange for the demolition team's fees to be sent immediately. No need. Yi Jikai am not short on funds. The other party began to plead for mercy. Oh, my esteemed Principal Yi, it's all a misunderstanding. It's those incompetent subordinates of mine who lack foresight. I'll make them leave immediately, and all wages for these days will be waived. Please temper your anger. That's insufficient, Yi Jikai replied calmly. 10 minutes later, after the other party had repeatedly compromised and relinquished significant benefits, Yi Jikai nodded in satisfaction and hung up. Yizhe felt an adrenaline rush. The demolition team had been so arrogant, yet his uncle had effortlessly brought them to heel with a single phone call. Moreover, they had concluded negotiations regarding the school's expansion, with profits that left him astounded. In comparison, he realized the chemical plant was indeed a trivial matter. No wonder his uncle seemed unconcerned. He had taken it seriously and had only himself to blame for mishandling such a small affair. Yi Jikai stated calmly, remember, in this era, those who can bring benefits to others hold the power. If you're the one spending money, you cannot allow those profiting to bully you. In business, one must possess a hint of audacity. This is something Qin Jiang excels at. Of course, he has risen from the bottom and comes from a rough background. His future may seem uncertain, but he is not to be underestimated. You are destined for a prosperous path, yet you must not lack a touch of boldness. Do you understand? Yes. Ye shall listen attentively. Yi Jikai continued. I have arranged for a new demolition team to be dispatched. Today, we will resolve this matter once and for all. He then proceeded to make another call. Lao Yuan, find me some people from the streets. The more, the better. The location is at the hardware chemical plant on Academy Road. After hanging up, he gazed out at the ominous clouds gathering. He murmured, "Dark clouds press upon the city, threatening to collapse. The armor gleams like gold scales in the sunlight." As the sun began to set, dark clouds enveloped most of the sky, and a few swallows flitted low, while the frogs ceased their croaking. Inside the chemical plant, Wang Tao and others were engaged in a game of cards. 4 nines. Who has got anything to counter that? Ignore him. The aircraft hung its wings, signaling a call to action. The faces of the brothers were alight with unparalleled excitement, not only due to their recent string of victories, but also because they were acutely aware of the immense rewards that awaited them should they successfully defend the chemical plant. 7 million, a figure they had once deemed unimaginable. Upon learning of this development, their admiration for their leader, Jiang soared to unprecedented heights. Initially, they had struggled to comprehend why he had chosen to contract the chemical plant, as its utility had not been immediately apparent. However, under Qin Jiang's formidable influence, no one dared to voice dissent. It wasn't until Yi Zhe arrived, continually raising the penalty for breach of contract, that they began to appreciate Jiang Ji's foresight. Now, upon discovering that the breach penalty had been set at 7 million, their exhilaration knew no bounds. One of the younger brothers stood up to gaze at the sky outside the chemical plant and approached Wang Tao, saying, "Brother Tao, it looks like it's about to rain. I reckon today will be calm. Should I go buy some duck delicacies and beer for tonight?" "Duck is fine, but let's skip the beer. In these extraordinary times, we cannot afford any mistakes," Wang Tao replied, continuing to play cards. "Understood." The younger brother nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to step outside, Wang Tao suddenly froze, discarding his cards and rising to his feet. The others followed suit, having heard a singular, ominous sound. Boom, boom, boom. This was the thunderous roar that only heavy machinery could produce, and it echoed ominously, indicating a significant number of machines were nearby. Wang Tao seized a baseball bat and charged outside, shouting, "Arm yourselves. Each of you, take your positions and secure all entrances and exits. Move quickly." Chapter 34. The Stubborn Resident Black Dragon. No one can demolish it. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a swarm of heavy machinery outside the chemical plant. Over a dozen excavators and bulldozers, a stark contrast to the mere 2 or 3 from previous encounters. It was clear this time they were serious. Wang Tao exclaimed, "Call Jiang quickly." He was the first to burst forth from the chemical plant, bat in hand, standing resolutely at the forefront, followed by dozens of younger brothers, all lined up straight, their bats conspicuously visible in the dim light. Opposing them was a contingent of workers, clad in construction uniforms, likely in their 40s or 50s. At the back of their line, a luxury car stood quietly parked. In the back seat, Yi Jikai sat composed, while Yi Zhe leaned out to survey the situation ahead. Outside, a middle-aged, portly man approached the back seat, offering a cigarette. "Pirin Jipaliye. I am Chu Guohua from the demolition team. You can call me Old Chu." Yi Jikai nodded, accepting the cigarette. Chu Guohua hurriedly lit it, wearing a broad smile, fully aware that he must cater to this principle today if he wished for the renovation project to fall into the hands of his construction company, allowing him to share the spoils. "Do you have confidence in securing it?" Yi Jikai pointed towards the chemical plant. "Absolutely," Chu Guohua replied, glancing at the chemical plant. Though there were dozens of young individuals wielding baseball bats, he perceived them as mere hired hands, lacking the courage to take action. He believed that a show of force would easily intimidate them. His true concern lay with the elderly. They were not to be trifled with, as they could be fiercely protective of their interests in the demolition. As for the contracting company, Black Dragon, he regarded it as inconsequential. "Just watch," Chu Guohua declared. Before speaking into his walkie-talkie, "Advance. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be dealt with swiftly. As per our usual practice, those who engage will receive a cash bonus of 200 yuan. Once we finish demolishing the chemical plant, everyone will receive an additional 200, followed by a feast tonight. Push forward." With his command, a cacophony of machinery roared to life, akin to a pack of ferocious beasts charging toward the chemical plant. On either side, numerous workers flexed their muscles, eyeing the group of young men with derision. "Is this the so-called Black Dragon? Not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue out?" they taunted. "A bunch of miscreants who should be studying instead of mingling in society. Who's the boss? Let's see which of you dares to act so brazenly." Wang Tao displayed no hint of fear. Fighting was never about who had the most muscle or strength. He retrieved a piece of black cloth from his pocket and, wrapping it around his bat, proclaimed, "Brothers, some wish to invade our chemical plant. Some dare to tread upon Jiang Ji's dignity. Some do not regard the Black Dragon with any respect. What do you say we should do? Fight! Fight! Fight!" The throng of young men roared in unison. The machinery's roar could not drown out their battle cry, which startled the workers, quickly transforming their surprise into rage. Wang Tao signaled a few of his younger brothers, who, unarmed, surged forward, cursing under their breath, their voices barely audible over the machines. Yet, the workers were incensed, unable to tolerate the provocation. Damn it, let's give them hell. A worker bellowed. A dozen workers surged forward to confront the advancing students, who cried out in pain, "Ouch, that hurts. Oh heavens, they're trying to kill us. Who are you? Which construction company is this that acts so tyrannically? Stop, please stop." The workers, having hardly laid a hand on them, found the students sprawled on the ground, begging for mercy, tears streaming down their faces, some even clutching their legs, claiming they had been broken. Seeing this, the workers erupted in laughter. Indeed, students are soft. Just a bit of force, and they crumble. Listen well, we are the construction team. From now on, we shall strike you down each time you dare to stand against us. The construction crew regarded Wang Tao and his comrades with disdain. They had been somewhat taken aback by the united front displayed by Wang Tao's group, but now they believed these individuals were merely posturing, showing strength without substance. However, the next moment left them frozen in place. Wang Tao turned to glance at Sun Yuan, who was hidden behind the sign of the chemical plant, nodding slightly as he tucked his camera away and maintained a silence. With Sun Yuan's confirmation, Wang Tao raised his bat high, "Charge! Advance!" With a resounding cry. Dozens of young men surged forward, attacking the demolition team with their bats. The first few workers, caught off guard, were knocked to the ground, while chaos ensued as the remaining workers clashed with the advancing students. "Don't panic. A bunch of students can't cause much trouble," one worker lamented. "Don't hit me there. It hurts. This is madness. We can't hold our ground against these students." Initially, the workers intended to resist the charge, but as the blows rained down, their fear grew. They quickly realized these students fought with fierce determination, targeting their pain points without hesitation. The workers, motivated only to earn a paycheck, found themselves retreating, their resolve crumbling with each encounter. This scene left Yi Jikai, Yi Zhe, Chu Guohua, and others watching in stunned silence. Just moments ago, Chu Guohua had been brimming with confidence, Yi Jikai had nodded in satisfaction, and Yi Zhe had laughed heartily. Now, disbelief washed over Chu Guohua. Yi Jikai's face turned ashen, and Yi Zhe clenched his fists in frustration. "Retreat! Keep retreating!" they shouted, pulling back until they were sheltered behind the heavy machinery, finally halting their advance. Wang Tao waved his hand, choosing not to pursue further, aware that pressing on would jeopardize their defense of the chemical plant. Upon witnessing that Wang Tao and his companions did not pursue the workers, a sigh of relief washed over them, each heart still racing as they gazed ahead. Behind them, Chu Guohua bellowed in fury, "What are you all doing? Push forward. Use the machinery to advance." Yet, no one dared to strike, evidently intimidated by the ruthless demeanor displayed by Wang Tao and his associates. After all, it was merely a few hundred yuan. Was it worth risking their lives? Ultimately, under Chu Guohua's wrath, they reluctantly positioned themselves in front of the heavy machinery, creating a standoff with Wang Tao and his group. The atmosphere became utterly stagnant. After a prolonged silence, Yi Jikai, observing the lack of progress, scolded, "Incompetence." Though Chu Guohua's expression was one of distress, he found himself powerless. He had anticipated that these students would be easy targets, only to discover their fierce determination and unwillingness to back down. Just as the stalemate persisted, a booming voice echoed from the rear. "Who dares to provoke Principal Yi? What? Do you not regard me, Scarface, in your eyes?" Chapter 35. The Shock of Crisis. The arrival of Qin Jiang. This sudden proclamation was jarring, especially under the foreboding clouds, compelling everyone to turn their gaze toward a particular direction. There, several vans had halted before the chemical plant. Bang, bang, bang. The doors of the vans swung open, and dozens of thugs surged forth, each brandishing a machete. At the forefront stood a bald man, his scarred head glistening ominously, adorned with a vividly tattooed scorpion. He was none other than the notorious thug from the North District, Scarface. Scarface, flanked by his entourage, approached the vehicle where Yi Jikai sat, a grin spreading across his face. "Principal Yi, old Yuan called me. I didn't expect the students to be this audacious, not even to regard you. How about it? I'll handle the rest." Yi Jikai nodded. "Exercise caution. Although they may be ruffians, they are still students. If anything goes awry, it will be troublesome. As for your compensation, it will not be lacking. Rest assured." Scarface, calm and composed, nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, even if Yi Jikai encouraged him to be ruthless, he would refrain. His presence here was for two reasons: to honor old Yuan and to pursue financial gain, not to court disaster. If one of those students were to suffer serious harm, it would be catastrophic for those like him, whose backgrounds were already questionable. Before he could strategize his next move, an unexpected surge of fresh faces appeared in the distance. These individuals were predominantly youthful, clearly students, led by a burly man who carried a baton over his shoulder. He was none other than the notorious thug from College Road, Qin He. Approaching, he called out, "I want to see who dares to disregard Principal Yi." Soon, he reached Yi Jikai's vehicle, stating, "Old Yuan contacted me and asked me to come and hold the fort." To this, Yi Jikai nodded. Although he believed that Scarface and his crew were more than sufficient, having additional manpower could only be advantageous, even if it meant spending a bit more. Compared to the 7 million he had negotiated with Qin Jiang, this amount was trivial. Moreover, with his reputation at stake, allowing Qin Jiang to extort millions would render him a laughingstock. At this moment, Scarface glanced at Qian He with a sneer, displaying his disdain. To someone who had truly made a name for himself in the underworld, students like these were merely playing house. The chances of any of them continuing to thrive after graduation were slim, let alone achieving any significant notoriety. Conversely, Qian He regarded Scarface with a calm demeanor. He acknowledged that they were not on the same level at present, but he held the belief that fortunes could change. "Do not underestimate the youth. One day, I will surpass you and make a name for myself." With that, both men shifted their attention back to the chemical plant. Due to the dim light and heavy clouds, their view of Wang Tao and his companions was obscured. They could only discern a group of youths wielding baseball bats. Yet, it was these very youths that instilled fear in the hearts of the workers, causing them to retreat further. Scarface, unimpressed, raised his hand and commanded, "Go, disperse them. Just ensure no one gets hurt." Qian He echoed the command, "You too, advance. Just remember, we are students, do not strike too hard." He had come here to earn money. Old Yuan had promised him 1,000 yuan for merely maintaining a presence. 1,000 to students of the 2010s. This was a significant sum, and, as someone in need of money, he would not let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, he believed in the principle of earning money honestly. He would not shirk his responsibilities. With their orders given, both groups surged towards the chemical plant, the glint of machetes and batons faintly shining in the darkness. The sound of marching feet echoed loudly in the night. Workers, witnessing this, swiftly cleared a path, having just experienced a setback and eager for a resolution. At this moment, Wang Tao and his dozen companions tightened their grips on their baseball bats, unafraid even in the face of over 100 armed adversaries. Those guarding the chemical plant were not mere novices. They were seasoned fighters, having emerged victorious from countless battles. They had never feared confrontation. What kind of society would they be part of if they were afraid of a fight? A drop of rain fell from the sky. Soon after, a second, a third in an instant, a gentle drizzle began to fall, heightening the already oppressive atmosphere to an entirely new level. Many workers instinctively swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the tension. Inside the vehicle, Yi Jikai closed the window and observed calmly. To him, the outcome was already determined, or rather, it had been fated from the beginning. As a distinguished principal of a school, how could he possibly fail in a confrontation with schoolyard thugs? A chuckle escaped him. "Qin Jiang, you should feel honored that I, the principal, am personally involved." Subsequently, he ceased to observe the unfolding scene. What interest did he have in a brawl among a group of thugs? Instead, he pondered how to expand the student body at the academy, how to elevate his own status, and whether he could transform the institute into a degree-granting institution. If that were to happen, he could truly leap into prominence, becoming a leading figure in Songjiang. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe, braving the rain, leaned out to witness Qin Jiang's impending misfortune. Eager to see the chemical plant dismantled and to behold the look of anger and helplessness on Qin Jiang's face, Chu Guohua waved his hand, and the heavy machinery was gradually ignited, their lights piercing through the rain-soaked gloom. Just as they prepared to bulldoze the chemical plant, a sudden and thunderous sound of footsteps echoed through the rain, far louder than before. Simultaneously, a chilling voice resonated through the downpour. "I want to see who dares to tear down the chemical plant today." "Who? How audacious!" Scarface's expression turned icy as he turned to investigate. Chinny furrowed his brow, sensing that the voice sounded somewhat familiar. In the next moment, both men stood frozen, as did everyone else, their gazes fixated on a singular direction. What emerged was a massive throng of people, numbering no less than 200 to 300, rapidly approaching the chemical plant. Under the illumination of the heavy machinery's lights, the newcomers became discernible. Hundreds of defiant students, their expressions solemn, stood silently in formation. At the forefront, 3 figures stood out prominently. On the left was a young man with braided hair, one hand wielding a folding fan while the other held an umbrella. On the right stood a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a fierce beast in the rain, a black bear standing sentinel. In the center, before them stood a youth with a somber visage, his eyebrows sharp like swords and his eyes radiant as stars. Behind him, someone lingered half a step back, holding an umbrella to shield him from the rain. He stood there like a focal point, drawing the gaze of all around him, inciting both admiration and trepidation. This was especially true when one considered the hundreds of silent youths standing in the rain behind him, which only augmented his air of authority, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Witnessing this, the onlookers could not help but murmur, "Who is this? His entrance is so imposing. It feels as if a powerful figure from the television has just arrived, not even bothering to hold his own umbrella. What a commanding presence. Compared to him, Scar and Qin here are hardly worth mentioning. They are on a completely different level." This is the big shot from Songjiang. Chapter 36. The Grand Entrance of Qin Jiang. Making Scar and Qin he retreat in dismay. Qin Jiang? Yizhe felt a tremor run through him upon seeing the figure. How did he arrive with so many people? This cannot be resolved today. Although they were not far from the vocational academy, the rapid descent upon the chemical plant had taken them less than 10 minutes. Scar and Qin, he must have arranged their arrival in advance. And yet Qin Jiang, too, had managed to gather hundreds of followers with such ease. What was going on? It was as if they had simply been waiting without clothes on. His conjecture was not far from the truth. In recent days, Qin Jiang had anticipated that there would be significant developments regarding the guardianship, prompting him to instruct his subordinates to remain on standby. Thus, when he received Wang Tao's call, he managed to assemble his personnel within mere minutes. Clap. Yi Jikai patted Yizhe's shoulder, his expression calm. Maintain your composure. How can great endeavors be achieved in haste? Remember, one must remain unflappable even when faced with the collapse of Mount Tai. There is no need for anxiety over a mere Qin Jiang and his hundreds of students. Everything is as expected. As he spoke, he exuded an aura of remarkable tranquility. Although he too was surprised by Qin Jiang's ability to gather so many people in such a short time. He had previously asked Lao Yuan to ensure that Scar and Qin he brought their followers precisely to guard against such scenarios. Money should not be wasted. If they were to take his money, they must deliver results. Noticing his uncle's calm demeanor, Yizhe felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered his head. "Uncle, it seems I was too hasty." Yi Jikai waved his hand dismissively. "You are still too young. Acquiring a level-headed disposition like mine takes time and experience." He picked up the walkie-talkie and commanded, "Why are you all standing there? Push these people out. The demolition team is ready. Tonight, we will forcibly dismantle the chemical plant. Scar, Qin He, make your move." However, the unfazed Yi Jikai soon found himself at a loss. Both Scar and Qin He, upon seeing the approaching figure, were initially taken aback but chose not to act. They stood quietly instead. It was only when Qin Jiang approached them closely that they noticed his calm demeanor as he uttered a few words. "Long time no see." His voice resonated through the shadowy, rain-soaked night, carrying an air of seriousness imbued with an inexplicable emotion. What followed was a scene that left everyone incredulous. Step. Qin He took a step forward, clasping his hands in a bow. "I sincerely apologize. Today, I was unaware of the situation. I take my leave." Upon seeing Qin Jiang, he had instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation. Recognizing Wang Tao and the others before the chemical plant, he berated himself for not initially realizing they were all from the vocational school. It was not entirely his fault. The rain-soaked night had obscured his vision, and now, illuminated by the mechanical lights, he understood that the chemical plant was indeed Qin Jiang's territory. Naturally, he knew how to proceed. Not to mention the debt of gratitude he owed to Qin Jiang. His standing at the school was not one he could challenge. Fear was not the issue. Respect must be accorded. Money could always be earned later. Seeing Qin Jiang nod and wave him off, Qin he departed, leading his followers away in a flurry, quickly vanishing into the rainy night. But the spectacle was not over yet. Scar, too, stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Haha, Brother Qin, what brings you here? This is your territory." He gestured towards the chemical plant. Qin Jiang regarded Scar with a placid expression. "My territory?" Scar clapped his hands together. "Look at this mess. Did the flood wash over the Dragon King Temple? Who are we to each other?" He approached Qin Jiang with an overly familiar expression, only to find himself halted by Cgio, which made the situation slightly awkward. Still smiling, he continued, "It was all my oversight. Given our relationship, would I dare to encroach upon your territory? Today, I admit my fault. How about I treat Brother Qin to drinks another day to make amends?" Qin Jiang remained composed. "No need for apologies. Drinks can be arranged." Scar's demeanor relaxed. "Haha, Brother Qin is forthright." He was not genuinely afraid of Qin Jiang. Yet understanding his background made him reluctant to offend him. Moreover, he was not there for his own interests, so there was no need to expend unnecessary resources. Seeing Qin Jiang's softened tone indicated that he had not committed a grave offense, and sharing a drink could indeed foster goodwill. With that thought, he pointed at Qin Jiang and called to his subordinates, "This is my brother, the one in charge of the Black Dragon. Address him as Brother Jiang." Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Dozens of voices echoed, the momentum not overly strong, but enough to astonish those on either side. Scar asked, Brother Qin, do you require my assistance today? Qin Jiang replied, the matters of the Black Dragon can be resolved independently. Scar responded, then I shall take my leave first. Should you need anything in the future, just give me a shout. I have other matters to attend to. His words were merely formalities. Even if Qin Jiang had requested his help, he would still maintain an air of casualness. Soon, Scar and his crew disappeared into the curtain of rain. This scene left the remaining onlookers utterly speechless. What had they just witnessed? Just moments ago, two factions of 1 to 200 individuals had aimed to forcefully take over the chemical plant. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. The once formidable Scar, renowned in the North District, and the influential Qian He, both retreated in fear upon encountering this figure, refusing to engage in conflict. This individual possessed such overwhelming authority. Who is he? Qin Jiang, replied a worker from the demolition team. Qin Jiang? Who is that? Pets? Not sure, but he definitely seems to be a big shot. One of the top-tier ones. His presence is extraordinary. Just his entrance alone is beyond what ordinary people can compare to. Is the chemical plant contracted to him? No wonder the previous demolition team was at a loss. The other workers nodded in agreement. Chu Guohua thought to himself that his subordinate's words might have been exaggerated. Yet witnessing Qin Jiang's arrival had indeed left him stunned. Even someone as well-versed as he had to concede that Qin Jiang's entrance was remarkably imposing. Inside the vehicle, Yize clenched his fists, disbelief etched across his face. Why? What were Scar and Qian doing? They took our money yet left at will. How does Qin Jiang possess such intimidation? His heart boiled with indignation and frustration. He considered himself the true figure of influence on Academy Road, believing that Qin Jiang was beneath him. Now, witnessing Qin Jiang's might firsthand, he felt immense jealousy mixed with a tinge of envy. What man does not dream of making a name for himself in the world? What boy has not aspired to carve out a place in society? What young man has not envisioned such grand scenes? The image of Qin Jiang, with his commanding presence amidst the rain, surrounded by others holding an umbrella for him, epitomized authority and intimidation. It was nothing short of a breathtaking spectacle. Yi Jikai, observing the scene, was equally astonished. Impossible. How can a mere student possess such an aura? How can a mere student command such loyalty? Quickly, he grabbed his phone and dialed. Hello, Lao Zhao. I need to report something. At that moment, the most exhilarated were Wang Tao and his companions, watching their leader's entrance with wide-eyed amazement. Soon, their excitement bubbled over. Even the torrential rain could not dampen their fervor. Wang Tao raised a baseball bat and shouted, Brother Jiang is magnificent. In an instant, the dozens behind him, along with the hundreds supporting Qin Jiang, echoed in unison through the downpour. Brother Jiang is magnificent. Brother Jiang is magnificent. Chapter 37. The arrival of the security team, accusations, and Qin Jiang's tactics at this moment. A series of howls pierced through the curtain of rain, casting a more formidable shadow over the already imposing figure of Qin Jiang. Many were led to believe he had stepped out of a cinematic spectacle. How pretentious! Yivikai exclaimed indignantly. Step by step, Qin Jiang advanced forward. Behind him, hundreds pressed forward in unison, a sight so impactful that it sent dozens of workers retreating in fear. After all, if just a handful of individuals had proven overwhelming, what chance did they have against a throng of hundreds? Moreover, it was this very display that had frightened away two notorious gangs. Hold your ground. Chu Guohua dared not to shout further. He suspected that if he continued to provoke, his own men would flee. Besides, these individuals were his fellow townsfolk. He couldn't genuinely expect them to risk their lives. Thus, they found themselves under relentless pressure, continuously retreating. Before long, they were nearly backed against the vehicles. Gulp. Yize trembled in fear. Driver, hurry. Get us out of here before these thugs close in. Yet Yi Jikai remained composed. Just wait. However, if one were to closely observe his clenched fists, it would be evident that he too was somewhat anxious. Having just made bold proclamations, his pride would not allow him to flee. He understood that retreating today would signify utter failure in the demolition, and he would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule. This was utterly unacceptable to him. Wait, just wait. As the demolition team was pressed back against the wall, and as Chu Guohua grew increasingly anxious, Yize continued to urge. Suddenly, a series of police sirens echoed through the rain. A few security vehicles swiftly arrived at the chemical plant, doors flung open, revealing numerous security personnel. At the forefront were two middle-aged officers, one of whom was a familiar face, Lu Yong, while the other, clearly of higher rank, stood centrally. Director Zhao. Chu Guohua instantly recognized the leading officer. Being a construction contractor, it was only natural for him to be acquainted with some officials. Before him stood the local security director, and, as the head of a sub-provincial city's security, his rank was not to be underestimated. At the very least, in comparison to him, Chu Guohua's identity was insignificant. Involuntarily, he glanced at Principal Yi, for only he had the credentials to warrant such a personal visit. At this moment, Director Zhao, upon witnessing the scene before him, was taken aback. He had anticipated a scuffle involving just a few individuals. Yet a cursory glance revealed no less than several hundred. Fortunately, he did not observe any gruesome sights, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Should hundreds engage in a brawl on his turf with casualties, he would hardly be able to bear the fallout. What's going on here? Director Zhao barked. Why are you all gathered here? Playing at being gangsters? Who is in charge? Step forward. With a glance, Yi Jikai signaled to Chu Guohua, who promptly understood and rushed to the front, bowing deeply before Director Zhao. Greetings, Director Zhao. I am Chu Guohua from the engineering team. We've dined together before. Director Zhao furrowed his brow. What is the situation? Chu Guohua awkwardly regained his composure. Here, the situation. We are the legitimate demolition team. This chemical plant is on the grounds of nursing school, but these students have inexplicably emerged to obstruct our demolition, even resorting to violence, brandishing weapons, and brazenly declaring that this is their territory and they can assault whomever they please. He embellished the tale further while gesturing to several injured workers who hurried over, each bearing visible injuries, their faces bruised and battered, presenting a pitiful sight. Look at them. Chu Guohua pointed. How brutally they have been beaten. My team consists of dozens of injured workers. We are a legitimate demolition team, and these students are brazenly engaging in violence in broad daylight. It is they who instigated this, led by one named Qin Jiang. Director Zhao scrutinized the workers' injuries before shifting his gaze to the chemical plant. Ever since his arrival, he had focused much of his attention on Qin Jiang and his companions. After all, the intimidation they exuded was evident, and the caller who reported the incident had specifically mentioned Qin Jiang. Without further ado, he raised his hand and commanded, gathering to fight, arrest them. However, as several security personnel prepared to step forward with handcuffs, Lu Yong interjected, wait. The security team halted. Director Zhao turned to Lu Yong. What is your objection? Lu Yong replied, we cannot rely solely on one side's testimony. We must allow Qin Jiang to speak as well. Director Zhao retorted, it's raining. It's inconvenient to speak here. Let us take them back to the station for resolution. Lu Yong countered with so many people. It will be troublesome to take them all back. Asking a few questions here won't delay matters. Director Zhao scrutinized Lu Yong before conceding. Let the person in charge over there come forward. Before long, several security officers summoned Qin Jiang to approach. Qin Jiang, entirely composed, had anticipated the arrival of the security team. He strode confidently toward the police vehicles, flanked by Zhu Zheng and Si Jiao, while Wang Tao had taken over the position of his subordinate, shielding Qin Jiang with an umbrella. The others stood a few meters away, silent and resolute, the solemnity of the crowd weighing heavily upon them, creating a palpable pressure that even made Director Zhao furrow his brow. He sensed that forcibly detaining Qin Jiang could lead to complications. You are Qin Jiang? Director Zhao inquired, his gaze fixed on the imposing Qin Jiang, sensing an indescribable aura emanating from him. This aura was reminiscent of those he had encountered only in the most exceptional individuals, those who stood at the pinnacle, gazing down upon the city. But who was Qin Jiang? A mere leader, or merely a student among many? What gave him the right? Moreover, he even had someone holding an umbrella for him, truly a display of pretentiousness. I am Qin Jiang, the head of Highland Company. Qin Jiang replied calmly, locking eyes with Director Zhao. You allowed your subordinates to assault others, and they did so viciously? Director Zhao pointed at the battered workers. Qin Jiang remained unfazed. Firstly, this chemical plant is contracted by my Highland Company, and we possess a valid contract. He gestured to Zhu Zheng, who produced a copy of the contract and the business license of Highland Company for submission. Director Zhao took a cursory glance and quickly realized they were authentic. There was no need for forgery regarding such documents. Qin Jiang continued, legally, the chemical plant is the property of Highland Company. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for us to prevent the unlawful demolition. Director Zhao instinctively nodded. That is reasonable. But he quickly countered, however, it does not justify violence. That was not violence. It was self-defense. Qin Jiang remained calm. They were the ones who first assaulted my employees in an outrageous manner. My company merely acted to protect our property through reasonable and legitimate self-defense. He gestured again. Zhu Zheng passed the camera to Director Zhao. Director, take a look. We are not speaking without evidence. Director Zhao received the camera and beheld the footage, which depicted workers assaulting several students while shouting that they were from the construction company. The pained screams of the students echoed throughout the scene, leaving Director Zhao's expression profoundly troubled. Chapter 38. The Threat of the Security Team. Qin Jiang, let me take the call. At that moment, Chu Guohua's face paled in disbelief as he gazed at Qin Jiang. He had never anticipated that the other party would possess such evidence, having recorded their actions in advance. Who among the ruffians would do such a thing? Qin Jiang's voice rang out again. According to the laws of Huaxia, every citizen has the right to defend their property. When faced with harm, a citizen may engage in reasonable and legitimate self-defense. Today, all actions taken by my personnel were in self-defense. In the next instant, numerous students approached the crowd, each of them wrapped in bandages, leaning on crutches, their steps unsteady and their appearances utterly tragic, embodying those who had recently suffered violence. Qin Jiang continued. This construction team has gathered to assault individuals, deliberately aiming to vandalize civic property, in accordance with the laws of Huaxia. With every legal stipulation he uttered, and every rationale he presented, even Chu Guohua and several law enforcement officers were momentarily taken aback, their astonishment palpable as they gazed at Qin Jiang. Despair flooded Chu Guohua's heart in an instant. Indeed, it is not the audacity of ruffians that one fears, but rather their educated pursuits. How is it that some societal leader possesses such profound legal knowledge? Director Zhao took a deep breath. I have reviewed the evidence you provided, and it is evident that the construction team has indeed committed infractions. We will certainly take action. However, let's not delve into the issue of self-defense for now. What is the purpose of your gathering here? And do you not recognize the implications of each person brandishing a baseball bat? What implications? Qin Jiang gestured towards the hundreds of individuals behind him. These are members of the vocational school's baseball club. Is it not normal for them to train today? Training on a rainy day? Director Zhao retorted. Is that illegal, given the circumstances? Lu Yong interjected. It would be rather unreasonable to disperse such a large assembly. He reassured them. Rest assured that civic property is protected by law. We shall resolve today's matters fairly and justly. Lu Yong hurriedly attempted to mediate. Yet, neither Qin Jiang nor Director Zhao paid him any heed. Qin Jiang discerned that Director Zhao had come with a predetermined agenda, the motives behind which were not difficult to surmise. Director Zhao felt a headache brewing. Today, Principal Yi had called in a favor, expecting assistance. But he never anticipated the situation would become so convoluted. Nevertheless, he realized he must continue to devise a solution. He further stated, based on your claims, they can't play baseball. They should be allowed to leave now. Having such a large crowd gathered here might give outsiders the impression that the security on Shuan Road is inadequate. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jiang commanded, and like a tide, the hundreds behind him began to disperse, leaving less than 100 standing before the chemical plant. Why leave behind only 100 or so? Director Zhao inquired. They are not merely members of the baseball club. They are also shareholders of Heilong Company, and thus have a duty to protect its assets. I cannot simply order shareholders around. He instructed Zhu Zheng to retrieve the shareholder contract once more. At the top, dozens of names were prominently inscribed. Director Zhao was left utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that a fledgling company would have so many shareholders. This was nearing the upper limit for small-scale shareholders. It felt like Qin Jiang was an incredibly thorny porcupine, impossible to handle. Forcibly arresting people was out of the question, without evidence, and with so many supporters behind them. Unexpected consequences could easily arise. Yet, failing to act would leave him unable to repay his debt of gratitude, leaving him in a state of internal conflict. Meanwhile, he regretted deeply. How had he ever solicited that favor from Yi Jikai? This debt was turning out to be a heavy burden. No, as a member of the security team, he could not act against organizational principles. Without evidence, he could not make arrests. At that moment, his phone chimed with a text message. Glancing down, he read, "Just get rid of the 3 leading individuals for 2 hours." He exhaled in relief. Removing just 3 individuals was feasible, and he could do so legally within proper bounds. He looked at Qin Jiang and said, based on the evidence, "It is indeed the demolition team at fault. We will take them in for questioning. We kindly request your 3 members to assist in this investigation. Do not worry. It will merely be a matter of taking notes, and you can leave shortly thereafter." He gestured towards the chemical plant. "Regardless of whether you came here to play baseball or as shareholders, I advise you to disperse and not continue gathering. Rest assured, I will also take the demolition team away. No one will forcibly demolish your chemical plant." However, just as he believed he had reached a resolution, Qin Jiang outright refused. "I am afraid I cannot accompany you. If you require statements, I can send someone. Tao, you will accompany the security team." Wang Tao stepped forward. "As an involved party, I will speak freely regarding any inquiries you may have. Not so fast. Director Zhao's expression grew cold. You can go. But as high-ranking members of Heilong Company, you three must provide statements. This is a procedural requirement. Qin Jiang's expression hardened in response. And what if I choose not to accompany you for this investigation? Every citizen of Huaxia has an obligation to cooperate with investigations. Director Zhao retorted. According to Article X of Huaxia law, citizens possess the right to choose where they fulfill this obligation. I choose to cooperate here or tomorrow at Heilong Company. Director Zhao seethed with frustration, realizing that Qin Jiang was as immovable as a stubborn stone in a cesspit. He could not fathom why Qin Jiang was so resolute against returning with him. Could it be that he had something to hide? Moreover, these students might indeed have skeletons in their closets, worrying that an investigation could expose them. Qin Jiang, meanwhile, secretly smirked. Director Zhao's actions appeared reasonable, and he intended to take the demolition team away. But as long as the three of them were absent, Yi Jikai could easily summon another demolition team at any moment. And it would not be long before the chemical plant faced demolition. By the time they emerged, it would be too late to voice any objections. As for Director Zhao's promises, what assurances did he offer? Even actions taken by Yi Jikai could hardly be considered illegal. They were merely business disputes, ultimately leading to litigation. It was evident that a student facing off against an institution in court was an uphill battle. Even if victorious, what would it matter? He had no time to engage in legal battles with the school. He was waiting to utilize this money to build his commercial empire. Today he could not, under any circumstances, accompany them. Director Zhao exclaimed, Qin Jiang, I am attempting to negotiate amicably with you. You know your own situation well. Do not compel me to take drastic measures. If you do not come with us now, I will have to investigate you thoroughly. Qin Jiang replied coolly. Investigating me is your prerogative. I, Qin Jiang, along with Heilong Company, stand ready to comply. Director Zhao, disregarding everything else, pointed directly at Qin Jiang and commanded, take him away. Several officers from his security team moved forward. Lu Yong continued to intervene, but as the saying goes, a higher authority can easily overshadow the lesser, and his words held little weight against Director Zhao's decree. With resolute steps, Wang Tao and the other 100 followers advanced in unison. What are you doing? Director Zhao shouted. Unfazed, Qin Jiang calmly picked up his phone and dialed a number. The other end connected swiftly, and after a brief exchange, he extended the phone towards Director Zhao. Here, take the call. Chapter 39, Yi Jikai. What can you do to me? Qin Jiang, betting my life on it. While Qin Jiang was on the phone, several officers from the security team halted their advance. They sensed that the atmosphere had shifted, partly due to Lu Yong's influence. For it was evident that Lu Yong was favoring Qin Jiang. They had to obey orders, but would surely exercise discretion when possible. Seeing Qin Jiang hand over the phone, the officers exchanged glances, halting their approach entirely. Director Zhao furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. However, in this predicament, refusing to take the call also seemed unwise. With a swift motion, he accepted the phone. Hello, this is Zhao Kailai from the Shuiyuan Road Security Office. Immediately, he heard a voice on the other end, and his expression changed dramatically. Understood, I will reflect on this. The call was brief, and, as the line went dead, Director Zhao stood there holding the phone, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The caller was none other than his superior. The message was succinct. Everything must be fair and just. His heart trembled involuntarily, for he had just witnessed what seemed to be a lawful attempt to escort Qin Jiang away. Everything appeared legitimate and compliant. Yet, it was undeniably unjust. He was acutely aware of the impending consequences. The moment Qin Jiang was taken, the chemical factory would face compulsory demolition, and any subsequent efforts to stir trouble for profit would be futile, resulting in losses amounting to millions within 2 hours. This was the price of repaying a favor. Of course, such matters were not particularly significant in this era, nor would they impact him, provided that Qin Jiang lacked powerful backing. However, a single phone call had prompted his superior to personally discuss the notion of fairness, revealing the formidable connections at play. He shot a brief glare at Lu Yong, realizing that the latter's previous assistance to Qin Jiang indicated an understanding of the latter's background. Damn it, not a word was uttered to him. He had initially suspected a financial transaction between Lu Yong and Qin Jiang. How foolish. He should have known Lu Yong cared little for money, instead prioritizing avenues for advancement. He took deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. Calm. What he needed now was composure. On one side lay an old favor owed, and on the other, the command of his superior, while Qin Jiang stood firmly on the side of righteousness. The choice was clear. Today could very well jeopardize his standing, obstructing his path to promotion. And should he persist in his obstinacy, even his position in the security team might be at risk. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter. Since President Qin is so busy, there is no need for him to come in today for a statement. Just send someone instead. He turned to Songjiang. Are you all just sitting idly? Those who assaulted the students should be apprehended immediately. Yes. Several security team members stepped forward to detain the construction workers. In response, Chu Guohua turned ashen. He realized that this ruffian, Qin Jiang, not only understood the law, but also had an astonishingly powerful background, as evidenced by a single call that made Zhao Kale yield. Let's go. Zhao Kale, without further ado, exchanged a few words to avoid any disturbances and led the demolition team away. Wang Tao ushered several beaten students to file their statements. Rules must be observed. Inside the vehicle, Yi Jikai questioned Zhao Kale over the phone. What are you doing? Why did you leave? You even captured the demolition team. Zhao Kale replied, Old Yi, we've known each other for years. You know my character. I want to engage in corruption. Yi Jikai grew angrier. I instructed you to take him away for 2 hours. That is not illegal. Zhao Kale countered. But it's unjust. Old Yi, let me be honest. The higher-ups demand fairness. Spending a little money isn't necessarily a bad thing. Why clash with others? With that, he felt he had repaid the favor owed and feared that today could very well sever his own path to advancement. Without waiting for Yi Jikai to respond, he hung up. The dial tone echoed in Yi Jikai's ears, leaving him stunned. He had just seen Qin Jiang handing Zhao Kale the phone. Initially, he hadn't dared to consider that possibility, but now, hearing the admission made it clear. Qin Jiang had connections. Moreover, today he stood on the side of reason. Who would dare challenge him, fearing they might lose their positions? He has connections? Yi Jikai looked at Yi Zhe, his face filled with inquiry. Yi Zhe was baffled. I hadn't heard anything. He is just a poor student from the county attending a vocational school. What kind of background could he possibly have? Nonsense. Yi Jikai scolded. If he had no background, how could a single phone call intimidate Zhao Kale? If he had no background, how could he have anticipated the security upgrade and secured the chemical factory contract in advance? You know nothing, and yet come here to waste my time. Yi Jikai recalled various matters. Previously, he had been too preoccupied to consider this angle, but now, connecting the dots led him to a startling conclusion. Qin Jiang had connections, and they were undoubtedly substantial. Everything he had done was meticulously planned. What should we do now? Yi Zhe stammered, abruptly halting in shock, for he had just noticed that the vehicle was surrounded by a throng of figures from the Black Dragon gang. Bang! The car door was yanked open. A large hand seized Yi Zhe as if he were a mere chick, regardless of his desperate struggles. What do you want? Let me go. You can't do this in broad daylight. The security team is killing people. Someone call for help. He cried. Silence. A member of the Black Dragon gang hurled him roughly into the crowd. Bang! He landed on the concrete, his body covered in dirt. But the sound ceased abruptly as someone covered his mouth. He even saw some individuals beginning to remove their shoes and socks. No! Yi Zhe screamed in despair. Even as the rain soaked him, he could vaguely smell the scent of chemicals, and he dared not utter another word for fear of a biochemical attack. Simultaneously, the driver was yanked from the vehicle by several gang members. Inside, only Yi Jikai remained seated in the back. Bang! The rear door swung open. Qin Jiang, sheltered by several gang members holding umbrellas, slowly entered the vehicle, and the door was quietly shut by Zhu Zhang. In the confined space, Qin Jiang and Yi Jikai sat silently, neither uttering a word. After a long pause, Yi Jikai was the first to speak. I truly underestimated you. Qin Jiang replied. I have never underestimated you. Yi Jikai pressed, what are you planning? Qin Jiang stated, the Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Everything will be conducted according to the rules. Yi Jikai retorted, 7 million. Aren't you afraid of choking on it? Qin Jiang countered, 7 million. Aren't you afraid of the dragon crossing the river? Yi Jikai glared at Qin Jiang. Do you understand my influence? Do you grasp the vastness of the world? Do you know how treacherous human hearts can be? Yi Jikai turned to meet Qin Jiang's gaze. With a single word, I could put you in a predicament. 7 million. Do you know how many connections I could muster? From every angle, I could make your life miserable. What could you possibly do about it? He laughed. Qin Jiang met his gaze evenly. Then what if I wager my life against you? Chapter 40. Yi Jikai's fear of Qin Jiang's domineering presence. Yi Jikai found himself at a loss for words, chilling dread coursing from his heels to the crown of his head. He sensed a murderous intent emanating from Qin Jiang. All the momentum and intimidation he had previously cultivated vanished, replaced by unease. He even found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, he possessed enough composure to regain his calm, stating evenly, Qin Jiang, I remind you, we live in a society governed by law. Qin Jiang simply smiled and replied, "Have you ever heard of drawing dragon lots?" Gulp. Yi Jikai's throat involuntarily moved. Drawing dragon lots. He recalled that it had once been a street slang among some ruffians in Songjiang, referring to a situation where, when faced with an insurmountable issue, a draw would be initiated. The one who drew the lot would be responsible for resolving the matter, and the others must extend due respect, accommodating that person's family and all. Such customs varied across regions. The most notorious instances involved a Hong Kong kingpin taking the fall for his boss, only to be promoted to high office afterward. Likewise, some families in the South had similar practices, such as drumming for dragons or life and death lots. But no matter what it represented, it was far beyond Yi Jikai's capacity to endure. His prior threats had become a mere joke in light of this. If he were to be destroyed, even if he could activate his trump card to upheave the world, what of it? One person, 7 million. What was that in comparison to his own safety? Moreover, 7 million wasn't even entirely his to bear. Yi Jikai was clearly wavering. Yet his years of cunning and pride would not allow him to yield. Are you planning to take action against me? Swipe. Ving Hyang approached Yi Jikai, causing the latter to instinctively recoil as Qin's hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Hei Lung is a legitimate enterprise. Do not engage in foolish antics that could lead to your own demise. With that, he disregarded Ye's presence and exited the vehicle. A moment later, a subordinate rushed over to provide an umbrella. Qin Jiang departed with a dozen followers, while Sijio remained behind with several dozen men to maintain a presence at the chemical plant. Zhu Zheng inquired, "Is he afraid?" Qin Jiang responded, "He is, but he will not yield easily." Zhu Zheng remarked, "He dares not continue his nefarious activities, likely resorting to legal ones instead. Although we have all our paperwork in order, a thorough investigation could complicate matters. The connections of a high-ranking principal are no trifling matter." Qin Jiang countered, "Hei Lung is not without its own backing. The plan is already laid out, and the principal cannot simply enjoy the benefits without consequence." Zhu Zheng mused, "Are you suggesting it is feasible?" Inside the car, Yi Zhe, muddy and furious, approached his uncle, exclaiming, "Uncle, they are too brazen. We must report this." "Report what?" Ye Vikai Sakofut. "Look at your reckless demeanor. Do you have any injuries to warrant a report? Such childish games are beneath you. You are woefully outmatched. Who would have thought that a dilapidated vocational school could produce such a character?" "A character? He's merely a thug." Yesha retorted angrily. Ye Vikai Assertet Resolutity. "That very thug, even if he wanders from the path of righteousness, he possesses the potential to carve out his own domain. Such individuals, though unlikely to reach the pinnacle in the future, can often prove to be more troublesome than those who follow the rules. For sometimes, they eschew convention altogether." Yi Jikai felt a twinge of helplessness. The rules, once his unwavering ally, now seemed ineffective, causing him great concern. Yize wished to protest further, but upon seeing the stern look in Yi Jikai's eyes, he fell silent and whispered, "What shall we do next?" Yi Jikai replied, "We shall continue our search for allies. Whether he adheres to the rules or not, we must first impose our own order. If we can subdue him, splendid. If not, he must be made aware that we are not ordinary individuals and that he cannot bear the consequences of disrupting the established order. However, compensating him hundreds of thousands for the demolition of the plant is out of the question. We can only afford to offer him 3 to 4 million. Yi Zhe felt a pang of agony. All the money he had earned was now destined for Qin Jiang. How could he willingly accept this? Yet, reality was as it was, leaving him powerless to change it. Later that night, several workers were released to retrieve the large machinery, only to discover it had been completely sabotaged. It was clear who was responsible, yet with no evidence, no surveillance. And the torrential rain having washed away all traces of guilt, they could only summon a few rescue vehicles to haul away the damaged equipment. The commotion at the chemical plant naturally reverberated throughout Xuan Road, leaving all parties astonished. A student had managed to compel the principal to intervene, yet the issue remained unresolved. Backgrounds, identities, and circumstances were scrutinized by many, while simultaneously, Qin Jiang and Hei Lung Company firmly established their reputation along Shiyuan Road. The following day, in the principal's office, Qin Jiang sat across from Principal Wu Yu. This time, Wu did not exhibit any disdainful demeanor. Rather, he smiled and poured Qin Jiang a cup of tea. "Try this. It's a new blend from a friend." Dedicho usted, Qin Yang remarqued sincerely. Wu Yu, sipping his tea, cast a slightly peculiar glance at Qin Jiang. To be frank, a fortnight ago, he had dismissed Qin Jiang as inconsequential, viewing the establishment of Hei Lung Company and its hundreds of followers as mere child's play. Had it not been for the need to maintain stability within the school, he could have easily suppressed it. However, following the altercation at the chemical plant, Qin Jiang's name had become synonymous with notoriety throughout Shiyu inroad. Yi Jikai was poised to elevate the academy to a third-tier institution, basking in his success. Yet, in a twist of irony, Qin Jiang had inflicted a significant loss upon him, rendering even his connections ineffective. Qin Jiang appeared remarkably exceptional. Without delving into the potential expansion of his company following the demolition funds, one could not help but wonder what kind of backing allowed him to garner such disregard from Director Zhao. Intrigued, Wu Yu's eyes flickered as he pondered Qin Jiang's intentions. Qin Jiang, however, did not keep him in suspense. He stated plainly, Heilong Company is a vocational institution-supported enterprise, and we have pledged future support to the school when our development prospects are sufficient. Surely the school will not turn a blind eye to the troubles Heilong is facing? The principal's blatant disregard for Heilong Company was not merely an affront to them, but a direct slap in the face to Wu Yu himself. Wu Yu exclaimed, "Goodness, is that how you articulate your points?" Yet he replied, "I see you are doing quite well. I assume the compensation from the academy will be substantial." He was acutely aware that following the previous day's events, it was likely that the academy would attempt to negotiate with Qin Jiang, aiming for a compensation figure around 3 to 5 million, though 7 million might prove elusive. Does Qin Jiang remain unsatisfied? What does he want from me? Why should I advocate for him? With a loud thud, Qin Jiang overturned the teacup onto the table, causing liquid to splatter and startling Wu Yu. Rising, his expression icy, Qin Jiang declared, "I initially believed Principal Wu to be a person of substance, but today it is evident you are myopic at best. You are merely suited to be the vice principal of a vocational school. Compared to Yi Jikai, you fall woefully short." Chapter 41 Principal, I wagered it all. Qin Jiang, act like a man. What? How could I possibly be compared to Yi Jikai? I am inferior? How absurd. Does he not understand that a man should never hear such words? In that moment, Wu Yu's expression contorted with humiliation. He had come to this vocational school for specific reasons. In his eyes, Yi Jikai was nothing more than a businessman, the principal of a private institution, who was not worthy of comparison. Yet, Qin Jiang's assertion that he was inferior to Yi Jikai was impossible for him to accept. Unfortunately, Qin Jiang spoke a harsh truth. Yi Jikai had indeed elevated the school to a third-tier institution, while Wu Yu remained merely a vice principal of college. With a resounding crash, Wu Yu slammed his hand on the table. "What has you so enraged?" Qin Jiang leaned over the table, meeting Wu Yu's gaze directly. "Your anger matters little. History judges heroes by their successes and failures. Even if you look down on Yi Jikai, he is the principal of a third-tier institution, while you're merely a vice principal of college." Wu Yu stammered. "You." Qin Jiang interjected, "Tomorrow, I shall relocate Heilong Company from this vocational school. From this day forth, Heilong Company will have no affiliation with this institution, and I will not participate in any future entrepreneurial awards as a representative of the school, including the upcoming Young Entrepreneurs Award." Wu Yu was taken aback. "How do you know about that?" The Young Entrepreneurs Award was a prestigious competition being organized in the northern province to showcase emerging talents from the southern provinces. The award was rumored to be highly coveted, providing a significant advantage to student entrepreneurs. Many aspiring student entrepreneurs from various schools were preparing to participate, with the preliminary rounds set for the end of the year. For top-tier universities, the award was merely a matter of reputation, a chance to compete with elite institutions in the South. However, for an ordinary school, it represented monumental achievement, a veritable windfall that would attract prospective students. Should this vocational school manage to have a student win the award, it could elevate its status from a college to a third-tier institution, making recruitment significantly easier in the following year, garnering greater support from higher authorities. At that moment, Wu Yu's mind raced with possibilities, and he could not help but feel a surge of excitement, though he quickly regained his composure. The Young Entrepreneurs Award. There were only 10 slots available, and with some entries from the general public, students faced fierce competition for just 5 spots against prestigious universities. In that place, students have the opportunity to establish their own internet companies. From what he gathered, many entrepreneurial ventures initiated by students have already begun to gain traction, with annual revenues reaching millions or even more, boasting grandiose names such as Future Technology Limited, Dreamplan Limited, New Life Investment Limited, and so forth. The mere sound of these names exudes an air of sophistication. He recalled having seen a business card presented by one of them, adorned with an impressive array of titles, CEO, Executive President, and more, with an extensive English introduction that clearly indicated their elite status. In comparison, his own company, Black Dragon Limited, seemed rather unrefined. It hardly sounded like a legitimate business. It resembled more of a gang name from a film. The owner, Qin Jiang, was nicknamed Black Dragon and was referred to as Big Brother by his subordinates. It hardly conveyed the image of a respectable boss. With such a reputation, how could he possibly compete with those individuals? He shook his head at the thought. He had allowed himself to be swayed by their provocations. It appeared his understanding of the political arena was still lacking. I don't need your provocations. They are futile. Qin Jiang scoffed. Why would you attempt to provoke me? Do you think you are worthy of it? E.G. Kai is fully aware of my tenacity. He knows it's not worth engaging in conflict with me over a few million. Yet, for the sake of an intangible reputation and a slight possibility of losing face, he still chooses to test his capabilities against me. And you? You stand to lose nothing, yet are too fearful to even attempt. What are you afraid of losing? If you believe you are entirely secure, why should anyone appreciate your efforts? Those who think they control the world, like you, are destined to achieve nothing significant. Mark my words. Do you genuinely believe that Black Dragon Limited relies solely on you? With that, he could hardly be bothered to cast another glance at Wu Yu and turn to leave. At that moment, Wu Yu stood there in a daze, memories flooding back of his failed struggles and his father-in-law's words. You're simply too hesitant to take risks. You wait until everything is settled before placing your bets. While this approach certainly minimizes mistakes, it also guarantees that you will never achieve substantial progress. I have stepped back. If you continue on this path, you're likely to reach a dead end. For some reason, he found himself connecting his father-in-law's words with Qin Jiang's recent remarks. He seemed to be too cautious. Despite the fact that assisting Black Dragon Limited through its difficulties posed no challenge for him, he simply hesitated to take the plunge. What if he guessed right? Even if he guessed wrong, what would it matter? Perhaps he could establish a connection with some mysterious backing behind Qin Jiang. If he was too afraid to gamble on a risk that was unlikely to result in loss, how would he confront genuine choices in the future? Was he truly content to remain in his current position for life? How would he ever realize the grand ambitions of his youth? With a resounding bang, he slammed his hand on the table, calling after the departing Qin Jiang, "Wait." Qin Jiang halted, turning to look at Wu Yu without speaking. Wu Yu wasted no time, picking up the phone and dialing. "Hello, old classmate, it's Wu Yu. It's been a long time. I have a student named Qin Jiang." "Yes, that's right. I simply need you to ensure fairness. Let us have a meal together sometime." Click. He hung up and continued. "Hello, old leader. I send my regards." "Hello, little brother." After making 5 or 6 calls, Wu Yu ceased his dialing and turned to Qin Jiang. "The fairness you seek, I shall provide. I hope you won't disappoint me. Furthermore, starting today, you are granted free use of the 3-story abandoned experimental facility on the east side of the school." Qin Jiang nodded, his expression calm. "Not bad. You're acting like a man." With that, he turned and stepped out of the principal's office. This time, Wu Yu did not feel as though he was merely sending off a nuisance. Rather, his gaze was filled with complexity. Ultimately, he chuckled softly. "Haha, a man? Of course. I'm a man. From this day forth, I shall no longer hesitate. What? Do you think a vocational college cannot make a name for itself? Reform. Vocational colleges must reform. What with automotive repair and nursing departments, such lowly titles. Let us directly modernize to automotive engineering and health sciences. I refuse to believe that a proper vocational school cannot compete with a women's college and allow ourselves to be bullied." He was not lying. Ordinarily, vocational colleges were not small. They had 2 campuses with various departments categorized and fully equipped. However, due to their comprehensive nature, they lacked any distinctive features, allowing nursing schools to advance to higher levels ahead of them. Without further ado, Wu Yu immediately opened his computer to draft a plan. Yet, he was entirely unaware that the gamble he inadvertently placed on Qin Jiang would yield immense benefits for him. Chapter 42. The nursing school resigns. Qin Jiang. "Cash, please." 3 days later, at the nursing school, E.G. Kai hung up the phone, his face a mask of embarrassment. "Yizadarit, not bidete." Having witnessed his uncle's expression darkening with each successive call. After a long while, Yize finally blurted out, "Uncle, what is going on?" With a swift motion, E.G. Kai splashed tea in his face, rising in anger to point at him. "You useless fool. Have you not considered that the chemical plant has been abandoned for so many years? Qin Jiang suddenly wants to take over. Do you truly believe there won't be issues? You eagerly offered to let him take it on, signing a 10-year contract. Why not sign a lifetime contract while you're at it? What more can you do but stand there with your mouth agape? Besides your grandfather, your father, and your mother, what are you even worth? Yize, but you've excluded everyone else. What do I have left? It's not my fault I was born into the right family. With the Yi family placing such importance on the eldest son, it's not my fault my dad is more successful than you. Besides, when I first mentioned the contract, you were quite agreeable. Why is it all my fault now?" Naturally, he could sense that Yi Ji Kai was furious, and he nodded in agreement. "Oomph." Yi Ji Kai snorted in exhaustion and finally sat down, stating, "Forget about the chemical plant. Everything will proceed according to the contract. Call him and offer 7 million. Give it to him." 7 million? All of it? Yize's voice rose incredulously. "Yes. Ye vikai affirmit vehemently. The recent calls had been from individuals he sought to pressure Black Dragon. They informed him that someone was backing Qin Jiang, advising him not to lose sight of the big picture in pursuit of small gains. This was a society governed by law. He understood. Qin Jiang had someone pressuring him. Moreover, Qin Jiang was justified, and those in his network did not intend to assist him for fear of attracting trouble. That was why he had been so enraged. 7 million was not a significant sum. What he truly cared about was his reputation, fearing that from now on, he would be subjected to ridicule. Unless one day Qin Jiang's status far surpassed his own, the mockery would never cease. Yet, in Yi Jikai's view, such a possibility was utterly impossible. He felt humiliated that a mere ruffian from Qin Jiang's school could bully him, a dignified principal. After a moment, Yize began to grasp the situation. He anticipated that someone would be supporting Qin Jiang. Who could it be to make his uncle feel so defeated? Uncle, should I ask my dad? Yi Jikai's expression turned serious. No, your father is in a critical position and should not be involved. Many eyes are watching. Besides, the nursing school can afford a few million. Remember, in the future, do not let your father intervene in matters where we are in the wrong. This is fundamental to the survival of the Yi family. Oh, Yize nodded, half understanding. Go ahead. Ye vikai urgit. I don't want to go. Let us wait a bit longer. We can't wait any longer. The formal documents have been issued, and the construction team is about to commence work. The shareholders are already voicing opinions. Any further delay will jeopardize our upward momentum and result in losses. A final ultimatum has been issued. Resolve the matter within 3 days. Yesha, superstitious. Yet, understanding the gravity of the situation, he stormed away in anger. The vocational school. Nightfall has descended. Qin Jiang sat within the Black Dragon Company, flanked by Zhu Zheng and Si Jiao, with no one else present. At the entrance, 7 or 8 lackeys lounged in wicker chairs, chatting. Anyone daring to approach the vicinity of the company would be met with their watchful gazes. Zhu Zheng upheld the rule that, regardless of whether Black Dragon was a legitimate corporation or a gang, the headquarters must be guarded to maintain an air of authority. This intimidation tactic deterred most students from passing by, and even those who had to use the route hurried along. As both Qin Jiang and Black Dragon had become almost legendary in their whispers among the students, skipping classes went unpunished, entering and exiting the campus freely. The road to the academy was traversed with trepidation. Rumors circulated that Black Dragon had amassed thousands of followers, recently, on a rainy night, under Qin Jiang's command. 1,000 lackeys surrounded the security office, overpowering even the principal, with the security team proving ineffective. A group of students, walking further away, whispered among themselves, "Is that story true? Who knows? But my cousin said he saw it with his own eyes." Thousands of people gathered near the security office, and the security team came and took quite a few away. Then why wasn't he caught? Unclear. Perhaps someone up top helped him. After all, the school leaders seem indifferent, allowing him to erect gang signs on campus. I heard that's the name of their company. Do you believe that? Whose company would have such a name? True. Regarding this discussion, Qin Jiang remained unaware. Even if he were, he would not concern himself with matters that required no explanation. In this era, having a certain facade made things more convenient. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside. "Let us break up. I feel we are incompatible." The voice was loud and near. In unison, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Si Jiao turned their gazes. Not far from the Black Dragon Company, 3 individuals stood. On the left was a lean man, a core member of the Black Dragon Company, Sun Yuan. On the right was a girl of average appearance, slightly plump, who looked at Sun Yuan with an uncomfortable expression. Her head bowed in silence, accompanied by a sharp-featured woman confronting Sun Yuan with her hands on her hips. Sun Yuan's face contorted in disbelief. "Xiao Rou, what did you say?" The slightly plump girl stammered. I, struggling to find her words. The sharp-featured woman interjected. "What's wrong? Don't you understand human language? She said she wants to break up. Do you comprehend that? Look at yourself. Do you even deserve Xiao Rou? She's a top student, destined for big companies after graduation. And you? Where will you go after graduation? To be an apprentice at a car repair shop? You two are simply not from the same world. If Xiao Rou hadn't taken pity on you, you would have broken up long ago, you know?" Sun Yuan found himself at a loss for words. He and Xiao Rou had been high school classmates, falling in love during their teenage years. However, his mediocre grades led to a failed college entrance exam, and even after a year of repeating, he could only attend a junior college. While Xiao Rou had been accepted into a prestigious university and consistently excelled. Yet, their relationship had endured for nearly 4 years. He had sensed a change in the past 2 months, but was unable to accept it. "What do you mean?" Sun Yuan finally managed to utter. The sharp-featured woman scoffed. "Look at you. Failing to get into a good university is one thing, but I hear you're mingling with the wrong crowd. Is there a future in that? constantly babbling about Black Dragon, thinking you're something special? You can't compare to my Xiao Ro. From now on, do not contact her again. With that, she yanked Xiao Ro away, saying, Xiao Ro, let us go. What is there to discuss with such a petty thug? You'll struggle to even eat. And who knows, you might get killed one day. Your future lies in being a white-collar worker, in an office making money as a high-end professional. Although Xiao Ro glanced back at Sun Yuan, she did not halt her steps, following her friend out of the campus. Outside, some Black Dragon lackeys, having heard the commotion, gathered around. What's going on? The sharp-featured woman screeched, like an enraged hen. Are you going to hit someone in broad daylight? Sun Yuan shouted, let them go. Inside the Black Dragon Company, the three witnessed the scene unfold. The phone rang. Zhu Zheng answered, recognizing Yi Zhe on the line, who agreed to the 7 million breach of contract penalty. Just as Zhu Zheng was about to nod in approval, he heard Qin Jiang calmly utter 2 words, cash. Chapter 43. Cash received, all hands on deck. In an instant, Zhu Zheng understood and said, remember, we only want cash, 7 million in cash. I hope you deliver it on time. What? Yi Zhe's incredulous voice came through the phone. 7 million in cash. Are you joking? How am I supposed to get that much all at once? Transferring money is easy. Just give me the company bank account, and I'll have the security office's finance department wire it to you. We want cash. Zhu Zheng insisted. I'll give it to you. All right, that is settled. Whenever the cash arrives, the chemical plant can commence demolition. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. On the other end, Yi Zhe was fuming but had no recourse. He had to inform Yi Jikai. The security office could no longer wait to commence work, and with pressure from the shareholders, even Yi Jikai had to begrudgingly acquiesce. Subsequently, he called the bank to arrange for cash. In the year 2010, 7 million in cash was no small sum. It required several banks to prepare in advance. It must be noted that Yi Jikai wielded considerable influence. Within a few hours, he managed to gather enough cash. That evening, Yi Zhe personally drove over with the cash, and the 2 parties officially terminated the contract. Everything was finally settled. This also marked the successful completion of Qin Jiang's second financial venture. As his business empire prepared to launch, Qin Jiang gazed at the 7 million in cash before him, remaining composed, while Zhu Zheng appeared somewhat more anxious. As for Sijio, he cared little for money. To him, currency was merely scraps of paper, whether 10,000 or 100,000, there was no distinction. His only concern was friendship, or rather, whether Qin Jiang was by his side. After a moment, Zhu Zheng gradually regained his composure. Brother Jiang, did you insist on having Yi Zhe provide cash for a reason? Indeed, Qin Jiang nodded. Zhu Zheng understood immediately. Got it. He then turned to Wang Tao, who stood nearby, staring at the 7 million in cash, his mouth agape, and expression dazed. Go. Call all the core members of Black Dragon here. Huh? Wang Tao replied absent-mindedly. Zhu Zheng raised his voice. Go. Wang Tao, struggling to regain focus, asked where to. Zhu Zheng snapped. I told you to summon all the core members here. Hurry up. What is wrong? Have you lost your mind? Wang Tao, taken aback, quickly shook his head. No. It's just too shocking. My goodness. When have I ever seen so much money? This is enough for my father to farm for generations. With that, he dashed outside. Outside, the 7 or 8 Black Dragon brothers were lounging in the wicker chairs, unable to see the situation inside due to the angle, thus not displaying excessive excitement. However, when they saw Wang Tao rush out with an ecstatic face, he excitedly exclaimed, Quick, spread the word and have the core members report to the company immediately. Hurry up. Run. Wang Tao kept urging. Yet, he noticed a few individuals remaining stationary, not making any moves, causing him to frown slightly. What's going on? Am I not being heard? Before he could express his frustration, one of the lackeys piped up. Hey, Tao, do you think it would be faster to send a message in the QQ group? Wang Tao, oh. What the hell? How could I have forgotten this? I foolishly allowed someone to run off to send a message. What a disgrace. After a moment of awkwardness, he regained his composure. Without hesitation, he swiftly took out his phone and opened the QQ group. Black Dragon Source. Group Leader, Qin Jiang. Administrators, Su Zing, Siju, Wing Tao. Group Members, dozens. Only the elite personnel of Black Dragon Company are permitted in this group. It began with just over 10 members and gradually expanded to its current size. Typically, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Si Jiu remained silent, allowing Wang Tao to relay any necessary information, thereby accentuating their esteemed positions. It may appear pretentious, yet contemporary youth are quite enamored with such displays. This tactic has fostered a cohesion within the Black Dragon team that far surpasses that of other student organizations, simultaneously elevating the trio to near mythical status. Particularly, in the eyes of the Black Dragon brothers, Qin Jiang is an omnipotent figure, a born leader, embodying charisma, authority, and capability. Top, top, top. Wang Tao quickly composed a message. Brother Jiang commands. All core members of Black Dragon report to the base immediately. This was also a rule established by Zhu Zheng. Whenever Qin Jiang is present, any commands issued by the trio must be attributed to him, underscoring his singular status and indicating that he would never contest Qin Jiang's authority. As soon as the message was sent, a flurry of notifications erupted. Oh. All core members of Black Dragon are on campus, and coincidentally, Bai Lu is also nearby, dining close to the vocational school. Remarkably, within half an hour, everyone had gathered in front of the Black Dragon Company. This scene, the security guards did not exhibit any surprise. To them, the congregation of the Black Dragon Company was utterly commonplace. Not to mention that the company had the protection of school leadership. It had greatly improved the school's atmosphere since its establishment, with incidents of fighting and brawling becoming non-existent. This was all due to Qin Jiang's decree. Anyone daring to fight at school would face Black Dragon's retribution. Just this one statement had instilled such fear that many students would argue fiercely, their faces flushed and necks taut, but would not dare to actually fight. The security guards relished their newfound leisure, completing their duties merely by strolling around the campus. At this moment, Security Captain Su Dong gazed at the Black Dragon Company with a complex expression. He had a bit of a network at the school and was aware of the recent happenings outside the chemical factory, knowing that Qin Jiang had made the principal, Yi Jikai, come to face the consequences and that the chemical factory was liable for a compensation of 7 million. 7 million. Upon hearing this figure, he nearly choked. It was unimaginable that the school's delinquents could harbor such grand ambitions, yet it seemed they were on the verge of success. Moreover, just last night, he received word that the school had decided to allocate the experimental building to Black Dragon, an entire building, even if it only had 3 floors. It was significantly larger than the security office's accommodations. This made him realize Qin Jiang's connections were undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps not limited to just the vice principal, Wu Yu. Contemplating this, he shifted from the notion of offending Qin Jiang to one of seeking to cultivate a beneficial relationship. Perhaps it would prove advantageous in the future. But how should he go about forging such a connection? Merely opening a door for him likely would not be sufficient to establish any goodwill. Inside the security booth, Security Officer Feng Zhao observed the brightly lit Black Dragon Company and the gathering of rowdy students with a complex expression. He detested such scenes. To him, gatherings of delinquents, posturing as tough guys, and Qin Jiang surrounded by followers were all manifestations of a societal malaise that must be eradicated. Yet paradoxically, these students adhered to the rules within the school, even maintaining stability among their peers, rendering any attempts to dissuade them futile. He could only watch helplessly. After a long pause, he sighed. If students must delve into the world of gangs, they are effectively ruining their lives. It is tragic, lamentable. It seems I must find an opportunity to have a serious talk with these students. If I can persuade even one of them to reconsider, it would be worthwhile. Chapter 44. Qin Jiang dispenses wealth, instilling courage in his brothers. At this moment, in front of the Black Dragon Company, dozens of core members were oblivious to the security guards' thoughts streaming into the company. Suddenly, the front line came to an abrupt halt. What is going on? Why are the people in front stopped? Why aren't they moving in? Why is no one speaking? Where's Brother Jiang? After a moment, the front line began to advance slowly, and, as all the key figures stepped inside, they collectively stood dumbfounded. Those at the back understood why they had paused. They were all fixated on the central position, an unforgettable spectacle unfolding before their eyes. In the center, upon 3 high-backed chairs, on the left, Zhu Zheng fanned himself with a folding fan while puffing on a cigar. On the right, Siju twirled a metal ball, his eyes narrowed, and in the center, Qin Jiang reclined against his chair, holding a wine glass in his left hand, while his right hand rhythmically tapped the armrest. Thud, thud, thud. This scene was profoundly impactful, while the Black Dragon brothers were somewhat desensitized to such displays. What truly astonished them was the sight before them, a neat stack of 100 yuan bills piled high on the central table. Money, a mountain of cash. Moreover, it was in 100 yuan notes. For these students, having a mere 1,000 or 800 in their pockets was commendable. After all, why would wealthy families send their children to vocational schools? The sheer sight of 7 million in cash was beyond description. Thump, thump, thump. Many could hear the pounding of their own hearts. Silence. The entire room was eerily quiet. Only the sound of Qin Jiang's rhythmic tapping, Zhu Zheng's cigar puffing, and CGO's metal ball spinning filled the air. After a considerable time, they managed to collect their wits. All eyes turned toward Qin Jiang and the others. slowly grasping the source of the money before them. Indeed, Zhu Zheng calmly stated, under Brother Jiang's leadership and with our collective efforts, Black Dragon Company has officially completed its first business deal, securing a demolition compensation from the principal. 7 million. The cash is all here. He gestured towards the cash before them. His words transformed the speculation among the Black Dragon brothers into reality, igniting their excitement and exhilaration. Although they were already aware of Brother Jiang's claim for 7 million in compensation, no one had dared to confront the reality until now. 7 million. Such a figure far exceeded their comprehension. Furthermore, the tangible presence of 7 million, earned through their collective effort, filled them with an indescribable exhilaration that radiated from their souls to the crown of their heads. In the shadow of 7 million, they felt a surge of pride. It had often been said that the gang life was devoid of prospects, that they were merely petty delinquents capable of nothing more than petty theft. But now, was 7 million not a monumental achievement? Was it not a testament to their unity? Many Black Dragon brothers instinctively straightened their spines. Among them, Sun Yuan stood the tallest, chest puffed out, eyes sparkling with determination, entirely dismissing the dejection he had felt earlier that day when his girlfriend had broken up with him, now transformed into fervent excitement. At this moment, as they gazed at Qin Jiang, their admiration was tinged with reverence, as if they were beholding a deity of omnipotence. Witnessing such a scene, Qin Jiang nodded to himself. His intention in acquiring cash was to achieve this very purpose. His loyal and courageous subordinates, though somewhat limited in their perspective, essentially maintaining a delinquent mindset, essentially harbored feelings of inferiority. This was entirely understandable. They had all struggled academically, had a penchant for fighting, and had undoubtedly faced ostracism from classmates, teachers, and even family members since childhood, leading them to subconsciously perceive themselves as lesser beings. This mindset is exceedingly difficult to alter. Even Qin Jiang can only proceed step by step, and his initial move is money. Since ancient times, wealth has emboldened the spirit, regardless of the circumstances. As long as his subordinates are aware that following the Black Dragon will lead to monetary gain, substantial, tangible, and clean money, they can truly hold their heads high. Contemplating this, Qin Jiang did not hesitate to grasp a bundle from the mountain of cash and skillfully tossed it towards his dozens of brothers. Take this, it's yours. The fluttering of 100 yuan bills filled the room, many of which landed squarely on the faces of the Black Dragon brothers, who instinctively grasped the bills in their hands, relishing the genuine sensation of crisp currency. No further words were necessary. All the Black Dragon brothers instinctively clutched the fluttering notes. Qin Jiang continued. Here, the second bundle. The third. He did not cease until he had dispersed 5 bundles. After more than 10 minutes, the brothers of the Black Dragon finally finished dividing the money. Some managed to secure over 10,000, while others received several thousand. There was no sign of conflict or chaos, but rather a remarkable sense of understanding among them. Although they were not explicitly dividing the money evenly, the disparities were minimal. Excellent. Witnessing this, Qin Jiang felt a surge of satisfaction and turned his gaze towards Zhu Zheng. The Black Dragon's adherence to such order, in stark contrast to the ruffians outside, is undoubtedly due to Zhu Zheng's established rules. It must be said, Zhu Zheng is truly a natural in the underworld. At this moment, the brothers looked at the substantial stacks of 100 yuan notes in their hands, speechless. This amount exceeded their family's annual living expenses, casually tossed to them by their brother Jiang. It was said to be for them. Who could remain composed in such a situation? Moreover, the spectacle of money raining down was so impactful that it would linger in their memories for a long time. Even Bai Lu, who had witnessed much in life, felt somewhat dazed. Qin Jiang had actually amassed 7 million in cash. The Black Dragon now possessed 7 million? No wonder Brother Jiang urged him to study accounting. Without some management skills, one could hardly survive. With a swift motion, Qin Jiang reached for 2 more bundles and handed them to Wang Tao. Distribute these among the remaining brothers below. Allocate according to the effort exerted, but ensure that everyone receives at least 500. If it's not enough, they can come to me for more. Tell them, being with the Black Dragon means there is plenty of money to go around. I, Qin Jiang, am not a miser. His past experiences in the underworld had taught him that a stingy leader would ultimately meet his downfall. Only the generous would cultivate loyal followers. One cannot rely solely on camaraderie. Adequate benefits must be provided to inspire loyalty and dedication. Indeed, it is said, transient glory does not last, while profit endures through the ages. Evidently, this scene caused all the brothers to tremble with excitement. Outside, Su Dong intended to have a brief exchange with Qin Jiang to strengthen their bond, but he happened to pass by just as he witnessed the astonishing sight of Qin Jiang showering cash. He was left in shock, nearly collapsing to the ground. Money. So much money? How much was that? Several million? Could it be the 7 million from the protection fee? Did they truly give it? Good heavens. His background is indeed formidable. Did the protection agency completely capitulate? Moreover, the way he tossed the money was simply too cool. Tens of thousands were just thrown away. Hey! Zhu Zheng snapped his folding fan and exclaimed, "What are you all standing there for? Are you dissatisfied with Brother Jiang's generosity?" The dozens of younger brothers snapped back to reality and promptly chorused, "Thank you, Brother Jiang. Thank you, Brother Jiang." Chapter 45. Songjiang's Nightless City, Prosperity Through Industry. At this moment, a wave of cheers reverberated throughout the room, attracting the attention of many nearby. Yet due to the crowd, they could not discern the situation within. They could only whisper, "We can't tell what they're shouting about. It sounds rather intimidating. Keep it down. Those guys are impressive now." Not even fearing the head of the protection agency. It must be noted that since the Black Dragon made its statement, our school has been significantly quieter. There is hardly anyone daring to fight. I feel safe even going out at night with my partner. As they spoke, they quickly departed the vicinity of the Black Dragon Company, considering this merely a side note to their daily lives. Qin Jiang, observing the brothers who had calmed down, continued, "From today onward, you will all be officially registered under the Black Dragon, becoming legitimate employees of the Black Dragon Company. Remember, starting today, your salaries will all be raised to a minimum of 3,000, with no upper limit. We will provide you with 5 insurances and 1 fund, ensuring timely contributions. You are now white-collar workers, the elite of society." The room filled with the sound of eager breaths. Qin Jiang's words seemed to invigorate these Black Dragon brothers. To put it simply, a monthly salary of 3,000 in 2010 was no trivial sum, surpassing the earnings of the vast majority of university graduates, especially with the added benefits of comprehensive insurance. It is crucial to understand that in the city of Songjiang, even 10 years later, it would be rare for any company to provide such benefits. Even university students lament. Is it illegal to provide 5 insurances and 1 fund in Songjiang? A monthly salary of 3,000? Sun Yuan muttered to himself. That is more than Xiao Rou's salary. She, a top student, only earns 2,000. Moreover, unlike the few thousand in hand, this was not a one-time windfall, but a regular monthly income. This way, he could also send some money home, alleviating his parents' concerns about his academic pursuits. At this moment, Sun Yuan's mindset underwent a transformation. His sense of belonging to the Black Dragon reached unprecedented heights, and he dared to compare himself to those white-collar workers. Not only Sun Yuan, but others also shared similar sentiments. If they had initially joined the Black Dragon solely due to Qin Jiang's personal charisma, now they felt a true sense of belonging to the team, a genuine affiliation with the Black Dragon, and boundless admiration for Qin Jiang. Details could be discussed later. Qin Jiang waved his hand, and Wang Tao and the others, attuned to his intentions, promptly exited, recognizing that Brother Jiang and the others had pressing matters to discuss. After their departure, 10 younger brothers remained to guard the entrance. They no longer engaged in idle chatter or card games as before. Instead, they sat upright, attentively observing the comings and goings of everyone. Serious and earnest. Such a sight, while amusing with one person, became an unexplainable source of pressure with 10. Zhu Zheng inquired, "Brother Jiang, do you have any plans for the future development of the Black Dragon?" Qin Jiang nodded. "Indeed, the next steps for the Black Dragon have already been determined, and it lies right there." He pointed towards the vacant lot across from the vocational school. That area, a patch of land adjacent to the vocational school, had been vacant like the chemical factory, devoid of any structures, leaving Zhu Zheng somewhat perplexed. Is that going to be demolished? No, that is impossible. And even if it were, it wouldn't be contracted to us. Zhu Zheng began to negate his own thoughts halfway through. Of course, it's not demolition. Qin Jiang shook his head. Such lucrative businesses cannot persist indefinitely, and the Black Dragon cannot continue down this path. What we lack is a business that can yield sustainable profits. Thus, Qin Jiang pointed to the back, where a panoramic map of Songjiang was displayed, and the location he indicated was precisely in a certain area of the Northern District. Is that the night market in the Northern District? Zhu Zheng asked, gazing at the position. Brother Jiang, are you planning to establish a night market? Qin Jiang tapped his fingers. To be precise, a large-scale comprehensive nighttime entertainment venue. The night market is merely a prototype and the most basic element. The true future is Songjiang's Nightless City. Songjiang Nightless City. Zhu Zheng's expression suddenly shifted, and he could not help but murmur the name repeatedly. Qin Jiang nodded and remarked, "Indeed. The Songjiang Sleepless City can be transformed into a genuine ice and snow sleepless city that embodies the unique characteristics of Songjiang's ice and snow. As long as we manage the various revenue shares from the light, It will be more than sufficient for the Black Dragon to thrive and even soar to new heights. Upon hearing this, Songjiang was undeniably swayed by his words. Possessing a keen business acumen, Songjiang had previously dabbled in some dubious enterprises. But that did not imply he lacked understanding of how to generate profit. Qin Jiang recalled from his past life that Songjiang had often mentioned numerous wealth-generating plans for online companies, which, due to various reasons, had never come to fruition. Just a couple of investments had left a lasting impression on Qin Jiang. Money, earning it was as effortless as acquiring mere scraps of paper. Qin Jiang continued, of course. The Songjiang Sleepless City is a future plan. What we need to focus on now is the prototype night market, a large collective night market with its own unique flair. Indeed, this was Qin Jiang's strategy for his third fortune. By 2010, many internet companies had already risen, with names like Taomao and Weiliao firmly established. Some emerging online software had begun to surface as well, and entering the fray now meant competing with them. Even though Qin Jiang was confident in his ability to secure a foothold, it was unnecessary, and the greatest disadvantage of internet companies was their reliance on highly skilled talent. Once this model was adopted, a significant number of high-end programmers would need to be recruited, not to mention the exorbitant costs involved. How would he manage his brothers under such circumstances? Even if future profits from an internet company could sustain his men, this was not a scenario Qin Jiang wished to see. Following such a path, it was inevitable that his brothers would gradually become marginalized or even choose to leave, with control of the Black Dragon falling into the hands of programmers and professional managers. Qin Jiang shook his head resolutely. Absolutely not. If I were to develop along this trajectory, what would be the meaning of my rebirth? My true foundation is not wealth or foresight of the future, but rather the dozens, if not hundreds, of brothers I have. As long as they are with me, I can remain invincible and always possess the ability for a resurgence. This conviction had been established shortly after his rebirth. His business empire would be primarily based on real industry. It was destined to be a challenging path, distinct from the experiences of other reborn individuals, uniquely his own. Qin Jiang rose and slowly approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing up at the starry sky, as if envisioning the grand expanse of the internet world flowing forward with relentless momentum, while he stood at the forefront, choosing to swim against the tide. This journey was bound to be fraught with difficulties and dangers, akin to walking on thin ice. Could he succeed? Why not take the easier path that followed the trends of the world? As this thought crossed his mind, he looked outside, where his brothers were gradually dispersing, and an overwhelming sense of ambition surged within him. In this second life, even if I must swim against the tide, so be it. This time, I, Qin Jiang, shall champion the cause of industry revitalizes the nation. Chapter 46, Preparing for a Banquet. Let us go. It's time to buy a car. Shaking his head, Qin Jiang chose not to dwell further on this matter. The path of industry revitalizes the nation could not be accomplished overnight. His immediate priority lay in the affairs of the present. Brother Jiang. Songjiang approached Qin Jiang, standing attentively. How many factions should the Black Dragon establish? Qin Jiang corrected him. Departments. Songjiang replied, right? Departments. Yet, his expression conveyed his skepticism. To him, departments were merely a change in terminology. In his understanding, the registration of the Black Dragon was entirely modeled after a gang structure. To this, Qin Jiang could not elaborate further. This time around, as he sought to lead many brothers, the Black Dragon Company would inevitably differ from others, and it could only adapt gradually. Subsequently, the two discussed the several departments that the Black Dragon was about to establish, including commerce and finance, among others. Zhang suggested, Brother Jiang, should we set up a department for, mimicking a slicing motion across his throat? Qin Jiang immediately rejected the idea. No need. He understood that Songjiang was referring to a department that would handle illicit activities, specializing in more discreetly shady dealings. In his previous life, such a team had been established, and while it had played a significant role, it ultimately led them to despair. Engaging in too many underhanded dealings would inevitably require payment in kind. In this second life, how could he bear to have his brothers engage in such futile, doomed, and tearful endeavors? Seeing Qin Jiang's firm stance, Songjiang refrained from pressing the issue further. After all, he believed that whether or not a department existed was inconsequential. If anything arose, brothers would naturally take care of it. Even he himself would be involved. Qin Jiang continued, send someone to tailor some formal attire. Each core brother should receive 2 sets of clothing. Ensure they're made promptly within 3 days. Additionally, book the top floor of the Yunding Hotel for a day. We will host a banquet for the core members of the Black Dragon and invite those with potential, including the brothers who contributed during the chemical plant incident. This time, the Black Dragon's development was even swifter than in his previous life, with core members numbering in the dozens and peripheral members reaching into the hundreds. Rumors circulated on School Road that the Black Dragon boasted over 1,000 brothers, dominating the North District. The core members were all brothers certified in Qin Jiang's past life, having fought and bled for him, and naturally, Qin Jiang would not adhere strictly to his past life as model. For any group to achieve significant development, it was crucial to have channels for advancement and to avoid stagnation. Thus, he instructed Zhu Zheng to select individuals with potential for gradual promotion, signaling to those below that as long as they followed him, Qin Jiang, they would have opportunities to rise, to stand out, and to lead a glorious life. Zhu Zheng nodded. I will take care of it. However, I fear that these young lads might be intimidated by the Yunding Hotel. Yunding. It was the only 5-star hotel in the North District. Not only were these students hesitant to choose it for business banquets, but they also dared not easily select it for personal matters, let alone the top floor. Qin Jiang calmly replied, they will get used to it once they see the world. My brothers, Qin Jiang, can go anywhere, not to mention the top hotel in the North District. Even in Songjiang, the leading establishment is nothing to us. Our path lies ahead. As he spoke, he gazed towards the clouds above, at the pinnacle of the clouds. At that moment, Sijio approached Qin Jiang and Zhu Zheng, and the three stood together by the window, gazing at the heavens, an overwhelming sense of ambition surging forth. Thus, the three stood in silence for several minutes. Eventually, Qin Jiang slowly said, let us go. Sijio inquired, where to? Zhu Zheng, sensing the direction of their thoughts, interjected, to buy a car. Airport Road. It was the route connecting Songjiang to the airport, and also the location where all the major 4S dealerships in Songjiang were situated. Inside the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership, several saleswomen were engaged in quiet conversation. In this era, there were not many who had the means to purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And with the current trend of merely browsing without buying, the foot traffic was sparse, leading to an unhurried atmosphere, with only a handful of individuals examining the cars. Among them was a young woman who was quietly memorizing the specifications of various Mercedes models, evidently a new sales associate. Just then, with a click, the automatic front door opened, and several figures slowly walked in. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, Sijio, and Wang Tao, accompanied by 20 carefully selected younger brothers, all dressed in formal attire. Upon seeing this, the saleswomen were momentarily taken aback. The trio was undeniably striking. Sijio, with his imposing stature akin to a giant bear, and his fierce countenance evoked fear. Zhu Zheng, with his neatly braided hair and folding fan, exuded an air of elegance, yet he carried an indescribable pressure. In the central position, Qin Jiang stood out even more. He emanated a unique aura, drawing the gaze of everyone around him, despite the presence of his equally remarkable companions. Aloha, an overwhelmingly powerful aura. It was a kind of confidence that was almost mystical. A few saleswomen exchanged glances, their eyes locking in silent understanding. One of them whispered into the microphone, Manager, it seems a group of thugs has come to collect protection fees, about 20 of them. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried down from the upper floor. He paused momentarily upon seeing Qin Jiang and the others, then quickly regained composure, approaching them with a smile and extending his hand. Hello, I'm a manager of this dealership. May I inquire what brings you gentlemen here? Looking to purchase a vehicle? Zhu Zheng, folding his fan with a smirk, replied, What else could we possibly want? To pay protection fees? Laughter erupted, easing the tension. The manager, still smiling, responded, It's truly an honor for esteemed gentlemen like you to consider purchasing a car from us. His gaze drifted toward the saleswomen behind him, inquiring, Who will attend to our guests? I will. A girl who had been fervently memorizing car specifications stepped forward, her initial fear giving way to courage. Welcome to Wanqi Ben's 4S dealership. I am your sales consultant, Xue Na, but you may call me Xiao Na. May I ask what price range you are considering for your vehicle? I would be delighted to assist you. Her nervousness was evident as she stumbled over her words. Before the manager could interject, Qin Jiang cut straight to the point. Do you have the Benz 400 in stock? Ah, yes. Xue Na replied, momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding. Qin Jiang continued, Let us finalize the contract now. I wish to drive the car away today. Is that feasible? Xue Na stood frozen, seemingly unable to comprehend Qin Jiang's words. The other saleswomen nearby were equally stunned, clearly taken aback by his boldness. Only the manager quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, You certainly have an eye for quality, sir. The Benz 400 is a model primarily crafted for high-end clientele, with impeccable internal specifications. The current price stands at $1.35 million, and our dealership promises that any purchaser will automatically receive a special license plate, number 388, ensuring exceptional service. We have the vehicle available for immediate viewing. Throughout his explanation, he maintained a cordial demeanor while subtly testing Qin Jiang's response. Qin Jiang, understanding the underlying implications, waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Wang Tao and a few associates stepped forward, each carrying large packages. In front of the gathered crowd, they opened them to reveal an astonishing sight: bundles of cash. The scene left even the seasoned sales consultants in awe. It was exceedingly rare for a Benz 4S dealership to sell an S-Class vehicle, let alone for cash. Who carries millions in cash these days? Surely, they must fear robbery. Yet, it seemed that fear did not cross their minds. The onlookers couldn't help but wonder, is this money even legitimate? Of course, none dared vocalize their thoughts. In this day and age, who would provoke individuals associated with the underworld? The manager, having seen much in his career, quickly regained his composure and instructed the saleswomen. Contact finance to come and count the money, and prepare the VIP room with our finest tea. We have esteemed guests. With a beaming smile, he turned to Qin Jiang, keenly aware that he was the true decision-maker among the group. May I ask your esteemed surname, sir? Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang? The manager racked his brain, tried to recall any significant figure associated with that name, but could not. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. Despite their youthful appearance, the group exuded an extraordinary air, and the source of their funds was of little concern to him. In this business, as long as the money was real, they were willing to accept it. Any issues arising would be handled by the owner. Qin Jiang, however, did not wish to linger in the VIP room. Let us sign the contract first. I have no time to waste. Certainly, the manager nodded and instructed, please fetch the contract. Soon, the finance team delivered the contract, and after Qin Jiang signed, the manager affixed the official seal. Xiaona, please inscribe your name in the consultant section. In a daze, Xuanna complied. The other saleswomen looked on with envy. Qin Jiang could not help but murmur to himself, realizing that his life could not unfold like a cliché from a rebirth novel. Typically in such tales, a newcomer would face exclusion and rivalry, with the protagonist having to intervene forcefully. Yet, here, nothing of the sort transpired. Indeed, this was the rational course of events. A reputable 4S dealership would have its own regulations, and the assigned consultant would be the one to serve the customer. Any competition for clients would likely lead to chaos. As for the manager's supposed favoritism, it was largely a myth. Their income stemmed from total sales commissions. And even if a car was sold under another's name, the commission would not substantially differ, making such rivalry unnecessary. Shaking his head, Qin Jiang rose. You all can verify the cash. I'll check out other 4S dealerships. Is it acceptable to return in 2 hours to pick up the car? The manager, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the finance team, who nodded in affirmation. Of course, that will be no problem. With that, Qin Jiang turned to leave, accompanied by his subordinates, while Wang Tao extracted 4 bundles of cash from the packages as they departed. After a while, as they watched Qin Jiang and his entourage leave, the manager asked, is the money legitimate? The finance officer replied, so far, everything appears to be real. There are no sequential notes, and the total is 1.6 million. We will have to recount to confirm. The manager instructed, be sure to avoid obstructing the cameras while counting and remain calm in case of any issues. His instincts told him that all was well, but a healthy sense of caution was still necessary. Meanwhile, the saleswomen were in awe, discussing among themselves. Over $1 million for a car, and he decided in just 10 minutes? Just a few words, and he spent that much. One eye-opener. But those gentlemen don't seem like good people. The source of their funds might be dubious. Who cares? It's none of our business, they replied. Their envy for Xue not palpable. She just started 2 days ago, and already closed such a big deal. She must treat us tonight. The saleswoman looked at Xuanna with admiration, exclaiming, just a few words, and he spent over $1 million on a luxury car. The commission for luxury vehicles is significantly higher than for standard cars, and while they felt envy, it did not breed animosity. No one would jeopardize their relationships over a few thousand yuan. Moreover, any rivalry with Xuanna would not affect their own prospects. The most bewildered of all was Xuanna, standing in disbelief as she watched Qin Jiang and his companions depart. Did I really just sell my first car? A luxury vehicle, no less. Is selling cars truly this easy? Didn't the senior saleswomen say the industry has a high turnover rate, with hardly any newcomers managing to sell a car? Why has it been so effortless for me? Moreover, the workplace was not as daunting as she had imagined. Several saleswomen gathered around her, congratulating her. Congratulations, Xiaona. You made a sale. You must treat us tonight. Xiaona, you don't know him, do you? He just spent over $1 million without saying much. It can't be as this remark was made. The other saleswomen shot her inquisitive glances. In today's world, wealthy and capable individuals often gravitate toward ambitious university students, and Qin Jiang certainly did not appear to be a good person in their eyes. His decisive purchase might harbor ulterior motives. Xuanna's complexion paled at this thought. She began to envision scenarios where he might use the sale to coerce her into compromising situations. Should she agree to any such demands? Certainly not. She was a proud student from a prestigious university, preparing for graduate studies. How could she compromise her integrity for a mere commission? The scene of Qin Jiang's entrance is decidedly not that of a benevolent figure. One cannot help but imagine her being forcibly dragged into a car after a shift. This thought only amplifies Xuanna's anxiety, causing her body to tremble slightly. On either side of her, several other women stepped forward, offering constant reassurances. The manager, noticing the commotion, approached to assess the situation. Upon listening to their explanations, his brow furrowed slightly. Such a possibility was not without precedent. In fact, it was not uncommon, particularly among luxury car salespeople, where it is almost routine to recruit new saleswomen after a sale. After a moment of contemplation, the manager advised Xuanna, "You should head upstairs and find a place to hide. I will handle the rest. Your commission will remain intact, and everything will proceed according to protocol." Xuanna nodded eagerly, expressing her gratitude as she hurriedly ascended the stairs. The manager turned to the other saleswomen, saying, "If you're worried, you may also seek refuge." The saleswomen exchanged smiles but chose to remain. For some, what is utterly unacceptable may be a dream come true for others. A vehicle worth over $1 million can hardly be ignored, even by those who navigate the underworld. A single car may not disrupt the rules, but the chance to alter one's destiny by aligning with the affluent surely could. The saleswomen began to touch up their makeup in public, loosening the already ample collars of their blouses. Observing this, the manager could only sigh in resignation. Everyone possesses the right to pursue happiness. Yet he could not refrain from commenting, being a mistress is not as easy as it seems. One must strive for their own life, so why bother? Chapter 48. $1 Million Luxury Cars, Continuous Purchases. Upon exiting the Mercedes dealership, Qin Jiang led Zhu Zheng and others to continue their purchasing spree at other 4S dealerships, intent on acquiring an ample supply of vehicles. In this era, one's status is often dictated by their mode of transportation. Lacking a luxury vehicle truly diminishes one's prestige, particularly in a city like Songjiang, where discretion can be fatal. Arriving in a humble van to conduct business may well bar one from entry, whereas arriving in a Maybach or a high-end Mercedes S-Class ensures that even those uninterested in doing business would engage in conversation. The reasons are twofold: the fear of offending certain individuals and the desire to forge new connections. In Songjiang, the emphasis is not on brute strength, but rather on social nuances. The business logic here starkly contrasts that of other southern cities. The approach of valuing quality over ostentation simply does not apply. Thus, Qin Jiang did not hesitate to invest $2 million to bolster his facade, a move that would significantly benefit his forthcoming endeavors. Indeed, this was not merely a habitual indulgence from a past life for the sake of showing off. Zhu Zheng harbored no resentment towards Qin Jiang's lavish spending. On the contrary, he wholeheartedly agreed, believing that money is meant to be spent rather than hoarded. Investing earned money into future ventures without enjoying it seems utterly meaningless, especially for a figure of such stature as the head of the Black Dragon Company, who surely deserves an extravagant vehicle. Before long, Qin Jiang led his entourage to purchase several ordinary sedans, designating them as the official vehicles for Black Dragon operations while also allocating funds to procure 20 motorcycles for his associates. Excellent. Zhu Zheng nodded in approval, and Wang Tao and the others appeared exceedingly exhilarated. In their academy district, other factions relied solely on brawls and extortion for protection money, while they had established a company. While others were limited to public transport or the occasional motorcycle, they were now driving cars. Motorcycles were hardly in short supply. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Qin Jiang, however, remained unfazed. Accustomed to luxury vehicles from his previous life, he would have opted for a Rolls-Royce had circumstances permitted, ensuring each of his subordinates received a vehicle. But that was a matter for another day. 2 hours later, Qin Jiang returned to the Mercedes dealership. The store manager greeted him with a hearty laugh. "Ah, Boss Qin has returned." He also noticed several cars parked outside, though they were ordinary sedans. They appeared to be brand new, and given Qin Jiang's recent departure, it was clear he had gone out to purchase more vehicles. It was as if he was buying cars as one would buy cabbages. The manager quickly regained his composure, stating, "Your vehicles have been registered, and all insurance and paperwork are complete. The total expenditure amounts to $1.55 million, leaving a balance of 50,000. As he spoke, he handed the remaining sum to Qin Jiang. Wang Tao deftly accepted it. "The cars are right here," the manager said, guiding Qin Jiang and his companions to a central location in the showroom. There, a luxurious Mercedes stood majestically, flanked by several elegantly dressed saleswomen, who greeted Qin Jiang with radiant smiles and courteous bows, embodying the essence of springtime beauty. In the showroom, several male sales consultants and new male customers were utterly captivated, their eyes glued to the vehicle. Distractedly, one remarked, "This car is stunningly white and truly exquisite. Just look at the design of the headlights, so rounded and smooth." The saleswomen, sensing the intense scrutiny, subtly tilted their bodies, caught between the desire to avoid being seen and the hope that Qin Jiang would notice them. Alas! Throughout it all, Qin Jiang remained indifferent, casually inspecting the cars, his demeanor unchanged from his previous life. In this era, luxury car brands exhibit an air of exclusivity, rarely altering their designs until the advent of electric vehicles compels them to innovate. The license plate reads, A 33,888. The manager chuckled. "Fortunately, we had an available number. I thought auspicious and applied for it. I hope Boss Qin finds it satisfactory." Indeed, Qin Jiang nodded. This number would be highly regarded by others. Yet having experienced the world, he remained unfazed. In his last life, his license plate was a series of 5 consecutive digits. With a flourish, Qin Jiang tossed the keys to Wang Tao, who expertly unlocked the car and started the engine, having previously driven their van as part of the Black Dragon team. With a thud, Sun Yuan opened the rear door, and Qin Jiang slowly settled into the back seat, with Zhu Zheng joining him on the opposite side. However, the associate known as 49 did not enter, as his unique physique rendered conventional sedans impractical. A spacious off-road vehicle had been specially purchased for him. "Let us go," Qin Jiang said calmly. "All right," Wang Tao replied, expertly maneuvering the car out of the 4S dealership, while 49 and the remaining brothers followed closely behind. Qin Jiang's gaze lingered on the saleswomen, not out of sentimentality from his previous life, but simply because he had no interest in frivolities. Inside the Mercedes dealership, the saleswomen wore expressions of profound discontent, as if they had suffered a grave insult. Frustrated, one huffed, "Who does he think he is? Does he truly believe I would take an interest in him? In this line of work, he could very well meet his end on the streets. Wealth and capability held no relevance to them. All right, let us return to attending to customers." "Let it be," they muttered, their words laced with a hint of trepidation, clearly wary of Qin Jiang overhearing them. In these times, navigating the underworld is no trivial matter. Shui had not descended from her post, her expression a mix of confusion and uncertainty. Everything seemed to diverge from her expectations, as the man appeared utterly indifferent to her. On the journey back, Qin Jiang's convoy made a stop at the motorcycle market, where they procured 20 additional motorcycles. Departing empty-handed, they returned in a convoy of Mercedes, with 5 sedans trailing behind, flanked by 20 motorcycles providing escort duties. An hour later, at the vocational school entrance, several security guards engaged in casual conversation and card games, enjoying an increasingly leisurely period. "Have you heard? The Black Dragon crew has disbursed funds," one guard remarked. "No, what's the word? I've heard that each of the hundreds of brothers received at least 500, with some even raking in 1,000 or more. It said that core members received even more, with some amounts exceeding 10,000. A gang-affiliated company astonishingly dispenses such substantial sums of money, surpassing even our salaries. TSK. In an instant, the security guards were engulfed in envy. They were all in their 30s or 40s, toiling away for just over 2,000 a month, far less than what those students received. Naturally, this disparity weighed heavily on their hearts, and they couldn't help but reflect on Qin Jiang's establishment of the Black Dragon Company. Team leader Su Dong felt this even more acutely. He had witnessed firsthand the lavish payouts Qin Jiang distributed, amounting to no less than several hundred thousand. Even if he were to exhaust his life savings, it would pale in comparison to what Qin Jiang had so generously allocated to his subordinates. Such realities stirred a profound sense of awe within him, making it evident that the Black Dragon Company was no trifling entity, but rather a force to be reckoned with, one that demanded respect. His only aspiration now was to cultivate a good rapport with Qin Jiang and deepen their connection. At that moment, a security guard suddenly froze, pointing into the distance and exclaiming, "What the hell is that?" Chapter 49. The security guard's enthusiasm, Lu Lily's cousin. The guard's voice resonated loudly, prompting the others to follow his gaze, their mouths agape in astonishment. There, on the expansive road, a convoy was slowly advancing, leading with a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. License plate, Bay A333888, followed by several brand new vehicles and flanked by dozens of motorbikes providing escort. This spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. "Isn't there a leader coming for an inspection today?" Why wasn't there any prior notification? Nonsense. It's impossible for it to be a leader-s inspection. Leaders don't drive such cars. It must be some big boss. But what could he possibly want on Academy Road? Who knows? It's none of our business. Just stand straight. If we get seen, the leaders might have something to say about us. In that instant, several guards stood rigidly, their gazes fixated on the leading vehicle of the convoy, filled with envy. One guard muttered, "If only I could drive that car in my lifetime." Another guard scoffed, You'll never even have the privilege of knowing someone who drives that car. Why didn't I know about this? How did the convoy come through? As a few guards began to bicker quietly, they abruptly fell silent upon realizing the convoy was headed toward the vocational school. Upon witnessing this, Su Dong also stood momentarily stunned, muttering, no one mentioned a significant person was coming today. However, he didn't dare delay and started to move forward, only to halt abruptly a moment later. The convoy had now arrived at the school entrance. To his astonishment, the individuals flanking the convoy were indeed recognizable, students from the vocational school. Of course, they wouldn't remember the average students, but they could readily identify these individuals as core members of the Black Dragon. With a flourish, the window of the luxurious Mercedes rolled down, and Wang Tao leaned out, shouting, "Old Wang, open the gate. This is Brother Jiang's car. Remember the license plate." He gestured toward the trailing vehicles. These are all Black Dragon-esque cars as well. Upon hearing this, the security guards were left utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that such an opulent convoy belonged to Black Dragon, with the Mercedes being Qin Jiang's vehicle. It all felt surreal. As the windows of the luxury cars began to lower, revealing Qin Jiang's signature resolute and profound visage, the guards began to accept the reality. Yet, no one dared to open the school gate. Given the relationship between Black Dragon and these guards, it was customary for them to overlook minor breaches of protocol. But the scale of this convoy was too significant to ignore, leaving them hesitant to take the risk of opening the gate. In their moment of indecision, Su Dong dashed out from the school, shouting, "What are you all staring at? Open the school gate. Black Dragon is a supported enterprise of our school. Their vehicles entering the campus is perfectly acceptable. Hurry, open the gate and ensure all the license plates are recorded in the system for future access." The guards, upon hearing this, wasted no time and promptly opened the school's main entrance. Boom! Wang Tao pressed the accelerator, driving the luxurious Mercedes into the school. The convoy swiftly followed suit. Su Dong ran ahead, directing the procession. Ordinarily, he wouldn't act this way, but the convergence of events, coupled with his desire to ingratiate himself with Qin Jiang, prompted his unusual behavior. Before the Black Dragon Company, another Mercedes was parked. In front of the Mercedes stood three figures, two women and one man. The women were Lu Yao and her best friend Lu Lily, while the man was Lu Lily's cousin, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. Though not exceptionally handsome, he exuded an air of professionalism, albeit with a somewhat gloomy expression. Lu Lily remarked, "Lu Yao, let me tell you, my cousin is a high-ranking executive at a thriving conglomerate, earning an annual salary of 500,000. He is only 30 this year, with a promising future ahead. Moreover, he graduated from a prestigious engineering university. Aren't you planning to apply there? It's the perfect opportunity for you to connect with him." Lu Bo chimed in with a smile, "Absolutely." Lu Yao merely smiled, remaining silent. Observing this, Lu Lily's expression subtly shifted. She sensed something amiss, as she knew Lu Yao was still very much interested in the news surrounding Black Dragon, likely still fixated on Qin Jiang. Lu Lily murmured, "I really don't understand what is so special about Qin Jiang that he commands Lu Yao's attention. Or perhaps something happened between them." She couldn't fathom how their relationship could have progressed to this point without some significant event, especially given Lu Yao's abundance of admirers in college. Many prominent figures couldn't capture her interest, yet she was intrigued by Qin Jiang. Lu Lily shook her head, determined not to let Lu Yao waste her time on Qin Jiang, urging her to pursue her cousin instead. This would allow her to leverage the influence of the Lu family, particularly since her cousin promised substantial benefits upon success. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her gaze fell upon the plaque of the Black Dragon Company. Some individuals are just too ambitious, neglecting their studies during their student years, only to seek a life on the streets. That is one thing, but to name their company something so unorthodox? Black Dragon? Huh. Do they really think anyone can be a boss? As she spoke, her eyes fell upon the Mercedes ahead. "Cousin, is this your new car? It must have cost a fortune." Lu Bo replied proudly, "Yes, it's newly purchased. Not too expensive, just over 400,000, paid in full." Lu Lily praised cousin. "You're impressive. To earn enough to buy such an expensive car without relying on the family, especially as a high-ranking executive at a major conglomerate. You're light years ahead of those who foolishly think they can be bosses while only being able to walk." They wouldn't even be worthy to carry your shoes. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Despite not naming anyone explicitly, how could Lu Yao not discern the veiled insult? Though reluctant to acknowledge it, Lu Yao remained silent. For Lu Lily's status as her best friend and the validity of her statements left her without a counterargument. Even if she held a strong aversion to Lu Bo, she had to concede that he was indeed a member of the social elite, far surpassing Qin Jiang in stature. Her family would undoubtedly prefer Lu Bo ugh. Lu Yao secretly scoffed, pondering, what am I even thinking? This is getting ridiculous. Even if Qin Jiang isn't impressive, he certainly cannot be compared to the likes of Lu Bo. She felt an undeniable discomfort in Lu Bo's presence. Seeing Lu Yao's shifting demeanor, Lu Lily sensed the timing was right. Next, they would head for a meal, allowing her cousin to foster a connection with Lu Yao. She believed that as soon as Lu Yao realized that Qin Jiang was merely a small-time thug with no future, she would inevitably recognize that her cousin was far more suitable, leading her to understand the truth. At that moment, Lu Lily even considered that Qin Jiang's existence might not be entirely negative. After all, the presence of Qin Jiang serves as a stark contrast, highlighting the exceptional qualities of one's cousin. When compared to the elite students within the university, the advantages of the cousin would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Everything unfolds as it should. And just as the trio approaches the luxurious Mercedes, preparing to board, an unexpected commotion arises. Suddenly, the sound of car horns blares, drawing their attention. They instinctively turn to see Su Dong, the head of security, rushing towards them with several guards in tow. This in itself is not particularly shocking. However, what astonishes them is the convoy of vehicles swiftly approaching behind Su Dong and his team. At the forefront of this convoy is a lavish Mercedes, followed by 5 sedans and flanked by 20 motorcycles providing escort, a display of grandeur that is simply overwhelming. Lu Lily gasps in astonishment. Which leader is coming for an inspection? Lu Bo replies, no, leaders typically do not drive such high-end luxury vehicles. It's likely a highly influential businessman here to discuss a project with the school. Lu Lily responds, cousin, you certainly know a great deal. Lu Yao, too, cannot help but steal a few glances, not at Lu Bo, but at the impressive convoy, which she hasn't witnessed in quite some time. However, the trio soon finds themselves utterly astounded as the convoy halts in front of the Heilong Company. Su Dong continues to direct the vehicles forward, insisting, keep going, keep going. This spot is shaded and suitable for parking. I'll have someone mark the parking spaces shortly. Good, stop. Once the convoy comes to a halt, the 20 motorcycles also pull up on either side, and numerous subordinates dismount, standing guard beside the luxury vehicles, exuding an air of protection. With a resounding thud, the driver's door swings open. Wang Tao swiftly exits without hesitation, moving to the rear door to respectfully open it, shielding the top of the vehicle with his hand. Then, amidst a sea of incredulous gazes, Qin Jiang steps out of the car, impeccably dressed, a sight that, combined with the opulence of the vehicle and the throng of motorcycle guards, elevates his presence to a pinnacle of authority. Lu Bo exclaims, is he really that young? Could he be some second-generation heir? Impossible. How could Qin Jiang emerge from such a convoy? It must be a trick. It has to be. Lu Yao interjects, no, it is indeed him, Qin Jiang. Lu Bo inquires, Qin Yang? Who is this Qin Jiang? Do you know him? Lu Lily retorts, cousin. Isn't that car of his just a low-end brand? It must be fake. Lu Bo, speechless, replies, how can a car merely be a facade? Besides, hasn't it been established that it's the same brand as ours? It's a Mercedes. Lu Lily probes, but is his Mercedes more expensive than yours? Lu Bo's complexion darkens further, rendering him mute. Lu Yao counters, Qin Jiang's is an S-Series Mercedes, worth at least over $1 million. Over $1 million? Lu Lily is utterly flabbergasted. She cannot fathom that Qin Jiang could emerge from a vehicle worth such a sum, especially after she had just belittled him. As Qin Jiang alights from the vehicle, he notices Lu Yao and her companions. With his vast life experiences, he immediately discerns the situation but does not linger. Nor does he approach to engage in conversation. He is not the protagonist of a reincarnation tale who is irresistibly drawn to women. With purposeful strides, he makes his way into the Heilong Company, and the brothers who were initially stationed at the entrance promptly bow their heads in unison, exclaiming, Jiangge, Yang Ye. Their excitement and fervor are palpable, as they, too, were taken aback by Qin Jiang's emergence from the luxurious convoy. Meanwhile, Zhu Zheng steps out of the vehicle but does not enter the company, as significant developments are afoot at the Heilong Company, requiring his attention. A few brothers approach Wang Tao, whispering, Taoge, what about these cars? Wang Tao responds calmly, the Mercedes is Jiang Ji's personal vehicle, and the others belong to Heilong as well. Upon hearing this, the brothers of Heilong feel an exhilarating rush. Indeed, They are all part of Heilong Company. Not just the sedans, but even the motorcycles are coveted possessions. Who would prefer to travel on foot, especially without any prestige? Now, witnessing the multitude of motorcycles and the luxurious Mercedes in front of them, their confidence in Heilong's future only grows stronger. The atmosphere is charged with excitement. Yet Lu Lily and her companions feel rather awkward. Lu Yao says, I just remembered that I have a class to prepare for this afternoon. Shall we postpone the meal to another day? Lu protests. Postpone? Why? I've already made reservations at the restaurant. Lu Yao nods at Lu Lily and turns to leave. Wait. Lu Bo attempts to speak, but Lu Lily interjects. Cousin, why are you pulling me? Today is not suitable. Let us defer to another time. Why is it not suitable? I've arranged everything, all set. If she attends, it'll be a done deal. What have you arranged? The restaurant manager is an acquaintance of mine. I can slip something into her drink. You mentioned she is a traditional girl from a family that values reputation. If that's the case, then a little trickery will surely seal the deal. Once it's done, you can bask in the glory as well. Lu Lily stares at him as if he were a fool. After a long pause, she finally says, Cousin, you can't seriously believe that in 2010 such tactics will bind someone completely, setting aside the likelihood of your plan succeeding. Have you considered the consequences? Yes. Reputation matters to families like hers, but who says a desire for face means she will marry you? Perhaps. She leaves her sentence hanging, the implication clear. Lu Bo's expression shifts to one of dread. No way. Lu Lily asserts, today's circumstances are unusual. You're unaware of Lu Yao's connection to Qin Jiang, the one who just exited that vehicle. Given today's scenario, you are completely overshadowed. There is no need for you to humiliate yourself. Let me assess the situation and we can discuss it later. Lu Bo gazes at the Heilong Company, his thoughts tangled. Lu Yao's connection to that individual, who is also his rival, raises doubts about his chances of success. Who is he? Can you enlighten me? Lu Lily replies, he is merely a ruffian. It's not a simple tale to tell. I'll go check on Lu Yao's situation and we can discuss it later. Without waiting for a response, she walks away. Damn it, Lu Bo mutters, his expression growing darker. It seems today's plans are thwarted and I've wasted my efforts. With that thought in mind, he climbs into the Mercedes and drives out of the campus, dialing a number. Hurry, come to my house now. If you don't, do you still want your scholarship? Before long, the news of Qin Jiang's convoy spreads throughout the campus. Not only the students, but even some teachers are thoroughly astonished, many making their way, intentionally or otherwise, to the front of the Heilong Company to catch a glimpse. Simultaneously, the news of the millions in compensation for Heilong is confirmed, leaving countless faculty and students speechless. None had anticipated that a group of students, whom they viewed as mere troublemakers, could amass such wealth. That evening, Su Dong led the security team in marking parking spaces in front of the Heilong Company, meticulously painting 20 spots. In Su Dong's words, as Heilong Company evolves and develops, the more parking spaces, the better. Some teachers, envious and resentful, reported this matter to the school, only to receive stern reprimands from higher-ups, thus making it clear to all faculty members that Heilong has the backing of the school's higher echelons. That night, students and even teachers frequently visited the Heilong Company, drawn by the allure of the luxurious Mercedes, expressing a mix of envy and jealousy. The following day, the Heilong team completed the procurement of uniforms, distributing 2 sets to each core member, and even providing a set to the peripheral disciples who had contributed to the chemical plant. In the afternoon, the Heilong convoy departed from school, destination, Yunding Hotel, to celebrate the achievements and honor the brotherhood. Chapter 51. In front of the hotel, Chenny boasts as Qin Jiang's convoy arrives. Yunding Hotel. In the upscale North District, a luxurious 5-star hotel stands as a beacon of opulence, where only the affluent can afford to indulge in its offerings. Naturally, the clientele from Songjiang North District who can patronize such an establishment is limited. Consequently, the flow of guests is rather sparse. Opposite the hotel, however, a multitude of bustling eateries thrives, overflowing with patrons and vibrant activity. In front of one particular restaurant, several tables are set up, each brimming with young men, most of whom are bare-chested, adorned with intricate tattoos and vibrant sleeves. Their hair dyed in an array of flamboyant colors. Some perch with one leg on a stool, while others stand, beer in hand, surrounded by an abundance of discarded bottles on the ground. It is evident that they are a rowdy bunch. Passers-by pay them little mind. In this day and age, such ruffians are not uncommon, often resembling students in their attire. At the foremost table sits a robust young man, none other than Qian He, once notorious on College Road, who is rivaled only by Qin Jiang. Flanking him are his core team members, while the nearby tables are filled with his subordinates, those who would readily fight at the mere call of his name. It is through this loyal entourage, coupled with reasonable pricing, that Qin he has recently gained immense popularity in the local market. Just recently, a KTV approached him for security services, offering a monthly stipend of 15,000 yuan along with 2 cars, albeit modest ones. "Hey, brother he," one of his loyal subordinates exclaimed while popping open a bottle of beer. "We've truly made a name for ourselves, even securing gigs for others. In the realm of Songjiang's student ruffians, who else boasts such prestige? Nowadays, just my presence on College Road commands respect. Everyone calls me brother when they see me." At this, the other loyal subordinates chimed in enthusiastically, extolling Qin He's virtues, nearly elevating him to the status of the top dog on College Road. If not the entire North District, they conveniently overlooked the presence of He Long, for no one wishes to spoil a joyous occasion by mentioning a formidable rival. Moreover, He Long has seemingly faded from the scene lately, refraining from participating in student brawls or providing security, rendering him a mere whisper in the wind. Unbeknownst to them, while He Long may be fading from the student ruffian circle, he has gained notoriety among the higher echelons of College Road, and even various powerful figures in the North District are vaguely aware of Qin Jiang. Qin He, basking in the flattery, felt a swell of pride. There is merit in commanding respect during one's student years. After all, he considers himself unique on College Road. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "I owe my current standing to all of you, my brothers. As long as I have a meal, I shall ensure that none of you go hungry. Together, we will make a name for ourselves. You know my character, and I needn't say more. It's all in the drink. Cheers." He raised his beer and downed it in one go. His brothers, moved by his words, stood up and toasted to our big brother. In an instant, the 70 or so brothers joined in unison, lifting their beers and shouting, "To our big brother! To our big brother!" Their exuberant voices drew the attention of nearby diners, their expressions varying from admiration to envy. The patrons of the bustling eateries were not devoid of their own ruffian bands, and in the eyes of these scattered groups, Qin He and his crew had indeed made a name for themselves, with Qin He regarded as a figure of brotherhood. Seeing this, Qin He boisterously proclaimed, "Boss, keep the drinks coming. Tonight, I shall drink with my brothers until we are utterly inebriated." The boss, unfazed by the prospect of not being paid, was well aware that anyone capable of running a successful eatery in a prime location has connections. After all, it is the only way to thrive in such a competitive environment. "Here, here, brother he." His subordinates cheered, their reverence for him palpable. Qin He exuded the charisma of a true leader. His word was his bond. He was fearless in battle, and he was generous with the spoils of their collective efforts. They appreciated that he distributed earnings fairly and took little for himself. Naturally, they were eager to follow such a leader. Most importantly, they envisioned a bright future ahead. At that moment, one of the younger subordinates pointed towards the opposite direction in astonishment. "What's with that crowd over there?" Instinctively, the others turned to look. Beneath the Cloudtop Hotel, a throng of over 100 impeccably dressed individuals stood, resembling the elite of the city, though many sported unusually colored hair, adding an air of peculiarity to the scene. Speculation ran rampant among the onlookers. What could all these formally dressed people possibly be doing? Surely, it's a large corporation hosting an annual meeting at the Cloudtop Hotel. I've seen it before. Yet, another chimed in, "But which corporation has employees with such garish hair? Clearly, something is amiss. You don't understand. They're likely from a major construction firm. Their engineering departments often employ individuals like that to maintain an image. Otherwise, it would be challenging to push through contracted projects." Many nodded in agreement, as this was common knowledge. In this day and age, one needed to possess certain skills to survive in the construction industry. Qin He and his crew exchanged glances, contemplating their own aspirations. For them, the ultimate goal was to break into the construction sector, a transition they viewed as synonymous with financial success. While these construction companies might not hold the same stature in the eyes of the elite of Songjiang, they were entities to be revered by ruffians like themselves. King of Construction, Tian Ba, Master Ma-san, who isn't a renowned figure in Songjiang. Qin He mused aloud as he poured himself another drink, the effects of alcohol beginning to take hold. "Rest assured, my brothers, within 5 to 10 years, we too shall carve out our own destiny. When that time comes, I'll treat you all to a feast at the Cloudtop Hotel. On the house. Cheers!" With a resounding cheers, the brothers stood once more, their spirits lifted by the vision of a promising future. Just as they were about to indulge in their drinks, a cacophony of honking horns interrupted their revelry. A dazzling convoy of luxury vehicles approached, instantly capturing their attention. Leading the procession was a lavish Mercedes, flanked by several cars and accompanied by over 20 motorcycles as escorts. The sight of such an extravagant motorcade elevated the spectacle to new heights. causing all other vehicles to rapidly yield the right-of-way. At the entrance of the Cloudtop Hotel, the formal-clad youths immediately parted ways to create a welcoming corridor for the convoy. In an instant, gasps of awe erupted. Look, a big shot is arriving. Can you tell which group they belong to? 33888. What a commanding license plate. How impressive. If I could command such an entrance in my lifetime, I'd consider it worth it. Truly remarkable. This is what the upper echelon looks like. Songjiang belongs to them. Soon, the convoy came to a halt in front of the Cloudtop Hotel. The 20 or so motorcycle escorts dismounted, forming a protective barrier as they flanked the entrance. With a resounding thud, Wang Tao emerged from the front, opening the doors of the Mercedes alongside Sun Yuan. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the impeccably dressed Qin Jiang stepped out from the vehicle, with Zhu Jing following closely behind. From a distance, those dining at the nearby eateries caught a glimpse of the two figures, and a collective gasp resonated among them. Young, indescribably young. They appear to be merely in their 20s. A gasp of astonishment escaped someone else's lips. Am I seeing things? Could this prominent figure truly be so young? It appeared that he was merely of university age, yet he exuded an extraordinary presence, unmistakably a second-generation heir. Others shared similar thoughts, captivated and keenly observant, for this was undoubtedly a topic of conversation that could entertain them for a long time to come. However, Qian He and his dozen or so companions were distinctly different. They stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity as they recognized the individuals alighting from the luxurious Mercedes. Qin Jiang. One was a name they preferred not to utter, and the other was a collective that could easily overpower them on Academy Road, a presence they had selectively chosen to forget. The sight of them appearing so boldly and dramatically left no one calm, no one unshaken. Qin Jiang, Qin Jiang, and also the young Zhuge, Zhu Zheng, and the war god Sijio. Are they all part of Yilong? How could they have such a grand entrance in such a short time? The sheer number of vehicles, particularly the lead one that seemed to be a top-tier Mercedes, must have cost a fortune. As they beheld Qin Jiang's Mercedes 400, they were utterly astonished. Comparing it to their own dilapidated vehicles was laughable. Even if they had several cars trailing behind, they were no match for a mere Mercedes 400. Truly, the adage rang true. Comparison breeds despair. Jenny found himself at a loss for words. He had thought that, in some regards, he had surpassed Qin Jiang. Yet in an instant, he was taught a stark lesson. He glanced at his brothers, casually dressed in uniforms, and then at the impeccably dressed figures standing straight across from them. He surveyed their two shabby cars alongside a plethora of bicycles and a few motorcycles, then contrasted that with the opulent motorcade before them. They were dining at a roadside stall, while the others were heading to the luxurious Cloud Summit Hotel for a meal. At that moment, a sense of grandeur mixed with despondency washed over Qian He. The disparity was palpable. Qian He murmured to himself, "Not only have I failed to diminish my standing, but I have instead created a chasm so vast it feels insurmountable." In his eyes, Qin Jiang loomed larger, transforming into an insurmountable peak shrouded in mist. Across the way, as Qin Jiang exited his vehicle, he paid no heed to Qian He and his group, nor would he have cared had he noticed them. Instead, he strode directly toward the Cloud Summit Hotel, flanked by hundreds of Yilong brothers who bowed in unison. Yang Yi, Yang Yi. This scene left the few security guards stationed at the entrance in a state of acute anxiety. The arrival of 100 sharply dressed young men startled them. These individuals seemed to defy the norms of ordinary existence. Who had ever seen urban professionals with vibrantly dyed hair or exuding such an intimidating demeanor? As Qin Jiang approached, the guards felt their apprehension intensify. What sort of business did these people have? Surely they were not here to collect protection fees. Fortunately, at that moment, the voice of the security manager crackled through the radio. "This is Qin Jiang, our esteemed guest today. Everyone must maintain the highest decorum. There must be no slip-ups." A collective sigh of relief escaped the guards. In unison, they saluted Qin Jiang. "Welcome, Jiang. Welcome, Mr. Qin." Qin Jiang nodded calmly as he proceeded into the hotel, his expression unchanged and devoid of any gestures akin to the tipping scene on television. Unlike Qin Jiang's composed demeanor, even Zhu Zheng felt a slight shift within himself. He was intelligent and possessed sufficient worldly wisdom, yet he had never anticipated dining so swiftly at a five-star hotel, let alone booking an entire floor for their gathering. If Zhu Zheng felt this way, one could only imagine the turmoil within the other younger brothers. They had appeared composed and upright upon arriving at the hotel, but within, their emotions were in a state of upheaval. The Cloud Summit Hotel, the pinnacle of luxury in the North District. When they learned that their Jiangge had invited them to dine there, they could scarcely believe it. To them, The Cloud Summit Hotel was a place reserved for the elite. It was a venue frequented by top-tier individuals. Today, they would dine there openly and even occupy an entire floor, the top floor, no less. Who could maintain their composure in such a situation? Wang Tao and the others felt their hearts race, their minds momentarily blank, yet out of respect for Qin Jiang and the reputation of Yilong. They forced themselves to remain steady, walking with heads held high, following their Jianggu into the Cloud Summit Hotel. Once the Yilong brothers had entered the hotel, outside, Qian reluctantly withdrew his gaze, taking a solitary drink, his expression one of desolation and confusion. The other brothers, sensing his mood, wished to speak but found themselves at a loss for words. How could they remain calm? As the saying goes, it is not the scarcity that troubles one, but the inequity. Comparison breeds despair, and goods must be compared. The earlier bravado and confidence had evaporated into nothingness, even becoming somewhat absurd. After a prolonged silence, Qian took another drink, self-deprecatingly reflecting, what more can I desire? In this life, why must I compare myself to others? I have my own path, and if I proceed steadily, perhaps I too can achieve greatness. He has his path, and it is different from mine. He vaguely recalled the source of Yilong's wealth. Having been one of the participants in the chemical plant venture, was it true that a life of camaraderie on the streets offered no future? Was engaging in business truly the more promising route? No, he was not adept at business. With a thud, he slammed down his glass, shaking off his despondency and reigniting his bravado as he pointed towards the Cloud Summit Hotel. Brothers, look how well they are doing. What are we lacking? Trust me, we too shall dine there in the future. Upon hearing this, the other brothers echoed his sentiments, their spirits rising once more. Of course, Qian understood that upon returning, his leadership would falter. Some would inevitably contemplate defecting to Qin Jiang or exploring other avenues. Yet, those who remained would form the true core of their faction. In a certain vehicle in the North District, a wealthy heir looked at Lu Ruyan and smiled. Ruyan, the Cloud Summit Hotel is the only five-star establishment in the North District, renowned for its exquisite cuisine. I know the manager, and since today is your birthday, let us go there to celebrate. Inside the car, Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. Ever since her last encounter with Qin Jiang, which had left her humiliated, she had been threatened by Wang Tao to repay her debts. Initially, she had considered resisting, but Wang Tao had sent her a text message containing her parents' phone numbers, her hometown address, and details of her class, clearly stating that if she failed to repay, he would notify each one. This tactic rendered the once proud Lu Ruyan, who had cultivated an image of invincibility, utterly powerless. She was forced to pawn various bags and jewelry, and with the remainder insufficient, she had no choice but to resort to borrowing. Consequently, her standard of living and debt burden became overwhelming, leading her to maintain contact with the wealthy heir in hopes of extracting some financial assistance. Today, she had arranged to meet him under the pretense of celebrating her birthday, intending to coax him into purchasing an extravagant gift or giving her a red envelope. However, she sensed that Han Bing was rather stingy, despite his sweet words. He refused to visit upscale malls. Just moments ago, he had finally agreed to visit a shopping center, but his constant refrain was, not attractive, not suitable for you. Too cheap, unworthy of your status. As they neared dinner time, Lu Ruyan could discern Han Bing's ulterior motives. The dinner invitation seemed more like a guise for something else. Yet could she decline? No, she could not. She was in dire need of money, particularly since her loan repayments were due next month, and she had no cash on hand. Today, she was determined to secure funds by any means necessary, bolstered by her self-assurance. With a smile and a nod, she acquiesced, saying, "All right, I'll follow your lead." Han Bing laughed heartily. "Just wait and see. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Internally, she had already plotted and strategized, seeking a safe approach. Thus, both of them harbored ulterior motives as they contemplated their plans at the Yunding Hotel. On the top floor, the decor was nothing short of opulent, with walls adorned with various calligraphy and paintings, alongside inscriptions from prominent figures. The service staff, dressed in elegant kipeos, were slender and strikingly beautiful, displaying radiant smiles with perfect teeth, exuding grace. The Black Dragon brothers had never encountered such grandeur and could hardly contain their salivation. When they noticed the servers smiling at them, they hurriedly returned the smiles, straightening their postures in an attempt to conceal their nervousness. Unbeknownst to them, this behavior revealed their discomfort, making it evident to onlookers that they were out of their element. However, the professionally trained staff managed to maintain their composure, stifling their laughter despite the whispers and peculiar glances they received as they passed through the lobby. Qin Jiang paid no heed to their awkwardness. It was only natural for these lower-tier ruffians to feel out of place during their first foray into a five-star hotel. When a manager concluded the introduction of the day's menu and led the staff out of the private dining room, the door closed firmly, allowing the 100 or so attendees to finally exhale in relief. Phew, I thought I might suffocate. Goodness, this hotel is too extravagant. I must have seen over a dozen elevators. One exclaimed, "Did you see those servers? They look like fairies. Their legs are more alluring than the campus beauty." Another added, "With so many floors and such lavish decor, this must have cost at least $1.5 million. Nonsense. It must be at least $2 million. Countless incredulous remarks echoed, much to the amusement of those outside who overheard. Qin Jiang did not intervene. Instead, he wore a calm smile. 10 minutes later, the manager knocked again, ushering in the staff with an array of exquisite dishes. Lobster and abalone, bird's nest, and shark fin beautifully arranged. The sheer variety of unfamiliar delicacies left the guests awestruck, their senses overwhelmed by the enticing aromas that wafted through the air, prompting involuntary salivation. While the cuisine of a five-star hotel may not be the pinnacle of culinary excellence, it certainly surpassed that of ordinary restaurants, achieving a perfect balance of color, aroma, and flavor. The manager continued to describe several signature dishes and their elaborate preparation methods, further astonishing the guests, who marveled at the seemingly extravagant waste of ingredients. They could not help but muse, is this how the wealthy indulge in life? Truly, the joys of the affluent are beyond our imagination. With a clap of his folding fan, Zhu Zheng interjected, "Manager, please tell us about the hotel's history." The manager nodded. Yinding Hotel was established in 2005. With a total construction area designed by a renowned architect at a total cost of $100 million, excluding the various internal decorations. What followed was lost on Wang Tao and the others, as their minds fixated on just 3 words, 100 million. The sheer magnitude of that figure was unfathomable to them. In their experience, renovations typically cost no more than 80 to 100,000, and they had assumed that spending 2 to 300,000 here was quite extravagant, never imagining it would barely scratch the surface. In that moment, their understanding of the Yinding Hotel's prestige deepened, and their admiration for Qin Jiang grew even more profound. Just a month prior, they had been mere ruffians at school, engaged in petty entrepreneurial ventures to earn pocket money, possessing only a modest reputation within their college circle, and all feeling a twinge of inferiority. Yet, in the span of merely 1 month, under Qin Jiang's leadership, they had expanded their horizons, earning their first pot of gold through the sale of card readers, establishing the Black Dragon Company with the school's support, and forcefully engaging in business with a chemical factory, recently securing a legitimate profit of $7 million. Today, they found themselves dressed in formal attire at this luxurious hotel, many with tears of joy welling in their eyes. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jiang dismissed the manager, who, sensing the moment, led the staff away quickly. Before departing, he instinctively scanned the room. To be candid, he held a quiet disdain for the individuals before him. They struck him as unsophisticated, and even in formal attire, they did not exude the aura of high society, appearing rather out of place among the clientele one would expect at Yinding Hotel. The only exception was Qin Jiang, whose presence commanded respect despite his youth, exhibiting an aura and depth of experience that could not be feigned, unmistakably a man who had seen the world. Yet, his subordinates referred to him as Brother Jiang, a title that belonged to the underworld. He had also caught wind of the words Black Dragon. Was this a newly emerging underground force? A second-generation socialite? Regardless of their origins, he recognized that anyone capable of patronizing Yinding was not someone he could afford to offend. Cultivating goodwill was essential. He understood his position well, aware that his apparent high status was merely a facade built upon the reputation of the hotel manager. Should he lose that title, he would lose everything. Having encountered many impressive individuals, he knew that mere association did not confer greatness. One must always remain aware of their station, lest disaster befall them. Chapter 54. My brothers at Qin Jiang are certainly not shadowy crawlers. On the top floor, Qin Jiang took his place at the head of the table, flanked by Zhu Zheng on his left and Si Jiu on his right, with Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Bai Lu, and other core members of the Black Dragon surrounding him. 12 dining tables stood in formation, each occupied by 9 individuals, totaling 115 guests. Initially, according to Wang Tao and others, they had intended to sit at one of the side tables, but Qin Jiang firmly rejected that notion. There must be rules, but they should not be rigid. Besides, today is the Black Dragon celebration banquet. To adhere to too many formalities during a feast would be absurd. As a leader, one must understand the importance of winning hearts. And Qin Jiang possessed this awareness, not being one to become arrogant. With experience from his previous life, he recognized that brotherhood was paramount above all else. All eyes were on Qin Jiang as he proclaimed, Thanks to the support of my brothers, the Black Dragon ascends today, hosting this celebration at Yinding. We gather not only to celebrate the success of our business endeavors, but also to honor the bond one share with each of you, my brothers in life and death. The Black Dragon is not merely mine, it belongs to all of us. With that, he raised his cup, and Wang Tao promptly passed him a drink, which he downed without hesitation. Zhu Zheng stood, raising his glass, to Brother Jiang, cheers. Instantly, all the Black Dragon brothers rose in unison, cheers, cheers, cheers. They drank heartily, their spirits soaring, as the earlier intimidation of the hotel's grandeur faded away. They were Brother Jiang's comrades. How could they falter in the face of such camaraderie? Especially those who had just been invited to the banquet. They trembled with excitement. Brothers in life and death. Brother Jiang acknowledged them as such. Respect. An unprecedented sense of respect. Among these school ruffians, the disparity in status was glaringly apparent. Those in higher positions often disregarded those below them. In most gangs, only the leader enjoyed the fruits of success, while the underlings toiled in hardship, often banding together merely for protection against being bullied. Wealth, fortune, only the leader can indulge. Those beneath him are mere tools. This is precisely why those who have truly made a name for themselves in society regard students and delinquents with indifference. They are but a scattered bunch, able to achieve temporary victories, but certain to flee when faced with genuine challenges. In contrast, the Qin group stands out for its generosity. The financial incentives they provide are substantial, which explains the multitude that follows them. Qin Jiang is even more unique. He does not distribute funds evenly. Rather, he retains the lion's share for himself. Yet the cohesion among his subordinates is remarkably strong. What is the secret? Charismatic leadership. Perhaps that plays a part, but more significantly, the distribution of wealth is generous enough that even a fraction of what he offers allows most of his subordinates to earn more than Qian himself. The prospects for development are exceedingly bright. Indeed, wealth is the foundation for growth. He recalls vividly how, in his past life, he was ensnared in disputes over profit distribution, hindering any chance for expansion and leading to a cascade of problems that ultimately caused the organization to collapse. Qin Jiang has also noticed the eager gazes of those on the periphery, aware that from this day forth, he will gain a number of loyal brothers. This is precisely what he desires. He has summoned these individuals today to expand the core membership, transforming them into key players, thereby instilling hope in those outside and effectively revitalizing the Black Dragon Company. Qin Jiang gestured for everyone to take a seat and declared, "Let's not dally. Today is a celebration, and all discussions can wait until after we have dined. I say this. Today, everyone, regardless of rank, may propose a toast. Let's eat." Cheers erupted from the brothers. Soon, the feast commenced, and the five-star restaurants served delectable dishes, prompting everyone to indulge heartily. They savored the meal, occasionally commenting, "This dish is exquisite." The manager mentioned it was prepared using a special part of the fish. "The soup is delightful too." The manager said it was made with water from the cold springs of the snowy mountains. Within half an hour, the table was nearly cleared, and the pace of eating began to slow. Then, they transitioned into a toast mode. Initially, they hesitated to propose a toast to Qin Jiang, only daring to toast to the key figures like Wang Tao. It was not until Sun Yuan took the initiative, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, it is my fortune to follow you. You have led me to new heights. I thought my life was destined for mediocrity, merely surviving day by day, perhaps to meet an untimely end. It is you who has given me a new life, providing me with the protection of the Black Dragon and a legitimate job, instilling hope in me. I realize that a girlfriend is insignificant. If she leaves, it's her loss, not mine. I may have drunk a bit too much and said a bit too much. Please don't hold it against me, Brother Jiang. It's all the wine talking." With that, he opened a bottle and poured it out. "Good." Qin Jiang raised his glass. "What do I, Qin Jiang, have to worry about when it comes to women? You will surely soar to great heights in the future. Mark my words." He too drank down the contents of his glass. Upon witnessing this, the others were eager to follow suit. Wang Tao and the core members were the first to toast, each one expressing heartfelt words to Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Sijio, releasing emotions that had long been pent up. They had been repressed for too long. In their educational pursuits, they had faced similar struggles. In today's era, the prevailing consensus among parents in Songjiang is that of all trades, education is supreme. Any child excelling in academics is celebrated as a university student, a source of pride for their parents. Conversely, those who struggle academically are deemed failures in the eyes of their parents and the villagers, especially those who have always been deemed lazy students, often referred to as the scum of society. Now, Qin Jiang has brought them genuine hope. a hope that allows them to envision a path to success that they had never dared to imagine before. Even Bai Lu joined in toasting, and many now affectionately referred to her as Sister Lu, which brought her immense joy, her cheeks slightly flushed. 10 minutes later, after the first peripheral brother had toasted to Qin Jiang, the floodgates opened, with countless individuals rushing to propose toast to him. Most were so overwhelmed with excitement that they could only utter to Brother Jiang before pouring out their drinks. Qin Jiang welcomed all with open arms, drink after drink. In his previous life, Qin Jiang was known for his impressive drinking capacity, and in this life, he has improved even further. Moreover, he had preemptively instructed the manager to provide him with a lower alcohol beverage, ensuring he would not become inebriated. To his brothers, Qin Jiang appeared as an immovable mountain, steadfastly accepting toasts from all directions, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. The respect he commanded was unprecedented. The sense of validation was immensely gratifying for everyone. After finishing his last drink, Qin Jiang let out a long breath. He was not drunk. His stomach was simply too full. Thankfully, he had managed to drink everything offered to him. He slowly rose, holding a glass, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out over the North District. Flanking him were Zhu Zheng and Sijio. Wang Tao and the others soon gathered around, and before long, over 100 brothers stood at the window. Then, Qin Jiang's voice resonated throughout the top floor. Remember, from this day forth, you are no longer the bad kids in your parents' eyes, nor the worthless in the eyes of your relatives. And certainly not the scraps of society or the crawlers in the shadows. Is it something to be proud of to navigate this society? No, it is not. In fact, it is often unspoken and deemed unworthy. But now, Brother Jiang has given you a sense of worth, a future, allowing you to walk proudly in this world. At that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words, unable to articulate their unwavering determination to serve Qin Jiang. Nearby, Zhu Zheng nodded in acknowledgement of the scene. Brother Jiang's ability to rally people has become increasingly sophisticated. Even if he were to suggest that these individuals go out and do something, I doubt anyone would hesitate. Of course, he also recognized that Qin Jiang's words were sincere. The recent actions Qin Jiang had taken indicated he did not intend for the Black Dragon brothers to bear any stigma. Zhu Zheng, however, did not fully grasp the notion that a life in society could ever be entirely clean. If it were, it wouldn't be a life lived in society. Yet, seeing the current trend toward improvement, he chose not to voice his concerns. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Jiang had resolved never to engage in a life of crime. As he surveyed the North District, observing the flourishing areas and vibrant scenery, he deliberately overlooked the chaotic street stalls below. For those standing at great heights often miss certain details. In his previous life, it took him 2 years to rise from the bottom to the pinnacle. This time, he had achieved it in just 2 months. Moreover, his path this time was remarkably clean, especially in comparison to the previous life, where the contrast was stark. A surge of ambition welled up within him. With the right path ahead, the experience of a second chance, and hundreds of brothers at his side, Qin Jiang would not settle for mediocrity in this life. He would not allow his brothers to languish in obscurity. Why not stir things up and make a grand move? At that moment, his initial plan to establish a large-scale night market underwent a transformation. He conceived a grander scheme, one that many might deem lacking in promise, yet perfectly suited to his current situation: real estate. An industry on the brink of soaring to new heights, yet perilously close to plummeting into the abyss. However, for the prescient Qin Jiang, he could effortlessly withdraw before the abyss descended upon him, swiftly transitioning into other industries and amassing substantial capital through real estate, akin to a dragon surging across the river. Moreover, his subordinates in the Songjiang Night City might not be entirely suitable for such a venture. The real estate sector aligned perfectly with the Black Dragon's ethos, resonating deeply with his comrades. Soon, Qin Jiang ceased his contemplations. Even if he were to embark on this industry, it was not an immediate endeavor. The barriers to entry in real estate were exceedingly high, requiring millions to merely create a ripple. His foremost priority was to swiftly establish the night market, elevating the Songjiang Night City to the forefront and thereby accumulating a significant fortune. With this thought in mind, he proclaimed, within a year, I shall ensure that the name Qin Jiang resonates throughout the North District, allowing the Black Dragon to stand tall at its pinnacle. Can I count on your support, my friends? Upon hearing these words, the already exuberant brothers of the Black Dragon flushed with excitement. Indeed, it was somewhat juvenile, yet a man remains a youth until death, especially as they were in the prime of their lives. With a flourish, Qin Jiang raised his glass. To those willing, let us drink. Without hesitation, everyone around, be it Zhu Zheng, Sijio, or the other 100, lifted their glasses, uttering not a word more. Cheers. Cheers! With a resounding thud, Qin Jiang downed his drink and forcefully smashed the glass to the ground, producing a sharp, crystalline sound. Witnessing this, others followed suit, smashing their own glasses. Crash! 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 The cacophony of shattering echoed throughout the luxurious private suite on the top floor. Qin Jiang laughed heartily, brimming with bravado. Outside, 10 waitstaff, standing at attention, were startled to hear the ruckus emanating from within, their faces paling in alarm. Staff member, what on earth is happening in there? Are they fighting? Is it that intense? I hope no one gets hurt. Staff member B, what should we do? Should we intervene? Surely, it can't be that serious? Staff member C, are you out of your mind? Those 100 people inside are clearly not upstanding citizens. It could be a dispute over spoils. Do you think we can safely go in? What if we see something we shouldn't? We wouldn't know how we might end up. We can't afford to tangle with such individuals. Staff member D, quick, contact the manager. Immediately, he spoke urgently into his earpiece. Manager, this is Xiao Ding. There's a grave situation on the top floor. You must come quickly. Downstairs in a window-side elegant seating area, Han Bing graciously invited Lu Ruyin to take a seat. I know the hotel manager personally. I made sure to reserve a private booth for us. The 5-star hotel's private booth was a rarity, offering splendid views of the river, right beside the majestic Songjiang. As he spoke, he gestured toward the river not far outside. Lu Ruyin nodded with satisfaction. Coming from an ordinary background, she had never dined in a 5-star establishment before. Even if Qin Jiang were willing to spend lavishly on her, she would not be inclined. She prioritized tangible financial gain over ephemeral indulgences. The act of dining did not bring her substantial satisfaction, especially since posting on social media was not particularly fashionable these days. Nevertheless, she still picked up her phone to take selfies. Whether or not it was trendy to share on social media was of little importance. At least she wanted to capture the moment for later sharing, as there were some social networking apps that, while not widely popular among students, still existed. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Bing sneered internally. This seemingly prime location with a river view was merely average. The first floor offered little in terms of scenic beauty, and he could easily deceive someone like Lu Ruyin, who had not experienced much of the world. He muttered to himself, feigning refinement, innocence, and cultured grace. She ought to consider her own worth before expecting to take advantage of me. No way. Today, I shall show you how I can win you over. Of course. He maintained a facade of cordiality and handed her the menu. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Today is your birthday, and I'm treating you. So don't hold back. Lu Ruyin, not one to be coy, began selecting expensive-looking dishes from a menu. Opposite her, Han Bing felt a pang of regret but feigned nonchalance, swiftly interjecting. Let us stick with these. Have them prepared. And please bring up a bottle of the red wine I have stored. He quickly passed the menu to the waiter. As for the stored red wine, it was merely a selection of mediocre foreign brands, not particularly impressive, merely a pretense for show. Once the wine arrived, he planned to boast as he pleased. After all, no one would know the true value of the wine, allowing him to dazzle the vain young woman with his tales. This tactic had proven effective time and again. Soon, the food and wine were served, and Han Bing feigned utmost gallantry as he attended to Lu Ruyin, narrating the history of his wine collection. True to form, Lu Ruyin was captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. At that moment, the manager emerged, greeting them warmly. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the hotel manager and a friend of young Master Han. We are honored to have you dining at Yunding, especially with such a distinguished guest. Upon hearing the manager's words, Lu Ruyin felt the gaze of the other patrons in the dining hall upon her, filled with envy and admiration, which made her immensely pleased. It was important to recognize that those who dined here were either wealthy or influential, individuals from a social stratum she had long aspired to join. Now, she found herself in the spotlight, receiving blessings directly from a 5-star hotel manager. Her vanity, her pride, all were at their zenith. The manager then turned to Han Bing, saying, In a moment, I will have the kitchen send out a special dish for you too. Enjoy your meal and your drinks. Han Bing nodded with satisfaction. Lu Ruyin's gaze towards Han Bing shifted subtly. The manager departed with a knowing smirk. Another naive girl about to fall prey to flattery. But it doesn't concern me. His only aim was to feign compliments when Han Bing brought guests, offering a token dish to reap a handsome gratuity. What could be more advantageous? After witnessing the earlier scene, Han Bing could clearly sense Lu Ruyin's heightened enthusiasm and felt quite pleased with the manager's actions. The $1,000 spent were well worth it. Tonight will be a breeze. At the same time, he stealthily poured the prepared concoction into Lu Ruyin's glass. To celebrate your birthday, he said. All right, I'll touch up my makeup first. Please hand me that bag when I turn around. Of course, here you go. Cheers, and thank you for your generosity. As the drinks flowed, Lu Ruyin primarily focused on taking pictures, while Han Bing indulged in the food with fervor. Damn, I spent so much money. I better eat well, especially since tonight is pivotal. Indeed, it feels a bit warm in here today. Soon, they had nearly finished their meal when the manager returned for another round. How was everything? He inquired. Han Bing replied enthusiastically, very good. Lu Ruyin added, yes. Quite excellent. The manager nodded with a smile, just about to say something further when suddenly, an urgent voice crackled through his earpiece, causing his complexion to shift. Without further ado, he turned and dashed upstairs, leaving Han Bing and Lu Ruyin in an awkward silence. Han Bing remarked, there must be something going on. We should finish up quickly. How about we head upstairs for a bit? I can book a suite. He felt unable to contain himself any longer. On the top floor, the manager, panting heavily, rushed up, his expression changing as he listened to the staff's report. Cautiously, he approached the door, preparing to eavesdrop on the situation inside. Just as he leaned in, the door swung open, and he stumbled forward, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. At that moment, Wang Tao and Sun Yuan, who were at the entrance, quickly sidestepped. Thud! The manager fell hard, letting out a pained cry. Oh, my poor back. As he looked up, he was met with hundreds of intense gazes fixed upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, in the blink of an eye, the room, though somewhat disheveled with numerous shards of broken glasses strewn across the floor, was not as chaotic as one might have envisioned, devoid of the anticipated blood-soaked scene. He took a deep breath, forcibly regaining his composure as he swiftly rose to straighten his attire, directing his gaze towards the central figure, Qin Jiang, and inquired, Mr. Qin, may I ask if there is anything you require? The Cloud Top Hotel offers an array of services. Qin Jiang gestured towards the multitude of shattered wine glasses on the floor, stating, the broken glasses will be compensated at market value. The manager, forcing a smile, replied, Mr. Qin, you jest. To ask you to pay for a few mere glasses would be akin to slapping my own face. As long as you and your esteemed brothers are unharmed, that is all that matters. He harbored no intention of seizing the opportunity to exploit the situation. After all, what could a handful of broken glasses, even in a five-star establishment, possibly be worth in comparison to the expenditure of Mr. Qin today? Moreover, it was clear that the individuals accompanying Qin Jiang were not to be trifled with. Even if compensation were demanded, the Cloud Top Hotel would not flinch. But what of him? He was merely the hotel manager, who, upon leaving the premises, would revert to being an employee earning a decent wage. The mere thought of attracting their ire sent a shiver down his spine. Ultimately, within the bounds of his authority, he was entitled to absolve the damage to the glasses. So why create enemies over trifling hotel interests? Furthermore, the hospitality industry thrives on amiability and fortune. It would be folly to offend others for the sake of minor gains. Qin Jiang nodded, seemingly unfazed. The brothers behind him felt even more assured that Brother Jiang wielded considerable influence, prompting the manager of a prestigious hotel to curry favor. Let's depart, Qin Jiang stated calmly. Having spent over 3 hours within the hotel, all necessary eating, drinking, and conversing had been accomplished, rendering any further idle chatter unnecessary. The celebration today was but a facade. It was a genuine establishment of heart and spirit for the Black Dragon brothers. The transformation from their initial hesitance upon entering the hotel to their current composed and relaxed demeanor spoke volumes. One could discern that they had undergone a profound metamorphosis, at least in foundational essence. Today's objectives had been fulfilled. All that remained was to await the future. Downstairs, two individuals were engaged in a tense struggle. Han Bing continuously urged Lu Ruyin to ascend to the suite, yet she persistently resisted, insisting on shopping in the mall. After several minutes of tugging, Han Bing's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable, perplexed as to why the drug he had administered seemed ineffective. Lu Ruyin appeared remarkably lucid, while he found himself becoming agitated. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ruyin was merely exercising caution, having exchanged the glasses while turning to retrieve an item. Fortunately, the substance he had administered was not of a potent nature. Otherwise, he would have lost control within the hotel. However, the potion caused his body to heat up incessantly, and his temper escalated. After multiple failed attempts to pull Lu Ruyin along, he erupted in anger. The mall. All you think about is the mall. Don't think for a second that I am unaware of your intentions. Shopping, is it? Buying things? That is all fine. I, Han Bing, am not short on money. I can dine freely in a 5-star hotel without needing your items. But before we head to the mall, we must go to the suite. As he spoke, he advanced to grasp Lu Ruyin's arm. Lu Ruyin recoiled, her expression shifting slightly as she sensed a change in Han Bing's demeanor, prompting her to deduce his escalating agitation. A skilled green tea girl adept at exploiting situations, she recognized Han Bing was becoming increasingly irate. Thus, she decided to make her escape. I'll just step into the restroom first. We can go to the suite afterward. Who was Han Bing? A wealthy, second-generation heir, known for his extravagant lifestyle and possessing considerable experience. Even in a state of impaired judgment, he sensed Lu Rian's intention to flee and quickly blocked her path, saying, "You're not going anywhere without coming upstairs with me. If you need to use the restroom, I'll accompany you there. There's a restroom in the suite as well. Don't act like this. I have feelings for you, but we only just met. I need time to prepare." "Prepare for what?" Lu Rian retorted. "You've already dined with me, drank with me, and I've even given you a red envelope. What do you take me for? A trophy? Or one of your sycophants? Either you come upstairs with me, or you're paying for your meal. I don't have any money. Han Bing. Let us just leave it for next time. I truly am unprepared. Stop pretending to be innocent in front of me. Even if you were pure today, I would still make you change." He forcefully pulled Lu Rian toward the stairs. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from above. Chapter 57. Lu Rian's shock. Qin Jiang, it's her again? What a nuisance. At this moment, many patrons in the lobby were drawn to the scene between Han Bing and Lu Rian. Naturally, no one intervened. Even the service staff instinctively avoided the commotion. It was evident to all that something was amiss between the two, and some seasoned guests speculated on the unfolding drama. Another second-generation heir tangled up with a gold digger, but neither seems particularly mature. Just moments earlier, I witnessed the woman switch the drinks. I initially thought she had some skill, but it appears she is just like the rest. Who could blame them in this era of vanity? As the crowd continued to comment, both Han Bing and Lu Rian were perceived as mere clowns, fodder for gossip. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps descended from above, drawing the attention of everyone present. In the next instant, expressions of astonishment painted their faces. A throng of impeccably dressed individuals descended the stairs. Upon a cursory glance, there appeared to be dozens, with no end in sight. What was happening? When did the Cloud Top Hotel host such a multitude? Which prestigious corporation was convening here? Yet, these individuals did not resemble business people. Rather, they bore the demeanor of socialites. And they were astonishingly youthful. Bodyguards, someone immediately speculated. And, as these individuals swiftly made their way toward the elevator in a neatly arranged formation, the onlookers became increasingly certain and turned their gaze toward the elevator. Everyone understood that the true big shots resided within. Even as Han Bing tugged at Lu Rian, she couldn't help but glance in that direction, her expression transforming. Han Bing thought to himself, who are these prominent figures? To have such a retinue of bodyguards. They must be more impressive than my father. Who on earth could they be? Lu Rian mused, the true big shots are likely about to make their entrance. This level of spectacle is fitting for someone of genuine stature, far beyond a mere second-generation heir. I, Lu Rian, will never settle for being a second-generation bride. Age is irrelevant. Amid the crowd's gaze, the elevator doors chimed open. 3 figures emerged, preceded by the exceedingly humble hotel manager, flanked by impeccably dressed individuals such as Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, and Bai Lu, who promptly positioned themselves on either side. Then, 3 individuals stepped out of the elevator, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Sijio. The appearance of these 3 left the crowd momentarily dumbfounded. Regardless of their youthful ages or Sijio's robust physique, or Zhu Zheng's distinctive braided hairstyle, and Qin Jiang's commanding presence, they were undeniably the focal point of attention, especially surrounded by a sea of formally attired subordinates. "Huh? Qin Jiang," Lu Rian gasped, her mouth agape as she involuntarily shrieked. In disbelief, she stared at Qin Jiang, who seemed to embody the essence of a top-tier figure, as if she were witnessing an illusion. Indeed, it felt like an illusion. Without thinking, she pinched herself hard. Pain. Excruciating pain. Everything is real. Qin Jiang, whom she once regarded as a mere sycophant, a person she looked down upon as a no-hope delinquent, now commanded such power that even the esteemed manager of a 5-star hotel bowed before him. With hundreds of followers at his side, what on earth had transpired? How had everything changed? How long had it been since Qin Jiang arrived in Songjiang? Half a year? And he had achieved such heights in that time? Why had no one previously recognized Qin Jiang's remarkable charm and striking handsomeness, as if he were a natural-born leader? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Jiang strode confidently out of the hotel, flanked by his loyal subordinates who trailed closely behind him, maintaining a clear path ahead. Such was the manifestation of his commanding presence. In that moment, it felt as though the essence of arrogance had been personified. Bang! Bang! Wang Tao and Sun Yuan intercepted him at the revolving door, while Qin Jiang and his companions stepped inside, with the subordinates swiftly pouring out through the side doors. At this juncture, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Who is this? Such a grand display, and so youthful? Why we never heard of him before? Which conglomerate's heir could he possibly be? He must be involved in construction. Otherwise, why would he have so many bodyguards? But doesn't this seem a bit ostentatious? He appears to be a figure of the underworld. And in such industries, how many are truly clean? Clearly, they regarded Qin Jiang as a second-generation heir of a construction group, or more accurately, a second-generation socialite who had made a name for himself. No one could believe that a youth in his 20s could ascend to such heights of power. As Yen Lu dashed outside, she was immediately pursued by Han Bing, who had just regained his senses. Where are you going, Lu Yen? You're consuming my food and drink, yet you don't even understand the rules of our world. He exclaimed, if you dare to leave today, I will report you for drugging me and fleeing the bill. Ignoring his words, Lu Yan's thoughts were solely focused on Qin Jiang. She needed to catch up and demand clarity regarding his sudden prowess. Why had he concealed such prowess from her? What did he take her for? Had he informed her earlier, perhaps their relationship would have advanced by now. Thus, everything was Qin Jiang's fault. She intended to demand an apology, a thorough explanation, and for him to continue playing the role of her boyfriend. With a forceful push, she burst through the side door, only to be greeted by the sight of a luxurious Mercedes he parked prominently at the hotel entrance, with Wang Tao opening the rear door in a protective manner. A Mercedes. A luxurious Mercedes. Lu Yan's eyes widened slightly. As a gold digger, she was well acquainted with various car brands and their prices. She instantly recognized the vehicle's worth to be over $1 million. $1 million. Qin Jiang's car was worth $1 million. Had he been living excessively well? What did she miss during this time? As Qin Jiang approached the car, Lu Yan could no longer contain herself and rushed forward, shouting, Qin Jiang, Qin Jiang. However, before she could get close, several of his subordinates blocked her way. What are you doing? Step aside. Don't obstruct me. I am Lu Yan, a friend of Qin Jiang. She protested, struggling against their hold. Yet, the Black Dragon brothers remained steadfast, their gaze fixed on their leader for further instruction. Upon seeing Lu Yan, Qin Jiang frowned slightly. Her again, the White Lotus, always chattering. Was it this time? Is it never-ending? He noticed Han Bing trailing behind, easily deducing that he was a wealthy young master and grasping the general situation. It followed the usual script, a green tea girl pursuing a rich second generation, intending to belittle the former protagonist, only to discover that the protagonist had dramatically transformed and was now flaunting his success, making her regretful for life. Even the protagonist might engage in a fleeting romance with the green tea girl, developing her into his lover for personal satisfaction. Such was the narrative in novels. But Qin Jiang was not one to follow such tropes. Women, they only served to impede the swiftness of his actions. Chapter 58. Lu Yan pursued the vehicle, while Qin Jiang viewed her with utter disdain, not sparing her a glance. Without uttering a single word, he entered the car. Lu Yan's expression shifted as she called out, Qin Jiang, why are you silent? Have you forgotten our past? Have you forgotten the promises of everlasting love and protection you made to me? Now that you have everything, why do you never share it with me? What you experienced over the past 6 months? Why have you changed so drastically? She implored, her voice hoarse and filled with indignation, resembling a forsaken woman demanding answers. In that moment, Qin Jiang appeared as the one who had abandoned her. Meanwhile, Han Bing, witnessing this scene, halted his advance, acutely aware of the delicate balance he needed to maintain. Though he felt a surge of anger, he retained his composure, understanding the boundaries of his actions. Lu Yan's connection with this enigmatic figure of the underworld was apparent. Her words suggested that Qin Jiang had pursued her before, and thus he refrained from intervening. If they were to rekindle their past romance, he would find himself in a precarious position. In front of him, Qin Jiang found Lu Yan's questions to be nothing short of a cacophony. Her self-centeredness and incessant need for attention were tiresome. To give her even a moment's glance was to concede defeat. In her eyes, the world revolved solely around her, with everyone else merely orbiting her existence. Bang! After Qin Jiang entered the car, Wang Tao promptly closed the door and took his place in the driver's seat, starting the vehicle. The car vibrated gently as it came to life. No, you can't leave, Lu Yan cried out, her struggles intensifying as the recent changes weighed heavily upon her, leaving her feeling drained and disheartened. Once she had believed herself to be the favored daughter of fortune, destined to bask in the admiration of many. Yet since Qin Jiang ceased to shower her with gifts, her life had spiraled into chaos. Although there were no shortages of sycophants around, few possessed actual financial means. Maintaining her image without overtly asking for money had become a challenge. Consequently, she had turned her gaze toward the second-generation elite. Han Bing had taught her a lesson that differed from the superficial flattery of her usual admirers. The stakes were higher now, and her once reliable methods were rendered futile. Her exit strategy had become arduous. Witnessing Qin Jiang's dramatic transformation today had forced her to reevaluate her perception of him. Instinctively, as she saw the car preparing to depart. She made a resolute decision and called out, "Qin Jiang, regardless of past grievances or my occasional temper, I am willing to attempt a relationship with you from this day forth." One would expect Qin Jiang to leap from the car, overwhelmed with joy to confess his feelings and embrace her tearfully, yet such a scene did not unfold. The rear window slid down, revealing Qin Jiang's expressionless face, particularly his eyes, which were filled with disdain, indifference, coldness, contempt, and even revulsion. It was as if he were gazing upon something utterly repugnant, wanting only to distance himself from it, devoid of any semblance of excitement or joy. What is this expression? Lu Yan thought, baffled. Had he not once been so desperate for her affection that he would have gone to great lengths to win her over? Now, with her extending an olive branch, he regarded her with such disdain? Did no one understand? She had offered an opportunity to a sycophant, yet he had failed to cherish it. With a roar, Wang Tao pressed the accelerator, the luxury vehicle's engine reverberating as it sped away from the hotel. The other Black Dragon brothers quickly piled into their vehicles, most of them mounting motorcycles to follow suit. With a swift motion, several of the Black Dragon brothers released Lu Yan. As she came to her senses, watching the car vanish into the distance, her heart involuntarily twitched. Instinctively, she began to pursue it. Qin Jiang, cease this at once. Did you not promise that as long as I was willing to be your girlfriend, you would sacrifice anything for me? I am willing now. I am willing. Qin Jiang, shall we go watch a movie? Without your money, how could I possibly survive? Jiangzi. Bang. She tumbled down the steps in front of the hotel, tears streaming down her face unbidden. Like pear blossoms in the rain, her sorrow was profoundly moving. It almost led one to believe that Qin Jiang was a fleeting success who abandoned love, while Lu Ruyan was a tragic romantic. Inside the hotel, onlookers gathered by the floor-to-ceiling windows to witness the scene. Who says wealthy individuals are devoid of gossip? It resembled a television drama, and it sounded rather unlike the Qin Jiang who had abandoned her. It seemed that this woman had once rebuffed his advances, but now, upon realizing his remarkable success, she was filled with regret. How utterly fascinating. It was unclear what this woman was thinking, in terms of both appearance and presence. Qin Jiang was incomparable to this lesser scion. To reject the pursuit of someone like Qin Jiang and to dally with a lowly rich heir was truly deserving of her fate, although they were unaware of the specifics. Oftentimes, ignorance breeds imagination, allowing tales to be spun from mere hints. The gold digger fails to recognize the true dragon. What's good is unwanted. I only desire the rich. The self-cultivation of a pursuing girl. One could easily imagine numerous versions of this story circulating at various gatherings in the future. Among them, the name Qin Jiang would frequently arise. After all, Lu Ruyan nearly employed the name Qin Jiang as a comma, mentioning it more than 10 times in just a few sentences, thus catapulting Qin Jiang into the upper echelons of gossip. The service staff gathered at the entrance, peering in, whispering about Lu Ruyan sprawled on the ground, particularly the male attendants. Could a goddess be so proactive? Is she not supposed to be aloof? The joys of the wealthy are truly unfathomable. The manager frowned. What are you all staring at? Get back to work. If I catch you lingering, I'll deduct your full attendance pay. In an instant, the staff hurriedly dispersed, abandoning their curiosity. At that moment, regret swelled within Lu Ruyan. She regretted not cherishing Qin Jiang, nor did she lament her previous attitude. Rather, she regretted not having secured such a potential asset like Qin Jiang earlier. And she regretted why she had come out with Han Bing today. It was likely that he had seen her entangled with Han Bing and had become furious. And she might genuinely lose someone with boundless potential, perhaps even a future benefactor. Inside the car, Qin Jiang paid no mind to Lu Ruyan's predicament. The narrative of a devoted admirer. Love above all. Such notions would never grace his lexicon. Qin Jiang instructed, drive directly to the academic building. I wish to see Wu Yu. It's high time for the Black Dragon to establish its own enterprise. Chapter 59. Lu Ruyan. I am a woman cherished by eagles. The devotee awakens. In front of the hotel, Han Bing felt a wave of relief as Qin Jiang and his entourage departed. After all, if Qin Jiang were to confront Lu Ruyan and involve him, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Thankfully, events had not unfolded as he had anticipated. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Ruyan sprawled on the ground, his anger flared anew, and he approached to pull her back upstairs. Get up. They haven't even glanced your way. And you truly think yourself significant? You are fortunate to be associated with me. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. 1,000 yuan tonight. And if you comply, I shall grant you a monthly allowance of 1,000. 1,000. In this day and age, that is no trifling sum. Even for a maintenance fee, it suffices. However, Lu Ruyan, being a high-end gold digger, would never acquiesce to such terms, especially after witnessing Qin Jiang's recent display of power. Once an admirer, she had felt empowered, and in her view, Han Bing was utterly unworthy of her, dreaming of maintaining her. Release me. Lu Rian's expression turned frigid as she attempted to shake off Han Bing's grasp. I have no relationship with you. 1,000 for your maintenance? What are you even worth? Han Bing, remember, a woman cherished by eagles is not someone a fledgling like you can aspire to. You, Han Bing, inrogid, legid bitri. How dare this woman, whom even others disregard, act so defiantly before him? Such audacity was intolerable, a grave affront. With crimson eyes, Han Bing spat. Lu Ruyan, you're nothing but a harlot, seducing men while pretending to be pure. Today, you'll comply, whether you like it or not. He intended to resort to force. At that moment, a youth clad in a faded student uniform rushed forward, positioning himself between Lu Ruyan and Han Bing. What do you think you're doing in broad daylight? Han Bing, and who the hell are you? The youth. I am Lu Ruyan's classmate, Songjiang. What are your intentions? I can report you. With that, he brandished his phone, threateningly gesturing. Damn it. Han Bing's face flushed with humiliation, but seeing Lu Ruyan, now awake, and Songjiang, who stood protectively in front of her, he understood that today, as confrontation could not proceed as he envisioned. He could not dare to act brazenly under the sun. The implications of such actions will be drastically different. In Huaxia, we are governed by the rule of law. He had no right to defy it. His previous intimidation was merely a tactic to coerce Lu Ruyan into submission. Well then, Han Bing pointed at Lu Ruyan. Remember, you will never eat my food for free. We shall see how this unfolds. With that, he disregarded the two and swiftly made his way to the parking lot, accelerating away towards the renowned entertainment venue in the Northern District, Buckingham. Songjiang, relieved that Han Bing had retreated, turned to Lu Ruyan and inquired, Are you all right? Songjiang was also one of Lu Ruyan's admirers, matching Qin Jiang's devotion but lacking in wealth, merely an obedient admirer. Today, Lu Ruyan had instructed him to wait nearby to prevent any mischief from Han Bing, and it proved to be of great utility. Lu Ruyan remained in a daze, oblivious to Songjiang's unusual expression, and as was her custom, spoke with a hint of arrogance. Call a cab to take me back to school, and make sure it's a private car, not one of those shared rides. Also, my phone is broken. Buy me a temporary one. She waved the remnants of her recently damaged phone. Songjiang did not respond immediately. After a long pause, he finally said, I don't have enough money on me. Would a small phone suffice? No money? A small phone? Lu Ruyan instinctively raised her voice, her displeasure evident. How could a woman of her status, cherished by eagles, settle for a mere small phone? What a joke. She immediately retorted, No way. What status do I have to use a small phone? That is for the impoverished. It would be too degrading. Songjiang fell silent, lost in thought. Then, he began making calls to borrow money from his friends. A decent phone would cost at least 1,000, a considerable expense for a student. However, for Lu Ruyan, who was used to extravagant spending, it was far beneath her consideration, even if she currently couldn't muster 100 yuan. Thus, Lu Ruyan and Songjiang waited at a pavilion near the hotel for over half an hour before finally gathering enough funds. During that time, Lu Ruyan incessantly berated Songjiang, treating him as a mere outlet for her frustrations while not sparing a thought for Han Bing. Even Qin Jiang became a figure of ingratitude in her narrative, a presence she had cast aside. Songjiang remained silent, bowing his head in quiet contemplation. When his gaze flickered towards Lu Ruyan, the once untouchable goddess seemed to undergo a transformation, her image fracturing before his very eyes. The pristine moonlight was on the verge of shattering. Lu Ruyan, oblivious to Songjiang's peculiarity, or perhaps deeming him utterly unworthy of her attention, remained indifferent to his existence. After all, in her eyes, the loyalty of a devoted admirer could never rival the allure of wealth. Furthermore, she had been courted by affluent suitors like Qin Jiang. So why would she concern herself with the impoverished Songjiang? As they purchased a mundane mobile phone and hailed a taxi back to campus, Lu Ruyan incessantly criticized the phone's inferiority. At the University of Science and Technology, Songjiang accompanied Lu Ruyan to her dormitory, his stomach grumbling from a day devoid of sustenance. In the cafeteria, he purchased merely 2 steamed buns and retreated to a corner to eat in silence, his mind replaying the day's events. Lu Ruyan desperately chasing Qin Jiang, pleading for his forgiveness, promising to be his girlfriend, all while maintaining her aloof demeanor. The goddess's image continued to crumble. Gazing at the buns in his hands, he recalled her scathing remarks from earlier. Is 1,000 yuan a lot? To him, it was a considerable sum. This amount would confine him to a diet of steamed buns for the next 2 months. Yet Lu Ruyan seemed utterly unconcerned. If she had behaved as she once did, he might have willingly accepted his fate. However, witnessing today's scene had altered his perspective. In the vernacular of men, one might say he had experienced an awakening. Of course, achieving the ultimate transformation from a devoted admirer was no simple feat that night. Should Lu Ruiyan send him a QQ message, expressing even the slightest gratitude, he might have deemed his awakening a failure. As the saying goes, once the QQ notification sounds, all thoughts are in vain. Yet, no message arrived. By midnight, Lu Ruiyan had not responded, maintaining her usual lofty demeanor, occasionally bestowing a moment of pity upon him. Lying in bed, Songjiang clenched his fists, his fingers dancing over his phone as he composed and deleted messages for over half an hour, reading and rereading them thrice, tears streaming down his cheeks. Finally, he pressed the send button. In the next moment, he buried his head beneath the covers, stifling his sobs as his body shook silently. Nearby, his phone screen remained lit, displaying a sent message. You were once a phoenix in the sky, while I am but a sparrow on the ground. A chasm between us that I cannot bridge. To marry you has been my lifelong dream, yet you have found your heart's desire. My queen, I shall withdraw, and this withdrawal shall last a lifetime. Chapter 60. Is Qin Jiang planning to acquire land and initiate demolition? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ruiyan returned with an expression of distress. No matter how her roommates inquired, she remained tight-lipped. Too much had transpired that day. Not only had her plan to extract money from Han Bing failed, but she had also witnessed her former admirer Qin Jiang's success. Moreover, his decision to leave her in such an embarrassing situation fueled her rage and resentment, while she remained haunted by the shock of Qin Jiang as transformation. Lu Ruiyan lamented. Had I known I should have paid more attention to him these past 6 months, he would still be my devoted admirer. Today, I could have been riding in a luxurious Mercedes, basking in attention. Then, in a fit of anger, she declared, Damn Qin Jiang. A little external temptation, and he forgets about me. He shouldn't presume he is so remarkable. I, Lu Ruiyan, am destined to rise above, and I will surpass you one day. Thus, her emotions oscillated between regret and fury. Suddenly, she had an idea and rummaged through her suitcase, searching frantically, yet finding nothing. She then turned to her best friend and exclaimed, Oh, remember those useless stickers I gave you last year? There were a few photos in there. Find them quickly. Her friend, bewildered by Lu Ruiyan's fervor, began to search. After a while, she unearthed an old cardboard box from beneath the bed, filled with numerous love letters. The majority penned by Lu Ruiyan's admirers. Among them was a picture of Qin Jiang and Lu Ruiyan together, clad in their school uniforms. Taken after Qin Jiang's disappointing college entrance exam. He had spent thousands to buy her a camera, only for the photo to be discarded like refuse. Once disregarded, the photograph now held immense value for Lu Ruiyan as she carefully wiped away the dust, placing it within her textbook to rest beneath her pillow. Her roommates exchanged puzzled glances, but Lu Ruiyan paid them no heed, repeatedly gazing at the photo. Her roommates whispered among themselves. Isn't Lu Ruiyan supposed to be out celebrating with a wealthy heir today? Why has she suddenly returned? Who knows? She seems a bit off. As if she has been triggered by something. That photo she found looks so familiar. Just as their hushed conversation continued, Lu Ruiyan suddenly stiffened, her expression twisting as she glanced at her phone, receiving a message that made her choke back a gasp. What is going on? Her roommates stared at her in disbelief. Lu Ruiyan hurled her phone onto her bed, exclaiming, Sending me disgusting messages in the middle of the night? You withdrawn? Withdrawn from what? Who do you think you are, Qin Jiang? At the vocational university, in the principal's office, Wu Yu poured Qin Jiang a cup of tea, teasing him, Mr. Qin. You truly are living the high life, sending money to your buddies, buying cars, and dining in 5-star hotels. Even the heads of large corporations can't match your stature. Clearly, there was a subtext to his words. He intended to remind Qin Jiang that his extravagant spending was excessive. Having received $7 million, he dared to squander over $1 million on a car and book a 5-star hotel. Wu Yu calculated that Qin Jiang had likely already spent a large portion of that sum, and if he continued this way, he would be broke within 2 to 3 months. Though he had never placed much faith in Qin Jiang's Black Dragon Group, he was reluctant to let his efforts go to waste, hence his teasing admonishment for Qin Jiang to rein in his spending. Qin Jiang, fully aware of Wu Yu's insinuations, opted not to explain himself. Taking a sip of tea, he replied, The Black Dragon is already preparing for the next phase of development. Here is the contract you need to sign. As he spoke, he handed a document to Wu Yu. Wu Yu, puzzled, remarked, What is this? You expect me to sign something without context? He glanced at the document, and his heart sank as he read the title, Contract for Land Lease. Quickly, he opened it to review the contents, which indicated that the Black Dragon Company intended to lease the land across from the vocational school. The lease fee was set at $300,000 per year, with a duration of 5 years. Wu Yu's gaze sharpened as he looked directly into Qin Jiang's eyes, questioning, What insider information do you possess? It was evident he suspected Qin Jiang was employing the same tactic as before, anticipating that the site would soon be demolished. Qin Jiang sighed, knowing you would think that way. Demolition? Principal Wu, you've lost your mind. That land isn't slated for demolition, nor could it be. Even if the vocational school were to upgrade to a university, do you truly believe they would demolish it? As for constructing buildings, if I could change the land's usage, I would create a small night market. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's expression faltered, his face reddening. He realized he had overestimated the situation. The empty land across from the school had no demolition value. As long as the vocational school did not expand, the land would remain useless, especially since there was ample space for construction should the school upgrade its status. Let us not even discuss the vocational school's potential to upgrade in such a short time frame. Even if they did receive some demolition compensation, what of it? Just as the two were engaged in their conversation, the corridor echoed with activity. Liu Yao and Liu Lili engaged in a hushed conversation. Liu Lili remarked, Yao, my cousin mentioned that he has already spoken with the director and assured me that you 1TB required to mentor the freshmen. Being a counselor for freshmen is exhausting, and I can't fathom what the school is thinking by insisting on this reform plan that necessitates your reassignment. My cousin has been exceptionally kind to you, sacrificing much of his reputation to persuade the director, a favor I can only envy. It appears that since Yue initiated the reform plan, there have been certain movements, one of which is the elevation of the department's titles within the school, as well as the appointment of younger university students as counselors, tasking them with the humane management of their classes. While this is beneficial for the students, it is quite taxing for the counselors, and Liu Yao is among those burdened, as she is currently preparing for her postgraduate entrance examinations and is rather overwhelmed. Thus, Liu Lili seizes this opportunity to curry favor with her cousin, who has leveraged various connections to negotiate with the director for some benefits. Why don't we just forget it? Liu Yao expressed her reluctance. She did not wish to owe a favor to Liu Lili's cousin. Yet neither resigning nor abandoning her postgraduate studies was desirable. Moreover, for reasons unknown, she did not intend to rely on her family. Let us go, Liu Lili insisted, dragging her along, continually extolling her cousin's capabilities, noting that he has achieved much at a young age without relying on family connections. In stark contrast to those like Qin Jiang, who have attained wealth through sheer luck. Indeed, the source of Qin Jiang's 7 million in funding had long been the subject of gossip among faculty and students, inciting envy and resentment. As Liu Yao was pulled along by Liu Lili, she found herself wavering, her thoughts drifting back to the scene of Qin Jiang stepping out of his car. She silently hoped that he would not be blinded by wealth and would instead choose the righteous path rather than continue to languish in mediocrity. The rapid influx of money is not always a blessing. Lily is correct in asserting that, in today's society, connections are more valuable than wealth. Meanwhile, Liu Lili embellished her narrative. Liu Yao, let us not even discuss the fact that Qin Jiang is a nouveau riche with 7 million. What can he do to help you? Even if you were to donate money to the higher-ups of the school, who would dare accept it? Only elite figures like my cousin can command the respect of the school's administration. As they spoke, the two arrived at the director's office to clarify their intentions. The director, showing no signs of difficulty, nodded. I am aware of the situation. However, this is a plan set forth by Principal Wu. Therefore, you will accompany me to the principal's office, where I shall discuss the matter with him. It should not pose a significant problem. He led them to Principal Wu's office. Chapter 61. Qin Jiang's reform proposal, shocking the principal, a kindred spirit. Inside the principal's office, Wu Yue, having regained his composure, realized he had overthought the situation. He said, I can grant you the land, but what do you intend to do with it? It is utterly barren. The night market. Qin Jiang replied without reservation, noting that some ventures cannot simply be undertaken without sufficient foresight. The night market? Wu Yue frowned, struggling to comprehend. To him, the concept of a night market seemed trivial, hardly constituting a legitimate business venture. Most entrepreneurial students were engaged in high-tech endeavors. At the very least, they were involved in courier alliances. He advised, I've heard the courier industry is quite promising. There are students in the Southern District doing exceptionally well, with dozens of franchises already established. It holds great potential for future growth. Why not pursue that? Our campus has plenty of opportunities. Furthermore, if it's a night market you seek, there are already several along College Road in the Northern District, making it a pursuit devoid of prospects. In his mind, the notion of a night market was still tethered to small vendors haphazardly displaying their wares. Even if Qin Jiang were to establish a night market on that land, the question remained whether it could thrive, and if so, how much could be charged for booth fees. Thus, he proposed the courier industry, having conducted some research and knowing it was a field with significant future prospects. Qin Jiang promptly rejected the idea. The courier business was viable 2 or 3 years ago, but entering the market now means waiting for the giants to battle it out for acquisition. the growth potential is nearly non-existent. As for the night market, it is far more promising than you perceive. In the future, the first night market in Songjiang is reputed to achieve daily sales exceeding 1 million, with daily revenues possibly reaching 3 or 4 million. What Qin Jiang envisioned was a collective model for the night market, one with vast potential that would not rely solely on booth fees. He was preparing for Songjiang's city that never sleeps. He believed the revenue from Songjiang's night market would far surpass that of the courier business, potentially attracting a significant influx of tourists. Consequently, its commercial value and social standing would be elevated immeasurably, swiftly granting him an elevated position within society. He might even be able to usher in the anticipated boom in Songjiang's winter tourism ahead of schedule. Of course, the night market would not be situated directly across from the vocational school, but in a different location, rendering this night market somewhat dispensable. This explained why Qin Jiang sought to lease the land for 5 years. All right, Wu Yue conceded, recognizing Qin Jiang's determination without further objection. After all, whatever he said was of little consequence. He had already placed his bet on Qin Jiang, so why interfere? Let him develop freely. If he succeeds, it's a win, and if not, there will be no loss. Currently, his focus remained on the school's reform. At that moment, Qin Jiang noticed the proposal on the principal's desk. He recalled that in his previous life, the vocational school had implemented a similar plan a year later, which had been executed flawlessly, garnering the attention of higher authorities and facilitating the school's elevation to an undergraduate institution. It seems, he murmured, that my reincarnation has triggered a butterfly effect. Some matters cannot be approached with a rigid adherence to the norm. Certain business ventures require early preparation. Simultaneously, he pointed at the proposal and inquired, "Are you planning to implement reforms in the school?" Wu Yue instinctively nodded. Yes. It is indeed difficult for the vocational school to progress without some changes. Do you have any suggestions? He had spoken offhandedly, but upon completion, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of asking Qin Jiang for reform ideas. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback. He watched as Qin Jiang picked up his reform proposal and began to critique it. This plan is quite commendable. It could significantly enhance the school's visibility. These competitions, however, are futile and merely a waste of time. Hosting competitions at the vocational school's level will not attract any prestigious institutions. It would only result in ridicule. Instead, we should focus on nurturing a few exceptionally skilled students to participate in national skill competitions. Initially, Wu Yue maintained a calm demeanor regarding Qin Jiang's critiques, dismissing them as trivial. Yet, as he listened, his expression grew solemn. He was struck by the realization that many of Qin Jiang's ideas aligned closely with his own and were even more refined and forward-thinking. He placed great importance on this and began to jot down notes, repeatedly exclaiming, "Why didn't I think of that? This is precisely how it should be done." This method is perfectly suited for the vocational school. Of course, these were all insights gleaned from the vocational school's ongoing reforms in his previous life. How could they not be fitting? It could be said that this was a plan tailor-made for the vocational school, particularly the suggestion for students to participate in national vocational skill competitions. In his previous life, the vocational school had gained remarkable recognition through these competitions, establishing a reputation among technical vocational institutions and paving the way for its ascent into academia. After a considerable time, as Wu Yue continued to absorb the information, Qin Jiang ceased his exposition. Sometimes, it is unwise to divulge everything in one go. Maintaining an air of suspense can maximize benefits. If everything is laid out too easily, it may lead the other party to underestimate the gravity of the situation. If the vocational school's future development encounters no obstacles, how could Qin Jiang demonstrate his capability to support it through thick and thin? Is that a bad thing? It is merely a necessary tactic. With a decisive clap, Wu Yue set down his pen and paper, glancing at the copious notes before him, feeling that today had yielded immense rewards. He turned his gaze to Qin Jiang, his expression transforming as if encountering a kindred spirit, and asked Qin Jiang, "How about you stay at the school after graduation? I can secure you a position. There will definitely be opportunities for advancement." Qin Jiang immediately shook his head. He had no intention of mingling in the bureaucratic arena, where the waters ran too deep and a single misstep could lead to ruin. Furthermore, he believed that a modicum of foresight was the path he should pursue in the business world. "Very well," Wu Yue nodded. Just as he was about to say something further, suddenly there was a loud thud. A knock resounded from outside, and before Wu Yue could utter a word, the door swung open. A middle-aged man, portly and imposing, entered, accompanied by 2 women. Upon noticing someone seated opposite the principal, the man paused momentarily. He was well aware of Wu Yu's stern demeanor. Many teachers harbored a fear of him, given the current climate of power and reform. few dare to step foot in his office. Only due to his somewhat familial connection and his prior efforts in the institution did he have the audacity to intrude so boldly. Now, there was someone in the office, seated confidently across from him, with tea before them. It was evident from their silhouette that this individual was no insignificant figure. He could not help but inquire, "Is the principal entertaining guests? I shall take my companions outside to wait and report back shortly." Wu Yu's expression softened, albeit slightly. Normally, he would not have held it against anyone entering unannounced, as he conducted himself with integrity and had nothing to hide. Yet, with Qin Jiang present, and having just discussed the necessity for a steady and measured approach to reforms, fearing backlash if rushed, his authority felt undermined by this uninvited intrusion, and his countenance darkened. Fortunately, the intruder was articulate enough to provide him an escape route. Wu Yu waved his hand, saying, "Director Wang, please speak directly. We are not strangers here." He intended to establish a reputation for decisiveness in front of Qin Jiang, demonstrating that he was indeed capable of maintaining order. Though this approach was rather juvenile, he stubbornly refused to regard Qin Jiang as merely a student, but rather as an equal. Chapter 62. Qin Jiang's influence, land secured. Minor troubles, not strangers? Director Wang cast a perplexed glance at Qin Jiang's silhouette. Who was this individual? The figure seemed somewhat familiar, perhaps a senior official from another institution or a newly appointed leader of some sort. Certainly, their status must be significant. Director Wang mused silently. Otherwise, they would not dare to lounge casually in the principal's office, not even glancing back as others entered. Was the principal perhaps feeling the need for additional trusted aides for the reforms? In a fleeting moment, his mind raced with chaotic thoughts, and he spoke. "Indeed, this is our school's new intern teacher, Lu Yao. She is still in her 4th year and lacks sufficient experience. Yet due to her age, she is expected to take on the role of a counselor for the freshman class. I believe this is rather rash. Should anything go awry, it would not only be embarrassing for her, but could also tarnish the school's reputation. Perhaps it would be wiser for her to continue with her current class, as we have other capable young teachers for the freshmen." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Yu slammed his hand on the desk and bellowed, "Silence. The school assembly has mandated an execution plan. What are you thinking? If you lack understanding, learn. If you lack experience, it can be cultivated. What is this nonsense about abandoning responsibilities? If she refuses, who will take over? You?" He held back the urge to question whether Director Wang had been bribed. Yet his chest heaved with indignation. A slap to the face. A pure and simple humiliation. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed that as long as the plan was sound, it would face no resistance, only to have his most trusted aide be the first to object. How could he not be enraged? An intern teacher might seem trivial, but what would it say about his authority if others were to learn of this? At the entrance, Director Wang stood rooted to the spot, his face flushed crimson and purple, wishing he could sink into the ground. What a disgrace. An utter embarrassment. He had just boasted that Lu Yao would have no problem managing the freshmen, yet here he was, receiving a scathing reprimand. The atmosphere in the room was stifled to the extreme. Lu Yao and Lu Lily stood frozen, unsure whether to leave or stay, to speak or remain silent. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. "Old Wu, at your age, such anger is detrimental to your health. Have a sip of tea to calm your nerves." It was Qin Jiang, who had been seated with his back to Director Wang and the others, now rising to offer tea to Wu Yu. "I beg your pardon," Wu Yu replied, feeling somewhat awkward, yet he did not mind Qin Jiang's informal address, having already acknowledged him through their brief exchange. He regarded Qin Jiang as a confidant. Regardless of whether the latter's future business endeavors could benefit the vocational school, the numerous improvement proposals he had presented were invaluable. Wu Yu's lack of concern did not extend to others. At that moment, Director Wang and his companions gaped at the sight of Qin Jiang standing, mouths agape, in unison exclaiming, "Qin Jiang." The trio had failed to recognize him earlier due to his back being turned and the obstruction of a chair, but now, with more than half of his face visible, they could not mistake him for anyone other than the influential figure of Xu Yuanroad, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, commanding hundreds of subordinates. Director Wang exclaimed, "Oh my!" Lu Yao gasped, and Lu Lily stood speechless. Lu Yao thought to herself, "Why is he here? Surely he saw my earlier humiliation." Director Wang pondered. He addressed the principal as Old Wu and offered him tea. What is their relationship? Lu Lily wondered. Why does the principal treat him with such deference? How dare he sit so brazenly? The trio remained silent for an extended period, even the least worldly among them. Lu Yao could discern the underlying dynamics. It appeared that Qin Jiang shared an excellent rapport with Principal Wu, the two seemingly on equal footing in terms of status. This was astonishing. A vice principal with a promising future and a student who was a notorious troublemaker. How could they possibly be so closely allied? Director Wang murmured. Qin Jiang's background is even deeper than I had imagined. He is on friendly terms with someone as influential as Principal Wu. The rumors cannot all be unfounded. He had previously heard whispers that Qin Jiang was not merely a small-time thug, but he had dismissed them as mere gossip. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he realized that Qin Jiang's connections must be far more substantial than the public had suggested. Lu Lily, in disbelief, murmured, "What is happening? Why do I feel an ominous premonition? Could it be that something significant is about to unfold? And might it involve him?" She cast a glance toward Qin Jiang's position. Qin Jiang, in turn, looked back at the three, particularly at Lu Yao, his brow furrowed in mild exasperation. Wu Yu, taken aback, asked, "Do you two know each other?" Qin Jiang replied, "Theoretically, she is currently teaching my class." Wu Yu responded, "Your class? Why did you not mention this earlier?" "That would mean, what's her name again?" "Lu Yao," she interjected. "Yes, Lu Yao. You need not prepare to take on the freshman class. Instead, I have a task for you. Qin Jiang is a key student we are prioritizing. He may often be occupied, so please assist in managing his attendance. By the year's end, the school will be evaluating students for the 3 Good Students Award. You can submit an application, and I will approve it." Upon hearing this, the trio was utterly stunned, staring at Qin Jiang in disbelief. Him? A 3 Good student? Who is this 3 Good student who commands hundreds of subordinates? Who is this 3 Good student acting as a leader? Just moments ago, he was so adamantly against allowing Lu Yao to disrupt the rules. Now, because of his acquaintance with Qin Jiang, Wu Yu is so eager to assist. They all understood that this was entirely due to Qin Jiang. Lu Lily's eyes widened, and she pinched herself hard, grimacing in pain. How is this possible? My cousin had to pull strings with Director Wang and still failed, while this Qin Jiang, who seems to have done nothing, effortlessly resolves everything. Is the world truly this absurd? Wu Yu paid no mind to the changing expressions of the 3 individuals. Whether Lu Yao took on a new class or not would not affect his reform plans. Why not extend a courtesy? Moreover, Qin Jiang was a protege of his, deserving of some consideration, and Lu Yao could conveniently assist with attendance or similar matters. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and picked up the contract. Addressing Qin Jiang, "I shall have someone approve the contract shortly, sign it, and once that is completed, I will have your personnel sent over. I will directly ask Director Wang to deliver it to you." As he spoke, he handed the contract to Director Wang, instructing, "Please take this contract for approval and verification." He then turned to Qin Jiang, adding, "By the way, there are many residents cultivating vegetables on that piece of land, and the neighboring residents can be quite troublesome. It will be better for the school to intervene. Otherwise, you might need to handle it yourself." Qin Jiang nodded calmly. Troublesome residents? Indeed, they could be exceedingly so. Yet, to others, particularly to Heilong, such matters were trivial, for Heilong was a legitimate company. Chapter 63. Lu Yao departs, expanding the finance department. As she left, Qin Jiang waved his hand and turned to leave. Passing by Lu Lily, he narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to Wu Yu. She appears quite lively. Young people must be given more responsibilities to grow. Wouldn't you agree, old Wu? Director Wang looked momentarily stunned. It was somewhat peculiar for a student to refer to a teacher as a young person, even if that teacher was merely an intern. Lu Lily, me, a young person? Add responsibilities? More responsibilities? In the next moment, she grasped the nature of the burden. Wu Yu, displaying a calm demeanor, seemed to regard Qin Jiang with utmost seriousness, believing that someone like Qin Jiang was undoubtedly beyond the ordinary and far more mature than his peers. Thus, he did not perceive Qin Jiang's words as jest and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. What is your name? Regardless of your name, report to the new class tomorrow. Director Wang will handle this matter for you. Moreover, if responsibilities are to be assigned to the youth, let it be so. Allow him to lead the experimental class. Any new plan should commence from there. After all, it is our duty to aid in their growth, is it not? Lu Lily, no, please don't. Seeing Principal Wu speak with such gravity, Director Wang could only acquiesce. Understood, Principal. I will handle it immediately. Bang. As Qin Jiang exited the principal's office, he observed the hurried students heading to class and could not help but smile. A new life is truly wonderful. Heilong shall soar here. Possessing its very first enterprise, Heilong Night Market. Wu Yu watched Qin Jiang depart and sat down, waving his hand. If there is nothing else, you may all leave. Remember to knock when you enter in the future. Understood. Director Wang, looking as deflated as a withered eggplant, escorted Lu Yao and Lu Lily out. As soon as they exited the principal's office, Lu Lily grasped Director Wang's arm. Director, I do not wish to go to the new experimental class. I refuse. Director Wang replied. Who else will take on what the principal has personally assigned if you do not? You can either submit your resignation or go to work. Lu Lily protested. Director, you cannot do this. My cousin has given you. Director Wang interjected sharply. Silence. The items given to me by your cousin will be returned. If you dare speak out of turn again, be careful with your internship certificate. Do you still want it? Lu Lily fell silent, her voice caught in her throat. The internship certificate was of immense importance for students in teacher training. Any mistake could be catastrophic. Moreover, being assigned to lead the experimental class was a clear indication of her being favored. Even if she were to file a complaint, it would be futile. Yet, recalling Qin Jiang's conversation with Principal Wu left her utterly despondent. Her future at the vocational school seemed bleak. Oomph. Director Wang snorted coldly. Qin Jiang's attitude had been unmistakably clear. He did not harbor any fondness for Lu Lily, and given his close relationship with Principal Wu, it was evident that someone like Director Wang could not afford to associate with her. As for Lu Yao, he addressed her directly. From now on, you need only manage the class that Qin Jiang is in. Should any issues arise that you cannot resolve, or if they pertain to Qin Jiang or Heilong, bring them to me. I will handle them. This will be your task moving forward, as Heilong is, after all, our vocational school's enterprise. Lu Yao nodded, somewhat dazed. Understood. The events of the day had impacted her profoundly. As her gaze shifted, she caught sight of the recently departed Qin Jiang and, disregarding Director Wang's words, hurriedly pursued him. Wait. Qin Jiang, noticing Lu Yao blocking his path, furrowed his brow. What is it? Lu Yao's expression was somewhat awkward. Thank you for your help today, but I still want to remind you about mixing with society. Qin Jiang, growing impatient, retorted, What nonsense, Lu Yao, who do you think you are? Why would I help you? Is it because of your meager physique, your age, or your lack of hygiene? Hurry up and disappear from my sight. He was genuinely a bit exasperated. Damn it, was this the after effect of rebirth? He had not entangled himself with any women, yet these individuals kept crossing his path. Qin Jiang was not the type to rely on women to elevate himself. He found this situation utterly vexing. Lu Yao stood there, somewhat at a loss. Her eyes misty behind her glasses, and with her scholarly demeanor and delicate features, she appeared quite pitiful. Ugh, Qin Jiang thought, wanting to slap her away. Crying? What a nuisance. Why must she try so hard to change herself? With that, he simply bypassed Lu Yao and headed toward Heilong Company. Lu Yao remained rooted in place for a long while, tears streaming down her cheeks, only to be forcefully stifled. She could not comprehend her feelings. Why was she so compelled to assist someone with whom she had little interaction? Was it merely due to being saved? Perhaps not. That incident was likely just a catalyst. What truly captivated her was Qin Jiang's demeanor, his approach to life, which was starkly different from her own educational experiences. This collision of two environments sparked a profound reaction within her. Moments later, she resolved to return to the office and draft a resignation letter. As Qin Jiang stepped into Heilong Company, he found Bai Lu, hands on her hips, confronting a junior. Is there a tumor growing on your head? Look at the document you drafted. You used pinyin for typing. Can't you even produce proper characters? Can't you at least consult a dictionary? Her tone was quite brusque. However, Qin Jiang found her words somewhat soothing. Indeed, he murmured to himself, some things are ingrained in one's very bones and easily unchangeable. It appears that guiding the brothers of Heilong down the path of prosperity is a heavy responsibility. He took his seat at the main table, and after Wang Tao handed him a glass of water, Bai Lu concluded her interrogation. You may leave now. I will be selecting candidates and redoing this. Got it. Sees Lu. The previously disheartened junior dashed out, now brimming with enthusiasm. Bai Lu felt a mix of anger and amusement. She was frustrated that the junior took the matter so lightly, yet amused that the simple address of Sis Lu could lighten her mood considerably. Sighing, Bai Lu lamented, Why is it so difficult to find someone willing to join the finance department? I can't seem to recruit anyone. Qin Jiang replied, There is no need to limit yourself to the core brothers. You can also consider those on the periphery. Even if they aren't from Heilong, we can offer a 10% salary increase above the market rate for suitable recruits from school. Bai Lu responded earnestly, Brother Jiang, you may not be aware of the intricacies within finance. If outsiders gain control, it could lead to irrevocable consequences. We must have trustworthy brothers in this role. I am preparing to categorize the finances of the Black Dragon Company into several tiers, with designated personnel responsible for overt business operations, others for clandestine dealings, and yet another group tasked with tax matters. Chapter 64. Bai Lu's report, 3 days to vacate, consequences at one's own risk. Bai Lu became increasingly animated as she spoke, her mind drifting back to a recent experience when a classmate recommended her to a particular training course. The general plot unfolded as follows. Trainer, I will teach you how to reconcile accounts, prepare financial statements, and handle tax calculations. Is that agreeable? Students, we refuse to learn. Trainer, then how about I instruct you on prudent financial management and inventory auditing? Students, we refuse to learn. Trainer, what if I teach you how to falsify accounts? evade taxes, and misappropriate funds? Students, we are interested in that. Upon completion of the course, the students expressed their profound gratitude to the instructor, who replied, "What need is there for thanks? Once you leave this door, I am no longer your teacher. Just do not disclose my identity should any issues arise." Students, thank you. Esteemed teacher. Bai Lu, presuming that the operational model of the Black Dragon Company would inevitably encompass such practices, decided to invest 20,000 yuan for the training. She planned to learn alongside the financial talent she sought to recruit for Black Dragon. Unfortunately, she had yet to find anyone with the requisite aptitude. Meanwhile, Qin Jiang observed Bai Lu's growing enthusiasm with a sense of disbelief. He never imagined she would utter such words and remained perplexed by her thoughts. Thud, thud. Qin Jiang tapped the table twice, snapping Bai Lu back to reality. He gazed at her with utmost seriousness and cautioned, "Remember, Black Dragon will not engage in such activities. All taxes will be paid in accordance with the law." Bai Lu nodded affirmatively. "I understand. There will certainly be no mistakes on the surface." After all, the instructor claimed to have recently completed a course at a prestigious institution in Talankio, where mishaps are unlikely to happen. Qin Jiang nearly lost his composure. Observing Bai Lu's naive demeanor, he attempted to convey the gravity of the situation, his expression stern as he reiterated, "Let me make this clear. Black Dragon will not have any covert dealings. All business will be conducted transparently. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. This is not a suggestion. It is a directive. Do you comprehend?" Bai Lu glanced back at the guard stationed outside, recalling the image of Qin Jiang surrounded by admirers, and pondered. This is a legitimate company. However, seeing Qin Jiang's serious demeanor made her heart race, and her earlier excitement faded as she lowered her head. "Understood. I will repeat it 3 times. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Now go." Qin Jiang dismissed Bai Lu, allowing her to ponder the matter alone, confident that he held the reins of Black Dragon's regulatory framework. As Bai Lu exited the Black Dragon Company, a gentle breeze revived her spirits. Although she did not fully grasp Qin Jiang's objections to her plans, she dared not voice any dissent. "It seems," she muttered to herself, "I must revise my previous strategy, but I need to be prepared for any eventuality." Without hesitation, she enrolled in the training course. Her performance was outstanding, placing her among the top students, and the instructors praised her repeatedly, stating that she would surpass her predecessors. Upon completion of the course, Bai Lu left the training center, glancing back at the modest establishment that had provided her guidance. She quietly picked up her phone. "Hello. I wish to report that the location is 2 flowers bloom, each on its own branch." After Bai Lu's departure, Qin Jiang spoke to Zhu Zhang, who had just entered. "The land across the way has been contracted. The contract will be delivered shortly. How is your recruitment of personnel coming along?" Zhu Zhang nodded. "I have recruited nearly enough. They are mostly laborers. I have also contacted several companies to rent large machinery. We can commence work in 3 days." Indeed, Qin Jiang did not intend to outsource the construction of that piece of land, but rather to have Black Dragon undertake it directly. This was due to 3 reasons. Firstly, although this night market construction differed significantly from other night markets in Songjiang, it posed no considerable challenge. Secondly, he aimed to leverage this opportunity to allow Black Dragon to enter the construction industry, laying the groundwork for future ventures into real estate. Thirdly, there was no third reason. "A Tao. Here." Wang Tao stood at attention. Qin Jiang pointed to the vacant lot across from the vocational school. "Some locals are currently cultivating vegetables and fruits on that land." Wang Tao responded, "Understood." Qin Jiang pressed further, "What do you understand?" Wang Tao replied, "I will take my subordinates and uproot all those cultivated vegetables. Anyone who resists will be dealt with. I assure you the task will be completed." Qin Jiang cautioned, "Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Do not resort to violence. First, erect a sign to give them 3 days to clear their belongings from the land." Wang Tao queried, "What if they do not vacate after 3 days?" Qin Jiang replied, "They may leave with dignity, or we shall assist them in doing so." Wang Tao nodded earnestly and departed. Across from the vocational school, a vast expanse of vacant land awaited. As a newly developed area, it boasted numerous unoccupied plots, though such spaciousness was rare. It could be said that the vocational school once held considerable influence. Regrettably, after the principal's promotion, the school's momentum waned, and it now awaited opportunities for a gradual rise to a 3rd-tier status. The open land was filled with an abundance of fruits and vegetables. Such activities were exceedingly common along College Road and in the Northern District. Not only vacant lots, but even newly constructed neighborhoods had numerous relocated households cultivating gardens, with many raising chickens, ducks, and geese in hallways. Wherever one looked, there would be no shortage of individuals eager to take advantage of small benefits. In front of the vacant lot, a group of elderly and young alike busied themselves with their produce. This year's crops have thrived. The cabbage will be ready soon. We can store some and sell for a decent profit. Indeed, look at the radishes. They are flourishing, many of which are ready for harvest. I will have my spouse contact vendors for purchase today. The Wu family was not a prominent clan, but rather typical villagers who held some status due to their land and community ties. They were known for their penchant for small gains. Having moved into apartment buildings after receiving compensation for demolition, their mindset of seizing advantages had not diminished in the slightest. They had taken to cultivating vegetables in the neighborhood, and even occupied the vacant lot across from the vocational school. Throughout the year, they grew whatever they could, making considerable profits from the land over the years, wearing their actions with pride. Despite past attempts by school authorities to intervene, the Wu family employed a take-it-or-leave-it approach, rendering the school powerless. The land was thus left for them to exploit. Look over there. An elderly woman pointed into the distance. Whose children are those? I've never seen them before. What are they doing in our vegetable patch? Go and see. The others turned their attention to the sight of several youths inserting wooden boards at the front of the vegetable patch. They quickly gathered around to discover a piece of white paper affixed to the board, which boldly proclaimed, "This parcel of land, encompassing 121 acres, is now the property of Black Dragon Company. All belongings not belonging to Black Dragon must be removed within 3 days, or consequences will follow." Chapter 65, Songjiang's River. Future territory. What is this? The onlookers stared at the sign in bewilderment. Black Dragon Company? What is this Black Dragon Company? Isn't this land owned by the vocational university? How did it become Black Dragon Company? And why do we have to vacate within 3 days? As Wang Tao and his companions were about to leave after posting the sign, a middle-aged woman hurriedly called out, "Hey, what are you putting that up for? What does it mean?" "It means exactly what it says." A subordinate replied casually. A middle-aged woman shouted at the top of her lungs, "You little brat. Who are you talking to? Can't you speak properly?" The young man's expression turned cold, his years of brawling lending a chilling intensity to his gaze. "You dare utter another word?" If it weren't for Qin Jiang's explicit orders, that no Black Dragon employee may cause trouble without reason or violate the law, I would have long since delivered a sharp retort to this foul-mouthed woman. "How dare you speak to me like that?" The middle-aged woman gulped, her fear prompting her to take a step back. Behind her, a young man interjected. "What is the matter? Are you still planning to resort to violence?" "We merely inquired about the situation. Do you see that school across the street? It's a vocational college, brimming with surveillance cameras and security guards. If you lay a hand on us, you won't emerge unscathed." "Oh, Wang Tao," the young man remarked, "you seem quite knowledgeable about the law. But what is this? You're blind and illiterate. Have you never been educated? A complete illiterate." He pointed to the wooden board. "Understand this clearly. This land has been contracted to Black Dragon Company. Yes, the very Black Dragon of which I am a representative. The current chairman, a benevolent man, has graciously allowed you 3 days to remove your belongings from this land. After 3 days, it will be reclaimed. Do you comprehend?" He explained in plain language, for Qin Jiang had stated that Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Thus, it was only fitting to extend courtesy before resorting to force. "What? You intend to reclaim the land in 3 days?" The group of men and women could hardly believe their ears. How could they possibly accept losing land they had cultivated for so many years? "You cannot take it," a middle-aged woman shouted. "This is the fruit of our labor. If you take it all, how will we make any money? Some of it hasn't even ripened yet." An elderly woman added, "Even if it were ripe, you can't take it. This is my lifeblood. By what right do you claim it?" Wang Tao replied calmly, "By the simple virtue of our entitlement. Remember, 3 days, just 3 days. If you do not vacate by then, humph." He grew weary of the conversation and turned to leave with his men. You. The Wu family watched Wang Tao and his crew depart, seething with frustration, unsure of what to say. They longed to confront him, but the sheer number and intimidating demeanor of Wang Tao's group left them hesitant. "What should we do?" asked the middle-aged woman. "We cannot allow them to take the land. A haven tea made much selling produce all year." Finally, the eldest among them declared, "Quickly, call Wu Lao-san and have him summon the entire Wu clan for a meeting." "All right." The young man nodded and immediately made the call. At the vocational college, Qin Jiang stretched lazily as he walked outside. Outside, upon spotting Qin Jiang, 10 young men stood up to greet him. Qin Jiang waved his hand, signaling them not to be so formal. "Brother Jiang." Sun Yuan stepped forward. "Are you going out?" Qin Jiang nodded. "I just want to take a stroll." Sun Yuan promptly picked up his phone. "Brother Jiang is going out. Prepare a Benz, along with 2 more cars and 10 motorcycles." "Stop." Qin Jiang interrupted. "1 Benz will suffice." While it might seem foolish to maintain a low profile in Songjiang, ostentation is equally unwise. He had witnessed too many tyrants perish due to their arrogance in his previous life. Previously, he had to be ostentatious to instill confidence in his underlings. But now that the Black Dragon brothers no longer viewed him as an unnoticed underdog, there was no need to flaunt every time he ventured out. Just one. Sun Yuan hesitated. One tea that seemed too few? Not only does it fail to highlight Brother Zhang's status, but if someone were to target you, who would come to your aid? And we can't go out without anyone to command. At that moment, Zhu Zhang stepped forward. Let us take two. That way. Songjiang can't fit in the bins, so we'll bring the SUV along with 3 or 4 younger brothers. Qin Jiang glanced at Songjiang, who had just woken from a deep slumber, and smiled, nodding in agreement. Sun Yuan immediately relayed the order. Bring the Benz and the SUV. He then turned to the 10 security brothers and pointed to 3 of them. You 3 come along. All right. The 3 eagerly nodded. In these times, being able to stand by the boss's side guaranteed greater opportunities for advancement, as evidenced by Bai Lu, who had rapidly risen in status shortly after joining Black Dragon. Thanks to Brother Zhang's recognition. Soon, the 2 vehicles sped away from the vocational college towards the riverside. When speaking of prosperity, the riverside of Songjiang was unparalleled. The most common phrases among the locals were, I'm feeling great today. Let us take a stroll by the river. I'm feeling down. Let us go clear our heads by the river. Let us go to the riverside. Upon arriving, they would do little more than sit quietly on the steps, gazing at the tranquil waters of the Songjiang River. This was a unique romanticism reserved for the people of Songjiang. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Songjiang stood by the river, observing the calm and undisturbed waters before them, while Sun Yuan leaned against a car with several younger brothers, smoking and occasionally glancing around. Of course, there was little to see. This area was not part of the bustling riverside region, but belonged to the northern district, a place that was not only unprosperous but also somewhat desolate, littered with trash. And the river water appeared murky. Only during the annual ice and snow festival did this place see a slight influx of visitors, as some came to skate on the ice, but with winter yet to arrive, it was utterly deserted. Ahead, Songjiang picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully. The stone skimmed across the water, bouncing over a dozen times before finally sinking. Songjiang tossed another stone, enjoying himself, with 2 iron balls in his hands, his expression displaying joy, albeit one that appeared more menacing. In the distance, an old man was collecting seashells with a child. Suddenly, the child trembled in fear, dropping the shell and darting towards the old man's embrace. Grandpa, run. There's a monster, who would be a villain in broad daylight, the old man replied. But as he looked in the direction the child pointed, he saw Songjiang turn his face, and his expression changed dramatically. What the hell? Which prison did this guy escape from? Straightening his previously hunched body, he swiftly lifted the child and dashed towards the bridge without hesitation. Songjiang muttered, what is going on? They run like 2 frightened rats. Chapter 66, The Future City Plan, The Wu Family's Land Dispute. At this moment, Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang exchanged a silent laugh. Understanding there was little they could do, Songjiang's appearance alone was enough to instill fear in others. Shaking his head, Zhu Zhang turned his gaze back to Songjiang and then back at the vast empty land along the riverside, contemplating Brother Jiang. Is this the land you envisioned for the Songjiang nightless city? Qin Jiang nodded. This land was precisely what he intended for the future development of the Songjiang nightless city. Even though Songjiang was merely a second-tier city, most of its urban area had already been developed, leaving little room for large-scale expansion. Establishing a nightless city in the suburbs would be a futile endeavor. After much consideration, he concluded that this area was the most suitable. It lay at the confluence of the southern and northern districts, along the riverside, perfectly aligning with the ice and snow theme and construction area requirements. Had it not been for the obstacles in the northern district's development and the skepticism surrounding this land, it would have already attracted attention. If memory served him correctly, Qin Jiang reflected, this land would later be contracted to a company for an ice and snow theme park. Unfortunately, that company was plagued by internal chaos, lax management, and poor facilities. Even during the peak of the ice and snow theme's popularity in Songjiang, it failed to thrive, wasting the potential of this land. He needed to secure this land as soon as possible, though he feared the procedures would not be straightforward. The land, it was utterly desolate. The soil issues render the construction of commercial complexes utterly unfeasible, and truth be told, there is little commercial value to be found here. However, it would not be so simple to subcontract the land. Should one wish to undertake the contract themselves, a certain degree of strategy is required. An hour later, Qin Jiang concluded his inspection of the land and chose to depart. Currently, his focus is on the night market. This outing was merely a preemptive plan, as there was little else demanding his attention. While he may find himself unoccupied, it does not imply that Zhu Zhang and the others share the same luxury. The Black Dragon, gearing up for the night market, is undergoing a radical transformation. An internal architectural division has been established, temporarily overseen by Zhu Zhang, with Wang Tao and Sun Yuan assisting, and several brothers being assigned to familiarize themselves with various heavy machinery. Although the Black Dragon will recruit drivers and standard laborers, it is imperative that their own personnel possess a modicum of knowledge. After all, how could they manage otherwise? Fortunately, among the brothers under the Black Dragon's banner, there exists a wealth of talent. While encouraging them to read and learn, it becomes apparent that their abilities with peculiar machinery are exceptional. As Wang Tao aptly puts it, who among us from the countryside hasn't tilled the land? By the age of 10, we were already driving tractors to harvest corn. As for Hosey, that fellow is adept not only with tractors, but also with excavators and cranes. He could earn several thousand yuan each month without even attending vocational school, living comfortably without worry. Yet he holds a strong belief in the importance of academic credentials, insisting that without them, he would be unworthy of his beloved Xiaorou. Upon reaching this point, he hastily fell silent. Sun Yuan chuckled, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. It's nothing. All of that is behind us. Wang Tao replied, I knew you weren't a petty person. It was just a moment of frustration. Can't you, as our elder brother, refrain from such roughness? Sun Yuan retorted, what if I am rough? So what? Minutes later, the two ceased their playful banter and resumed selecting skilled brothers, preparing to engage with the newly envious workers and familiarize themselves with the heavy machinery that had been brought in ahead of time. Zhu Zhang orchestrated the overall operation, directing the steady advancement of various tasks. Overwhelmed by the complexities of establishing the company, from personnel records to payroll matters, benefits, and timekeeping, it was no wonder that Jianggu often emphasized the importance of nurturing talent. Fortunately, the company was not devoid of individuals with managerial prowess, and this presented an excellent opportunity to identify who among them could be of use. As the Black Dragon steadily prepared for commencement, a gathering of 40 to 50 individuals emerged in the garden of a nearby residential complex. Among them, there were both the elderly and the young, men and women, and upon closer inspection, one could discern many familiar features. They were all members or relatives of the Wu family. Passers-by tended to steer clear of them. The Wu family, their reputation in the vicinity was notoriously dreadful. They were the epitome of those who would exploit every situation to their benefit, and would become a nuisance when they did not get their way. The men were lazy, the women were indolent, and the children were troublemakers. To put it plainly, attracting their ire would invoke the wrath of this horde of 40 to 50 individuals, akin to an inescapable sticky plaster. Over the years, they had relied on unscrupulous tactics to seize control of the community garden as their private domain, raising chickens, ducks, and geese in the hallways, transforming the area into a veritable den of chaos, much to the chagrin of the residents. The security team had intervened on numerous occasions, but these individuals would resort to crying, creating disturbances, and even threats of self-harm. Upon being apprehended, they would merely return to their troublesome antics, retaliating against anyone who dared to report them. Ultimately, no one was willing to lodge complaints, leaving the situation unchecked. Thus, they brazenly occupied the vacant spaces within the community until they extended their reach to the grounds of the vocational college. Their sheer numbers and obstinate nature, combined with the indifference of the school leadership and the newly established security team, allowed their occupation to persist for 4 to 5 years, with the area expanding to over 100 acres. The crowd buzzed with speculation. What are we here for? I just took the free bus to the pharmacy 13 miles away to collect free eggs. I'm busy too. The corn just came off old Wang's field, and I'm busy shelling it with my wife. Third uncle, I just got a dog. It's fat, and today we can share a drink together. Their gazes shifted to a middle-aged man seated in the garden, the nominal leader of the Wu clan, Wu Lao San, known since childhood for his bravery and ruthlessness, having failed to make a name for himself elsewhere. Upon returning home to a demolition project, he rallied his entire family and relatives to demand their share of benefits, securing the highest status within the household. Enough with the chatter. Wu Lao San gestured for silence. Although the noise subsided, whispers still echoed among them, prompting Wu Lao San to scold. The land in the north is about to be lost, and you still have the gall to gossip. What? The crowd widened their eyes, with only a handful of those who had brought news remaining calm. They then spoke in unison. Who dares to compete with the Wu family for land? Let's deal with them. Exactly. I'll make sure they regret it. Who is it? And what is the situation? Wu Lao San Bak Go. Old Lu, explain what happened today when you encountered Wang Tao and the others. Old Lu recounted the encounter in detail. Once finished, the Wu family fell into a brief silence. According to Wang Tao, the land had been contracted to the Black Dragon Company by the vocational school and was no longer unclaimed property. They had been given 3 days to vacate, which seemed reasonable and lawful. However, upon further reflection, their anger flared once more. How can they just claim it? Do they have a contract? Even if there's one, what gives them the right to expel us? We have cultivated this land for years, and they think they can just take it from us without recompense? Not a chance. We will not leave until our crops are harvested and we receive adequate compensation. Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have invested years here. If they refuse compensation, we will raise a ruckus. Compensation is a must. In Chapter 67, the land dispute begins, with Zhu Zheng declaring, "Flatten everything." The Wu family clamored for compensation. They had cultivated that land for several years, each household earning thousands annually, treating it as their own private plot. The thought of the black dragon seizing it was intolerable. They demanded compensation. No, it was imperative. In that moment, they all recalled past instances where their disturbances during demolition had resulted in substantial compensation. Their spirits buoyed with excitement. Without the black dragon's interference, they would have continued to earn their few thousand each year, enduring the labor of cultivation. Instead, if they could extort a sum from the black dragon company, it would be like gaining a windfall. Wu Lao-san clapped his hands. Excellent. It is settled then. Regardless of whether it's the black dragon or the black snake, anyone who dares to seize our land must compensate us. Old Lu, take a few people to guard that land day and night to prevent any sudden assaults. Understood. Old Lu nodded. I'll take a few strong individuals to stay there. We won't let a single incident occur. Wu Lao-san continued. Old Ba, you take a few people to scout the area for any other vacant land, even if it's further away. Exactly. He planned to extort Qin Jiang before leading his men to occupy more land. They could not afford to miss such opportunities. All right. Old Ba nodded in agreement. Wu Lao-san addressed the others. You all stay home for the next few days and don't wander about. As long as that so-called black dragon dares to come and develop the remaining land, we will rely on you. Can you manage that? The crowd responded in unison. Of course. I've been itching to berate those young people who won't give up their seats. Let them come. What can they do? The security team is not afraid of them. Let them come barefoot, and we won't fear those in shoes. However, a few young men appeared somewhat anxious. Though they were not students at the vocational school, they roamed nearby and seemed to have heard the name Black Dragon before. Black Dragon? Why does that name sound so familiar? I find the situation somewhat familiar, as it seems I heard a few acquaintances discussing it last time, though I cannot be certain. But why bother? Let them do as they please. They rambled on for quite a while, only to forget it later since they are not entrenched in society and remain oblivious to the notorious name of the Black Dragon. To be precise, they are merely a handful of small-time rascals, gathering occasionally in groups of 3 to 5 to chat and boast. In their eyes, Qian He represents a figure of considerable societal stature, while Qin Jiang and the Black Dragon exist only in the realm of legend. Alternatively, one might say that the current Black Dragon has gradually retreated from the underbelly of society along Academy Road, disengaging from any brawls or illicit enterprises, adopting an air of detachment. Consequently, it has been a long time since the lower-tier ruffians discussed Qin Jiang, and even if they did, they could hardly articulate the essence of the matter. Of course, among esteemed students like Qian He, or within the true power brokers along Academy Road, the names of Qin Jiang and the Black Dragon have not only persisted, but have grown increasingly resplendent. They're no longer mere students or petty thugs. Instead, they are individuals with backgrounds, stature, capital, and numerous employees, commanders of their own enterprises. Let us disperse. Wu Lao-san waved his hand. The crowd began to scatter. Those who needed to fetch eggs did so. Those who wished to curse took to the streets. And those intent on pilfering corn went about their business. Even Wu Lao-san himself pulled a young man along, carrying a dog they had just caught, preparing to indulge in a hot pot feast. All of them dreamt of the potential compensation they might extort. Before long, 2 days had elapsed. In the open space, Wu Lao Lu and several young men were napping in a hastily erected tent, their faces drawn with fatigue. Autumn had arrived, and the weather had turned chilly. Naturally, they had not rested well in the tent over the past few days, while the younger men fared somewhat better. Dark circles had begun to form under Wu Lao Lu's eyes. Yet, the thought of the impending compensation kept him gritting his teeth in perseverance. Boom! Boom! A series of thunderous roars echoed across the open space. Suddenly, a young man sat up abruptly. What in the world is that noise? Is the ground shaking? An earthquake? The commotion roused the others, and Wu Lao Lu jolted awake, gazing at the bewildered faces of the young men. Upon hearing the booming sounds from outside, he pulled back the tent flap to peer out. Before him stood several large machines. Excavators, diggers, bulldozers, and loading trucks. Holy hell, they really came, didn't they? It's only been 2 days. Wu Lao Lu exclaimed in astonishment, recalling distinctly that Wang Tao had come just 2 days prior to erect a sign, stating they had 3 days. But does that 3-day countdown include today? And it's only just barely 5 in the morning. Sixth uncle, what is happening outside? A young man, rubbing his sleepy eyes, inquired from behind. They've arrived. Wu Lao Lu Zipli, who is here? Is it sixth aunt bringing breakfast? I'm not hungry. I'm trying to catch some more sleep. Had a nice dream about my mother. Sleep my foot. Wu Lao Lu exclaimed, giving him a sharp slap on the neck. That whatever the hell Black Dragon is here to seize our land. Several young men stared blankly for a moment. Then their eyes widened in realization. They're here to take our land. Clang, clang, clang. Wu Lao Lu swiftly dialed Wu Lao San. Third brother, the land grabbers have arrived early. Quickly summon everyone. After receiving Wu Lao San's affirmative response to mobilize immediately, Wu Lao Lu hung up and turned to the young men. Arm yourselves. We're going to confront them. No one is to act recklessly. In an instant, several young men retrieved their weapons. Machetes, batons, and even swords. Indeed, swords. The very same legendary blades that the somewhat eccentric disciples of the Wu family had purchased at a street stall and sharpened themselves. They all charged out, their expressions filled with bravado. In front of the large machines, Wang Tao and Sun Yuan were engaged in conversation with a couple of foremen, having become well acquainted with them over the past 2 days. Despite their academic shortcomings, the Black Dragon brothers possessed an unparalleled ability to communicate, effectively embodying the essence of social prowess. At that moment, Zhu Zheng emerged from the vocational school and made his way to the open space. Seng Yi. Wang Tao and the others greeted him warmly. The preparations for the night market construction project were primarily under Zhu Zheng's purview, while Qin Jiang only needed to appear during management meetings. This arrangement not only preserved Qin Jiang's authority, but also enhanced his standing among the brothers, as it is well understood that no leader would concern themselves with trivial matters. Zhu Zheng nodded, addressing the workers. In a moment, level this area completely and compact it with a roller. I won't ask for much, but it must not present any issues for at least 4 to 5 years. Rest assured, even 10 years will be no problem. The foreman assured him, patting their chests. They understood that Zhu Zheng was the second in command of the Black Dragon Company, second only to Qin Jiang, and that in the future, the Black Dragon Company would be their benefactor, hence they dared not be negligent. Furthermore, to ask for no issues for 5 years in a construction project was a rather trivial request, hardly even a demand. In Chapter 68, the Wu family arrives, ready to stir up trouble. Zhu Zheng then turned his attention to a few bespectacled, dark-skinned young men holding tools. Please survey this land and determine how much building material will be required. Then, request quotes from major building material companies. Make it clear that the quotes must be reasonable. Anyone who dares to quote exorbitantly will be blacklisted and never employed again. Understood. The bespectacled youths nodded vigorously. In this day and age, it is not uncommon to find construction students everywhere, unless they attend prestigious universities and secure positions in state-owned enterprises. The rest can only enter ordinary construction companies, which offer meager wages and have harsh requirements, making the work exceedingly arduous. These students were not from prestigious universities. In fact, they were not even undergraduates, but merely vocational college students. Coupled with their unfortunate luck this year, having failed to secure positions in reputable companies, they had seized the opportunity to join the Black Dragon Company when they learned of its superior benefits compared to other firms. Zhu Zheng turned to Sun Yuan. Have all the arrangements been made? Rest assured. Zhenggu, Sun Yuan replied with a smile. I've dispatched someone to fetch them. They'll be here shortly. All equipment is ready. Zhu Zheng paid no mind to Wu Lao Lu and the others rushing over from the vegetable field. Instead, he calmly stated, we will clear this land today, and construction will officially commence tomorrow. The initial agreement to start work 3 days later referred to the actual construction beginning tomorrow, not the clearing of the land today. As for whether the Wu family would comprehend this, he was indifferent. It was common knowledge that the Wu family would not willingly relinquish the land. They would merely follow the protocol of courtesy before resorting to force. 2 days or 3 days, it mattered little. Suddenly, Wu Lao Lu and a few young men from the Wu family charged towards the large machines, shouting, what do you intend to do? However, he quickly realized that the crowd was ignoring him. What's going on? The young men looked at Wu Lao Lu, who shook his head, signaling them to remain calm. Just looking at Wang Tao and his group, there were no less than 20 to 30 people, not to mention the 30 or so workers. If a conflict broke out, they would undoubtedly suffer. They merely needed to hold out until Wu Laosan and his men arrived. At that point, they would show these people what true, unreasonable chaos looked like. A few minutes later, as Wu Lao Lu and the others focused intently on the situation, Zhu Zheng concluded his arrangements. Boom! A strange mechanical roar emanated from afar. Suddenly, a young man from the Wu family perked up his ears and remarked, "It's a four-wheeler. And it seems there's more than one." Their gazes turned towards the distance, where over a dozen four-wheelers, pulling trailers, sped toward them. The trailers were packed with a throng of people, young and old, men and women, all armed with various tools. Wu Laosan and the others stood there, their faces filled with confusion, a sense of foreboding creeping over them. Indeed, those four-wheeled vehicles came to a halt in front of the open space, and men and women, young and old, swiftly descended from them. Sun Yuan gestured towards the vacant land and declared, "The company offers a mere half hour as a benefit. How much you can take is entirely up to you. Once the time is up, we will level this land." In a frenzy, these individuals wasted no time in seizing tools and charging into the vegetable fields, resembling starving wolves. Wu Laosan and his companions, witnessing this scene, hurriedly shouted in protest, "Stop! What are you doing? Cease at once. This land belongs to the Wu family. You cannot harvest it. You are stealing, so halt immediately. Do you dare to oppose the Wu family? You should know better." A woman among the crowd shoved the speaking Wu family youth, brandishing a vegetable knife to chop radishes, retorting, "Don't delay me from gathering vegetables. Who cares about the Wu family? If you have the guts, go find me at Wang Jiadan." These individuals paid no heed to Wu Laosan and his companions' cries. Not to mention, they were fully aware that this land had already been claimed by Heilong Company, which had no ties to the Wu family whatsoever. Even if they were not stealing, they were still taking what was not theirs. The Wu family could flaunt their numbers in their own neighborhood, but they were foolish to confront the villagers down below. It was a recipe for disaster. Wu Laolu and the others, continually pushed back, were frantic as the number of people descending from the vehicles was overwhelming, at least 70 or 80. They could not stop them. Sun Yuan pointed at the numerous vegetable pickers and remarked, "Zhengge, as per your arrangement, we are recruiting the workers' families." "Indeed," came a reply. Most of the workers hired by Heilong Company were local villagers or had relatives working nearby. Hence, Zhu Zheng arranged for Sun Yuan to bring all the family members today to gather fruits and vegetables, serving as a benefit. It would also allow these workers to realize that working with Heilong came with excellent benefits and treatment. As expected, seeing their relatives tirelessly harvesting an array of fruits and vegetables to load onto the vehicles filled everyone with excitement. For the workers currently employed, merely receiving wages from the engineering company was considered a significant achievement. How could they not be thrilled at the prospect of free fruits and vegetables? For these simple-minded workers, witnessing tangible benefits was paramount. Wu Laolu repeatedly approached several women, but how could one person pull them back? He resorted to threats and curses, saying, "I'll remember your faces. Do you believe I'll bring my whole family to your house to eat and stay? Do you believe I'll smear dung on your doorstep? Do you believe it?" Naturally, his threats were utterly ineffective, and he was soon silenced by the sheer number of women confronting him. He was so enraged he nearly cried, "You cannot do this. These are my family's crops, meticulously cultivated by my wife and ready to be sold. This cannot be allowed. It's theft." In that moment, he even felt a pang of empathy, recalling the sorrow of the person he had once wronged while stealing corn from them. However, this sentiment was quickly cast aside. How could he feel empathy? He had always been the one taking advantage of others. It was unacceptable for anyone to seize something from him. He shouted, "Third brother, where are you? Come quickly." As if summoned by his call, a large group appeared in the distance, led by Wu Laosan, accompanied by dozens of Wu family members. They lived nearby and had prepared in advance. Upon receiving Wu Laoyo's message, they hurriedly donned their clothes and rushed over. It was evident that many Wu family members were not even fully dressed, with both men and women, young and old, brandishing various implements, including vegetable knives and cleavers. Upon their arrival, they immediately spotted 70 to 80 people incessantly harvesting fruits on their land. They also saw Zhu Zheng, Wang Tao, and others, along with heavy machinery, which made their eyes redden with anger. To encroach upon their land and fruits was more unbearable than killing them. Wu Laosan quickly identified Zhu Zheng as the one in charge and bellowed at the pickers, "Stop harvesting. Whoever continues to pick will face dire consequences today. I will not let this go unresolved." He then led the Wu family members to encircle Zhu Zheng and the others, pointing at Zhu Zheng with fury and exclaiming, "In broad daylight, who permitted you to tamper with the Wu family's land and steal our crops? If you do not provide an explanation today, do not blame me for being impolite." Chapter 69. The conflict begins. Zhu Zheng responded, "If it's a matter of numbers, then let us settle this properly." After Wu Laosan's declaration, the Wu family members began to clamor, especially the middle-aged women, who were evidently ready to unleash a torrent of insults. At that moment, a well-dressed brother from Heilong, wearing gloves, emerged from the rear and swiftly pulled out a slingshot, pointing it at Wu Laosan's outstretched finger, releasing it with a flick. Thwack. Wu Laosan recoiled, grimacing in pain. Who the hell did that? It hurts. He watched in disbelief as his fingers swelled rapidly, turning a striking shade of purple-black. The pain was so intense that he could not articulate a single word. The Wu family members, hearing Wu Laosan's agonized scream, fell silent for a moment. Third brother. What is wrong? Uncle, what happened? They anxiously inquired, but due to the slingshot's swift and covert discharge, they had not witnessed who had attacked. Wu Laosan tried to speak, but instead gasped in pain, gritting his teeth as he looked around. Who ambushed me? Show yourself. Is this how you play with slingshots? Of course, no one would respond to his inquiries. The assailant had casually tossed the slingshot into the vegetable field. Hey! Wu Laosan shouted at Zhu Zhang. Who authorized you to trample on the Wu family's vegetable patch? This constitutes an invasion of private property, which is against the law. And using a slingshot to assault me is also illegal. You've landed yourselves in serious trouble. Zhu Zhang, unfazed by Wu Laosan's outburst, calmly replied, while waving his folding fan. Your family's vegetable patch? Ha! When did the land of the vocational university become the Wu family's? Are you the grandson of Principal Wu? He reiterated, I will state this one last time. This land has been contracted to Heilong Company by the vocational university. What nonsense is this? Who is Principal Wu's grandson? Wu Laosan was taken aback. He had no acquaintance with any Principal Wu. Wu Yu had only recently joined the vocational university, and prior to that, he had not paid any attention to the institution, much less the land in question. Similarly, the Wu family members were indifferent to any changes in school leadership, as long as no one came to reclaim the land. Principal Wu, or whatever, is irrelevant. Wu Laosan sneered. You can't just claim the land without proof. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Tao directly thrust the contract in front of him, exclaiming, Look closely, black and white, stamped by the school, legal and compliant. The Wu family members turned to scrutinize the contract, which was rather straightforward. The vocational university had contracted this land to Heilong Company for an annual fee of 300,000 for a duration of 5 years. They were not taken aback by the contract, as Heilong Company had no reason to fabricate lies. However, they certainly did not care about any contract. With a swift motion, Wu Laosan tossed the contract to the ground, stating, Contracts mean nothing to me. I can't read or understand them. You can blabber all you want. This land has been cultivated by my family for years. It belongs to the Wu family. You cannot just take it. The other Wu family members echoed in agreement. Exactly. How dare you let others harvest our crops? I'll claw your eyes out. If you hurt my father, I'll fight you to the death. They relied on their numbers to attempt to drive Zhu Zhang and his companions off the land, their expressions fierce and menacing. Wu Laosan, observing the high spirits of the Wu family members and glancing at Zhu Zhang's calm demeanor, secretly scoffed, thinking how foolish Heilong Company was to send such a young person to manage the situation. He had seen his fair share of experiences. This young man would be easy to intimidate and would likely flee at the first sign of confrontation. He resolved to intimidate Zhu Zhang and his associates, ensuring that the Wu family would vigilantly guard their land against any encroachment by machinery. He believed that by pressuring the adversaries to the brink of desperation, it was implausible that the Black Dragon would not engage in negotiations with them. Once a dialogue commenced, he anticipated a substantial compensation payout. After all, he reasoned, since the Black Dragon had invested hundreds of thousands to lease this land and intended to deploy heavy machinery for development, they surely could not afford delays. Conversely, he and his companions had time on their side. In that moment, he envisioned a cascade of wealth beckoning him. In the vegetable patch, those harvesting fruits and vegetables paused upon seeing the multitude from the Wu family arrive. It was not fear that gripped them, but rather a realization that if the Black Dragon could not resolve the situation with the Wu family, they had no reason to confront such a crowd over mere produce, lest they be accused of opportunism. Moreover, it was evident that this locale belonged to the Wu family. They were uncertain of the extent of the Wu family's influence in this territory, but it was clear that their numbers were considerable. Ultimately, all eyes were on the Black Dragon to see how they would navigate this predicament. At that moment, Zhu Zhang observed the assembly of Wu family members, his expression growing icy. More people, is it? Let us see whose numbers truly prevail. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Tao raised 2 fingers to his lips and let out a sharp whistle. The sudden sound left the Wu family momentarily stunned, and before they could react, Wu Laolu pointed towards the vocational college in astonishment. Look over there. The Wu family followed his gaze towards the vocational college, and what they witnessed rendered them speechless. The gates swung open, and a throng of over 100 individuals poured forth, each wielding a baseball bat, advancing toward them. Wu Laosan, observing their attire and then glancing back at Wang Tao and his companions, instantly deduced that they were part of the same faction. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense, as these newcomers swiftly approached and fixed their steely gazes upon the Wu family. Wu Laosan was about to speak when a luxurious Mercedes, accompanied by an SUV, arrived from the distance and came to a halt in the clearing. The Black Dragon members stepped aside, creating a path, as 4 or 5 individuals disembarked from the SUV, the foremost being Songjiang, whose imposing physique sent a shiver through the Wu family. Songjiang and his entourage stood beside the Mercedes like vigilant bodyguards. The rear window of the car descended, revealing a nonchalant face, Qin Jiang. Under the astonished gazes of the Wu family, the Black Dragon members lowered their heads in unison, displaying utmost deference. "Brother Jiang," they chorused. Qin Jiang nodded, having just taken Songjiang for a brief outing and breakfast. Upon returning to witness this scene, he felt compelled to intervene. Recognizing that the Black Dragon was a legitimate enterprise and that Zhu Zheng must not be allowed to act recklessly. Zhu Zheng had a tendency to stray. It was imperative for him to maintain a steady course to ensure safety in this lifetime. This display left the Wu family utterly stunned. Qin Jiang's entrance was nothing short of electrifying, almost cinematic in its impact. A true titan of industry, exuding an air of authority. "Who is that?" A young Wu family member whispered in awe. "Why does he seem so formidable? Could he be a social magnate? But he appears so young, perhaps around 20? Others in the Wu family shared similar sentiments. Wu Laosan's brow furrowed. Having dabbled in the underworld, he had some life experience. Observing Qin Jiang's entrance and the respect shown by Zhu Zheng and his associates, he began to piece together the implications, though the realization left him astounded. This individual was clearly a significant player in the development of this land. If not the owner, then undoubtedly a high-ranking official. Black Dragon? I've never heard of such a construction company in Songjiang. This young man, could he be a second-generation heir? His thoughts spiraled as he recalled that those men appeared to have just emerged from the vocational college. Were they hired hands? The situation felt increasingly convoluted, leaving him disoriented. Suppressing the tumult within, he turned to Qin Jiang and demanded, "Who are you? I'm telling you. This is a matter between the Wu family and the Black Dragon Company. It's an economic dispute. What are you doing here with all these people? Are you looking for a fight? The Wu family is not afraid. We are no cowards. Who are you barking at?" Wang Tao retorted. "Wipe the filth from your eyes and recognize that this man is our esteemed general manager of Black Dragon. If you dare to extend your filthy claws, I will not hesitate to sever them." With Wang Tao's declaration, Sun Yuan and the others glared angrily at Wu Laosan, advancing menacingly and declaring, "You want to test us?" Witnessing this, the Wu family instinctively recoiled, some even tempted to flee. After all, the demeanor of these individuals was far from benign and starkly contrasted with their usual bullying of the meek. Fear enveloped them. Wu Laosan felt his composure wavering. Had Qin Jiang and his associates not appeared so youthful, he might have genuinely considered retreating. However, he understood that leaving would jeopardize their entire plan, along with any hope of compensation. Zhu Zheng, uninterested in further discourse, commanded the engineering team. "Everyone, commence work." With a thunderous roar, the heavy machinery sprang to life. The harvesters, witnessing the Black Dragon assert control, resumed their frantic collection of produce. Wu Laosan and his companions snapped back to reality, observing as the fruits and vegetables were relentlessly gathered, while the heavy machinery prepared to level the land. Exchanging glances, Wu Laosan muttered, "If brute force fails, we must resort to trickery. They're stronger than us. Let us revert to our usual tactics." The moment he spoke, the Wu family understood. When they had previously faced demolition negotiations, they had met force with force, even resorting to violence to drive them away. In contrast, when confronted by the demolition crews, they had resorted to deceit, employing theatrics to shield themselves from harm. "Oh dear, you're leaving me no choice," a woman cried, collapsing on the ground and rolling toward the machinery, her wails rising above the roar of the engines. Indeed, this is necessary. They had witnessed firsthand how those who rolled too swiftly, their cries too faint, had been crushed beneath the machinery, a scene that haunted them. Sure enough, upon hearing her pleas and seeing her obstructing the machinery, the workers hesitated, unwilling to proceed. Witnessing this, the remainder of the Wu family refused to be outdone. In broad daylight, "You're robbing a poor woman's harvest. I will fight for my produce. Bullying the weak with your numbers, are you? You wealthy scoundrels prey on the vulnerable. I will not stand for this. Someone help. We are being assaulted and robbed." In that moment, chaos erupted. The Wu family members exhibited a clear division of labor. Some women stood in front of the heavy machinery, obstructing the construction efforts, while others sat on the ground, wailing and dramatically striking their canes as if they were on the brink of death. Middle-aged men attempted to intercept those gathering crops, issuing constant shouts and threats, while others called out to attract onlookers. However, it was still too early, and no one was nearby. Occasionally, a few passers-by caught sight of the commotion, but dared not approach. The people of Huaxiao enjoy a spectacle, but they are discerning about which spectacles to engage with. Only the security guard, Old Wang, stood at the entrance, observing the chaos unfold. Old Wang remarked, "It sounds pretty intense. Surely they haven't begun to fight, have they? Who do you think would prevail?" Oldie responded confidently, "Qin Jiang would undoubtedly win. The Wu family are nothing but a bunch of worthless scoundrels. They can bully ordinary folks, but they're nothing against someone as formidable as Qin Jiang." The other guards nodded in agreement, well aware of the Wu family's reputation for being opportunistic and lacking in decency. They typically thrived on their numbers and a penchant for unscrupulous behavior to intimidate ordinary citizens and extort wealthy individuals who preferred to avoid conflict. Yet, when faced with someone as ruthless as Qin Jiang, they would surely find themselves outmatched. Su Dong observed the scene ahead, remarking, "They've brought this upon themselves. They've taken advantage of others for years." Guard Feng Zhao added, "It would be best if they were made to pay for their misdeeds." Su Zhong Vito. "Weren't you just bemoaning Qin Jiang and his crew? What has changed today?" Feng Zhao replied, "I understand that every villain meets their match eventually. The Wu family are societal parasites." In the open area, the Wu family's clamor escalated into confusion. Suddenly, several young men from a Wu family exchanged knowing glances and discreetly moved behind the heavy machinery. Once out of sight, they quickly sought a corner to retrieve wrenches from their pockets. Just as they were about to dismantle crucial components, they were startled by the sudden appearance of Sun Yuan, accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals who greeted them with sinister smiles. "Busy, are we brothers?" Being seasoned in such matters, Sun Yuan had detected their intentions before they could act. The Wu youths appeared flustered, stammering, What are you going to do? We were just coming over to have a look." "Oh, please, don't hit us. We didn't mean any harm." In the vehicle, Qin Jiang observed the chaotic scene with an emotionless demeanor, having encountered such individuals many times in his previous life. Previously, the solution had been straightforward. They would be dealt with decisively. Though he would not resort to old habits this time, he would not indulge them either. He calmly commanded, "Throw them all out." Chapter 71, Black Dragon Brothers, on the standards of justifiable defense. Just do it. All right then. Wang Tao and the Black Dragon Brothers had been waiting for this directive. Without hesitation, they advanced towards the Wu family members with fierce expressions. "Hey, what are you doing?" Wu Lao San and the others, despite their bravado, knew they would be at a disadvantage if a fight broke out, and thus their cries grew increasingly desperate. Yet, no one came to their aid, nor did anyone gather to watch. "I'll tell you, Wu Lao San Saotet, we are citizens of Huaxia, protected by the law. You dare to harm us? You'll regret it. Can you afford the consequences? I have a heart condition. If anyone touches me, I'll fall ill, and you'll be responsible for my medical care." His frantic outburst had usually deterred people from approaching, but today, Wang Tao and his comrades were not intimidated. Rather, they were invigorated by it. Wang Tao cracked his knuckles with a menacing grin. "Scream all you want. The more you cry, the more I'll revel in it. I delight in people like you. It's exhilarating." Wu Lao San stammered, "You must have a peculiar preference." His body instinctively tensed as he glanced at Wang Tao, fear mingling with a hint of something else. Amidst the tumultuous cries of the Wu family, the Black Dragon Brothers, leveraging their numbers, hoisted them into the middle of the road. Many women thrashed about, trying to escape, but their attempts to scratch and bite were thwarted as the Black Dragon Brothers had anticipated their actions, effectively restraining their arms and heads. "Let go of my mother. I'll kill you." One of the Wu youths, seeing his mother being lifted, abandoned his post against the crop gatherers and swung his fist at a Black Dragon Brother in a desperate attempt to defend her. The Black Dragon Brother, fully prepared, evaded the punch. When the Wu youth attempted to strike again, he retaliated without hesitation, reciting, according to Huaxia law, when a citizen is attacked and their personal safety is endangered by violent crime, they may engage in justifiable defense against the assailant without facing criminal liability. As he spoke, he launched a powerful elbow strike. Bang! The Wu youth stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his nose as he cried out, "It hurts. Mommy, help." Meanwhile, another youth brandished a makeshift sword, aiming to strike Wang Tao, intending to take down the leader first. Initially, he targeted Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Sijio, but Qin Jiang's formidable presence and fierce gaze made him falter, too intimidated to approach. Sijio, with his robust physique and striking appearance, was even more daunting. The only feasible target was Wang Tao, who appeared isolated amidst the chaos. Without hesitation, he lunged at Wang Tao with his sword. On his way, He unleashed a series of moves reminiscent of a martial arts film, shouting lines he had memorized to amplify his bravado. The long rainbow pierces the sun sword. A lethal strike to defeat my foes. You dare to bully the Wu family? Today, blood shall repay blood. Yet, despite his grand proclamations, his swordplay was exceedingly clumsy, as he was wary of the sharp blade, causing him to shrink back with each swing. What a long rainbow pierces the sun sword. If it were to be aptly named, it would be better termed the fearful of death sword. On the opposing side, Wang Tao took note of the advancing youth wielding the sword. Rather than displaying fear, he was invigorated, muttering to himself, according to Huaxiao law, when an assailant possesses a lethal weapon that threatens a citizen's life, the citizen is entitled to retaliate without limitation until their safety is assured. After murmuring this, he effortlessly dodged the youth's swing. While the youth was hesitant, Wang Tao was not. He seized a brick from the ground and countered with a swift strike. Bang! The brick shattered upon impact, and the youth found himself dazed, stumbling back as stars danced before his eyes, dropping his sword in shock. The pain surged through him, prompting him to shout, "I'll kill you. How dare you hit me?" His threats were not born of defiance, but rather a desperate attempt to intimidate Wang Tao, who only grew more exhilarated by the display of aggression. The assailant had not lost the will to continue, becoming increasingly frantic, which only fueled Wang Tao's resolve to retaliate relentlessly. Wang Tao surged forward, fists raised for another strike. Who was Wang Tao? A standout in Qin Jiang's crew. His intelligence and combat prowess were formidable. In his previous life, he had been known as one of the two major enforcers beneath Songjiang. He was more than capable of taking down the Wu youth, even if he dared to wield his sword. Bang! His fist made intimate contact with the Wu youth's face. Ow! Bang! The second punch landed squarely on the youth's left eye, giving him a black eye, while the third punch struck with precision. As the young man from the Wu family attempted to speak, Wang Tao, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The Wu youth doubled over like a shrimp, his eyes bulging and saliva spilling from his mouth. Yet, for reasons unknown, he did not relinquish his sword. In fact, in his pain, he swung it about aimlessly, almost striking Wang Tao, who, due to his extensive fighting experience, narrowly avoided the blow. With a series of resounding thuds, Wang Tao unleashed a flurry of punches, exhilarated by the opportunity. Ever since Qin Jiang's rebirth and the establishment of the Black Dragon Company, he had adhered strictly to various regulations and had not engaged in a brawl for quite some time. Seizing this rare chance, he threw himself into the fray, landing blow after blow with precision, consciously avoiding any vital areas, until the Wu youth could no longer maintain his grip on the sword. The weapon clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. In that instant, Wang Tao refrained from further strikes. According to Chinese law, when an assailant loses their weapon and ceases to continue their attack, one must halt further retaliation, ensuring their own safety. This perfectly aligned with the principles of justifiable self-defense. Continuing to strike would constitute excessive force, complicating matters. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded in the open area. The members of the Black Dragon, long starved for action, eagerly retaliated against the Wu family's aggressors. Chanting in unison, Chapter 72 of Chinese law. The cries of the Wu family echoed in despair, as the Black Dragon brothers fought with unbridled enthusiasm, while the Wu clan lamented in a cacophony of wails and cries. Adhering to the rules, anyone who dropped their weapon immediately ceased their assault. Meanwhile, on several large machines, Sun Yuan directed his subordinates to record the events with cameras, ensuring every angle was captured. He instructed them, make sure to record well, without omissions or excess. You are the true heroes of this endeavor. Once it's accomplished, I will commend you to Brother Jiang, and the bonuses will be substantial. The recording crew nodded in agreement, though some envied their peers who could actively participate in the fight. They understood that with many wolves and little meat, the chances of getting involved were slim. It was wiser to remain on the sidelines, documenting evidence. In the end, all would be rewarded according to their contributions. Soon, the Wu family members, battered and bruised, were too intimidated to continue resisting, their cries of anguish filling the air. So, what has happened? Don't scare your mother, a woman cried, rushing toward her injured son lying next to the fallen sword. The more she looked at his wounds, the more her heart broke, and her anger turned towards Wang Tao, her eyes blazing with hatred. How dare you strike my son? I'll make you pay, she shouted, attempting to charge at him. Wang Tao showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he clenched his fists, murmuring, "Women are not exempt from my wrath." Suddenly, the Wu youth, as if resurrected, half raised himself and grasped his mother's hand. Recognizing that Wang Tao would not spare her simply because she was a woman, his mother, pulled back by him, understood the impending consequences of her actions, having seen too many who relied on petty advantages to bully the innocent. Consequently, the scene shifted from the Wu family yelling threats and crazily challenging Qin Jiang and his companions to one of fear and submission. Many lay on the ground, writhing in agony or sitting helplessly, pounding the earth with their hands, their voices cracking as they lamented, "Oh my, come see. They are bullying us. A big company is oppressing the common people. Is there no justice?" In broad daylight, they gather to beat us, the orphans and the widows. Oh heavens, we cannot go on like this. There is no law or order. It's murder. Ahead, Wu Laosan observed the unperturbed Black Dragon members, glancing at Qin Jiang, who appeared to be watching a tragic play unfold. Wu Laosan was uncertain of what to do. However, seeing his own people injured filled him not with sorrow, but a sense of triumph. How dare they strike us so brutally? Good, we were not in the right before. But now we have the moral high ground, he thought. Wu Laosan murmured to himself, it won't be as simple as just compensating with a few coins. I must ensure they bleed significantly, or they will never understand my power. Yet, a flicker of fear crossed his mind. For although Qin Jiang and his companions seemed like troublemakers, their youth brought him a sense of false security. Moreover, the Wu family had allies, even in this chaotic world. One must still show respect. Why should I fear anyone when I am in the right? He exclaimed. Quickly, summon the security team, Zhou Hua. Immediately, Wu Laolu pulled out his phone, calling son-in-law, hurry and bring your team. Someone has assaulted our family. On the other side, at a vocational college, Su Dong and the security personnel looked on in astonishment at the unfolding chaos. It seems a real fight has broken out, remarked security officer Lao Wang. It sounds severe. I could swear I saw blood spewing out, added officer Lao Li. Indeed, I saw it too, replied Feng Zhao, frowning. While the Wu family is undeniably troublesome, Qin Jiang is being too impulsive. Resorting to violence is illegal. He thinks he is dealing with students, but the Wu family will surely report this to the security team. And then his justification will vanish. Su Dong frowned slightly. He acknowledged Feng Zhao's point and agreed that Qin Jiang was indeed too hasty. However, he also recognized that in this tumultuous world, such actions were common. Furthermore, he was aware of Qin Jiang's remarkable background, which rendered the Wu family helpless. Still, if Qin Jiang and his group continued to resolve issues through violence, he would have to exercise caution in the future. One must not form substantial ties with them. Otherwise, it could cost oneself dearly down the line. A life of crime offers no future, Su Dong mused. Before long, the sound of sirens echoed as several security vehicles approached rapidly. Over a dozen security personnel disembarked, led by a young officer who, upon witnessing the scene of the Wu family sprawled on the ground in disarray, with some crying and others cursing, was taken aback. Wife, Dad, are you all right? Uncle, Aunt, what on earth happened? Who did this to you? Call an ambulance. He turned to his fellow officers, urgency in his voice. Quick, call for an ambulance. Don't you see my brother? My family is bleeding. Understood. The officers shared a complex glance with Qin Jiang and his companions before swiftly dialing for help. As Wu Laosan saw the security team arrive, particularly with Zhou Hua leading, he feigned despair, exclaiming, if you hadn't come sooner, they would have killed us. What happened? Zhou Hua inquired anxiously. Wu Laosan recounted, this land has been vacant, and we were merely growing some fruits and vegetables. This morning, we heard someone say they were going to level the area, so we came to investigate. They claimed the land was contracted to them. And while we had no intention of breaking the law, we thought we could at least gather some produce for winter. To our shock, they refused to let us pick anything and attacked us without provocation. Look at how severely they've beaten my cousins. This is a criminal act, and you must intervene. He distorted the truth, downplaying his family's role in the conflict. Behind him, other Wu family members chimed in. Little Huazi, they knocked out all your teeth. You can barely speak. The security team must advocate for us. These are nothing but a bunch of thugs, bullies abusing their power. Zhou Hua's face was etched with embarrassment as he raised his gaze towards the members of the Black Dragon group, exclaiming, gathering to assault others is an egregious offense. Apprehend everyone involved. No one shall leave until a thorough investigation is conducted. In Chapter 73, the law enforcement team remained inactive, while Qin Jiang declared, let them see the evidence. Wu Laosan exclaimed with fervor, arrest them all. They must face legal repercussions. Young Zhou, you must impose a severe sentence. The rest of the Wu family shared in the exhilaration, as if they could already envision Qin Jiang and his associates being taken away, pleading for mercy. At that point, not only would they be required to compensate for medical expenses, but they would also have to provide a letter of understanding. A letter of understanding. By then, could they not demand whatever sum they desired? Moreover, some among them had previous offenses. Wu Laosan remarked, it seems the Black Dragon Company is quite substantial. Just look at the number of employees operating their heavy machinery. In due time, claims for lost wages, mental distress, medical fees, and so forth could easily amount to 100 to 80,000, which is hardly excessive. This is a far better outcome than merely seizing their land. It is time for the old Wu family to prosper. He gazed at his son, whose face was marred with blood, and instead of feeling disheartened, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Well done. Magnificent. The more they suffer, the more wealth flows in. Wu Laolu was even more thrilled. Zhou Hua was his son-in-law, and his decision to marry off his daughter without any dowry now seemed incredibly wise. Bringing his son-in-law into the law enforcement team was an even better decision. Just look at how imposing the law enforcement uniforms are. With a son-in-law in the police force, who would he have to fear? He wouldn't even need to resort to theft. However, in the next moment, the Wu family members stood frozen in shock, and Zhou Hua appeared puzzled. For after issuing his orders, no law enforcement officers had come forward to take action. They merely stood silently in place. What was happening? Zhou Hua turned to the law enforcement officers, who hesitated to speak. To his right, another leading officer glanced at Zhou Hua before shifting his gaze to Qin Jiang in the vehicle, asking, "Mr. Qin, what is the situation here? Is what they just stated accurate?" Unlike the newly assigned law enforcement officer Zhou Hua, the other officers were acquainted with Qin Jiang, many having crossed paths with him during the recent chemical plant incident, where they had witnessed his formidable presence and were well aware of his profound connections. Arrest him. Without solid evidence, they might very well face consequences for their actions. Given their long-standing oversight of the area, they were all too familiar with the Wu family's character and would not blindly accept one-sided narratives. Inside the vehicle, Qin Jiang smiled at the law enforcement officers and said, "Apologies for the trouble this early in the morning. Ah Tao, please go fetch some breakfast." "Certainly," Wang Tao replied, instructing a few of his associates to procure food. The leading law enforcement officer quickly waved his hand, saying, "Mr. Qin, there's no need for that. We are here in response to a report and to uphold public order. Please recount the events as they unfolded. We are committed to impartial law enforcement and will ensure that no innocent party suffers injustice." He understood clearly that as long as Qin Jiang had not participated in the altercation, they should avoid taking him into custody, lest the situation escalate further. Hearing this exchange, the Wu family remained bewildered, while Zhou Hua's expression shifted as he realized that Qin Jiang's identity was anything but ordinary. He possessed significant connections. However, seeing his family members in such a deplorable state and observing the formidable demeanor of Qin Jiang and his associates, his anger surged. Who was he? A law enforcement officer who had just earned commendation, brimming with righteous indignation. What does background matter? Anyone who dared to commit violence and violate the law should be held accountable, regardless of their status. Old Ho, Wu Xiaolu directly addressed another leading officer, saying, "Isn't it obvious given the current circumstances? They're clearly a bunch of thugs and social miscreants, publicly assaulting citizens. Just look at that burly figure. He resembles a brown bear. They might even have murder charges hanging over them. Take them back for questioning. I fear neither their background nor the potential consequences. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry." As he spoke, he prepared to charge forward. In a swift motion, Old Ho pulled Zhou Hua back, gesturing for the other law enforcement officers to watch, and admonished him softly, "You just arrived and know nothing. Do not provoke trouble unnecessarily. Some matters cannot be assessed solely on appearances. Let's not forget our protocol. Enforce the law with civility. Moreover, since this incident involves your family, you are required to recuse yourself." He was clearly displeased with Zhou Hua's impulsiveness. "What is it? When it concerns your family, you lose all sense of reason. No wonder there are rules regarding familial ties and policy." Had Zhou Hua not recently distinguished himself and established a connection with the director, Old Ho would have been reluctant to intervene, eager to see how much trouble Zhou Hua could stir up with his rashness. He then instructed a few law enforcement officers to restrain Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua, bewildered, questioned, "Who are these individuals? Just moments ago, they were calling me brother and treating me with utmost respect, yet now my fellow officers are obstructing me? What is this? Is the sky over Shuyuan Road so dark?" Old Ho ignored his emotions. After the recent chemical plant incident, he understood not only the depth of Qin Jiang's background, but also that he was adept at maintaining composure in such situations. He smiled at Qin Jiang, saying, "Mr. Qin, he is new and doesn't know you yet. He is a bit impulsive, so I hope you can understand. Could you kindly elaborate on the specifics of what transpired?" Qin Jiang smiled and waved his hand. Zhu Zheng, fanning himself, explained, "The situation is quite simple. This land belongs to the vocational university and has now been contracted to the Black Dragon Company, making it legally the property of Black Dragon. However, these individuals, despite being informed in advance by Black Dragon, not only failed to remove their crops, but also came here to instigate trouble, even resorting to assaulting our personnel. Our staff acted in legitimate self-defense when their lives were threatened. Everything is reasonable, lawful, and compliant. Nonsense. Zhou Hua frowned, pointing at his injured relatives. You have severely harmed my family. How can you claim it was self-defense and lawful? I suspect you are not a legitimate company. With a snap of his folding fan, Zhu Zhang's expression darkened. Law enforcement officer, you must substantiate your claims with evidence. Otherwise, I will accuse you of defamation. Zhou Hua was about to retort, but Old Ho interrupted, addressing Qin Jiang. Mr. Qin, there is no need to debate the land ownership. I'm sure no one has any objections. It undoubtedly belongs to your Black Dragon Company. Upon hearing this, the bewildered Wu family did not dispute. Firstly, they were somewhat unclear about why the law enforcement team had not arrested Qin Jiang and his associates and appeared to be treating them with courtesy. Secondly, they understood that the crucial issue at hand was not the land, as they had no claim to it. The primary concern was the medical expenses. Old Ho got straight to the point. The main issue is that someone is injured, and quite severely at that. You claim it was self-defense, but legitimate self-defense requires evidence, medical examinations, and a series of circumstances. Therefore, it may be necessary for those who acted to assist in the investigation. Rest assured, this is merely a request for cooperation, not an obligation. Before he could finish, Qin Jiang calmly interjected, Black Dragon is a legitimate company. We naturally adhere to evidence and facts. Monkey, present the evidence for the law enforcement officers to review. Chapter 74. Wu family arrested. Qin Jiang. A hand over everything? Evidence? Do they possess evidence? Where would they acquire such evidence? Old Ho. Wu Xiaolu. COO. The others. Oh. Several individuals were particularly bewildered, especially the law enforcement officers, who had dealt with many similar altercations. They had encountered claims of self-defense before, but these days, substantiating self-defense demands a robust chain of evidence, including medical examinations, eyewitness accounts, and ideally, surveillance footage. Those who successfully transformed their cases into self-defense often had video evidence to back them up. However, they soon realized that the area was desolate and devoid of any video surveillance. Across the street, it was certain that there were cameras at the entrance of the vocational college, but the distance was considerable, and with so many people around, clear footage would be impossible. Moreover, given the number of injured individuals, it was likely that a chaotic brawl had just occurred, further complicating any potential clarity. Just as they deemed the situation hopeless, Sun Yuan, with a group of his followers, strode confidently towards Lao Ho and the others, handing over a camcorder. Here, that's the complete evidence chain for you to review. According to the relevant articles of the Huaxia law, you are all well aware of the implications, right? Lao Ho and the other security team members instinctively accepted the camera, their expressions shifting to one of confusion as they watched the playback. Let me see. Zhou Hua leaned in to observe the video, his face growing increasingly uncomfortable and incredulous. The footage meticulously documented the Wu family's unreasonable provocations and raucous behavior, clearly demonstrating that it was they who initiated the conflict. While the Black Dragon members acted purely in self-defense, they refrained from retaliating as long as no weapons were brandished. Most importantly, the Black Dragon members were unarmed, while the Wu family wielded an array of weapons, including knives, axes, and even broadswords. This is unbelievable, Zhou Hua exclaimed. You recorded the entire encounter. Was this premeditated? Why else would you bring so many cameras to an empty lot? Silence. Lao Ho snapped, realizing that Zhou Hua was speaking out of turn. Qin Jiang regarded Zhou Hua as if he were a fool. What does it matter where I brought the cameras? Is it against the law to have such equipment? Are you the one to dictate that? Zhou Hua opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. The video evidence was clear. It was the Wu family who had instigated the conflict, leaving him with no grounds to argue further. He understood that with this footage, even if the case went to court, the Wu family would be in the wrong. Furthermore, the Black Dragon Company evidently had connections, and under these circumstances, their self-defense would be justified. Lao Ho hastily intervened. See? Isn't this a resolution? The evidence is complete. It clearly shows self-defense. Let us disperse. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Hua, who quickly urged the Wu family. Let us all go home. Why are you causing a scene on their property? Uncle, take the others back. You can treat your brother's injuries at home. The Wu family was taken aback. What? Go home? On what grounds? A series of unexpected developments left them bewildered. It seemed as if the Black Dragon members had assaulted them without consequence, and the assertion of self-defense by the security team meant they were to let it slide? Let it slide? Absurd. They had lost their land and had been beaten. How could that be acceptable? The Wu family, already unruly, grew even more agitated, shouting, The Black Dragon Company is bullying us. They nearly killed your brothers. and you expect us to just let it go? Absolutely not. Xiao Huazi, your aunt truly cares for you. Is it because the black dragon has connections that you dare not provoke them? As the Wu family flailed on the ground in despair, Zhou Hua felt his head spinning. Before he could devise a way to calm them, he noticed Qin Jiang's expression suddenly grow cold. Let it go? Who decided that? When has there ever been a rule in Huaxiao that allows armed assault to go unpunished? Are we to turn a blind eye to the law? His gaze fixed on Zhou Hua. He continued, are you going to protect your relatives and shield criminals? Zhou Hua trembled as if struck by a revelation. He turned to Lao Ho, who raised a hand. According to the footage, arrest everyone who wielded a weapon during the assault and confiscate all weapons as evidence. With a flourish, several security team members promptly produced handcuffs and moved to apprehend those who had just committed the assault. They had noted that, while these individuals appeared bloodied, they had sustained only superficial injuries, nothing that required hospitalization. They could be taken back for handling. Watching the security team approach, the Wu family was instantly paralyzed with fear. What are you doing? Why are you arresting us? Don't take my son. He has already been beaten enough. You can't do this. Xiao Huazi, you must intervene. As they realized Zhou Hua was silent, they understood that as a member of the security team, he could do nothing. Any interference would only exacerbate the situation. Witnessing this, the Wu family sank deeper into despair. Oh dear, the darkness along Xuan Road is overwhelming. The Black Dragon Company is indeed tyrannical, wielding power without restraint, bullying us widows and orphans. What will become of my son if he is taken? How will I survive? One woman rushed forward to snatch her son back, but when she was unable to, she slapped the security personnel in desperation. The outcome was predictable. She too was taken away. As the security team began to take decisive action, the Wu family finally fell silent, gathering together with faces filled with dread. In front, Wu Laosan trembled. Xiao Huazi, what exactly is going on? With a sigh, Zhou Hua stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Wu Laosan's shoulder. Your actions today were a bit excessive. It's best to return home. I will help take care of Aunt C and the others. Although they wielded weapons and caused harm, they didn't inflict serious injuries. So they won face prolonged detention. Detention. The women were left pale with fear. Our children are going to be detained? Isn't that a disaster? They won even be able to marry. Lao Ho, seeing the situation stabilize and everyone who needed to be apprehended was secured, turned to Qin Jiang. Mr. Qin, those who acted in self-defense must also provide statements. Rest assured, we will enforce the law impartially. Qin Jiang did not respond, instead looking at Zhou Hua, who was preparing to leave, and said calmly, I formally report that the Wu family has occupied public facilities in Sanshui community, unlawfully seized the garden, engaged in long-term theft of electricity and water, made unauthorized modifications to their homes, illegally excavated basements, gathered to operate a gambling den, and unlawfully occupied the land of the vocational college for 5 years, causing economic losses amounting to 120,000. I wonder, Officer Zhou, will you accept this report? At that moment, Qin Jiang spoke with an unsettling calmness that sent a shockwave through everyone present. Zhou Hua found himself caught in a dilemma. As a security officer, he was obligated to address these issues, yet they involved his own family. He could not bring himself to destroy his kin. To assist his family while ignoring the law was a violation of principle. Zhou Hua looked in astonishment at his wife and her relatives, as if seeing them in a new light. He truly had not known the Wu family was capable of such actions. Yet the Wu family, instead of feeling guilty, wore expressions of disappointment, as if to say, Xiao Yozi, you've made it big, now you don't care about us. Lao Ho stepped in once more to mediate, approaching the Mercedes and addressing Qin Jiang. Mr. Qin, we will investigate your claims immediately. If they prove to be true, we will certainly provide an explanation. May I return to verify the details? We will respond to you within 3 days. His relatives must be avoided, right? Qin Jiang regarded Lao Ho in silence, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. In that moment, Lao Ho felt an indescribable pressure bearing down upon him. Though Qin Jiang sat calmly in the car, he felt as if he were facing a mountain, rendering him insignificant. Behind him, several security team members also felt a twinge of unease. The situation today was undeniably unfavorable, and Zhou Hua, as a member of the security team, had taken a firm stance on enforcing the law. In principle, there was nothing amiss. Yet the situation was complicated by the involvement of the individual's relatives, who, ironically, were in the wrong. Their misfortune was compounded by the formidable presence of Qin Jiang, a man of significant influence, which rendered even the security team somewhat hesitant. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Old Ho was about to voice his concerns, Zhou Hua also prepared to speak. Qin Jiang suddenly erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! What is wrong with Hoan Yuan speaking? Today, let us grant him some leeway and call it a day. A collective sigh of relief escaped old Ho and the others. However, just as they were beginning to relax, Qin Jiang's tone shifted dramatically. But let me make one thing clear. I expect immediate action on the matter I just reported. Should you fail to take action, I will instruct Lu Yong and Zhao Kai to intervene. If they are unable to resolve it, I shall escalate the matter further up the chain. I firmly believe that Huaxia is a place that values reason. I also believe that no one can bully Heilong, a legitimate and compliant company, on this land. Mr. Qin is jesting, old Ho responded hastily. If someone violates the law, we will certainly take action and resolve it promptly. We uphold the law. No one can be bullied. After saying this, he ceased further discussion and led the group to their vehicles, taking the Wu family and several members of Heilong to record statements before departing. Zhou Hua, too, was ushered into a vehicle by a few security personnel, fearing that remaining behind might lead to unforeseen consequences. As they left, the security team cast a glance at Qin Jiang, their expressions laden with complexity. Having connections was not inherently frightening, nor was mingling with the underbelly of society. What was truly daunting was the combination of influence and intellect. Offending someone like him could lead to dire consequences, and the thought was infuriating. In that moment, the security personnel silently resolved to avoid provoking Heilong without absolute evidence in the future, lest they find themselves ensnared. Only Wu Laosan, Wu Laolu, and a few others remained, those who had merely caused a ruckus without resorting to violence. They observed the departing security team, and then glanced at the 100 or so Heilong employees congregated nearby, chills running down their spines. Fear, trepidation, anxiety, a myriad of emotions surged within them. They were not entirely ignorant of the law, and even if they were, the recent events had provided ample insight. At the very least, they now understood one undeniable truth. Heilong Company had power. Qin Jiang held a high position. Their recent altercation seemed utterly futile, and they felt as though they had somehow committed a crime themselves. The realization hit them like a tidal wave, leaving them momentarily stunned. Wu Laolu stammered. What is going on? What on earth is happening? Why couldn't Zhou Hua do anything? Wu Laosan replied. Let us return and discuss it later. As soon as he spoke, the remaining members of the Wu family ceased their objections. After all, having been beaten without resolution, who would dare to escalate matters further? Suddenly, 2 ambulances arrived swiftly from the distance, skidding to a halt in the clearing. Several personnel disembarked, calling out, "Who is injured? Do you need a stretcher?" No one answered. A few of the Wu family instinctively considered feigning injury for financial gain, but Wu Laosan shot them a stern look, signaling them to remain silent. The situation was clearly askew. Go to the hospital might yield no compensation and could instead invite even greater calamity. One of the paramedics pulled out a phone and dialed, but Wu Laosan's wife's phone rang at that moment. Today is a good day. Everything I hoped for is coming to fruition. With a swift motion, several paramedics charged toward Wu Laosan's wife like hungry wolves. You call for the ambulance. Where are the injured? Didn't you say several people were severely hurt and on the brink of death? They demanded. Yes, don't delay our assistance to the patients. Wu Laosan's wife stuttered. Everyone was taken away by the security personnel. Taken away? The paramedics' expressions darkened. They understood that if the security had taken someone, it meant they were confident that the injuries were not severe and could be handled by their own team of doctors. Damn it. Calling an ambulance under false pretenses is a waste of public resources. One of the paramedics extended a hand, stating 2 ambulances have arrived, and the total fee is 600. Cash or card? What? Money? Wu Laosan's wife suddenly grasped the implication and instinctively shouted, What do you want from me? If you need money, go ask those who just assaulted us. She pointed toward the direction of Heilong. The paramedics exchanged glances, their expressions turning icy as they looked at Qin Jiang and his associates, then back at Wu Laosan's wife. It's clear that this should be billed to the person responsible or the injured party. Even if we can't collect from them, we certainly wouldn't dare approach Qin Jiang for payment. That would be utterly reckless, especially given his imposing presence. Just look at him. He acts like a grizzly bear. And who knows what he is capable of. Go ahead if you're feeling lucky. Hand over the money immediately. If you don't pay up, I will report you to the security team for filing a false ambulance request, and you will bear the legal consequences. Wu Laosan's wife began to protest, but slap. Wu Laosan struck her across the face, exclaiming, You wretched woman. Who told you to call the ambulance? I was having a perfectly fine day until you pulled this nonsense. Marrying you has been the worst luck of my life. Pay them. Give them the money. Chapter 76. Qin Jiang. This matter is not over. We shall continue to pursue it. Wu Laosan's wife was dazed, her eyes swirling. But the physical pain of his slap was nothing compared to the agony of parting with 600 yuan. 600. How many ears of corn would she have to pilfer from someone else's field? How many times would she have to rise early to steal eggs? Looking at Wu Laosan's menacing gaze, coupled with the pressure from the hundreds of Heilong employees nearby, she felt compelled to surrender the money. The paramedics, upon receiving the payment, cursed and warned the Wu family not to ma. He suddenly recalled an incident from his previous life. A college student had jumped from a building on Academy Road. The reason for this tragic act was that he had attempted to assist a woman who had been grazed by a vehicle. The woman, unable to locate the owner of the car, maliciously accused the student of wrongdoing. Lacking surveillance footage, the student was ultimately sentenced to pay medical expenses, leading him to choose to leap in order to prove his innocence. If memory serves him right, during the discussions surrounding that individual, it was mentioned that the accuser was a habitual offender, notorious as Wu Laosan's wife, essentially aligning with the Wu family today. He wasn't a do-gooder either. Had the Wu family not crossed paths with him, he would have had no interest in intervening. However, having encountered them and feeling provoked, he believed it would be remiss not to teach them a lesson. With a decisive motion, Qin Jiang calmly closed the car window, stating, "Let's go." The vehicle roared to life, speeding toward the vocational university. Upon arrival, the security guard recognized the 888 license plate and promptly opened the gate to welcome them. The construction site nearby came alive with the roar of heavy machinery. The workers, undeterred by Qin Jiang's imposing presence, threw themselves into their tasks with fervor. In this day and age, a weak-willed contractor without connections was unlikely to last long, often falling prey to wage defaults. In contrast, someone like Qin Jiang was far more fitting for the role. The workers enjoyed ample benefits under his employment. In the distance, onlookers began to disperse, embellishing the day's events with sensational tales and entirely fabricated stories. The Wu family is truly unfortunate. Several of their members were beaten to a pulp and even apprehended by the security team. They must be in utter shock now. They failed to consider the nature of the Black Dragon. Qin Jiang was a figure of authority, a veritable kingpin, and the Wu family's petty thugs had dared to provoke him, courting disaster. As the rumors spiraled out of control, they grew increasingly absurd. Qin Jiang, the man in charge on Academy Road, he had the Wu family beaten and ensured the security team arrested them. The Black Dragon Company has an overwhelming background, and so forth. The tales became increasingly outlandish, culminating in the bizarre claim that 4 or 9 lives had inexplicably been lost. This incident had cemented Qin Jiang and the Black Dragon's names in the minds of most residents along Academy Road. In these times, gossip spread like wildfire, especially concerning the notoriously despised Wu family. At a nearby intersection, Lu Bo slammed on the brakes, glaring at a youthful boy standing at the crosswalk. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I swear I'll gouge your eyes out. Damn it, you deserve to be crushed." Just as he was about to unleash another tirade, the phone rang. Lu Bo, already irked from being rejected by Lu Yao for a date, now felt the heat of nearly colliding with someone. He answered the call, his voice dripping with anger. "Who is it? Liu Ye. Another job? Fine. I can help with the laundering. No problem. Don't worry. I have shares in several night markets in the North District. They may not have much, but the cash flow is substantial. Just make sure the commission is fair." With a sharp click, he hung up, feeling slightly better. In this era, earning money was exhilarating. With wealth, he could have anything he desired. Lu Bo cursed at himself. "Once I earn enough, I won't have to serve that old hag in the big conglomerate anymore. Damn that perverted old witch." Just then his phone rang again. The voice of an elderly woman came through. "Darling, where are you? Come quickly. I just bought a steel ball that will surely suit you. It's so much fun." After abruptly ending the call, Lu Bo's expression fluctuated between irritation and resignation. He was unwilling to go, but understood that his stake in the night market and dealings with those big bosses hinged on the backing of the old hag. There was no escaping it. Women over 30 are worth their weight in gold. Just wait, Lu Yao, I will have you in my grasp one day. And that old, which will eventually get her comeuppance. With a roar, Lu Bo pressed the accelerator, speeding away. The youthful student watched Lu Bo's retreating figure at the intersection, feeling a wave of relief, as if some misfortune had narrowly missed him. Meanwhile, in the security office, Officer Lao Ho had instructed his men to take Sun Yuan and the others down for questioning before hastening to report to Zhao Kailai. 10 minutes later, Zhao Kailai convened a meeting, assigning Lu Yong to oversee the case, while Zhou Hua requested to recuse himself. That night, after completing their statements, Sun Yuan and the others were released, while all members of the Wu family wielding weapons were temporarily detained according to protocol. When Zhou Hua relayed news of the impending investigation in Qin Jiang's report, the Wu family was engulfed in despair, unaware that even worse was yet to come. In a certain mahjong parlor, a group of individuals played with fervor. In a private room, A few men were engaged in a game. Damn it. Who is willing to match 1,000? Wu Laoba scoffed. Who do you think you're looking down on? A mere 1,000 isn't even enough for your wife to extort from someone. Stop talking. I heard your wife got her head cracked open. The man known as Wu Laoba, a middle-aged man with a grim demeanor, could only retort weakly, knowing their words were true. The news of the Wu family being bullied had spread throughout the nearby neighborhoods. He had come out to escape his wife's incessant complaints about his ineptitude. Now, he sought to win back some losses from his vegetable patch. Even though he knew full well that reclaiming the land near the vocational university was impossible and that no compensation would be forthcoming. As he contemplated his wife's injuries, his already unattractive face swelled further in despair. Damn it, he slapped himself, cursing his lack of focus. How can I be distracted while playing? Let us raise the stakes by 3,000. Who is in? With a promising hand in hand, Wu Laoba momentarily forgot everything else, consistently raising the stakes. Just as he was about to reveal his cards, a commotion erupted outside. Bang! The door of the private room was kicked open. A group of individuals rushed in, shouting, "Security team, hands up!" Soon, Wu Laoba and 7 or 8 other gamblers, along with the parlor owner, were apprehended and escorted out. Upon exiting, a casually dressed young man approached with his hands in his pockets, casually strolling over to Wu Laoba with a mocking grin. Well, if it isn't you again. Who are you? Wu Laoba stared at the young man, bewildered. The security team members exchanged glances, equally perplexed, as they had never encountered someone so brazen in their presence. Yet, in the next moment, they collectively froze in astonishment. The young man casually gestured to the security officers. "I'm the one who just called to report you." The officers were left speechless. Huh? What's going on? When did the whistleblower become so brazen as to appear at the scene of an arrest? What is the deal? Are they not afraid of retaliation? Who is this person so audacious? The young man paid no heed to their astonishment and turned to Wu Laoba, saying, "Daring to provoke Brother Jiang? Remember, this is just the beginning." He then glanced at the other captured individuals and the parlor owner, adding, "As for you lot, consider yourselves just unfortunate." After speaking, regardless of how many people reacted, they left without hesitation. The owner of the mahjong parlor and several people who were arrested were initially stunned. But then they all realized it was clear that Wu Laoba had provoked someone who called Jiang Guo. Today, the young man came to find Wu Laoba unlucky, and they were completely implicated and innocent. Brush. The owner of the mahjong parlor and others looked at Wu Laoba with extremely cold and angry eyes. "Okay, Wu Laoba, just wait for me until today's business is over. I'll kill you sooner or later." "Wu Laoba's fine. Why don't you pay me back?" "I'll kick out your poop and let you eat it again." Several people cursed wildly and even went to beat up Wu Laoba. "Wu Laoba, it's not that we have nothing to do with each other. It's that Qin Jiang has a debt and an owner. You guys go find him. He asked me to report it." Of course, the mahjong parlor owner and others don't listen to his sophistry. Nonsense. They also have a rough idea of who Qin Jiang is. Even if I didn't know before, when I heard the gossip about the Wu family, I knew that they were definitely big shots, involved in engineering, had a company, and had many subordinates under their control. They're the bottom-edge gangsters who still want to cause trouble for others. They feel that their lives are not comfortable enough. Furthermore, how can Wu Laoba not use the ready-made scapegoat? If it weren't for the security team stopping him, Wu Laoba would have been beaten on the spot and searched for teeth everywhere. Even so, Wu Laoba could have known how his fate would have been. He knew these people's temperaments too well and would never easily let him go. A few security guards exchanged a glance and didn't say anything. After all, it's better to seek revenge on Qin Jiang. Let someone report it. Not only did it not violate the law, but it can even be said that it is a good citizen's preparation to help security officers. Follow up, they also have to give a bonus to the whistleblower who just reported it. And if the performance is outstanding, they will also give the whistleblower an award. Tawanzi Village. A loaf of bread slowly opened on the village road. Click. The van opened. Wu Xiaoxi poked his head out of his phone and took out a hook, casually copying it. A running yellow dog was directly hooked and dragged into the car without even making a scream. Wu Xiaoxi looked at the big yellow dog in the car and grinned, saying to his younger brother who was driving, "Go back and have hot pot." The young driver said, "Fourth brother, you just released me. Our dad said to stay indoors less in the next few days, fearing that Black Dragon might cause trouble for us. Be careful." Wu Xiaoxi angrily said, "Why bother us? I was beaten up and locked up overnight. The young man who hit me didn't do anything, and the land we worked hard to cultivate was also taken away. They still don't think it's enough. Besides, haven't I been injured? Just eat some dog meat to make up for it. Just say if you want to eat it or not." The young driver licked his lips firmly and said, "Eat." Wu Xiaoxi, "Then hurry up and open him his grass." Oh, before he could finish speaking, the car suddenly came to a sudden stop. Wu Xiaoxi's head hit the front, causing him to grimace in pain from his injuries and say, What the hell are you driving? Fourth brother. The young driver trembled and pointed ahead. Brush. Wu Xiaoxi looked up. There were 20 or 30 villagers standing ahead holding farming tools, and they looked at the van with great anger. Without saying a word, they gathered around and forcefully opened the bread door. Seeing the dying big yellow dog, they became even more angry and pulled Wu Xiaoxi and the other two out of the car. Fuck these dog thieves to death. If you dare to steal my rhubarb and beat up these dog thieves, you deserve to be beaten to death. I have come here multiple times, but haven't treated our Tawanzi village like a human being. Chapter 78. Zhou Hua warns, Wu family seeks someone, Shuesi. In the distance, on a certain wall, two black dragon brothers were sitting with their legs crossed, smoking cigarettes as they watched Wu Xiaoxi and the others get beaten up. TSK, TSK, TSK. These people almost hit me like that. I'm sure their kidneys are injured. Dare to trouble Jianggu and steal dogs. I look down upon stealing dogs the most, even though they were once all small thugs. Since the establishment of Qin Jiang at Yunding Hotel, the Black Dragon brothers have long undergone a complete transformation. Although many gangsters' habits cannot be changed, they have long despised such despicable and low-end things as stealing chickens and dogs. What should I say? Low-end, not on the table. We have to beat it up. No matter how the two brothers Wu Xiaoxi cried and shouted to the villagers, they still didn't stop. After all, more than 10 dogs have been lost in the past 6 months. If someone hadn't notified them in advance today, the dog thief would have escaped. Bang, bang, bang. When the security team arrived, both of them were struggling to speak after being beaten, and due to the large number of attackers and mutual protection, as well as the fact that the Wu brothers stole the dog first. The security team also handled the situation flexibly and provided criticism and education to the two individuals and numerous villagers. And before the two were about to leave, the Black Dragon brothers appear in front of them. Remember, offending Jianggu is just the beginning. On a certain motor vehicle lane, the Wu family, who had just touched the porcelain, saw the Black Dragon employees getting off the car with a camera and capturing the scene of them touching the porcelain on camera. Report to the security team. Accuse the Wu family of extortion and blackmail. One-stop shop service. In the field, the Wu family, who were stealing corn, also met the relatives of the main character and gave them a beating. They covered their heads and continued to speak harshly before leaving. Wu Sampo, who had just finished grabbing eggs, returned to the entrance of the community. Brush. A passing Black Dragon youth casually threw out a garbage bag. Splashed the garbage bag, shattered in mid-air, and inside it was steaming hot yellow liquid filling Wu Sampo. Similar incidents continued to occur in a short period of time. All members of the Wu family suffered more or less when they went out, ranging from pale heads and dirt faces to skin and flesh wounds in severe cases. Even being caught in Paris, and without going out or avoiding it at all, the security team began to take action after investigation. Ban the Wu family from opening mahjong parlors in the community. Law enforcement personnel in the construction industry have been mobilized to fill and excavate basements, demolish illegal gardens, and issue numerous fines for violations. Wait, a series of situations keep unfolding. Wu family. In an instant, he became the center of attention in the entire community and was ridiculed by countless people. In Wu Laosan's room, the people of the Wu family gathered here again. Different from before, they were full of vigor but extremely depressed. The vast majority of them were injured, and even if there were no injuries, they were dejected. Some of them are tied like Zongzi, unable to help but cry out. Oh mom, what's going on with third brother? Fourth brother is almost beaten to death. Isn't that just headline dog? That Black Dragon is so inhuman, not pure and bullying. Yeah, the guy in my house who was arrested was almost killed when he was just rescued by the Black Dragon gang. Is there any reason why Qin Jiang killed us and sent me to the security team? They also said that they could not manage the college road. It was too his mother dark to live. What they cried out was called a grievance. Completely forget that they once boasted to those who came to reason and said they had the ability to report to the security team. Outside, as soon as he arrived at the door, Zhou Hua's mouth twitched uncontrollably. When you bullied others, why didn't you think about their discomfort? Now it's your turn to cry when you feel uncomfortable. What else does it mean when the academy road gets dark? The security team doesn't care. They report it in a formal manner, follow the proper procedures, and ensure that everything is legal and compliant. How will the security team manage it? It's okay. I'm sure something will happen if I continue to participate, so it's better to just leave. These days, he finally found out through some old comrades in the office what the Wu family really exists. These people are not as friendly as they seem in front of themselves, but rather very dirty and despicable, even to the extent that it can no longer be described as greed for cheap. It's simply a social worm. During this period, the relentless pressure from his wife, Wu Zioi, made him see the truth about her, leading him to regret his previous decision to transfer to this region. He couldn't bear to think of the outrageous acts that the already unruly Wu family might commit with him holding such a position. After a moment's reflection, a resolute expression crossed his face. He lowered his hand that was poised to knock and turned away without hesitation. Inside the room, Wu Laosan furrowed his brow deeply. The previously effective methods of inciting trouble had backfired upon encountering Heilong, resulting in misfortunes for the Wu family. Many had been apprehended, and they faced constant harassment thereafter. He turned to Wu Zioi and inquired, "What did your husband say? Will the boys at home be released? Why isn't the security team taking action against Heilong?" The entire Wu family cast doubtful glances at Wu Zioi, who had previously been perceived as an ally. Their expressions transformed, questioning her choice of partner, as if to say, "Is this the man you chose? Didn't you claim he was formidable within the security team? Is this all he can do?" Wu Zioi's face reflected her discomfort. "My husband hasn't returned these past few days, claiming he's busy at the team. Let me make a call." Ding. The call connected swiftly. Before Wu Zioi could speak, Zhou Hua's voice resonated on the line. "I know what you're about to ask. Your boys, despite not causing significant harm, are facing charges for assault, and the victim has requested mental compensation. If they do not provide a letter of understanding, this may escalate into a criminal case leading to imprisonment. Furthermore, their SA claim for compensation for 5 years of land use. If you fail to pay, expect a court summons. Lastly, as your husband's spouse, I advise you to seek out Qin Jiang to offer an apology that preserves his dignity and provides room for negotiation. Otherwise, the situation will deteriorate. The choice is yours to heed my warning or not." Clack. Zhou Hua hung up the phone. The busy tone left Wu Zioi momentarily stunned, sensing Zhou Hua's cold demeanor as if foreboding something unpleasant in her future. As she had the call on speaker, the Wu family erupted into anger, vehemently blaming Wu Zioi for choosing an ineffectual husband and insisting that she compel Zhou Hua to extricate them from this predicament, even demanding that Zhou Hua lead a team to apprehend Qin Jiang. After enduring 2 days of humiliation, the Wu family had no choice but to concede, agreeing to pay the compensation for the land use and the letter of understanding, though they were reluctant to bear the entire burden. Wu Laosan resorted to his connections to find a reputable intermediary to negotiate with Qin Jiang. The following day, Dinkling, Wu Laosan answered the phone. The sound of cards being shuffled echoed through the line. "I have the person you need. Just prepare the money. Rest assured, he is reliable. With a solid reputation in the Northern District, and he has powerful connections. He commands a band of dozens who have recently been released. They're not your average thugs. In the Northern District, respect is readily given to him. You can call him Shui Si. Just refer to him as Brother 4. Chapter 79. Investigating the Bai family. Shui Si arrives. In a prestigious residence within a grand courtyard, a resolute middle-aged man sat on the sofa, watching the news, while a well-groomed, cultured woman organized clothing. A maid in the kitchen was preparing dinner, filling the air with delightful aromas. It was a scene of warmth and harmony, until, creak, the door swung open, and Bai Meng burst in, holding a cake aloft. "Happy birthday, Dad." The middle-aged man acknowledged him with a casual nod, his gaze still fixed on the television. Conversely, the woman, noticing her son's return, set aside her task and approached, taking the cake from Bai Meng's hands while affectionately caressing his face. "Oh, my dear son, you've lost weight. Have you been overworking? I think you should switch from investigation to a less strenuous department." Bai Meng replied with a smile, "No need, Mom. I enjoy investigating." The middle-aged woman countered, "Enjoy? Just look at how haggard you are. A less demanding position would be much better." Before Bai Meng could respond, the man on the sofa sternly interjected, "What do you know? He is naturally suited for investigative work. Otherwise, those years of education would be in vain. Why are you meddling? Just because you say he should transfer, does that mean he can?" The woman, seemingly ignited by the man's tone, retorted, "My son came home for his birthday, bringing a cake, and you can't even spare him a glance before scolding him? I don't need your approval. I will find someone to arrange a transfer for him. He has served the country through his investigations long enough." With that, she turned to retreat to her room to make a call. "You're not going." The man slammed his hand on the table in fury. "I will go." She shot back defiantly. Eventually, after Bai Meng pleaded and reminded them that it was his father's birthday, the tension subsided. Soon, the maid brought out the dishes, and Bai Meng placed the cake in the center of the table, inserting candles into it. The middle-aged man absently glanced at the clock in the door, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features as he calmly stated, "Let us eat." Bai Meng urged, "Make a wish and blow out the candles." The man reprimanded superstition. With a swift motion, he extinguished the candles with a wave of his hand. "Eat." As they sat down to dine, the atmosphere was thick with awkwardness due to the earlier conflict. Despite Bai Meng's attempts to initiate conversation, they fell flat. In the kitchen, the maid continued her work, unfazed by the previous tension. Suddenly, the middle-aged man asked while chewing, "What has your sister been up to lately?" Bai Meng paused, a fleeting look of discomfort flashing across his face before he quickly masked it with a smile. She has been quite obedient, attending school daily and passing all her subjects. In fact, she has been so diligent that she enrolled in extra classes. I even spoke to her tutor, who mentioned that she has a natural aptitude for finance. Bai Meng chose to sidestep the more sensitive details. Although he wasn't entirely certain how Qin Jiang had managed to ensure his sister attended class. The results spoke for themselves. Her academic performance had indeed improved. The feedback from the teacher was genuine, but when he had tried to reach out recently, he found the teacher's number was no longer in service, leaving him puzzled. The middle-aged man scrutinized Bai Meng without speaking, while the middle-aged woman set down her utensils. A hint of tears in her eyes. She shot a fierce glare at her husband before retreating to the bedroom. Bai Meng forced down a few more bites. Discussions about his sister always seemed to lead to discord in the family. After a moment, the middle-aged man finished his meal, cautiously taking a spoonful of cake, savoring it with closed eyes before he opened them again to smooth out the remnants. Clack! He set down his chopsticks. Luma, clean up. I'm going for a walk, he announced, rising to grab his coat and heading outside. As he strolled through the neighborhood, he dialed a number. Xiao, son. Please investigate what Bai Lu has been up to recently. Upon hanging up, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. Having once worked in criminal investigation before ascending to leadership, he could easily discern Bai Meng's unease while speaking. On Academy Road, at a restaurant, Wu Laosan and the Wu family anxiously awaited, with several women casting forlorn glances at Wu Laosan's leather bag. Inside lay the 2,000 yuan they had pooled together, a sum intended for a local boss who would help settle their affairs. It had become imperative. The Wu family had faced arrests and beatings, leaving very few unscathed. They no longer dared venture outside, surviving on instant noodles soaked in cold water, unaware of the reason behind their power outage. Third brother, a woman exclaimed, we cannot let our 20,000 yuan go to waste. Let that social boss handle the matter. Ideally, we should emerge without spending a single penny. Not only should we deal with that Qin Jiang, but he must also provide us with a letter of understanding free of charge. Otherwise, how will my son manage? The other members of the Wu family chimed in, their voices a cacophony. Their long-standing frugality made the thought of spending even a little painful, yet they dared not delay any further. All right, I understand. Wu Laosan waved his hand to silence them. Keep your voices down. Those real social bosses have terrible tempers. Before long, the restaurant door was forcefully swung open. A group of over 10 individuals stormed in, each bearing fierce expressions, adorned in ostentatious attire, and their waists bulging with concealed weapons. The leader swaggered in, his head bobbing slightly, a colossal gold chain hanging around his neck. It was none other than Shuesi. After being captured previously, despite the grave nature of his offense, gathering a crowd to brawl, he had been released, as there were no significant victims involved. Consequently, Daoba, who valued personal connections, had arranged for his release. Initially, this incident would have marginalized him, but as fate would have it, he invested heavily to find a lucrative path, and thus, rather than being sidelined, Daoba rewarded him with a position overseeing a territory. Suddenly, he found himself commanding a much larger group of underlings. His status within Daoba's organization skyrocketed, earning him the moniker Brother C. Of course, being a brother came with its own challenges. Maintaining appearances and managing expenses for food and entertainment could be quite costly. For someone newly elevated to such a rank, he was in dire need of funds and had to devise ways to earn money. In the underworld, making money typically involved several avenues: collecting debts, overseeing territories, demanding protection fees, and mediating disputes. As fate would have it, he had received a job from the Wu family. However, the payment was a mere 20,000, and given that a portion would go to the intermediary, Shuesi found little incentive to engage with anyone else. With a swift motion, a subordinate pulled out a chair. Bang! Shuesi sat down, surveying the restaurant's ambience. Damn, is this the kind of place you call for me to mediate? Chapter 80. Shuesi, you've offended Brother Jiang. Simultaneously, as Shuesi and his entourage entered, the patrons dining at various tables visibly paled. As expected, the gang members began pointing at the others, barking, have you finished eating? Leave all of you. As for settling bills, that was a matter they would place squarely on Shuesi's shoulders. The patrons wasted no time in vacating the premises. Soon, only the Wu family, Shuesi, his followers, and the restaurant's owners remained. The proprietress, noticing the customers leaving without settling their bills, attempted to intervene, but was pulled aside by her husband to the kitchen. Bang! Shuesi turned to the Wu family, continuing his tirade. Damn it, this isn't even a decent hotel. Are you trying to fool me with this shabby joint? Wu Laosan's face grew awkward. He understood that those in the underworld valued their image, and choosing a small eatery for such a meeting was undoubtedly ill-advised. Yet, The Wu family was reluctant to spend on a grand hotel, so he stammered, "I admit, it was a bit hasty. We were pressed for time." After a few more curses, Shuesi called out, "Boss, what are your signature dishes? Bring out the expensive ones. Right away." The owner hurriedly replied from the kitchen. Only then did Shuesi turn to Wu Laosan, extending his hand. "Where's the money?" Reluctantly, Wu Laosan produced his wallet. Without even glancing at its contents, Shuesi tossed it to a subordinate, who caught it and tucked it under his arm. Shuesi glared at the subordinate, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. Can't you at least count?" Slap. He shot a disapproving look at the subordinate, whispering, "Count it." The subordinate opened the wallet and began counting 1, 2, 3. Slap. Shuesi nearly kicked the subordinate in frustration, but held his tongue for the sake of maintaining his image as a boss. After a moment, the subordinate finished counting and tucked the wallet back under his arm. Wu Laosan, observing the subordinate's completion, turned to Shuesi cautiously. "Isn't it just a matter of mediation?" Shuesi, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "I heard from Lao Ping that you've offended a small construction contractor who has leased your land. Now, they're demanding payment for the land usage, correct? That should be easy to resolve with just a word." He truly did not view it as a significant issue. During this time, he had resolved several similar matters, often dealing with minor contractors. Of course, whether the Wu family had offended a major contractor was another matter. Contractors wouldn't bother over trifles, and wouldn't typically clash with the Wu family, indicating their scale was likely small. However, out of caution, he instinctively inquired, "What is the scale of this contractor?" Wu Laosan replied, "They've contracted over 100 acres, have more than 10 excavators, and dozens of workers." Hearing this, Shuesi's confidence grew. For a contractor of such stature, his influence would undoubtedly suffice, especially with Daoba backing him. Daoba was a well-known figure in the Northern District, and while he didn't directly deal with construction, he charged substantial fees for maintaining order. To mediate for others, one would typically need to pay hundreds of thousands, and only individuals of considerable standing could do so. Shuesi gestured dismissively, "This is nothing. You just need them to lower their previous land usage fees. A casual mediation will suffice." Wu Laosan nodded in satisfaction. He had also gathered some information on Qin Jiang recently, but given his limited capabilities, he only learned that the individual was a student involved in petty gang activities, fortunate enough to gain compensation for the land he contracted that was now being redeveloped. His subordinates were all students, far inferior to Shuesi and his ilk. The Wu family shared a similar sentiment. They dared not confront Qin Jiang. But Shuesi was clearly a different matter. They expressed it would be best if he could walk away without paying a single penny. "We have several family members in jail. It's imperative he provides a letter of understanding for free." They added, "It would be even better if we could teach him a lesson." "What nonsense is this?" Shuesi's expression soured. "You expect me to handle so much for just 20,000? You want to lower the fee? Issue a letter of understanding? Teach someone a lesson? Do you think your money is worth more than anyone else's?" However, upon hearing about the letter of understanding, he steadied himself. A letter of understanding. That was typically required when one had already caused harm. This implied that the Wu family had assaulted individuals from the contractor's side, and now they needed a letter after being apprehended by the authorities. What kind of formidable contractor could be beaten by a group like the Wu family? Realizing this, he exclaimed, "Damn it, you expect all of this for just 20,000? If I'm to do it, the price must increase. 50,000 for a thorough job. 100 a mere handful of trifles suffices. Truly capable builders would not merely erect modest structures, but grand edifices or, at the very least, factories. Who could possibly secure a parcel of land and still allow the Wu family to be disrespected? The sole drawback lies in the fact that the land on Academy Road is deemed inauspicious. I myself suffered a setback there previously." He glanced at Wu Laosan and abruptly inquired, "By the way, do you happen to know the name of that builder?" Before Wu Laosan could respond, the door of the restaurant swung open with a bang. A throng of over 10 impeccably dressed youths surged in, led by a young man wielding a folding fan and sporting a small braid. It was none other than Zhu Zhang. To the left, Wang Tao entered, bellowing, "Damn it! Wu Laosan, how dare you call out Brother Jiang? Who gave you the audacity? Your father, perhaps? And seeking a social bigwig? Let me see what this so-called bigwig looks like." It turned out that Wu Laosan had dispatched someone to summon Qin Jiang, but upon failing to meet him, he instructed a lackey to convey that the Wu family was seeking a formidable figure, a social bigwig, to coerce Qin Jiang into compliance. Should he refuse, the bigwig would come and break his legs. The envoy from the Wu family barely escaped with their limbs intact after the encounter with Wang Tao and his companions. Thus, Zhu Zhang, the legitimate builder, came with his entourage to assess the situation. At this moment, Zhu Zhang and Wang Tao entered and immediately recognized Shuesi and his companions, having recently faced off against each other. Likewise, Shuesi and his group identified Zhu Zheng and the others. The members of the Wu family trembled at Wang Tao's scornful remarks, having recently been haunted by psychological trauma. Yet, upon glancing at Shuesi, they regained their composure. What were they afraid of? Wu Laosan approached Shuesi, pointing at Zhu Zheng, and declared, "This is the gang. But the real deal is a fellow named Qin Jiang. You handle them first, and I will take you to find Qin Jiang. I know where he is." Shuesi glanced at Zhu Zheng and then back at Wu Laosan. "You have offended Brother Jiang." Wu Laosan retorted, "Which Brother Jiang?" Shuesi replied, "The builder you mentioned is from Black Dragon Company." Wu Laosan confirmed, "Yes, indeed, it's called Black Dragon." "Brother C, do you know him?" Shuesi exclaimed, "What the hell?" With a resounding slap, Chapter 81 began. Shuesi exclaimed, "Take care, and say hello to Brother Jiang for me." He swiftly delivered a stinging blow to Wu Laosan's face, causing him to nearly topple over. Wu Laosan cried out, clutching his face, only to be met with another sudden strike. The next two blows sent him sprawling to the ground, wincing in pain and spitting blood, clearly indicating the severity of Shuesi's assault. "Third brother. Third uncle. Third." The Wu family crowded around to check on Wu Laosan's condition, their expressions filled with disbelief, unsure why the situation had escalated so suddenly. However, gripped by fear of the powerful gangsters, they hesitated to voice their concerns, continuously inquiring about Wu Laosan's state. "Third brother, don't scare me. You can't die. If you do, how will I repay the family debts?" "Third brother, it seems you've lost a tooth." Wu Laosan lamented. "Is it not enough that I'm being beaten? Why must you curse me as well? What, do you think I'm going to die from a couple of slaps?" He looked up at Shuesi, confusion etched on his face, about to ask a question when he froze in place. Shuesi, seemingly unfazed by the Wu family's reactions, shifted from anger to a smile, addressing Zhu Zheng. "You're young Zhu Zheng, right?" "I am Shuesi. We recently had an encounter." "Shuesi?" Zhu Zheng echoed, recognizing him instantly. He had recalled the incident when Shuesi and his crew confronted Brother Jiang at the school gate. "Wasn't he that youthful arrogance?" Shuesi quickly responded. "Brother Scar has already informed me that we are on the same side." He then commanded his underlings, "What are you standing around for? Address him as Brother Zheng." "You bunch of blind fools." Instantly, the group of underlings hurriedly exclaimed, "Brother Zheng! Brother Zheng!" Zhu Zheng, however, did not respond but turned to Shuesi, asking, "So, the Wu family sent you to pressure Black Dragon and Brother Jiang? Are you really going to stand against him?" "Oh dear." Shuesi clapped his hands in exasperation. "Brother, I am also a victim. It's entirely the fault of my subordinates for not being aware. And this damned Wu family didn't inform us beforehand that we were offending Brother Jiang. Damn it." As he spoke, he delivered another fierce kick to Wu Laosan, sending him and his family tumbling. He continued, "You must understand that offending Brother Jiang is something I would never dare do, even if I had a few more guts. Moreover, my brother Scar has ties with Brother Jiang. We are all one big family." His tone was one of utmost respect. Having heard about the encounter between his brother Scar and Qin Jiang and the events surrounding the chemical plant, he was acutely aware of Qin Jiang's formidable background. Even Brother Scar had to tread carefully around him, so he, as a newcomer, dared not provoke him. Zhu Zheng remarked, "You wouldn't stand for him?" Shuesi replied, "I would only stand for Brother Jiang. With a word from you, I could deal with him right now and go apologize to Brother Jiang." Zhu Zheng responded, "Brother Jiang has no time for such trivial matters." Shuesi agreed. Indeed, a person of Brother Jiang's stature would hardly waste time on these small fries. "Brothers, you must be hungry. Boss, what are you doing? Hurry and bring out the food and good wine for my Brother Zheng. You lot get lost." Shuesi shouted at the boss while berating his underlings to clear a table. Zhu Zheng raised his hand. "No need for a meal." Shuesi insisted. "Is it that the restaurant is too shabby for your liking? I can have someone book a table at a fine establishment. Let us have a drink together." Zhu Zheng replied, "I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline. There are pressing matters at the construction site that require my attention." Shuesi inquired, "And what about Brother Jiang?" Zhu Zheng turned to leave, waving his hand. "Today, I have not seen you. Is that right?" Yes, today we have not met." Shuesi nodded with a smile. Although Zhu Zheng was considerably younger, Shuesi felt an undeniable pressure from him, as though he possessed a wisdom beyond his years, and his words resonated deeply. As Zhu Zheng departed with Wang Tao and the others, he cast a cold glance back at the Wu family, sneering. "So you wish to play? Let us indulge in this game." Shuesi called after him, "Take care. Send my regards to Brother Jiang. We must have a drink together sometime." As he escorted his underlings to the restaurant entrance, he watched as a multitude of impeccably dressed youths poured forth from both sides of the road, trailing behind Zhu Zheng. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. That was close. Why do I say close again? Behind him, some of the underlings were oblivious to the significance of Qin Jiang and Black Dragon, and were puzzled as to why their brother C was so respectful. However, upon witnessing the sheer number of people emerging, they gasped in awe. Had a conflict erupted, these individuals would have certainly spelled their doom. One underling inquired, "Who is he?" "The one they mentioned, Brother Jiang." "Who is Brother Jiang? And what is Black Dragon? Does he know Brother Scar?" With a swift motion, Shuesi reprimanded him. "Why are you asking so many questions? What do you think this is, a quiz show?" As he observed his loyal subordinates, his admiration for Qin Jiang only deepened. The caliber of their team was evident. Even the formidable Zhu Zheng commanded his utmost respect, an enigma he found difficult to decipher. The subordinates accompanying him stood erect, exuding an extraordinary aura, their every action meticulously orchestrated. In stark contrast, his own men appeared utterly incomparable. Inside, Wu Lao San, disregarding the pain etched across his face and body, remained transfixed, gazing blankly in the direction of the entrance. Brothers in arms? A flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple? How could I possibly muster the courage? Would I be able to serve Brother Jiang well? Their minds incessantly replayed the recent events, reflecting on the demeanor exhibited towards them, as well as Shuesi's profound respect and amicable attitude towards Zhu Zheng. Was this truly the same social leader who had boasted earlier, threatening to break legs if the money was not forthcoming? Was he not merely a sycophant, a subordinate revering his superior? Yet, there was no doubt that Shuesi held a position of significance within the social hierarchy. Setting aside the trustworthiness of the intermediary, he had gathered intelligence over the past few days indicating that Shuesi had indeed garnered a notable reputation in the northern district. Even the most notorious ruffians addressed him as Fourth Brother, a figure that ordinary merchants dared not offend. Just moments ago, Shuesi had clearly regarded his counterpart as an equal, or perhaps even a subordinate. So, what status did Zhu Zheng possess? And what of the enigmatic Qin Jiang, the shadowy ruler known as the Black Dragon? Shuesi's repeated references to Jiang Gu hinted at a position of considerable authority, perhaps the elder brother of the social leader.